Year 48 of Konoha early March. Winter had retreated and spring returned. All things revived as a gentle warmth spread across the land. In the northwestern district of Konoha, inside the main hall of a spacious courtyard residence. What has clouded my eyes? The infant Noera Yuha, looking like a tiny baby, was sleeping soundly, breathing softly. Suddenly something pressed down on his small face. Startled awake, he opened his eyes, yet instead of bright spring sunlight, he saw nothing but pitch-black darkness. From the size of that thing, he did not need to guess who had arrived, so he waved his tiny hands in protest. Little Yuha is completely healthy now, and he's growing more and more adorable. The one holding the baby was a tall, mature woman with a full figure. Her long, light blonde hair was tied back into a thick ponytail, and on her forehead was a distinct bluish-violet mark. Her chest was broad. She wore a tea-green long coat trimmed in black, with a large Gamble character emblazoned on her back. Tsunade stared at the little fellow in her arms, who was angrily waving his tiny hands, her eyes shining with a reddish gleam. His rosy cheeks and the way he flailed his hands only made her adore him even more. Completely ignoring Noera Yuha's protests, she stroked and kneaded him for a while longer before finally reluctantly handing him back to his mother. Minako, this little guy Yuha is simply too adorable. Can't you really let me acknowledge him as my godson? Lady Tsunade, you lost all your bets again, didn't you? You're short on money, aren't you? Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the beautiful mature woman, Imai Minako, whose red hair fell down to her waist, shook her head. In the harsh sunlight streaming in from the courtyard, her crimson hair looked even more dazzling. She glanced with a smile at the baby in her arms, then, giving no face at all to the princess of the Senju clan, straightened her expression and mercilessly exposed her. Even though you are one of the 3 Sannin of Konoha, business is business. Debts must be repaid in full. So tell me, when will you pay back what you owe our Noera family? With a smack, a red-covered debt ledger was tossed onto the low table between them. Tsunade snatched it up and flipped through several pages. Densely packed records of her loans, amounts, dates borrowed, due dates, and all manner of details were all listed clearly and unmistakably, leaving her no room to deny anything. Forcing herself, she raised her head with a grin, patting her chest. Had just this little bit of money. Don't worry. I am Senju Tsunade. Once I win some money, I'll soon pay you back. Don't you go listening to those rumors calling me the legendary fat sheep. That's slander. Utter naked slander. Enough about that, let's talk about Godson God. Imai Minako's face turned cold. Tsunade felt a chill breeze sweep into the room. Her eyes rolled, and she put on a look of deep sorrow. Even you are starting to despise. Seeing this, Noera Yudo, who was standing there in a white doctor's coat, with a silly smile, hurriedly restrained his grin and waved his hand. Lady Tsunade, we don't mean anything else by it. You once fought side by side with my father, and you were close friends. You are our elder. For you to become the adoptive mother of our son would be completely inappropriate. Isn't that right, Kakashi? Huh? Sitting upright on a chair, a 14 or 15-year-old masked youth held a palm-sized yellow paperback, engrossed in reading. At the sudden question, he let out a soft exclamation. His gaze lifted from the novel. Seeing the 3 adults all waiting on his opinion, he scratched his white hair and said, Yudo is Rin's elder brother, which makes him my peer. And my teacher, Lord Minato, is the disciple of Lord Jiraiya, who in turn is your teammate. Cradled in his mother's arms, Noera Yuha listened carefully to their conversation, his expression utterly dazed. 6 months. It had taken him 6 full months to finally understand everything these people were talking about. Just 6 months earlier, he had still been a man from Huagua named Wang Shua. On an utterly ordinary day, while he was at home playing a game, a string of crimson numbers suddenly appeared before his eyes, counting down. It had startled him badly. Having read The 3-Body Problem, he even thought the Trisolarans several light years away were about to invade Earth, and that he had been chosen. Yet after waiting several days, no one named Shi Chang appeared, and no ETO member named Shin Yufei contacted him. The countdown, however, continued to tick away. In the end, its destination was transmigration. After a wave of intense pain, he found that he had crossed into a strange world and become a newborn infant. Not long after, once he had gained a rough grasp of the language here, he gradually heard many familiar names from the mouths of his parents in this life: Hataki, Kakashi, Namikaze, Minato, Surtobi, Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō. This was without a doubt the world of Naruto. In the days that followed, he gradually learned that his new identity was that of a member of the Noera family of Konoha in the Land of Fire, of the new generation. He was the son of Noera Yudo, elder brother of the medical ninja Noera Rin, who had died in the Third Great Ninja War. Within Konoha, the Noera clan was not especially populous, nor did they have a great number of powerful shinobi. Yet, because Noera Yudo's uncle had been a renowned ninja of the same generation as the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, respected and of high standing, and because the Noera were famed for their exquisite medical ninjutsu, and possessed many family enterprises. Their status in the village, though far below that of the two great dojutsu clans, was not much less than that of the Ino Shikacho secret arts families. Yet though born into a ninja family, he himself was inexplicably frail and sickly. For a time he even thought that as a transmigrator he was doomed to tread the miserable path of a universally despised, trash protagonist. Fortunately, the Noera were a clan of medical ninja after all, under the meticulous care and conditioning of the entire family, and with one of the three Sannin Tsunade, the foremost medical expert in the ninja world, personally acting as his nutritional consultant, his constitution quickly improved. Today marked precisely 6 months since his birth. At the invitation of his parents, Tsunade had come to perform one final full-body checkup on him. And now their conversation no longer touched on his physical condition at all, which meant that his body was completely recovered. His gaze drifted lazily to Hatake Kakashi, the adolescent boy, speaking in a languid tone. Perhaps because he had personally killed his teammate Noera, Rin Kakashi was racked with guilt and pain. After returning from the battlefield, he had quietly helped the Noera family several times and gradually grown close to them, especially to Rin's elder brother Noera Yudo. Their friendship deepened with each passing day. When Kakashi heard that Noera Yuha would be undergoing his final physical examination, he too came by. Listening to their conversation, Yuha heard Tsunade, under the earnest persuasion of the three, finally give up on becoming his godmother. He breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. Wonderful. Fortunately, Tsunade could still take advice. If this woman, one of Konoha's infamous trio of gambling, lechery, and drink, became his adoptive mother, she would surely torment him to death in the future. Perhaps having neared 40, Tsunade yearned in her heart to have a child of her own. From the very first moment she laid eyes on him, Tsunade had treated him like a beloved treasure, scooping him into her arms and kneading him thoroughly. What he found even harder to bear was that every time she came to his home, she monopolized him for an entire day, even insisting on being there when he slept or bathed. Well, if he were an adult, he might not have minded such a thing, but he was still only a few months old infant. His undeveloped body contained exactly 0 male hormones. He could only feel utterly annoyed. Old women are just so troublesome, he thought. Though to be fair, it was also his fault for being far too cute. Lying in his mother's arms, Noera Yuha turned his gaze to a small mirror placed on the table. In the mirror, the red-haired young mother held a baby whose skin was fair with a rosy hue, his features exceptionally adorable. What stood out even more was that though only 6 months old, his hair was already thick and jet black, so dense it nearly clumped together. This face, as expected, I'm looking more and more like the young Kakarot. The character in question was Son Goku from Dragon Ball, whose Saiyan name was Kakarot. And yes, this had everything to do with the cheat he had been born with. With a thought, he summoned a detailed data panel with a water blue background. Loaded character template: Kakarot, character from the Dragon Ball world. Age 0. 5 years 6 months old. Fusion degree 0. 0.9, an extremely low fusion rate, barely connected to Kakarot at all. Strength near 0, so weak he could not even restrain a chicken. Agility near 0, can crawl only slightly faster than a turtle. Defense near 0, defense 10 times that of tofu. Vitality near 0, life force only marginally tougher than a paramecium. Chi 0, no measurable value, no different from an ordinary infant. Owned items none. Skills none. He remembered that 6 months ago in his old room, he had been playing a knockoff web game called Dragon Ball vs. Naruto. Barely 10 odd minutes into the game, that bizarre red countdown had inexplicably appeared before his eyes. When the countdown reached 0, he had transmigrated. When he opened his eyes again, he had seen a Kakarot character panel in the midst of loading. It was precisely because of this cheat that he resembled Kakarot more and more as he grew. He speculated that if he could one day reach 100% fusion, would he then possess the same power as Kakarot at his peak? Even if the fused form was not the most supreme, most powerful stage of Kakarot, taking a step back, even if he could merely use amplified Kaioken or transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, the warrior of a millennium. If that truly came to pass, never mind Super Saiyan. Even a normal Saiyan body of that era could rule and dominate this frail ninja world. Can you really split the moon with a single tonary? Can the 6 paths sealing techniques truly create celestial bodies rivaling the moon? And that legendary Otsutsuki clan that plants trees across the cosmos? Have you ever seen power on the level of shattering stars? But in the end, which stage of Kakarot's life would he fuse with? Moreover, what exactly would he have to do to accelerate the fusion rate of this character template? This template seemed like nothing more than a dumbed-down system. It could not speak to him or offer any prompts. After a full 6 months, all he had managed to accumulate was this paltry bit of fusion. At this rate, things would be difficult. Just as he was pondering seriously, a mechanical, emotionless voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations on surviving a 6-month adaptation period in this foreign world. The template has detected that your soul has now fully adapted to this world. Noera Yuha froze, thinking to himself. So it was because I was an outsider that my soul hadn't fully adapted to this world, which ultimately caused me to be frail and sickly despite being the descendant of ninja. You have successfully passed the 6th month. Fusion degree 0.01. Fusion degree has reached 0.1, meeting the condition to load Saiyan bloodline. Beginning bloodline loading. Saiyan bloodline loading complete. Noera felt a warm current coursing through every part of his body, spreading a gentle heat. At the same time, he sensed the power within him skyrocketing. He looked at the panel. The data had already undergone a tremendous change. Loaded character template Kakarot Dragon Ball World. Age 0. 5 years old. Fusion rate 0.1. The higher the fusion rate, the more of Kakarot's power and abilities you will obtain. Bloodline Saiyan bloodline activated, originating from the warrior race of planet Vegeta in the Dragon Ball world, born belligerent, innate warriors of the universe. Strength 5. The higher the value, the greater the physical attack power and carrying capacity. Agility 5, related to attack speed and movement. Defense 5, related to the toughness of the physical body. Vitality 5. The greater the vitality, the harder it is to die, the faster chi recovers, and it is also connected to various resistances. Chi 50 points. Chi is special energy produced by the human body in the Dragon Ball world. Health 100. This value will drop after injury. 30 indicates serious injury, below 10 is on the verge of death, and 0 means death. Possessed items none. Skills none. At last I'm no longer battle power 5 trash. Huh, strength, agility, vitality are all at 5. This is the real battle power 5 trash. After his initial joy, Noera Yuha complained endlessly in his heart. Then he heard a prompt sound echo in his mind, and lines of text appeared in sync on the azure blue panel. You have awakened the Saiyan blood and have initially obtained power. By increasing the fusion rate, you will gain more strength, agility, defense, and vitality, and will also obtain Kakarot's skills and items from the Dragon Ball world. There are 3 ways to obtain character fusion rate. First, as your age increases, the fusion rate will naturally grow. This growth is slow and capped at an upper limit. Second, by daily training, you can increase the fusion rate. This method provides relatively fast growth. Third, by completing fusion missions randomly assigned by the template system. This method yields the fastest increase in fusion rate. Notice at present you are in the first stage with a fusion rate below 8. You are temporarily unable to obtain intelligence related to fusion missions. Please attempt and strive on your own. Notice the current game difficulty is set to normal. Please exert yourself. Noera Yuha stared at the gradually appearing lines of text, his gaze lingering on the final line. The game difficulty was normal. Was this a game? No, that couldn't be what it meant. Yuha knew this was the real world. He had experienced countless, incredibly vivid emotions and pain. The humans here were living, breathing people, not NPCs inside a game. They possessed their own joys and sorrows, their own stories and lives. This line must be saying that the loaded character system itself was a game system. It was probably connected to that bootleg game he had played in his previous life. Normal difficulty. Even with this cheat, it was still only normal. Seen this way, it was not good news at all. Yuha quickly concluded in his heart that perhaps it was related to the Otsutsuki, that cosmic tree-planting clan, whose full visage had yet to be revealed. It seemed his dream of lying down and effortlessly sweeping across this world had been shattered. He could no longer keep lying flat. With a new sense of crisis, Yuha struggled a few times in Minako's arms. She set him down on the floor, and the 6-man-hold Yuha, dressed in split-crotch pants, walked lightly and briskly across the wooden floorboards, his steps utterly unlike his previous, unsteady duck-like, waddling when his body had not yet recovered. This little guy, what a pleasant surprise. The 4 people in the room had already fallen silent watching Yuha practice walking. Minako's eyes shone. Exchanging a glance with her husband, she smiled and said, "Since Lady Tsunade and Kakashi are both here, let us arrange Yuha's future in advance and have the 2 of you bear witness." After Minako gave instructions to the servants, 2 low tables were soon brought into the room. On the left table lay a copy of Chakra and Human Body Science, several reagent bottles, and a medical kit. On the right were placed a thick ledger, a large shuriken, and several fiery red ninjutsu scrolls. Yuha looked at these items, a large metaphorical black vein throbbing on his forehead. His father, Noera Haruto, had perfectly inherited the family's talent and abilities as medical ninja. At only 22, he worked at Konoha's major hospital, proficient in all kinds of medical ninjutsu, one of the village's few young medical ninja at the level of special jonin. His mother Minako's background was comparatively mysterious. From scattered remarks, Yuha judged that the 21-year-old Minako seemed to be connected to the already declining Fuma clan. She excelled at shuriken jutsu and fire-release ninjutsu, and was a jonin of outstanding strength in the village. Moreover, she possessed extraordinary talent in managing business. After taking over the family trade for only 2 years, she had already elevated it to a higher level. This pair of parents, each strong in different fields, had always enjoyed a loving and harmonious marriage. Yet even the most affectionate couple would have moments of disagreement. For example, how should the future life of their son Noara Yuu be arranged? In an ordinary household, a 6-month-old infant would still be very small, but in a ninja family at 6 months, one could already begin paving the way for the child's future. Would Noara Yuu inherit the family mantle and become a medical ninja, or would he follow his mother to learn her stronger shuriken techniques, fire release, and business management skills? The couple had argued over this more than once. More than once his somewhat tongue-tied father had been rendered red-faced and speechless, yet, as the nominal head of the household, he was unusually firm on this issue and refused to yield no matter what. In the end, the two of them each took a step back and decided to let their son choose for himself. Yuu, go on, pick the one you like. Noara Haruto squatted beside Yuu. Regardless of whether Yuu could understand, he explained a few sentences softly into his son's ear. He then patted the little head and let him walk toward the two low tables before him. Yuu looked at the table on the left, then at the table on the right. Fish and bear's paw, no stinky tofu and rotten eggs. Neither was what he truly wanted. He already had a cheat. What use was it to learn these things? But as he recalled the dazzling multitude of ninjutsu and Kekkai Jinkai and Naruto, he corrected himself. No, they were useful. Power in the Dragon Ball world was straightforward and pure without so many versatile combat methods. Take the most basic 3-body technique, for instance. Clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique. These 3 abilities should all enhance his combat strength. Especially the clone technique, which turned one into many. It would definitely be of great use in the future. Super Saiyan transformation. Multiple shadow clone technique. Just imagining it. If he could transform into 100 Super Saiyans, who wouldn't be terrified at the sight? Having thought it through, Yuu shifted his gaze, turned around, and under the 4 adults' stunned stares walked over and hugged Hitaki Kakashi's thigh in one go. In front of Konoha's future #1 technician, the 6th Hokage, Hitaki Kakashi, what choice did he need to make? Yuu, he seems to like me quite a lot. Kakashi reached out and patted Yuha's small head. Looking at Haruto, Minato, and Tsunade, whose faces were all sour with jealousy, the laziness faded from his expression. He said solemnly, "The outcome of the 3rd Ninja War is already decided. Missions for the Umbu have begun to decrease. I'll have a few fairly free days every month. When I have time, I'll come teach this little guy." As he gazed at the adorable infant before him, he thought of an equally adorable teammate who had already passed away. In his heart, he resolved that whatever little he could do, he would do. No. Noara Haruto and Minato spoke in unison, decisively vetoing Kakashi's intention to become Yuha's teacher. Having genius Kakashi as the child's teacher looked like an excellent thing no matter how one viewed it, but Haruto was still intent on having his son inherit the family mantle, while Minato cast a disdainful glance at the yellow-covered book in Kakashi's hand, feeling he would be a bad influence on her child. I heard that the most powerful, most fearsome clan taijutsu secret of the Hitaki family is called 1,000 Years of Death. Its learning difficulty is S level. Yuu definitely won't be able to master it. Be good, let's just choose one from what mom and dad are good at, shall we? Minato walked over, caressed Yuha's little head, and pulled her son away again. Kakashi scratched the back of his head awkwardly, thinking, you could just refuse. Did you have to trample my family's taijutsu on the way? Rin's sister-in-law really was hard to get along with. Under his parents' strong insistence, Yuu walked toward the 2 low tables again. Reaching the space between them, he directly lay down. His meaning was clear. I won't learn either. I want to lie flat. Lie flat to the end. What does this mean? The people in the room had never heard of lying flat and were a bit baffled by the sight. Did this mean he did not want to learn either path? Suddenly Minako's eyes lit up. Yuu must want both. He wants to learn both paths. He simply cannot bear to choose, so he can only lie in the middle. Noara Haruto slammed a fist into his palm, his eyes widening as he came to a sudden realization. So that's it. Yuu actually has such grand ambition and lofty aspirations. Remarkable. Minako, I'll be counting on you from now on. Teach Yuu well. Minako's smile was dazzling. And I'll be counting on you too, Haruto. Yuu panicked, scrambling up from the floor in a fluster, only to see his parents had already turned their backs, instructing the servants to prepare a grand feast to celebrate young Master Yuha's magnificent choice. Tsunade and Kakashi exchanged a glance, their expressions growing odd as they began to worry about Yuha's future. This couple, they even bullied their own 6-month-old child who couldn't speak yet. Wasn't this going a bit too far? Just then a figure wearing an animal mask leaped over the courtyard wall and landed inside. Greetings, Lady Tsunade. After the Umbu ninja knelt slightly and saluted Tsunade, he strode quickly toward Noara Haruto and Minako, saying the Hokage is coming to visit. He will arrive shortly. After watching them all go out to welcome the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, Yuu sat somewhat sullenly on the wooden floor. While he waited, servants entered carrying bowls, chopsticks, tea, and snacks, setting them out on the dining table. Yuha walked into the dining room, jumped onto a redwood dining chair, and grabbed the Noera family's custom-made shatterproof iron rice bowl prepared especially for him. Crunch. Still in use to the power of his newly awakened Saiyan blood, Yuha, in his gloomy mood, failed to control his strength. With the slightest squeeze, he crushed the rice bowl flat. Though it was thin, it was still made of iron. He was utterly shocked. With strength only at 5, he already had this much power. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the house. In his panic, Yuha grabbed the bowl and flung it directly over the courtyard wall. Bang! Who is it? Who is attacking me with a rice bowl? As an angry female voice rang out from beyond the wall, Yuha heard the voice in his mind once more. You have completed Mission 1, your first prank, startling, Uzumaki Kushina. Fusion rate 0.03. Skill acquired, Bukujutsu, LV1. What? Is this really possible? Yuyo, unable to think further, quickly resumed the appearance of a naive and simple-minded child as a servant walked in. The servant did not notice anything unusual arranging the fruits on the dining table before leaving again. After seeing the servant leave, Yuyo considered going to the kitchen to get another specially made bowl from the Yuen family, but he felt this was risky. Remembering that there was still one in his room that hadn't been taken, he jumped off the chair and quickly ran back to his room. When he returned, he had already put the other iron bowl back in its place. Yuyo decided not to eat anymore and jogged back to the adjacent hall, comfortably lying in the movable crib to prevent any more unexpected incidents. While waiting for the adults to return, Yuyo looked at the skill section, and it no longer displayed none. Skydance Art LV1110, a secret technique of the crane immortal flow that allows one to escape the gravitational pull of the earth and fly in the air. Using it consumes 18 points of chi and some stamina per second, and the speed is slow. Note skills can be upgraded by completing tasks and through self-cultivation to gain experience points. The higher the level, the stronger the skill. Is this Skydance Art? Yuyo recalled that Kakarot's flying ability was introduced early in the Dragon Ball story, but it was still after the Kamehameha. The first skill the system taught him was Skydance Art. That means the skills he acquires later are not arranged in the order Kakarot obtained them. This is good news for him, because among all of Kakarot's skills aside from the highly unlikely Super Saiyan transformation, the ability he coveted the most was the skill of instant transmission. If he learned instant transmission, it would not only greatly enhance his ability to respond to danger, but he could also go anywhere in the ninja world outside of Konoha. However, he learned that Kakarot's instant transmission was learned from the Yard Rats after he could transform into a Super Saiyan. If he were to really go in order, that would be too far down the line. This is great. It indicates that the time to acquire instant transmission won't be at the end. Skydance Art. Yuyo gazed at the few lines of explanation for this skill. It was just the first skill he acquired, but this ability is quite outstanding in the whole ninja world. From what he understood, there are very few ninjas capable of flight in the entire ninja world. After upgrading this skill, it would significantly improve his reconnaissance ability in the air. While he was checking the panel, a group of people had already walked into the courtyard. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, clad in a ceremonial robe, visited with his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, who still held the bowl that had ambushed her. A group of Umbu ninjas landed in the courtyard, watching their surroundings vigilantly. As for the others, Tsunade and Kakashi, two outsiders, found it quite amusing that the Hokage's wife had been ambushed with a bowl. Meanwhile, his parents felt quite awkward and immediately had the butler investigate the ambush incident upon their return. Of course, this matter would definitely not yield any results. One reason is that there are several ninjas among their servants, and at least 7 could easily wield a bowl without any evidence of committing the crime. Secondly, the culprit was someone they would never have expected, who was currently lounging in the crib. Thirdly, Kushina, being an elite jonin of the village, would not have been successfully ambushed by a bowl. It merely startled her, and being magnanimous, she let the matter pass. This unexpected episode did not hinder their pleasant conversation in the hall. Yuyo listened attentively. This visit by the Hokage to the Yuen family was not for any particularly significant reason. One reason was to check on his disciple Yuen Rin's elder brother and his frail son, and the second was to invite Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 Sannin, who had not returned to the village for a long time and had often found reasons to avoid him. As one of the legendary 3 Sannin, Tsunade was not only a high-level combat force for Konoha Village, but also an absolute pillar of the entire village's medical system. Many developments of medications, complex surgical procedures, and training of medical ninjas depended on her. However, ever since her brother Nawaki and boyfriend Dan died on the battlefield, Tsunade developed a troubling fear of blood, leading her to a decline, becoming addicted to gambling and alcohol. This was quite a significant loss for Konoha Village. Listening to the new 4th Hokage, Minato sincerely persuading her, Tsunade felt calm and unperturbed. She had heard these words so often that they had become tiresome. Compared to this, she found it much more interesting to play with the adorable little Yuyo beside the crib. Seeing that she was completely uninterested, Minato had no choice but to temporarily change the subject. He shifted from the heavy topic to lighthearted, everyday chatter. As Yuyo listened, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He looked at Kushina, who was wearing a relatively loose dark red dress. Kushina was asking her mother about pregnancy and childbirth, and others might think that the Hokage couple had ideas about having children. But he understood that it was because the Ninetales Jinchuriki Kushina was pregnant. That meant the event known as the Ninetales Rampage, which shook the entire ninja world, was approaching. He knew that Konoha Village suffered tremendous losses during this incident, with many ninjas and villagers perishing. Would his family be affected? This was an extremely dangerous event. He was still just a half-year-old infant, and even though he had awakened the Saiyan bloodline, he could do nothing. Rin's nephew Yuyo, right? After chatting for a while, they approached the crib again. Minato's smile was warm and sunny as he said, "Indeed, he looks just like Rin, so adorable. Yes, he's starting to look more like me too." Yuyu and Yando, whose head had very few hair strands left, also smiled and reached down to stroke Yuyu's thick hair. When he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the others, he paused for a moment and then touched the few unsightly brown hairs on his own head, explaining seriously, "I used to have a lot of hair too, just like my sister with her brown hair. Yuyo doesn't look much like me." Unlike her husband Yando, who was bursting with confidence, Minako was somewhat dissatisfied, with Yuyo feeling a bit regretful. If only Yuyu's hair were red like mine. Red hair. Yuyo thought to himself that if everything went smoothly in the future, and if he fused with a late-stage or near-late-stage Kakarot, then his hair would have the ability to change many colors: black, yellow, white, blue, red. There might not be enough colors. Rather than appearance, I care more about Yuyu's future as a ninja. Minato also noticed Yuyu's unusually black and thick hair and smiled slightly. Inheriting the family's medical knowledge, while also mastering Minako's shuriken techniques and fire techniques, his future is limitless. Yuyo will definitely become an outstanding ninja who inherits our will of fire when he grows up. Hearing the fourth Hokage's generous praise of Yuyo, the others were somewhat surprised. Minato had always been very sincere in his speech, disliking insincere flattery. These words must come from his true thoughts. Did the Hokage really think so highly of Yuyu's future? This is great news. Compared to the surprise of others, Yuyo glanced at forever flirting girl and felt disdain in his heart. The earlier part was fine, but what was this will of fire nonsense? To him, it was just a tool for Konoha Village to brainwash ninjas into self-sacrifice. If the will of fire were really as great as they claimed, they wouldn't send a bunch of children just a few years old to the battlefield. The very purpose of establishing the village was to protect the children, yet you throw them into the harsh battlefield early. This makes no sense at all. As he thought about this, Yuyu's impression of the sunny smiling Minato also dropped significantly. He mused to himself that the so-called will of fire involved the first planting trees, the second watering them, the third playing tricks, the fourth flirting with girls, the fifth gambling, the sixth watching inappropriate content, the seventh seducing, the eighth Konoha finishing round, and the ninth being completely unburnable. Where the leaves of Konoha fall, the fire will also endure. The shadow of the fire illuminates this village, and sooner or later it will set the village ablaze. However, today is quite coincidental. The flirty fourth, the gambling fifth, the inappropriate sixth, and the seductive seventh all gathered here. Yuyu harbored disdain for the hypocritical will of fire of Konoha, showing no interest in the Sunshine Hokage before him. However, as he looked outside the courtyard, his narrow vision revealed over a dozen Umbu members stationed at various points, with more likely deployed in the shadows. Was it really necessary for Minato Namikaze to have such a grand display for a simple village visit? No wonder the village children excitedly shouted about their dreams of becoming the Hokage in the future. Indeed, the Hokage held great prestige and power. Minato Namikaze lingered for a while, then agreed on a detailed discussion location with Tsunade before departing with his wife. Seeing that the troublesome guests had finally left, Tsunade patted the visibly sweaty skin on her neck, glanced at the adorable Yuyu, and smilingly reached down to pick him up. Yuyu knew what she intended to do next. This woman surely wanted to take a bath or soak in a hot spring again. He sweated profusely, struggling to wave his little hands in protest, making loud cries. However, his parents acted as if they saw nothing. As the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade's consultations were not something that could be compensated with money alone. Even though Tsunade had a past with the Noera family, she required additional remuneration for her consultations, which allowed her to monopolize Yuyu's time for an entire day. Well then, Yudu, it's time for me to take my leave. Kakashi put away the comic book, stood up, and politely said, "See you." Watching Kakashi's lonely figure fade beyond the courtyard gate, Noera, Yudu, and Minako exchanged glances, both harboring inexplicable expressions. Minako had deliberately mocked Kakashi earlier to dissuade him, but it seemed that he had not given up on his promise. The couple nodded in agreement. After all, it wouldn't be a bad thing for Kakashi to become their child's teacher. As for whether Yu Yu had enough energy to follow 3 outstanding ninjas for training and learning, parents who wished for their child to succeed did not want to worry about this. Not an option. We'll see about that later. A day later, after adding another loan to Minako's red ledger, Tsunade, who had exhausted Yu Yu all day, left with satisfaction. After Yudu and Minako left for work, Yu casually found an excuse to send the servant away, closing the door tightly behind him. He jumped onto a chair, focusing his thoughts. Sky Dance Technique. He began to slowly float out of the chair. Your Sky Dance Technique Skill Experience 1. Your Sky Dance Technique Skill Experience 1. With a thud, Yu landed softly on the ground, breathing lightly. Just as he had anticipated, skills could be leveled up through training. However, the level of the Sky Dance Technique was still very low, consuming so much chi and stamina in just 1 second was taxing. His stamina was manageable, but his chi was a pitiful 50, and he began to pant after merely 2 seconds. This duration was too short, though it was only temporary. Yu's gaze fell again on the panel displaying his chi. With each breath, it gradually replenished. After a minute, his chi was fully restored. Then it was time to train again. Before nightfall, Yu successfully upgraded his Sky Dance Technique to LV2. Sky Dance Technique LV2-11330, a secret technique of the Crane Hermit School that allows one to escape the grip of gravity and fly in the air. After casting, it consumes 15 chi and some stamina per second with a slow speed. The basic data on the panel had also shown substantial improvement after an afternoon of training. The fusion rate grew from 0.13 to 0.15, while the basic stats of strength, agility, defense, and vitality each increased by 1 point, reaching 6, and the chi limit rose to 70. He could now float for longer, maintaining it for 5 seconds instead of just 2. This rate of progress delighted him. Good, this growth rate was definitely not slow. For the next 3 days, all his energy was dedicated to practicing the Sky Dance Technique. The Sky Dance Technique upgraded to LV4, reducing the chi consumption per second to 10, with even less stamina required, while the flight speed changed from slow to somewhat slow. The fusion rate reached 0.3. Strength, agility, defense, vitality, and other values all grew to 10, with the chi rising to 280. Finally, I'm no longer a weakling. Yu sat upright in the redwood chair in his room, gazing at the blue-hued background panel before him. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently, and after a long while finally sensed a small thread of energy within him. He understood that this was the chi of the Dragon Ball world. Chi was somewhat similar to the chakra of this world. Many techniques used by characters in Dragon Ball relied heavily on the consumption of chi, such as the Kamehameha and Spirit Slash. The amount of chi and its application also determined a person's strength. On a sunny afternoon a month later, Yu stepped out of the house into a large courtyard filled with various flowers and trees. At this point, Yu had grown significantly taller compared to a month ago, appearing to be no less than a child over a year old in the village. Even more striking was his hair. In just a month, it had grown considerably, finally gathering into clusters on his head resembling crab pincers, sprouting in all directions. So much so that Yu, after waking up from several deep sleeps, looked in the mirror and exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, little Goku. So cute." "Oh, it's me." His hair and appearance had become strikingly similar to Kakarot's. This was entirely within his expectations. His rapid height growth was slightly unexpected. He recalled that when Kakarot debuted, he was quite short at 12 years old, only around 1.2 meters tall. After much contemplation, Yu speculated that Kakarot likely suffered from stunted growth due to a lack of comprehensive nutrition while living in the mountains, whereas he was born into a family that would never lack for nourishment. Thus, it was only natural that he would grow taller than Kakarot from Dragon Ball. Yu looked again at the blue panel data. A month of training had raised his fusion rate to 1. Strength 31, agility 32, defense 28, vitality 33, HE 803. Sky Dance Technique LV6-543780, a secret technique of the Crane Hermit School that allows one to escape the grip of gravity and fly in the air. After casting, it consumes 5 chi and a minimal amount of stamina per second with a moderate speed. What extent would these changes in values allow him to reach in strength? Yu analyzed seriously. If a month ago his physical muscle strength ranked among the best among adults, then in terms of strength, he should have surpassed ordinary people, reaching a level akin to some genin. Yu frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The speed of growth seemed fast, but the rate of fusion gained through training had significantly slowed over this month. Moreover, the growth of the basic values, strength, agility, defense, and vitality, had also slowed. Natural growth training and tasks. It seems I need to focus more on completing tasks to increase fusion rate. Yu realized that his future direction needed to shift from training to triggering and completing more tasks. Otherwise, this will take too long. He mumbled softly in his baby voice. Indeed, Yu had already learned to speak. In fact, the day after he awakened his Saiyan bloodline, he discovered he could articulate words, but he had previously thought he would be a father in a few years. Never did he expect that this reincarnation would make him someone else's son, with fatherhood possibly far off. Thus, he felt a bit reluctant to call father, wishing to delay it for another day. So he continued to pretend he couldn't speak. Little did he know that just a few days later his maid Kiko carelessly brought him hot porridge, feeding it to him. He quickly spat it out and exclaimed, "Hot." It was after this that his parents realized their son had learned to speak. Both parents were quite skeptical during this time. They had taught their son how to speak, yet had seen no signs of him learning. Now he had been forced to speak when burned. Had he been pretending all along? They likely overthought it. No child could be this clever at such a young age. "Son, what is slow? A turtle." Noara Yuta stepped out of the house, squatting down to rub Yu's little head, while smiling and asking, "Can you guess who came to see you?" "Is it Teacher Kakashi?" Yu answered in his baby voice. "Very clever. You guessed right." Noara Yuta gave him a thumbs up. "The agreed time will be here soon, just 5 minutes away." Yu swatted away the hand that messed up his stylish hair. He walked to the bottom of the tallest tree in the courtyard, sat on one of the two hanging swings, and began to gently sway like a playful child. Noara Yuta watched his son's increasingly thick and dark hair, also touching his own head, looking somewhat perplexed. "Sorry I was late because I helped an old lady cross the street." 15 minutes later, Kakashi Hatake finally arrived, appearing in the courtyard and stating an unbelievable reason for his tardiness. After Noara Yuta returned to the house, Kakashi Hatake sat down on another swing and began teaching Yu some knowledge. Since that day, Kakashi visited the Noara household more frequently, always showing up on days off from the Umbu. Apart from chatting and drinking tea with his friend Noara Yuta, he spent most of his time teaching Yu regardless of whether Yu could understand, pouring knowledge of basic ninja school into him, as if watering rice fields. Yet Yu always remembered he was still under a year old. Even though he was more precocious than average children, he still couldn't overdo it. He could only blink his big, innocent eyes, nearly asking about everything. What is chakra? What is the body? What is energy? What are cells? What is the mind? Kakashi Hatake was very patient, starting with the most basic concepts and explaining them little by little. After an hour, seeing that it was almost time, he concluded the lesson. Yu, your learning speed is faster than I expected. In no more than half a year, he'll be able to teach you how to refine chakra. Let's end it here for today. After Kakashi left, Yu gazed at the distant mountains under the setting sun. "Young Master Yu." His maid Kiko walked out holding a fruit platter, presenting it to him. "Oranges." Yu looked at the sliced oranges on the platter, not feeling like eating. "My." He shifted his gaze to the young girl standing gracefully. Kiko had changed into a new outfit today, a beautiful floral long dress that flowed down to her ankles. He pondered for a moment, jumping off the swing and crouching down to lift the hem of her long dress. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "You have completed the second task, executed mischief 2, lifted the girl's skirt, fusion rate 0.05, gained Kamehameha, LV1. Yu was taken aback, thinking as expected, just as he had speculated. He had also tried to pull pranks over the past month, but the system hadn't reacted at all. Now lifting Kiko's skirt triggered the task completion. The so-called pranks that could be triggered were likely things Kakarot had done in the past. He remembered that Kakarot had done quite a few things to make Vegeta's hair turn green. Could behaviors that aligned with the fused character's actions increase the fusion rate? This system setting made sense. Yu finally figured it out. However, the girl Kiko, confused, lifted her own skirt and looked at her beautifully shaped legs, asking, "Is the young master interested in seeing my legs?" Yu did not want to be seen as a pervert. He pointed at the stylish new shoes on her feet, saying, "No, it's just that Sister Jaz's shoes are quite lovely." However, she thought to herself that the young master was still so young and did not understand anything yet. He wouldn't be interested in her legs. She had been overthinking things, which was quite inappropriate. With no development to speak of, Yu glanced at her legs and indeed found no interest. He did not look again, directing his gaze to the panel that only he could see before him. The fusion degree had risen to 115. This slight increase was negligible. The key was that Kakarot's signature move, the Kamehameha, had emerged. This move was the first major technique that Kakarot learned from Master Roshi in the early stages of Dragon Ball, and he continued to use it until the very end of the story. He remembered how this technique grew in power along with Kakarot. Besides, had he ever lost to the Sun family? It seemed that this move would become his signature technique. Kamehameha 151-0 LV1, a unique skill created by Master Roshi, a supreme technique that gathers all energy at a single point and releases it. Currently at LV1, it requires muscle expansion to unleash, consuming 100 points of chi and some stamina per second. Yu instructed Ji to not follow him, then returned to his room. On the floor of his room, Yu tensed all his muscles, took several deep breaths, and began to position his hands at his waist in a flower bud shape. Then he began to gather chi in his palms. Suddenly a fierce light ignited at the center of his palms, illuminating the entire house. He frowned and stopped. The brightness of the Kamehameha was too intense, making it unsuitable to practice here. The next day, after his parents went to work, Yu devised a plan to distract Ji and secretly made his way to another training ground at home. One of the highest ninja secrets lies in knowing how to conceal one's information. Practicing on the surface could easily attract prying eyes and lead to information leaks, so many ninja clans built concealed underground training grounds beneath their homes. Yu held a torch taller than himself and slowly descended the stone steps into the dark underground area. He glanced around the basement. It was not as damp and filled with insects as he had imagined. The walls and floor were laid with thick stone slabs, and each underground bedroom was stocked with drinking water and non-perishable food. Of course, there were also plenty of ninja tools and equipment. The QB incident should happen in the next few months, most likely this year. Yu pondered, if the place where the QB is summoned happens to be nearby, then this basement would indeed make a good refuge. Yu held the torch and walked through the corridor, entering the training ground. An hour later, in the dimly lit training area illuminated by the flickering flames, Yu was breathing lightly as he looked at the skills section on his panel. Kamehameha 3-1-2-0. After practicing so far, the progress of Kamehameha had only gained 15 experience points. This speed was a bit slow, but considering he was limited by the space and couldn't fully unleash the technique, making any progress was already quite good. Very well, let's continue training like this. Yu nodded, satisfied with his current training speed. The day passed quickly in practice. In the following months, Yu, who was not overly anxious about his training, completed numerous fusion tasks with his patient attempts. His first experiences of chopping wood, starting a fire, cooking, and so on all earned him fusion degrees and rewards. In addition, he had also changed into an orange martial arts uniform with a turtle character on the chest and back, which also gained a good degree of fusion. Of course, he also greatly benefited from interactions with others. For instance, while the maid Ji was napping, he mischievously pulled down her little pants and lay on her small belly to sleep, and such naughty antics. On this day, Yu was sitting in a chair in his room, his gaze falling on the panel. Kakarot's fusion degree had reached 389. He had already acquired 5 skills. Sky Dance Technique LV82347630, a secret technique of the Crane School capable of freeing oneself from the constraints of gravity to fly. At LV8, it is fast. When flying at full power, it consumes 30 chi points and a small amount of stamina per second. Kamehameha LV686510, a signature technique created by Master Roshi that can be unleashed without muscle expansion, consuming 300 chi points and a small amount of stamina per second. Phantom Fist LV713928150, created by Master Roshi. It uses high-speed generated afterimages to create clones that confuse the enemy. At LV7, it can create 10 afterimages. Chi Bomb LV696820, similar in principle to the Kamehameha, this technique forms chi into a spherical shape and releases it. It can be fired once or in succession. At LV6, it can be released from the hands, mouth, or feet, consuming 50 points of chi and a minimal amount of stamina per use. Chi Disc /LV714768180, Krillin's signature skill that forms a disc shape on the palm, providing powerful slashing effects when thrown. It can be generated directly from the palm. At LV7, it can split into 2 when thrown, consuming 500 chi points and a small amount of stamina per use. These skills will reduce chi consumption as their levels grow. As levels increase, their power enhances, but chi consumption also begins to rise. For example, the initial chi consumption for the Sky Dance technique was 18, which then dropped to 8 and 5 as the level increased. With further leveling, while he could fly faster at full power, the consumption per second increased to 30. This was something he could foresee. Beyond skills, Yu's basic physical attributes had also made significant improvements. Strength 121, Agility 126, Defense 109, Vitality 134, Chi 3387. In his view, comparing just his physical body, he should be able to match some of the villagers skilled in physical techniques, right? Considering he was still under a year old, his speed of progress was quite rapid. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he began to acquire items from the Dragon Ball world when triggering fusion tasks. At the back of the drawer in his room's cabinet, there was an additional green petal-like bean. Senza bean, planted by the Cat Master in the Dragon Ball world, resembles the military rations of the ninja world, but its effects are hundreds or even thousands of times better. He recalled that the setting mentioned that just one could sustain a person for 10 days without hunger and provided immense recuperative power, allowing a person to recover stamina and energy in the shortest time possible, as long as they were not dead. This was truly a life-saving item. Yu browsed through the items section on the panel, smiling and nodding in approval. However, his relatively pleasant mood for the day was disrupted by 3 unexpected guests. At that moment, he heard intense arguing coming from the reception room outside. It was the voice of his father Noara Yando. Noara Yando was known for his gentle nature, always speaking in a kind tone. Yu had seen him get infuriated by Minako several times, yet he merely turned red in the neck without raising his voice to suppress her. Why was he reacting so strongly this time? Yu left his room and approached the corridor, peeking through the crack of the door to observe the scene in the reception room. Noara Yando was seated in the main seat of the living room, conversing with 3 guests wearing animal masks. Were they ANBU ninjas? No, they were not from the ANBU. They were from the root. Yu had seen Kakashi wearing ANBU masks several times and noticed that the colors on the masks worn by these 3 were far more vibrant and the patterns more intricate than those of the ANBU. Were these root ninjas darker than ANBU? What could they possibly want? Yu listened closely. Soon he grasped the gist of the conversation. It turned out that the people from Root had set their sights on him, who was merely a year old. Root proposed that once Yu turned 8, he would participate in the Root evaluation and, if qualified, would directly join Root for training. This was completely unexpected. However, after a moment of thought, he felt this was entirely in line with Root's way of doing things. He recalled that in the original story, Danzō had forced the young oil girl Shino to join Orochi, even suggesting it in front of her father, who was too afraid to refuse. If not for the oil girl's stand against Orochi, one of the Konoha 12 could have easily become a member of Root. But why had Root taken an interest in him? Yu stroked his chin, analyzing the reasons. There are likely 2 major reasons. First, even when he was outside his home during these past few months, no matter how he acted, he would occasionally reveal a maturity beyond his age, and the news of his greater maturity and understanding compared to his peers began to spread. Second, he is the eldest son of the current head of the Noara family, and his mother is also an outstanding jonin in the village, a disciple of the genius jonin Kakashi. Combine these identities, as bluffing Shuemin would say, indicate that Noara Yu's future is limitless. It is precisely because of these reasons that he vaguely learned from GZ that he has already gained some notoriety in the village known to some people. Of course, aside from these 2 reasons, there is another possibility. That is, their family may have inadvertently offended a high-ranking member of Root or Danzō. Every family in the village must bear their responsibilities. Sacrifices. The leader of the Root ninjas spoke in a low, hoarse voice, trying to persuade Noara Yando, who insisted that his family has sacrificed enough for the village, and he cannot allow his only son Yu to join Root. Gradually, the atmosphere of the negotiation became increasingly tense. The leader of the Root ninja grew impatient and began to issue verbal threats. Although Noara Yando was honest and simple-minded, he was not a fool easily swayed by emotions. Upon hearing the threat, he quickly calmed down. He understood that he was facing something darker than the darkness of Root and had to make some concessions. Take care of yourself. The leader of the Root ninja realized that this negotiation had yielded no results. With a sharp crack, he crushed the armrest of the chair, stood up, glanced at the child standing behind the door, and coldly left a parting remark before departing. Is it Yu? Come in, Noara Yando said, looking towards the crack of the door. Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Yu, places like Root are very dark, not a good place to go. I, as your father, will never ever hand you over to them. Noara Yando walked to Yu, crouched down, and gently placed his hand on his son's shoulder, making a solemn promise as a father. Seeing that Yu had no response, he smiled wryly and said, "You won't understand now. When you grow a bit older, I'll tell you more." Okay. Yu nodded his little head. In fact, he knew more about Root than his father in front of him. The so-called Root people had no names, no emotions, no past, and no future. The people of Root only had the tasks of the organization in their hearts and the absolute commands of their leader Danzō etched into them. It now seemed to him that it was a place devoid of humanity beyond his imagination. Could even a 1-year-old child be chosen? Surely there must be a large group of children inside who have lost their individuality and become absolute tools. Is the will of fire protecting the children or pushing them into the flames? If Root is deeply buried in the ground and rotten to the core, how can trees flourish and thrive? A group of hypocrites. Yu scoffed inwardly. Before his transmigration, he thought Danzō was merely a scapegoat, but now his thoughts had changed significantly. Danzō truly knew how to disgust people, and he felt even more disdain for the old man who condoned Danzō. Do they want him to join Root at 8 years old? That means he has 7 more years, which is enough time. By the way, don't go out these days unless necessary. Noara Yando, seeing that Yu was silent, thought he might have been frightened by the earlier scene. After comforting him a few words, he suddenly remembered something. Your mother told me that the village's control has been much stricter than usual these days. Many places now require passes to enter and exit. This is a bit strange. To avoid any unexpected incidents, if you don't have anything to do, don't go out. Just be patient, it will pass in a few days. Okay, Dad. Yu replied in a childish voice, but was shocked internally. It's finally coming. The Nine Tails incident is approaching. Yu thought for a moment, and said to Noera Yongdo in his tender voice, "Then Dad, you and Mom can also stay in after you come back at night. Teacher Kakashi has taught me a lot of knowledge, and I still have so much I don't understand. You and Mom have to explain it to me." "Okay, I promise you, and I will talk to your mother about it." Noera Yongdo, though puzzled by his son's request, couldn't help but smile at seeing him so eager to learn. However, the smile vanished as he caught a glimpse of the crushed armrest of the chair out of the corner of his eye. He stood up staring blankly at the yard filled with fallen leaves outside. After a while he murmured, "Autumn has arrived, the leaves are beginning to fall in droves." Is he expressing dissatisfaction with the village? Yu stood behind Noera Yongdo's broad figure, feeling a bit uncertain. He also looked at the ground outside the courtyard covered with dried leaves. However, compared to the even barer trees, he noticed that his father's head was even balder. Under the slanting rays of the sunset, Noera Yongdo's head reflected the light, brightening the room somewhat. "No wonder our house is so bright during the day." Yu's lips curled slightly. He had asked Noera Yongdo about his hair, and his father said he used to have quite a lot of brown hair. However, one year after receiving the news of his sister's sacrifice on the battlefield, he felt immense guilt for being weak and unable to protect her, disappointing his parents' expectations. In his grief and anger, he began to train obsessively day and night. However, after months of frenzied training, his strength did not increase much, but he began to lose hair in large amounts due to overexertion. Before long, he was completely bald. Now the number of strands on his head was pitifully few. He who cared about appearances wore a hat or wrapped his head with a scarf when going out. At that time, Yu wanted to tell his father, "Keep it up, Dad. Keep training like a madman. When you're completely bald, maybe you'll actually become strong." Of course, he ultimately did not say this. Noera Yongdo seemed to have noticed his son's gaze. He turned around and looked at Yu's thick hair, which could house a little bird, and then touched his own bald spot, his face reflecting a strange expression. That night the family was having dinner. Minato and Mai told Noera Yongdo about the day's events, saying that the people from Root had also come to find her. Upon hearing that they wanted her son to join Root, she immediately chased the 3 Root ninjas away without any negotiation. The impulsive choice cost the Noera family's weapon store and pharmacy more than half of their internal orders within a day. The biggest pharmacy on Shinju Street was attacked and destroyed by unknown ninjas after being forced to close, resulting in heavy losses for the store. The Konoha Security Department has already dispatched someone to investigate. Minato said in a flat tone tinged with sarcasm, "They definitely won't find any results. After all, they are ninjas that even the Uchiha clan wouldn't dare offend." "I knew it." Noera Yongdo looked at his wife, who was suppressing her emotions, and smiled helplessly. "I knew something bad would come when Root requested to hold a meeting. I didn't let you get involved, yet they still came looking for you. The outcome was something I had anticipated." Sarutobi, Shimura, Uchiha, Hyuga. None of these clans have anyone entering Root. Minako exclaimed, unable to control her emotions, snapping her chopsticks with a crack. "What do you mean by sacrificing for the village? That's a responsibility every family must bear." "Huh. Those old fools only know how to bully us who are caught in between." Yamanaka, Nara, Kimichi, those clans have people who entered Root. Noera Yongdo analyzed. However, no one from the Nara clan has been forced into Root. "Do you know why?" Minako thought for a moment and replied, "Nara Shikaku is not only the leader of the Jonin class, but also deeply trusted by the Hokage. It is said that Nara Shikaku can now be considered half an assistant to the Hokage." Noera Yongdo nodded. "Even if they aren't a prominent clan, they can still resist Danzō's orders. Our family is slightly lacking compared to the Nara family." After confirming their direction, the couple discussed ways to quickly elevate their family's status in the village. While Yu was quickly eating and pretending not to understand anything, he felt that his parents' plan was indeed quite troublesome and the chances of success were not high. In his view, there was no need to worry so much about something that was still 7 years away. Moreover, wasn't Orochimaru the same, having entered Root? He managed to leave Root unscathed. He believed that even if he were really forced in, he could still find a way to escape. However, this meant he had formed a grudge against Root and Danzō. "Damn that old man Danzō smashing up my family store, huh? I've definitely set my sights on Root. Don't expect to survive until the day you get pierced by a Canine and Susanoo. Even the Konoha F4 won't be able to save you. Sister GZ, I want another bowl." Yu thought about how the Noera family's store had been smashed, feeling like he had lost a fortune. In his anger, he ate faster than usual. While his parents were softly discussing, he quickly finished 3 large bowls of rice and handed the empty bowl to GZ, who was waiting to serve. Soon he finished the 4th bowl and began on the 5th. GZ was shocked and trembled as she went to serve rice for the young master. Yongdo and Minako, seeing their son rapidly eating the 5th bowl, were dumbfounded, unable to imagine that the child before them was only 1 year old. After finishing the 6th bowl, Yu finally felt satisfied. He gently placed the rice bowl on the dining table and said in a childish voice, "Dad, Mom, I'm full. You two enjoy your meal." Yongdo and Minako exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Noriyongo looked at Yu's back as he left the dining room and said, "Dear, maybe we should consider throwing Yu into root. I feel like our son's appetite could bankrupt that organization. Danzō will probably soon be unable to tolerate it and throw him back at us." Minako lightly nodded in agreement, speechless. Yu, on the other hand, pretended not to hear his parents' complaints and felt quite good. After a night of frantically eating, his task panel triggered again. Task completed 10. First time activating Saiyan-style eating. Character fusion rate 0.08. Obtain the item from Kakarot Rui Staff. Item Rui Stick. The Rui Stick is a weapon that the turtle sage obtained from the cat sage during his youth, and it is actually a divine artifact connecting Caring Tower and the Temple of the Gods. It is lightweight, extremely hard, and can extend and retract according to the user's will. Yu looked at the panel triggering the completed task. Aside from obtaining the Rui Stick, his integration level increased, and his basic attributes in all aspects grew as usual. This Rui Stick, if taken out in front of others, it might surprise some people, but it wouldn't raise suspicion as something not from this world. In the world of Naruto, there are many ninja tools with abilities even more bizarre than the Rui Stick. For example, those 6 Paths ninja tools left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths, each more enigmatic than the last. Now that Kakarot's weapon, the Rui Stick, has appeared, the cloud that pairs with it can't be far behind. Young Master Yu, I have already prepared hot water. Good. Take me to the bathroom. Yu enjoyed a hot bath under the service of the maid Jizi. Afterward, he went to his parents' room and began to absorb a vast amount of knowledge related to chakra and ninjas. That night passed peacefully. Yet Yu knew that this calm was merely the calm before the storm. For the next 3 nights, the nights were exceptionally tranquil. On the 4th night, as darkness fell, Yu gazed at the night sky and finally felt that today was different from the previous days. However, he couldn't quite pinpoint what was different. Perhaps it was an instinctual awareness of impending danger. He arrived early at his parents' room to receive the couple's knowledge enrichment. He had already made up his mind that once he heard any noise, he would grab his parents and run to the adjacent weapon storage where there was a concealed passage leading to the basement. He hoped that Uchiha Obito would remember that this was Rin's home and wouldn't summon the Ninetales nearby. As for considering participating in the Ninetales disturbance event, don't be ridiculous. The higher-ups in Konoha had long anticipated that Kushina would likely be attacked during childbirth. The Yambu had prepared extensively, and with the 4th Hokage guarding it, ultimately couldn't be avoided. What could a 1-year-old child do? Even if a 1-year-old Kakarot showed up, it wouldn't be enough to withstand a claw swipe from the Ninetales. 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi sat on the stone steps in front of the house, holding his tumult-hold brother. He gazed at the solitary bright full moon in the sky, frowning and murmuring, "This is a bad feeling. Why do I have this feeling? Mom and Dad aren't home right now." Seeing Sasuke in his arms starting to cry incessantly, he gently rocked him and comforted, "Be good, Sasuke, don't cry. No matter what, Big Brother will protect you." At another large house in the village, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was browsing through documents, suddenly felt an uneasy sensation. He averted his gaze from the documents and looked outside, whispering, "It shouldn't be." Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up from his seat, donned his coat, and decided to go out and check, a strange spatial vortex suddenly appeared in a small alley in the center of Konoha, and a figure wearing an orange leopard-patterned mask descended onto the ground. Under the moonlight, the masked man's black robe fluttered in the wind of the alley. He peered through the eyeholes of his mask, using his Sharingan to glance at the silent and beautiful full moon in the night sky. Then he bit his finger and slammed it down onto the ground. Black incantations spread rapidly beneath his palm as his deep, hoarse voice resounded. "Ninja art summoning technique. Come forth, Ninetales." Boom. A massive cloud of white smoke erupted, and the gale suddenly intensified several times, causing the surrounding pedestrians and residents to be blown about chaotically. When they opened their eyes again, a giant beast had appeared in the center of the village. The beast's 9 enormous tails flailed in the wind as it let out a furious roar. Roar. No way. That's the Ninetales. It's the Ninetales. Run. Many civilians felt the scene before them was incredibly surreal. After rubbing their eyes, they began to scream in terror and fled in all directions. Get to work. Ninetales. The masked man coldly stared at the blood-red eyes of the Ninetales. His Sharingan spun and began to control the Ninetales to destroy the surrounding buildings and slaughter all the humans in sight. At this moment, in the northwestern area of the village, the Nara family also heard the distant, astonishing roar of the beast. The 3 people inside the house changed their expressions dramatically. Minako reacted first, her face grim. "This cold chakra is bad, oh no. It's a tailed beast. The disaster of the tailed beast is upon us." Naruto hadn't had a chance to say anything when Yu hurriedly opened his arms, hugging his parents' thighs on either side, feigning a trembling voice, "Mom, Dad, I'm so scared. How about we go hide in the basement? Be good, Yu, don't be afraid." Yato, you take Yu and the others to the basement. Minako saw the urgency of the situation and shook off Yu's little hands. She moved toward the wardrobe, quickly saying, Yato, you're a medical ninja. You absolutely mustn't charge to the front line. Don't be impulsive and indifferent. Right now the village needs strength more than ever, and it's time for me to fulfill my responsibility. Don't worry, I won't get hurt. Don't forget, I am a jonin of the village. She changed into her green jonin vest and walked up to Yu, patting his little head. Yu, be good. Go with Dad and the others to the basement. Mom will be back soon. Yu was speechless and secretly angry. He wanted to jump up and knock his mother out with a slap. What's the difference between a jonin and a regular ninja in front of the Nine Tails? Is this really the time to play the hero? Moreover, he felt it wasn't worth such sacrifice for a village like this. Yu clenched his little fist, but ultimately didn't take action. Aside from not wanting to be seen as a monster by his parents, he judged in his heart that even if he ambushed Minako, the chance of success was low. If he accidentally got counterattacked by his mother, it would be a huge joke. Another reason was that Uchiha Obito, just as he had anticipated, whether considering this place as Rin's home or wanting the Nine Tails to cause maximum destruction, he did not summon the Nine Tails to the northwestern area. From the distant roars, it could be inferred that this area was still quite far from the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen and those main forces of the village should have arrived earlier than Minako. Danger existed, but it wouldn't be too great. After calming her son, Minako went to the weapons room, took a giant shuriken from the weapon rack, and hurriedly set off. Narayato gathered the servants, and then he took Yu and the others to the weapons room. A few of them took torches from the weapon rack and opened the secret door on the floor of the room, descending the stone steps into the basement to take refuge. The basement environment was relatively acceptable, but the sound insulation was not good. They didn't know if the tailed beast was coming this way, but everyone could faintly hear the distant beast roars, explosions, and the sounds of collapsing houses from above. The terrifying sounds persisted for a few minutes before finally fading away. All right, it should be fine now. After more than 10 minutes, without signs of renewed fighting, Narayato decided to return to the surface. When they climbed out from the stone steps, they found that the room had changed dramatically from just 10 minutes earlier. Chairs, wooden boards, and the weapon racks were all covered in thick dust. The entire room was shrouded in gloom. From this, one could see how intense the battle in the village had been. The group cleaned the room while waiting for news. Amidst their anxious waiting, after a few minutes, the head of the Nara family, Imai Minako, finally returned. She appeared at the door of the weapons room, and her appearance was a stark contrast to the spirited person she had been before leaving. Exhausted, her clothes were stained with undried blood. She stepped into the room, shook her head at everyone. Don't worry, I'm fine. The blood on my clothes is from others. The invading tailed beast is the Nine Tails, which has already been resealed by Lord Hokage. However, she paused and continued, the fourth's couple sacrificed themselves in the process. Aside from Yu, everyone else was immensely shocked, momentarily left speechless. This brutal battle ultimately even cost the fourth Hokage of the village his life. Thank you for your hard work. It's my turn to step in now. You can rest easy. Narayato stepped forward, patted his wife's shoulder, and then he hurriedly left the house with his medical kit. For an entire night, Narayato worked at the Konoha hospital, returning only when the sun rose at 6 in the morning. After taking a shower and sleeping for another 3 or 4 hours, he hurriedly ate something and rushed back to Konoha hospital. This determination left Yu somewhat perplexed. He felt that since Narayato had dissatisfaction with the village, there was no need to exert himself like this. However, upon careful thought, he comprehended the reason. Konoha was, after all, the place where his parents had grown up, a sentiment entirely different from his own, having lived here for only a year. In the following days, Yu hardly saw his parents, as they were busy with numerous tasks such as attending funerals, treating the injured post-disaster reconstruction, and strengthening the defense after the war, while his teacher Kakashi Hitaki was completely out of sight. He could only focus his energy on practicing Kakarot's techniques and improving his character integration level. It took a full 10 days for the aftermath of this event that shook the ninja world to gradually settle. On the night of the 11th day, during dinner, the couple finally had time to gather for a meal and chat, exchanging some information they had gathered during this time. Minako spoke first, saying, that night when I arrived, I saw from a distance the blood-red Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes. So it was true. Narayato was both shocked and angry, clenching his large fists as he exclaimed, rumor has it that the Nine Tails was summoned to the village by the Uchiha clan's power. I mistakenly thought it was just a scheme to frame the Uchiha, but unexpectedly, it was indeed those Uchiha people who did it. Yu paused in his hurried eating, glancing at his father, who seemed to think he knew the whole truth. He considered that in the future he should keep his distance from this father. Such a level of intelligence might drag him down. Minako was not surprised by her husband's thoughts. Yato, do you really believe the truth is as simple as that? Are there other hidden truths? Is it not true that the ninja world does not have only the Uchiha clan with Sharingan? Besides, the Uchiha clan Kakashi also possesses Sharingan. However, that night Kakashi happened to be on vacation strolling the streets with Guy. It couldn't have been him. Now, most people believe this incident is closely related to the Uchiha clan, which is the most puzzling part. Yato, think about it. If the Uchiha wanted to harm the village, then why were they all at the clan's territory that night? No other actions. Well, perhaps they were being watched by Root. The Root ninjas only arrived after the incident occurred. Danzō ordered all Uchiha clan members to stay in their territory and not to go out during that time. Otherwise, we could have better controlled the Nine Tails. Perhaps the fourth Hokage wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself. After listening to his wife's analysis, Yato gradually calmed down. He frowned. There are indeed many issues with this. But who could be behind the scenes controlling the Nine Tails to attack the village? Root. I heard that Root suffered no losses this time, while the Umbu suffered heavy casualties after being attacked by that mysterious masked man. It seems Danzō is about to ascend to the Hokage position. Or is it Orochimaru whom he supports? Could it be Jiraiya who has no intention of becoming Hokage? None of those, you're mistaken. Minato gently shook her head and said, although the third Hokage has stepped down, he still holds immense influence over the village. After the fourth sacrifice, the Hokage position is vacant. The information I've received says the third will soon return to take charge of the village. Yahara widened his eyes in disbelief. That shouldn't be right. The third announced his resignation due to the responsibility of the third Great Ninja War, and it's only been a short while since then. Moreover, there has never been a precedent for a former Hokage to return to power. It simply doesn't happen in the entire ninja world. This topic was even more sensitive. Minako was unwilling to say more about it, and lowered her head to eat in silence. Yato also fell silent, and both husband and wife began to sense the taste of power struggles. The third had willingly given up the Hokage position to Minato, presumably because Minato was the disciple of his closest student Jiraiya, whose nature was relatively easy to influence and control. Now, if ambitious Danzō or the already estranged Orochimaru were to rise to power, the situation would be entirely different. Rather than this, it would be better for him to step back into the arena himself. Subsequently, the couple's conversation shifted back to Danzō and Root. That night, under Danzō's orders, Root did not appear at the scene of the Nine Tails chaos, preserving their strength intact. Meanwhile, the Umbu suffered significant losses compounded by the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife, who had good relations with them. As a result, the couple worried that Root would exert even greater pressure on them, forcing them to agree to let you join Root when he turns 8. You listen with indifference. However, as he heard his parents discussing this, he felt a sense of discomfort in his heart. He was frustrated that due to his young age, he was unable to participate in certain matters. For example, regarding the Nine Tails incident, merely being a bystander did not feel good. However, he was only 1 year old. Even if he displayed extraordinary talent and maturity beyond his peers, he would still need 6 or 7 years before he could participate in significant matters without being regarded as a monster. This wait felt far too long, and he couldn't continue hiding in a dark training room to practice. As a Saiyan warrior, it was completely unreasonable to have not experienced a battle during his early growth. Kakarot had always grown stronger through combat. If he wanted to perfectly merge and become Kakarot, he would certainly need to undergo a multitude of battles. Considering all these factors, he knew he had to come up with some strategies. So how could he engage in numerous battles in advance without being regarded as a monster? Should he wear a mask like Uchiha Obito? A mask can only hide one's face. It is not a perfect means of concealing one's identity. After a few seconds, you had a better idea. In the Dragon Ball world, the strength was powerful and pure, either through physical confrontation or collective efforts against waves. However, the power in the Naruto world is ever-changing. That rank ninjutsu, transformation jutsu, could help him achieve his goal. He had learned in detail from Kakashi that ninjutsu is categorized based on the difficulty of training, while the power of ninjutsu varies depending on the individual. The rank ninjutsu, transformation jutsu, is generally easily mastered by ninjas, and experienced ninjas can easily see through it. However, this is only the general case. In the ninja world, some ninjas have exceptional mastery of transformation jutsu. Even if they are just chunin or genin after using the technique, even some jonin's keen eyes and experience might struggle to see through it. Of course, if they encounter sensory-type ninjas, it would be a different story. You remembered that in the original work, Jiraiya ventured alone into the Rain Village to gather intelligence on Akatsuki. Initially, he used transformation jutsu for reconnaissance, and he was not discovered while wandering around Rain Village for quite some time. If it weren't for Pain's Rain Tiger decapitation technique, Jiraiya might have safely brought the information back to Konoha. Moreover, within the ninja world, there are even stronger transformation abilities like White Zetsu's substitution technique, which allows them to absorb another's chakra and then transform into an identical chakra figure. Even the most familiar person or sensory-type ninja would be unable to recognize it. This all indicates that the path of transformation jutsu is feasible. His transformation jutsu does not need to be as powerful as White Zetsu's substitution technique, it just needs to disguise his original identity. Even if others know he is using transformation jutsu, they wouldn't have to know he is Harano Yuu, which is entirely possible. Of course, before learning and improving his transformation technique, he must first learn more fundamental skills. For example, to refine chakra within his body. As luck would have it, 3 days later in the morning, Hatake Kakashi visited the Yahara family. After chatting with Yahara Yato for a while, and about to leave, Kakashi suddenly remembered he had a disciple here. He called Yuu out from the room and took him to a courtyard filled with fallen leaves. Leaning against a large white rock, he said to Yuu, "Yuu, it's about time. It's time to teach you how to refine chakra. Do you remember what chakra is?" Yuu nodded his little head and said in a tender voice, "Chakra is a special energy generated by the perfect fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy." Kakashi nodded approvingly and explained the origins of physical energy and spiritual energy. Physical energy is produced by the body's 130 trillion cells, while spiritual energy is obtained and enhanced through training and exercise. Even a newborn baby has a little of both. Thus, even though Yuu is only 1 year old, he completely meets the conditions for preliminary chakra refinement. Next, Kakashi taught Yuu the method of chakra refinement. Following his instructions, Yuu extracted energy from within his body, coordinating his spiritual energy with his physical energy. After 10 minutes, Yuu opened his eyes and said to Kakashi, "I'm ready." "Ready for what?" "I've refined chakra. Don't lie to me." "I'm not." Kakashi thought the child had learned to lie to adults and wanted to adopt a stern demeanor to teach Yuu the importance of honesty. However, seeing him adamantly deny it, he suspiciously raised the forehead protector covering his left eye, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan. The blood-colored eye spun as he examined Yuu's internal condition, and he was astonished to discover a trace of chakra flowing through Yuu's veins. He really had refined chakra. Kakashi recalled that when he first refined chakra, he was half a year older than Yuu, and it took him more than 10 hours. This child did it in 10 minutes. The villagers had always called him a genius boy, so what does that make you? You noticed that after Kakashi activated his Sharingan, he fell into deep thought, staring blankly. He wondered if he had been too fast. Actually, Yuu found the process of extracting chakra, according to Kakashi's method, to be overly complicated and exhausting. Why must one extract physical energy from 130 trillion cells before combining it with spiritual energy? Physical energy. Does he not only possess this within him, but perhaps in abundance? The chi within him is merely a pure form of energy generated by his body. Isn't it redundant to extract energy from cells? Can chi not be combined directly with that spiritual force? Driven by curiosity, Yuu attempted it, and soon found that the combination went quite smoothly with a perfectly balanced ratio. Within just a few minutes, he sensed another peculiar energy within him. That stream of energy flowed quietly within him. It was chakra. "What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei?" It's nothing. You possess exceptional talent in chakra extraction. Is this what you call talent? Does that mean the amount of chakra in my body will be substantial in the future? That's hard to say. The amount of chakra a ninja possesses is influenced by many factors, including bloodline, inheritance, talent, and personal diligence. Given your talent and your parents' legacy, it seems likely that the amount of chakra you will have in the future should not be less than mine. Yuu thought to himself, if my chakra amount is merely equivalent to yours, that would be quite inadequate. Kakashi, you are the most renowned chakra-deficient ninja in the ninja world. Using your Sharingan once leaves you bedridden for a week. If I were the same, it would be a monumental embarrassment. Seeing that Yuu seemed unimpressed by his praise, Kakashi scratched his slightly disheveled silver hair. After this encounter, he felt that he could no longer fathom what this 1-year-old child was thinking. He could no longer view Yuu as just a toddler. This extraordinary maturity reminded him of another child in the village, the now 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi. At 2, Uchiha Itachi mastered the family's ninjutsu fire release, Great Fireball. By 3, he exhibited exceptional shuriken skills, and at 4, he had witnessed the brutalities of the Third Great Ninja War. It was evident that Uchiha Itachi was an outstanding prodigy of the Uchiha clan, but unfortunately, he was said to be overly mature in thought and taciturn, struggling to communicate with others, making him seem particularly isolated among children. What fate awaits Uchiha Itachi as a ninja? And what about Yuu's future? Kakashi was uncertain, but he knew there could be significant differences in their futures. Yet he had a vague feeling that Uchiha Itachi's path might not be smooth sailing, that he could fall into darkness or bear immense burdens. Yuu, however, should not tread the same lonely path as Uchiha Itachi. From several casual conversations with Noara Yando, he gathered some information. Yuu was not only not taciturn, but sometimes quite talkative, and even liked to mumble to himself. Moreover, Yuu sometimes exhibited peculiar behavior, suddenly exclaiming a phrase "Wokeo." The pronunciation of that phrase was strange. Yando, Minako, and Kiko did not understand it, and were unaware of its meaning. This indicated that Yu Yu was certainly not as reclusive as Uchiha Itachi. This aspect was quite good. With these thoughts in mind, Kakashi felt satisfied with his current disciple. Since Yu Yu had effortlessly grasped chakra extraction, he decided to significantly accelerate the pace of this child's training. He began teaching Yu Yu how to better control chakra, how to utilize it to enhance physical agility and defense. Additionally, at Yu Yu's strong request, Kakashi taught him how to form hand seals along with the simplest rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. Today's teaching session was particularly long, and Kakashi ended up having lunch at the Noara household. As the bright orange sun was about to sink behind the western mountains, Kakashi declared the day's lessons over. Before leaving, he asked a burning question in his mind. Yu Yu, what does the word you often shout Wokeo mean? Why is everyone so curious? Yu Yu internally complained, feeling that his occasional slip of the tongue had drawn curiosity. It was one thing for his parents and Kiko to be curious, but why did Kakashi also need to know? Didn't he know that curiosity kills the cat? If this phrase spread and people guessed its meaning, it would tarnish his glorious image. Yu Yu blinked his adorable big eyes. I don't really know. Sometimes I just feel unwell and can't help but say it. Is it a word that expresses something akin to pain? Like a forced Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. I understand now. Yu Yu, will meet again another day. He jumped onto the courtyard wall, preparing to leave, when he suddenly muttered Wokeo. Yu Yu gazed at the spot where Kakashi had vanished, shaking his head after a while. After dinner, Yu Yu returned to his room alone. He began practicing chakra extraction in his room. This time, in just 3 minutes, 2 lines of text appeared on the panel before him, and his mind heard a voice detected the existence of chakra from the Naruto world within you, enabling the chakra and jutsu module. Note, this module will only digitize your chakra and ninjutsu power system. The character fusion system will not provide any other assistance. Oi, please work hard. After these 2 lines of text appeared and then vanished, you noticed that the panel indeed had an additional module which contained only 2 items: chakra amount and ninjutsu of the Naruto world. Chakra amount 66, far from comparable to the most ordinary ninjas. Ninjutsu of the Naruto world, shadow clone technique LV014100, not yet initiated. Substitution technique LV010100, not yet initiated. Transformation technique LV017100, not yet initiated. What use are these things? Yu Yu looked at the data on the panel, feeling a bit uncertain. After observing for a while, his eyes brightened, and he decided to try the idea in his mind. He stood firm, formed hand seals, and exclaimed, shadow clone technique. Boom. As the smoke dissipated, a small figure about 5 to 6 centimeters tall appeared on the ground. A little Yu Yu. Little Yu Yu looked at the towering Yu Yu beside him, momentarily lost in confusion. Indeed, the shadow clone technique had failed. He had not initiated it. Your experience in shadow clone technique has increased by 1. Once more, boom. Another little Yu Yu appeared. Your experience in shadow clone technique has increased by 1. Boom. Your experience in shadow clone technique has increased by 1. Your experience in shadow clone technique has increased by 1. Your experience in shadow clone technique has increased by 2. Your experience in shadow clone technique has increased by 2. Yu Yu nodded to himself, as he had anticipated the system would not enhance his skills through fusion and tasks like Kakarot skills. However, during the training process, the experience still displayed an increase in numbers. This essentially pointed him towards a more accurate direction in his ninjutsu training. 1 point versus 2 points in training results. Naturally, the latter's training would progress faster. Hence, he naturally abandoned the former training method and embraced the latter. Yu Yu thought with the help of digitized systems, his speed in ninjutsu training would significantly increase. Truly divine assistance. No, the system practically gave him a cheat. A day later, he had already advanced the shadow clone technique to LV2. LV0 is not yet initiated. LV1 is having seen the threshold for initiation, while LV2 is barely initiated. 2 weeks flew by. Yu Yu had raised the shadow clone technique to LV4, initiated with some success. On this night, the some success, Yu Yu eagerly began to validate the results of his recent training, forming hand seals and exclaiming transformation technique. Boom. He transformed into the plump, middle-aged butler Daifuku, then strutted towards the door with a little belly. The 2 guards at the entrance glanced at him and nodded, allowing him to pass. Success. He had deceived these 2 genuine ninjas. Yu Yu secretly rejoiced, thinking he could play outside for a while. However, he had barely enjoyed 3 seconds of happiness when Minako, who was strolling in the courtyard, suspiciously glanced outside. Her eyes widened, and she quickly ran over, grasping the butler by the collar and lifting him up. Boom. The transformation effect faded, revealing Yu Yu's small child body and his slightly gloomy little face. Where do you think you're going at this late hour? Minako hurriedly pulled her son back, coldly snorting, "You think you can fool me, a jonin, with such poor transformation skills?" However, at this moment, she was far more surprised than she appeared. A few days ago, Kakashi had informed her that Yu possessed the highest talent he had ever seen in ninjutsu training. He mentioned that he would be visiting more frequently. At that time, she thought Kakashi was just flattering her, or that his experience was lacking. But tonight, just from a glance in the courtyard, she was taken aback by her son. As she passed by the two guards, red-faced and utterly embarrassed, Minako did not scold them. Being deceived by such a small child with a transformation technique was indeed a ninja's shame, but her son was no ordinary child. It was completely understandable. Minako returned to the yard and set down Yu, who she was holding. She flicked her middle finger lightly on her son's forehead, a playful reprimand for his mischief. "Yu, I heard from Jeezy that you've been busy with debating lately." "Mom, that's not debating, but it's called lifting weights. Sister Jeezy is still too young and inexperienced." Minako's expression was quite peculiar, thinking to herself, how can this little rascal barely over a year old criticize an 11-year-old girl for being too young? This child has such high talent in ninjutsu. Why does he have to spend so much time on physical training? And why does he always wear that strange orange training outfit with the turtle symbol? Do you think you're my guy? The proud orange beast of Konoha. It's truly a headache. Minako sighed. "Well, let's leave it to Kakashi." After a detailed discussion with Kakashi that day, the Noera couple reached an agreement between the three of them. Kakashi would be solely responsible for the foundational training of Yu at first, and only after that could the couple intervene. After all, Kakashi Hatake graduated from the Ninja Academy at age 5, became a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin at 12. It seems that the teaching methods of the Hatake family in the early stages are more effective than their own. Under Minako's stern request, Yu obediently returned to his room. Minako stood in the quiet yard, watching Yu's retreating figure, reflecting on her son's unexpected talent in ninjutsu. There was little joy on her face. Instead, she felt a sense of unease. If Root were to find out about this, they would probably go to great lengths to recruit Yu. The fourth Hokage and his wife both sacrificed themselves during the Nine Tails incident, and Lady Tsunade has been away from the village for years. Among those familiar with them, only Kakashi Hatake has the ability to influence the higher-ups in Konoha. Should I ask Kakashi tomorrow? However, it is strange. In the past, Kakashi, who rarely visited their home, would just give a perfunctory greeting even if they happened to meet on the road. Ever since Rin sacrificed herself on the battlefield, Kakashi's attitude towards them has completely changed. Could it be? Minako thought to herself, could it be that Rin entrusted something to Kakashi before her death? For example, to take care of that somewhat silly older brother. Rin. Minako recalled that gentle and lovely girl, feeling a deep sadness. If only Rin were still here, she would surely be delighted to know she had a cute nephew. The next day, although Kakashi was late again for helping an old lady cross the road, he still came as promised. After chatting with the Noera couple for a while, Kakashi noticed that after several days of gloomy weather, today was quite nice, with the winter sun shining brightly over the land of Konoha. Such weather attracted a lot of people outdoors. This was also a suitable time for communication. Kakashi, under the pretext of strengthening Yu's bond with the village children, wanted to take him out for a stroll. Bonds. I don't want to bond with others. I don't want to go out. Yu protested, shaking his little head like a rattle drum, refusing to go outside with him. Kakashi didn't say much. He simply walked over and picked up the struggling Yu and went out. A few minutes later, carrying the now compliant Yu, Kakashi arrived at the base of the large tree in the village center. As he had anticipated, a crowd had gathered at the tree's base, all enjoying the rare warmth of the winter sun. After years of turmoil from the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha was experiencing a new baby boom. Kakashi spotted many familiar faces in the crowded gathering: Nara Shikaku Akimichi, Choza Yamanaka Inoichi, as well as oil girl Shiho Hyuga Hizashi Inazuka Tsum, and Uchiha Makoto. Just like him, they were either holding infants or accompanied by toddlers. Kakashi noticed that Yu seemed uninterested in the other children his age, with his little head drooping sadly, showing no interest in bonds or anything of the sort. Kakashi wanted to introduce Yu to those kids, but after scanning the area, he felt somewhat awkward. Though he knew the village's ninjas, their interactions were minimal. Who should he greet? It's a familiar face: Noera Kurinai, his classmate, and also the protector of his teacher Minato Namikaze. The infant in his arms is... Kakashi walked over to the ninja, wearing a blue hat and holding a kunai in his mouth. Hey Kurinai, I can't believe you already have a child. Noera Kurinai had a few black lines on his forehead. What nonsense are you talking about, Kakashi? I'm only 15. Besides, would you not know if I had a child? This is my brother's daughter, my niece. He then turned to Yu. This child must be the little Yu from the Noera family you've mentioned, right? Oh, and what is this little guy's name? I haven't named my daughter yet. A young man who looked somewhat similar to Noera Kurinai, also wearing a blue hat, approached. It was Kurinai's brother Noera Yuen. He took the girl from his brother's arms, playfully teasing her, and said, "Today we have to come up with a satisfactory name. Kakashi, with your genius you must have good ideas, right?" Well, that's a heavy responsibility. I'm not sure I can help. Brother Kakashi is just a genius ninja, not a genius at naming, so don't put him in a difficult position. Yu looked at the adorable baby in Noera Yuin's arms with big round eyes, and a mischievous idea popped into his mind. He shook Kakashi's arm and said in a baby voice, "Kakashi-sensei, I have an idea." The three looked down at the little boy just over a year old, and Kakashi rolled his eyes. "Yu, please don't cause trouble for me, okay?" Yu said, "Let's call her Mai, how about that?" Noera Mai. The three of them were momentarily taken aback. The name was catchy and poetic, and more importantly, it was particularly suitable for a girl. This child, Yu, surprisingly had a talent for this kind of thing. After repeating the name a few times in their minds and sharing a smile, Noera Kurinai immediately made the decision. Mai, that's the name. Noera Mai. Haha, little daughter, you'll be called Noera Mai. Do you like it? Yay? Yay. The baby girl, now named Noera Mai, waved her little hands in the air, babbling excitedly, seemingly a bit impatient. Little Mai seems so happy, Yu said with a silly grin, completely oblivious to the repercussions. The Noera brothers looked at their dancing daughter-niece, both nodding in agreement with his statement. However, Kakashi sensed something amiss from Yu's grin. He could tell the boy might be up to something. Is there a problem with the name? Where's the problem? There shouldn't be. Am I overthinking it? Uncle, can I hold little Mai? Of course. Kakashi's gaze shifted to the large tree square, filled with new life. He thought that in another decade or so the children growing up would surely usher in a new golden age for Konoha. At that time, who among these outstanding ninjas would stand out the most? Uchiha Hyuga, or? Kakashi's gaze returned to Yu, who was holding a baby. At that moment, the morning sun shone on the grinning Yu. Kakashi wondered if it was just his imagination, but to him Yu's usual cute tiger teeth looked sharper, resembling a little demon from myth and legend. Will this generation be trampled under Yu's feet? Kakashi Hitaki suddenly had an inexplicable thought. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away from the tree square on the rooftop of the Hokage building, the aging third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood at the edge of the rooftop, smoking a pipe, gazing at the densely packed crowd below the large tree. Behind him stood a member of the Umbu. The Umbu ninja was also holding a baby boy who had striking yellow hair and facial markings resembling 6 whiskers. This was Konoha's new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the legacy of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, Uzumaki Naruto. The Umbu on the left bent slightly and said, "Hokage-sama Danzo-sama just sent another letter urging us not to have too much contact with Uzumaki Naruto, or it may expose Naruto's identity as the son of the 4th Hokage to the public. It's best to hand Naruto over to Root. You tell Danzo that I am the Hokage." Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the new generation on the square, feeling his mood, which had been dampened by Danzo, gradually lifting. One generation passes down to the next. This is our Konoha's will of fire. Wherever Konoha dances, the fire will continue to thrive. The flames will illuminate the village and help the new trees sprout. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the square, causing Yu to sneeze. He irritably looked in the direction of Konoha, thinking to himself that it must be that old dog Danzo plotting against him again. Damn it, I need to work harder and strive to take down that old man as soon as possible. Yu, let's go back. Half an hour later, Kakashi took Yu back. After returning, Yu set a small goal for himself, to become a Hokage by age 10. This goal might scare quite a few people, but for him, who had special abilities, he felt it wasn't a difficult target. After that, Yu immersed himself in his growth wholeheartedly. Time flew by, and over a year later one day, when Yu triggered a new task, he acquired a new Goku skill, Spirit Bomb 100, a technique created by Master Roshi and Master Crane to defeat the Demon King Piccolo, a powerful move that can seal away insurmountable evil forces. LV1 currently at a very low level. Using it will exhaust one to death. The Demon Seal Wave. A sealing technique created by the Master Wutai Do of the Turtle Sage and Crane Sage used to seal the mighty Demon King Bick. It's reminiscent of early techniques in Dragon Ball. Yu sat in a chair in his room reminiscing about the plot of Dragon Ball. The Demon Seal Wave had been used by many characters to combat enemies, but its success rate was rather low. Moreover, the key point is that this technique is a one-way ticket to death. In comparison, this technique is less effective than those that result in mutual destruction with the enemy. Mutual destruction means everyone dies, while the Demon Seal Wave could potentially seal the enemy, but guarantees the user's death. This technique is utterly useless, too useless indeed. Moreover, he has no noble ambition to sacrifice himself for the world's salvation. This skill is worthless. No, that doesn't seem right, not at all. Yu looked at the more detailed text introduction of the Demon Seal Wave on the panel, furrowing his brow as he pondered seriously. After a while, his brows gradually relaxed as he realized that he had completely underestimated the potential of this technique. Firstly, the demon seal wave does not necessarily result in the user's death. Currently, it is merely because of his low level leading to excessive consumption, causing him to exhaust himself to death after use. This is a completely upgradable skill, and he believes it could eventually reach the level of a common technique, like the Turtle School's Kamehameha, just like the Turtle Sage did in the later stages of Dragon Ball. Secondly, in the world of ninjas, besides ninjutsu illusion techniques and physical techniques, there are also sealing techniques. However, many sealing techniques have thresholds and training difficulties that are extraordinarily high compared to other more widely applicable techniques. Of course, the threat posed by mastered sealing techniques is also quite terrifying. He remembers that the land of whirlpools was ultimately destroyed due to the fear of sealing techniques from various countries. Under Kakashi's guidance, he had attempted to practice sealing techniques. However, he found that even with his advantage, his training speed in most sealing techniques was exceedingly slow, prompting him to temporarily halt his efforts. Currently, he only possesses the ability to seal items into scrolls. If he can successfully master the Demon Seal Wave, it will undoubtedly become his strongest sealing ability, a powerful skill beyond his various waves. Perhaps in the future, he could seal those immortal-tailed beasts or the legendary boss Otsutsuki Kagaya. Moreover, he vaguely feels that once he elevates the Demon Seal Wave to a higher level, it may enhance his proficiency in sealing techniques, potentially allowing the two skills to mutually promote each other. Transformation Technique Bang. After transforming into the likeness of his father, he pushed the door open and walked into the front hall. At this moment, Jizi was sitting on a chair, propping herself up on the table, dozing off. She woke up in surprise upon hearing the noise, and seeing it was the head of the household, Yuen Yongdo, she stood up in a fluster, her face flushed, stammering, "Why, young master, too?" It's nothing." Yuen Yongdo mimicked his father's uniquely gentle tone. Cough. "Jizi, I just went into the room to check on Yu. This child has fallen asleep from exhaustion due to his training. Don't disturb him until dinner time." Okay. Seeing that the head of the household did not pursue her for dozing off, Jizi hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yu nodded at her and walked out of the house, heading towards the courtyard gate. The two guards standing at the gate were no longer the previous two ninjas. Those two had resigned in frustration after being deceived by Yu's transformation technique multiple times. Now 2 different sets of guards had replaced them. Clearly, the guards before him were no different from the previous ninjas, completely oblivious to any issues with the current head of the household, allowing Yu to swagger out. Yu transformed back into his original appearance in a small alley on the street. A proud smile appeared on his youthful face. He felt quite satisfied with his transformation technique. "First, I need to buy a rice cooker." Yu walked out of the dark alley and arrived at an appliance store on the main street. Under the shopkeeper's curious gaze, Yu selected the cheapest one. However, after successfully sealing the rice cooker into his portable scroll in an empty alley, he began to worry about who he would use it on. But soon he had an idea. Yu bought a bunch of binding ropes and cloth in that commercial street, then hurried back to the alley, rushing towards a stray dog there and easily subduing and binding the large yellow dog. A few minutes later, Yu arrived at the back mountain of the ninja school. Seeing that there was no one around, he let the large yellow dog down. Then he took out the rice cooker from the sealing scroll. After completing all the preparations, Yu took a deep breath, spread his hands wide, and began to cast the Demon Seal Wave at the large yellow dog in front of him. Instantly, the surrounding space twisted and transformed into eerie green waves, creating a scene reminiscent of a green hell. Woo woo woo. The large yellow dog struggled desperately, but could not break free from the bindings, only able to whimper loudly. Your Demon Seal Wave skill experience, 1. Your Demon Seal Wave skill experience, 1. Your Demon Seal Wave skill experience, 1. In just 3 seconds, Yu could no longer hold on and withdrew the power of the Demon Seal Wave. An increase of 3 points in experience. Yu's gaze fell on the panel, and he found this progress completely acceptable. He then looked at the terrified large yellow dog on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, and grinned. "Then it'll trouble you for a bit." As sunset approached, Yu successfully raised the level of the Demon Seal Wave to LV2. A week later, Yu, having raised the Demon Seal Wave to LV4, finally managed to seal a large yellow dog into the rice cooker using his limited chi. In the small forest behind the ninja school, Yu looked down at the rice cooker on the ground. The large yellow dog, after being sealed inside, had shrunk to a fraction of its size, with a large amount of green chi swirling and rotating around it, immobilizing the dog, which could only look at Yu with fear and pleading in its eyes. Finally succeeded. Yu gasped slightly. Even though the high-level Demon Seal Wave consumed less chi, it was still tiring. But thankfully, as he wished, the high-level Demon Seal Wave had been successfully executed, and he would undoubtedly have ample room for further improvement. Yu affixed the yellow talisman he had prepared earlier onto the rice cooker, then stuffed it into the bushes and left the small forest. The next day, upon returning, he found the rice cooker intact, and lifted the lid. The large yellow dog lay weakly at the bottom of the pot. Sealing just one dog isn't much. I need to raise it to a very high level. At that point, once I cast it, I could seal anyone. Yuu reached into the rice cooker with his left hand, took the yellow dog out, and tossed it to the ground. Watching the dog dizzy and weak from hunger stagger away, he nodded to himself. A month later, Yuu had raised the demon seal wave to LV6, and he could easily seal any dog in the village with the technique. However, on this day, while he was out on the street looking for his next sealing target, he suddenly felt a tremor in the ground. The shocked pedestrians turned to see a large number of dogs charging at them from around the corner, kicking up dust. Woof, woof, woof. The pack of dogs howled fiercely as they charged towards Yuu. Damn it! Yuu cursed and immediately took off running. The pack of dogs dashed through the astonished crowd on the street, racing to chase him. What did this kid do? Dozens of dogs are chasing him. He couldn't have disturbed their den, could he? Yeah, it's really strange. He seems like the public enemy of all the dogs in the village. But this kid runs really fast. Even so many dogs can't catch up to him. The crowd on the street stared in disbelief. They had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. What? Is this really possible? Yuu, unable to think further, quickly resumed the appearance of a naive and simple-minded child as a servant walked in. The servant did not notice anything unusual arranging the fruits on the dining table before leaving again. After seeing the servant leave, Yuu considered going to the kitchen to get another specially made bowl from the Yuen family, but he felt this was risky. Remembering that there was still one in his room that hadn't been taken, he jumped off the chair and quickly ran back to his room. When he returned, he had already put the other iron bowl back in its place. Yuu decided not to eat anymore and jogged back to the adjacent hall, comfortably lying in the movable crib to prevent any more unexpected incidents. While waiting for the adults to return, Yuu looked at the skill section, and it no longer displayed none. Skydance Art LV1100, a secret technique of the crane immortal flow that allows one to escape the gravitational pull of the earth and fly in the air. Using it consumes 18 points of chi and some stamina per second, and the speed is slow. Note skills can be upgraded by completing tasks and through self-cultivation to gain experience points. The higher the level, the stronger the skill. Is this Skydance Art? Yuu recalled that Kakarot's flying ability was introduced early in the Dragon Ball story, but it was still after the Kamehameha. The first skill the system taught him was Skydance Art. That means the skills he acquires later are not arranged in the order Kakarot obtained them. This is good news for him, because among all of Kakarot's skills aside from the highly unlikely Super Saiyan transformation, the ability he coveted the most was the skill of instant transmission. If he learned instant transmission, it would not only greatly enhance his ability to respond to danger, but he could also go anywhere in the ninja world outside of Konoha. However, he learned that Kakarot's instant transmission was learned from the Yard Rats after he could transform into a Super Saiyan. If he were to really go in order, that would be too far down the line. This is great. It indicates that the time to acquire instant transmission won't be at the end. Skydance Art. Yuu gazed at the few lines of explanation for this skill. It was just the first skill he acquired, but this ability is quite outstanding in the whole ninja world. From what he understood, there are very few ninjas capable of flight in the entire ninja world. After upgrading this skill, it would significantly improve his reconnaissance ability in the air. While he was checking the panel, a group of people had already walked into the courtyard. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, clad in a ceremonial robe, visited with his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, who still held the bowl that had ambushed her. A group of Umbu ninjas landed in the courtyard, watching their surroundings vigilantly. As for the others, Tsunade and Kakashi, two outsiders, found it quite amusing that the Hokage's wife had been ambushed with a bowl. Meanwhile, his parents felt quite awkward and immediately had the butler investigate the ambush incident upon their return. Of course, this matter would definitely not yield any results. One reason is that there are several ninjas among their servants, and at least 7 could easily wield a bowl without any evidence of committing the crime. Secondly, the culprit was someone they would never have expected, who was currently lounging in the crib. Thirdly, Kushina, being an elite jonin of the village, would not have been successfully ambushed by a bull. It merely startled her, and being magnanimous, she let the matter pass. This unexpected episode did not hinder their pleasant conversation in the hall. Yuu listened attentively. This visit by the Hokage to the Yuen family was not for any particularly significant reason. One reason was to check on his disciple Yuen Rin's elder brother and his frail son, and the second was to invite Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 Sannin, who had not returned to the village for a long time and had often found reasons to avoid him. As one of the legendary 3 Sannin, Tsunade was not only a high-level combat force for Konoha Village, but also an absolute pillar of the entire village's medical system. Many developments of medications, complex surgical procedures, and training of medical ninjas depended on her. However, ever since her brother Nawaki and boyfriend Dan died on the battlefield, Tsunade developed a troubling fear of blood, leading her to a decline, becoming addicted to gambling and alcohol. This was quite a significant loss for Konoha Village. Listening to the new fourth Hokage Minato sincerely persuading her, Tsunade felt calm and unperturbed. She had heard these words so often that they had become tiresome. Compared to this, she found it much more interesting to play with the adorable little Yuyo beside the crib. Seeing that she was completely uninterested, Minato had no choice but to temporarily change the subject. He shifted from the heavy topic to lighthearted, everyday chatter. As Yuyo listened, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He looked at Kushina, who was wearing a relatively loose dark red dress. Kushina was asking her mother about pregnancy and childbirth, and others might think that the Hokage couple had ideas about having children. But he understood that it was because the Ninetales Jinchuriki Kushina was pregnant. That meant the event known as the Ninetales Rampage, which shook the entire ninja world, was approaching. He knew that Konoha Village suffered tremendous losses during this incident, with many ninjas and villagers perishing. Would his family be affected? This was an extremely dangerous event. He was still just a half-year-old infant, and even though he had awakened the Saiyan bloodline, he could do nothing. Rin's nephew Yuyo, right? After chatting for a while, they approached the crib again. Minato's smile was warm and sunny as he said, "Indeed, he looks just like Rin, so adorable. Yes, he's starting to look more like me too." Yuyu and Yando, whose head had very few hair strands left, also smiled and reached down to stroke Yuyu's thick hair. When he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the others, he paused for a moment and then touched the few unsightly brown hairs on his own head, explaining seriously, "I used to have a lot of hair too, just like my sister with her brown hair. Yuyo doesn't look much like me." Unlike her husband Yando, who was bursting with confidence, Minako was somewhat dissatisfied with Yuyo, feeling a bit regretful. If only Yuyu's hair were red like mine. Red hair. Yuyo thought to himself that if everything went smoothly in the future, and if he fused with a late stage or near late stage Kakarot, then his hair would have the ability to change many colors: black, yellow, white, blue, red. There might not be enough colors. Rather than appearance, I care more about Yuyu's future as a ninja. Minato also noticed Yuyu's unusually black and thick hair and smiled slightly. Inheriting the family's medical knowledge while also mastering Minako's shuriken techniques and fire techniques, his future is limitless. Yuyo will definitely become an outstanding ninja who inherits our will of fire when he grows up. Hearing the fourth Hokage's generous praise of Yuyo, the others were somewhat surprised. Minato had always been very sincere in his speech, disliking insincere flattery. These words must come from his true thoughts. Did the Hokage really think so highly of Yuyu's future? This is great news. Compared to the surprise of others, Yuyo glanced at forever flirting girl and felt disdain in his heart. The earlier part was fine, but what was this will of fire nonsense? To him, it was just a tool for Konoha Village to brainwash ninjas into self-sacrifice. If the will of fire were really as great as they claimed, they wouldn't send a bunch of children just a few years old to the battlefield. The very purpose of establishing the village was to protect the children, yet you throw them into the harsh battlefield early. This makes no sense at all. As he thought about this, Yuyu's impression of the sunny smiling Minato also dropped significantly. He mused to himself that the so-called will of fire involved the first planting trees, the second watering them, the third playing tricks, the fourth flirting with girls, the fifth gambling, the sixth watching inappropriate content, the seventh seducing, the eighth Konoha finishing round, and the ninth being completely unburnable. Where the leaves of Konoha fall, the fire will also endure. The shadow of the fire illuminates this village, and sooner or later it will set the village ablaze. However, today is quite coincidental. The flirty fourth, the gambling fifth, the inappropriate sixth, and the seductive seventh all gathered here. However, no matter what, Parker was not interested in children who could not yet speak. It jumped off the sofa onto the floor and proudly trotted into Kakashi's study next door. After rummaging through the room, it emerged with a few yellow-covered notebooks, happily perusing them on the sofa. Does this little dog also enjoy reading yellow-covered books? Yuyu approached, wanting to witness the level of Kakashi's interests. Parker's eyes darted over, alertly stating, "Don't come over. You're still too young, nowhere near the age to read these books." Yuyu sighed, helplessly thinking, how could a dog look down on him? How old are you anyway? Are you an adult? While he considered whether to seize the opportunity and snatch one from Parker, a figure landed in the yard. Kakashi entered his home and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the pair of a person and a dog in the living room. Yuyu. Parker, it's rare to see you so proactive. What brings you to me? Is this child named Yuyu? What is your relation to him? Seeing Kakashi finally return, Parker abandoned the yellow books, jumped down, and with its proud stride approached. After glancing at Yuyu, it said, "Isn't asking him a waste of time? This child doesn't speak human language." Kakashi noticed Yuyu laughing and knew the kid was up to mischief again. He shook his head, helplessly leaning against the sofa, waiting for Parker to get to the point. When he saw Parker still focused on Yu, he introduced Yu as Lin's nephew and also my disciple. Oh, so he is that young lattice nephew. What a pity. Parker, recognizing Kakashi as one of their own, no longer hesitated. It extended its paw and pulled out a saliva-covered scroll from deep within its mouth. Unrolling it, Parker gazed at the text and said a strange incident has occurred recently. One of the canine clans in Konoha has been bullied by a human. The entire dog squad was no match for that human and reported the situation to us. Elder Sarah ordered me to investigate, so here I am. Oh, how peculiar. Who is bullying the dogs? Can you provide more details? It's a child. The dogs reported that this child has been practicing a strange sealing technique, capturing 2 or 3 dogs each day to seal them into his rice cooker behind the ninja school, only releasing them the next day. This has been going on for a full month and a half. The canines, unable to endure it any longer, mobilized collectively, but were easily defeated by him. Then he sealed that dog squad for an entire day. Such a strange child. Yu, what are you doing? After hearing this, Kakashi also found the matter quite strange. He noticed Yu stealthily making his way outside, and said, "You must have something to discuss, right?" Parker's matter sounds short, finish it quickly, and then you can wait. Yu stopped and nodded. Kakashi thought for a moment and understood. He said to Parker, "So the canine clan is acting under your command, right? You can't find that child and need my help. What about the child's specific age and appearance?" Parker unrolled the scroll further and read from it. The child is about 3 to 4 years old, wearing an orange martial arts uniform with a turtle character on the chest and back blue wrist guards and crab-shaped hair that is very black and thick. And he? Parker stopped reading, looking up at Kakashi, staring at him with wide eyes. While Parker was slowly reading, Yu had already dashed away like a rabbit. Parker gazed out at the doorway, feeling speechless for a while before asking, "Can he speak?" Kakashi nodded. He could speak at 6 months old. Parker covered its face with its paws, displaying a comically devastated expression. The proud Parker and Ninja Dog had actually been outsmarted by such a small child. After a human-like sigh, it pulled out a scroll from its mouth and began to make hand signs with its paws. Kakashi quickly exclaimed, "Wait, Parker." Parker's paws pressed down on the summoning scroll and black symbols spread out. With a loud bang, a cloud of smoke erupted and 7 ninja dogs of different breeds appeared in the hall. Parker, Blue, Yurushi, Black, Garuk, Akino, Biscuit, and Shiba, all 8 ninja dogs, were gathered. "Yo, Kakashi. Kakashi, it's been a while. Let's catch up later. Now is our working time as the 8 ninja dogs." Parker jumped onto the largest dog, Blue, pointing its paw at the ground where Yu had been. "The child has already been found. His scent is here. Remember his scent. Let's chase." After the other 7 ninja dogs sniffed that spot intensely, they rushed out. "Wait, where are you going?" "Oh, forget it. You'll be back soon." Kakashi stood at the entrance of his hall, watching the 8 ninja dogs disappear into the misty rain in the distance, feeling quite helpless. He muttered, "Why don't you listen to me? Yu is not an ordinary 3 or 4-year-old child. Even if the weather is clear, he won't let you find him, especially with the rain aiding him. He can easily shake off your pursuit." Kakashi shook his head and returned to the hall, noticing that the scroll was still lying on the ground, so he picked it up to browse. After looking at it for a while, he appeared to be lost in thought. After rolling the scroll back up and placing it on the table, Kakashi leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs comfortably while reading the yellow-covered books Parker had brought out, muttering, "Parker has good taste. These are the best ones, and also my favorites." A few minutes later, the ninja dog Parker returned, its head drooping. Looking at this expression, even the 8 ninja dogs had failed to track down Yu. The other 7 had returned. "Kakashi." Parker approached Kakashi. "Tell me the report on that little devil." Kakashi stood up from the sofa, saying helplessly, "I just looked at the intelligence scroll you brought. The situation isn't too serious. Yu is just a bit mischievous." Parker's nostrils flared with 2 streams of hot air, angrily stating, "Mischievous? Can I mischievously lock you in a rice cooker for a day?" Kakashi did not respond to that foolish question. He left the hall and returned with a dog bowl and 3 bags of different flavors of high-quality dog food. Kakashi poured some dog food into the bowl and pushed it in front of Parker. Parker sniffed the dark dog food and pounced on it, devouring it in a few bites. It then stuck out its tongue, staring eagerly at the remaining food in Kakashi's hands. When it saw that Kakashi was unmoved, it said, "Considering that little devil is your only disciple, if you just lock him in the rice cooker for a day as punishment, we can let this matter pass." Kakashi only poured a few kibbles into the bowl in response. Parker was nearly furious, turning in circles in place. Under the temptation of the delicious dog food, it had no choice but to yield to Kakashi, saying, "How about we have that little?" Yu apologized to our canine clan and promised not to bully us anymore. Kakashi pondered for a moment and poured another 10 or so kibbles into the bowl. "Are you serious?" Parker was incredulous, staring at the bowl with barely 20 kibbles in it confusedly, saying, "Even if he is your only disciple, is it really necessary to protect him like this? This is completely unlike your style, Kakashi." Kakashi shook his head, lightly walked over, and browsed the intelligence scroll on the table. After a while he said seriously, "It's not just for me, it's also for you." Yu successfully evaded the pursuit of the ninja dogs and returned home, hiding in his room and not coming out. However, he knew that this would not avoid trouble. The ninja dog named Parker already knew his name, and it was only a matter of time before they found him. He speculated that they would come looking for him in a few hours at the earliest. If Kakashi revealed his information to the ninja dogs, they would arrive even sooner. However, after waiting at home for half a day, Yu still did not see the ninja dogs arrive, nor did he witness the scene he imagined of the Nara family surrounded by dogs from the entire village. What is going on? Did teacher Kakashi resolve the trouble? Yu thought to himself. To be cautious, he still stayed at home for an entire day without going out. Yu waved her small hand in greeting. "Oh, it's Parker. Good morning. Are you here to find me?" Parker jumped down from the wall and approached her, saying, "Come on, Kakashi is looking for you and asked me to take you to his house. I've already informed your parents about this. What's wrong? Do you doubt that I'm telling the truth? Unlike you, I am an honest ninja dog from Bozo Ridge." Seeing the little ghost in front of him looking doubtful, he sighed and said, "You should know the name Lin Huayuan, right? Your aunt participated in the rescue mission with Kakashi." "Oh, then I'll go back to my room to get something. It won't take long." Yu nodded and hurried back to her room. When she came out again, Parker noticed the corner of a sealing scroll sticking out from her arms and exclaimed, "Little Yu, did you bring all 30 of your rice cookers?" Yu chuckled but didn't respond. She wouldn't admit that there were actually more than 30 rice cookers in her scroll. To deal with the numerous ninja dogs, she had bought another 30 yesterday, so there were now over 60. This had cost her a significant portion of her pocket money. On the way with Parker, they encountered no ambushes or traps, and those 60 rice cookers were not needed. When Yu arrived at Kakashi's spacious and bright living room, she found that besides Kakashi, there was also a large black dog sitting on the floor. In front of the big black dog was a strange large scroll, which had already been unfurled. Kakashi stood solemnly in front of the scroll. When he saw his disciple arrive, his gaze, like that of the big black dog, fell upon the large scroll laid out before them. He said, "You bite your finger to draw blood, write your name with your own blood, and then press your fingers beneath your name. After you complete this, I will take you to a certain place." Yu puzzled walked up to the large scroll and looked at the blood-written names on it. The last two names were familiar to her, a father and son, Kikuchi Sakumo and Kikuchi Kakashi. She blinked her big cute eyes and asked, "Teacher, is this the summoning beast contract scroll you told me about?" "That's right. Originally, I intended for you to wait until you were a bit older to attempt signing the summoning contract, but due to this incident, Elder Sarah and the others found out early. Thus, this matter can be done a few years earlier. This is the summoning contract scroll passed down through generations in Bozo Ridge. Once you sign the contract, you will be summoned by the summoning beast's reverse summoning technique. Kakashi Sensei, while I think being summoned might be fun, what will I do over there? Isn't that the dog base? Am I supposed to go over and apologize? If that's the case, I'm not going." "It's not. You'll understand once you get there. Don't worry, you'll go with you." Since it had come to this, if she refused again, it would be too untrusting of Kakashi. Yu decided to trust him. She bit her left index finger, wrote her name in blood vertically, and then pressed her bloodied fingers beneath her name. The big black dog looked at the name Yu for a moment, and after confirming there was no issue, it rolled up the scroll and tucked it back into its mouth. Then it formed hand seals, and after being enveloped in smoke, disappeared from the room. After quietly waiting for a few minutes, the two people and one dog in the hall began to be enveloped by a large amount of thick smoke, and at the same time Yu began to feel the spatial summoning power acting upon her. Is this the reverse summoning technique of the summoning beast? She did not resist the spatial summoning and vanished with a whoosh. The scene in Yu's eyes changed in an instant. She found herself in a picturesque place. The sky was a clear blue free of clouds, and the distant mountains were lush. In the far distance, a river flowed quietly like a white ribbon, while beneath her feet was a carpet of green grass. Where is this? Yu looked around and discovered they were on a hill covered with green grass and trees surrounded by the rich breath of nature. Is this where the summoning ninja dogs live daily? Yu also learned about the environment of one of the 3 sacred grounds of the summoning beasts, Mayaboko Mountain, which was as beautiful as a paradise. She didn't expect that this place called Bozo Ridge was also so picturesque. Her gaze shifted up the hillside where a row of uniquely styled houses of varying sizes, either built of rock or piled with wood, were nestled among the green trees and red flowers, the materials used no different from those of human houses. The biggest difference was that most of the houses were adorned with dog heads, bones, dog bowls, and flying discs, items beloved by the Canine clan. It was evident that the animals living here were naturally part of the summoning beast clan of ninja dogs. Yu had not seen many ninja dogs before, and was seeing so many large ninja dogs for the first time. Some of the ninja dogs even held strange-shaped weapons like bone clubs. She thought of her status as the enemy of all the dogs in her village and couldn't help but feel tense. If she went over there, would she really not be torn apart by these ninja dogs? Little you, don't worry, you're a guest invited by Elder Sarah. They won't be rude to you. Of course, the premise is that you must not mischief and seal them into your rice cookers. Yu looked uncertainly at Kakashi. Kakashi sighed, knowing that although Yu was a child, she was very thoughtful, cautious, and sensitive. If he didn't explain clearly to her, she definitely wouldn't go with them. Well, where should I start? To sum it up, you should have guessed some things by now. Bozo Ridge is a group of summoning beasts that has a good cooperative relationship with our Kikuchi family. But after my father Kikuchi Tsukumo passed away, this cooperative relationship weakened. That's because you fell from grace, Kakashi. The little dog Parker, who had jumped on a bru's head, interrupted him disdainfully. Your father was known as the Leaf's White Fang, and your most famous nickname is the recently spread one, the Copy Ninja Kakashi, right? This title is simply a disgrace to us from Bozo Ridge. Ah yes, my bad, I'm truly sorry. Kakashi nodded helplessly and explained to Yu, Bozo Ridge cooperated with our Kikuchi family because they valued our talent in developing ninjutsu. Unfortunately, my father passed away too early, and I, who could once develop ninjutsu, like Chidori, have fallen since obtaining the Sharingan. If I can copy it, why bother developing? Right? Yu nodded, thinking, why would one work hard to write when they could easily copy someone else's homework? That's the logic. Kakashi was indeed quite fallen. Kakashi continued, because I have fallen and lost the ability to develop ninjutsu, the cooperative relationship with Bozo Ridge is not as close as it was with my father. Therefore, many ninja dogs are inclined to follow only the 8 ninja dogs that specialize in tracking. Elder Sarah will explain in detail why they value the ability to develop ninjutsu in ninjas later. Furthermore, I brought you here, so naturally there will be benefits for you. I heard you had questions about sealing techniques, and I know you came to find me for that reason. To be honest, I'm not very skilled in sealing techniques, but here there is a ninja dog who may surpass the 3rd Hokage in ninjutsu mastery, and that is Elder Sarah. Yu was somewhat surprised and had some doubts. Parker looked at Kakashi skeptically. Kakashi, can little you really understand what you're saying? Kakashi rolled his eyes and said, most of the time I can't be bothered to say an extra word. Now that I've said so much, if you didn't understand, do you think I would bother to speak? Yu, what is the most recognizable ninjutsu of mine? Is it your Chidori, teacher? No, it's not. It's Doton Dorihiki. Is it because it has 4 fun dog heads on it? Exactly. My Dorihiki is a stronger version of the Earth-released ninjutsu, improved by Elder Sarah, which is why it has 4 dog heads on it. Yu thought to herself, can ninjutsu actually be marked with a logo to indicate copyright by the creator? However, the improved version of Dorihiki is sturdier than the ones cast by other ninjas. This technique, along with the logo, shows that Elder Sarah's mastery of ninjutsu is indeed very high, perhaps even surpassing the title of ninjutsu doctor held by the 3rd Hokage. So why do the ninja dogs with such high ninjutsu modification abilities desire to cooperate with ninjas who have development capabilities? Let's go, we shouldn't keep Elder Sarah waiting. The big black dog Bruce, seeing that Kakashi's explanation was almost done, took the lead and led the 2 of them along the way. Oh, it's Kakashi from the Kikuchi family. He recalled that Kakashi's father Tsukumo Hatake, known as the White Fang of Konoha, had once reigned supreme across the shinobi world. A prodigious genius whose prowess surpassed even the legendary Sannin, who themselves held him in deep reverence. Had he not taken his own life, he might well have become the 4th Hokage. Kakashi Hatake. Yu vaguely remembered fragments of the post-Shippuden era before his transmigration. In the dubious continuity of Boruto, a Kakashi stripped of his Sharingan reportedly developed a technique called Purple Lightning. Yet Yu knew little of 6th Hokage Kakashi's true strength. Alas, Boruto's narrative was so implausible that it offered scant reliable intelligence. This grand canine hall was built from polished jade. Its interior gleamed with opulent splendor, crimson carpets unfurled up sweeping staircases culminating at a massive throne carved from black stone, upon which sat an ancient brown-furred dog, gnarled and dignified, leaning upon a staff of bleached bone. Yu recognized that face. It was identical to the snarling hound head etched into Kakashi's earth-release earth-flow wall. Yet this elder dog's visage lacked the fierce, commanding presence of the 4 hound heads on the earthen barrier. Instead, it appeared frail, weathered, and diminished by age. Was this, then, the difference between virtual depiction and living reality? Yu inwardly scoffed, his gaze sweeping the chamber. Aside from the aged dog upon the throne, stone statues of canines, varying in height and posture, stood silently in alcoves. And slumbering nearby, immense and serene, lay a colossal white-furred hound. Its sheer scale was staggering. Its body rivaled the hall itself in magnitude. Yu surmised that this titanic summoning hound must be the strongest battle hound of the Pajuo Ridge, and very likely Tsukumo Hataki's former summoning beast. The ensuing conversation would confirm most of his conjectures. The elder dog, Sarah Elder, stood upright like a human, her elongated fingers gripping a staff forged from bone. As the highest-ranking elder of the Canine clan, she nevertheless assumed Yu, a child of such tender years, could grasp only fragments of their discourse. Thus, she directed most of her words toward Kakashi. Yu listened intently, interjecting only sparingly. After a time, clarity began to settle. The Pajuo Ridge Canine clan placed extraordinary value on shinobi gifted in jutsu development, not merely out of camaraderie, but with a singular abiding ambition to master sage art. Everything centered upon sage art. Yu knew full well its overwhelming power and profound mystery. He nodded inwardly, finding the clan's obsession entirely justified. The three great sage realms, Myobokuzan, Ryukido, and Shibogaran, had endured for over a millennium, their legendary depth rooted solely in their mastery of sage art. The Toad Sage and the White Snake Sage had survived since antiquity, sustained by sage art alone. And with sage art, the Pajuo Ridge might yet ascend to join their exalted ranks. Yet sage art was no mere prize to be claimed. It remained jealously guarded. The three realms never shared their techniques with other summons, nor was it certain whether canine physiology could even withstand the chakra resonance of toad snake or slug sage art. Thus, independent research and original creation was not only the sole path forward, but the wisest one. Yu's eyes lingered upon the 5 canine stone statues scattered through the hall. He understood these were elders who had perished mid-experiment, petrified in failure while pursuing sage art. Was the current highest-ranking battlehound merely an elder because every previous leader had turned to stone in their quest? The sheer difficulty of sage art became chillingly apparent. No wonder they sought collaboration with human prodigies. What followed confirmed Yu's deductions one by one. That Yu, a child so young, had been summoned here stemmed primarily from his invention of an unprecedented sealing technique. Elder Sarah believed that though the technique currently served only to seal household pets within rice cookers, appearing trivial, it possessed immense latent potential. With refinement, it would surely evolve into a formidable art. To devise a sealing technique at such an age revealed extraordinary creative talent in jutsu development. Moreover, Elder Sarah had received intelligence from Kakashi affirming Yu's peerless aptitude, predicting that like Tsukumo Hatake, he would one day pioneer numerous original jutsu, thereby aiding the Pajuo Ridge's sage art research as a trusted collaborator. Elder, how did you know I devised that sealing technique myself? Yu asked, his voice still soft with childhood. Little Yu, I know nearly every jutsu in existence, including almost all sealing arts. Yours bears the unmistakable mark of solitary invention. An unvarnished boast. Yu heard her confidence, but believed none of it. He longed to ask, surely you've never heard of the infinite Tsukuyami. Almost all was clearly an exaggeration. Her blind self-assurance stirred doubt in Yu's mind, so he probed her knowledge with subtle questions about sealing theory. To his surprise, Kakashi had spoken truthfully. Elder Sarah's mastery of Fuinjutsu far exceeded his own. Within minutes of her oral instruction, Yu's comprehension deepened profoundly. He knew now that practicing those techniques afterward would feel markedly less arduous, less slow. From this alone, Yu's journey to the Pajuo Ridge had already borne fruit. After resolving many of his sealing-related doubts, Elder Sarah announced she would guide him through the ridge. She roused the slumbering giant hound, and Yu learned its name, Dani. Dani was a majestic snow-white battlehound. Yet his imposing dignity was undermined by 2 enormous jutting fangs, crooked and prominent. When he opened his maw, rows of serrated teeth gleamed with an eerie cold light, heightening his aura of primal ferocity. Yu gazed at those tusk-like fangs, reminiscent of ivory, and thought if driven straight through an enemy's back the result would be. Perhaps Tsukumo Hatake's ultimate technique, 1,000 Years of Death, had drawn inspiration from precisely this feature. Is this tiny human our new collaborator? I see no chakra affinity enabling him to summon me. Well, no matter. Dani cracked open one eye, spoke, and closed them again. He's been like this ever since Tsukumo Hatake's death. Elder Sarah sighed, then led Yu and Kakashi outside beneath the warm sun of the Pajuo Ridge. There Yu met the other battlehounds, Ni-san Ni and Si-ni, beyond Dani himself. He also encountered the comparatively more affable 8 ninja dogs. Beyond Paku, the first hound he'd met, and Buru, the largest black hound, there were Uruxi, Wuhei, Gyuluk, a Jinyo Bicyke, and Shiba. Uruxi wore his fur spiked like a rebellious youth's hairstyle. Wuhei was swathed head to tail in bandages. Shiba bore a spiky crest reminiscent of a cock's comb, and a bold Nin character branded upon his brow. A Jinyo wore dark sunglasses resembling a guide dog in bearing. After their tour, Elder Sarah stood with hands clasped behind her back, gazing down at the boy, who stood shorter even than she. You have now sworn a binding pact with the Pajuo Ridge. In theory, so long as the ninja dogs consent, you may summon any of them to fight beside you. This is our solemn vow to you. Of course, there is a condition. Yu was startled and instantly wary. Such generosity. Can I truly summon any ninja dog? What is this condition? Surely you don't expect me to apologize to the Hidden Leaf Village for something I haven't done. No need, Elder Sarah chuckled, shaking her head. I speak only theoretically. You are still far too young, and your chakra control insufficient to summon Dai or Inai-san Inai or Si-ni. In my estimation, you'll need to be at least 12 or 13 to call forth San-ni or Si-ni, and summoning Da-ni or Er-ni. That will require 15, perhaps 17 years of disciplined cultivation. Should you prove lackluster, Da-ni will never heed your call, this lifetime or the next. Kakashi, standing nearby, silently shook his head in disbelief. He sensed Elder Sarah, normally so calculating, had misjudged the situation. Her promise had granted Yu an extraordinary advantage. The ninja dogs simply underestimated him. Paku and Buru stood among them, equally stunned by Elder Sarah's declaration. Could Yu truly summon any hound from the entire Pajuo Ridge? Would that place him on equal footing with Tsukumo Hatake? Was this gesture born of genuine faith, or merely the assumption that he'd never grow strong enough to command the great battle hounds? Hence their indifference. Yu, what say you? Merely pledge your future aid in our sage art research, and this vow stands. A fair exchange, wouldn't you agree? By the way, how much do you know of sage art? Has Kakashi spoken of it? And tell me, how deeply do you believe your destiny intertwines with sage art? Elder Sarah posed 3 or 4 questions in rapid succession. Her gaze grew distant, lingering upon the small boy before her, as if peering past his present form into the Pajuo Ridge's future 10 or more years hence. Under that unsettling gaze, Yu felt uneasy. Could the great toad sage perceive futures through dreams? Did this hound possess similar insight? Logically speaking, Elder Sarah's old ninja dog isn't an immortal and shouldn't be able to see the future like the great toad sage through dreams. However, Yu instinctively felt that its eyes truly seemed to glimpse the future. Is it just pretending? Yu ignored the pretentious gaze of the dog. He began to contemplate this transaction, or rather the cooperation with the Bozo Ridge. He realized that just as Kakashi had said, this trip to Bozo Ridge was indeed filled with benefits for him. Before he came, he had thought he would need to apologize to them for the dog abuse incident in Konoha. He never expected such good fortune. He had already seen Jiraiya riding a giant toad on the streets of Konoha and Tsunade, summoning a giant slug to please him along with the fearsome snakes surrounding Orochimaru. At some point, he also dreamed of riding a magnificent summoning beast into the village. Unexpectedly, this wish could be fulfilled so quickly. Even if he couldn't summon a large dog right now, he would be quite satisfied with being able to summon some medium and small-sized dogs. Yu wouldn't foolishly explain to the dogs of Bozo Ridge that his talent in creating new ninjutsu was because he was using cheats. What if Bozo Ridge wanted him to contribute to the development of their sage arts in the future? That would be discussed later. After all, he was still far from adulthood. Yu casually answered a few questions about sage arts, but Elder Sarah didn't mind smiling as he invited Yu. It's lunchtime, Yu. Shall we go enjoy some delicious food together? Yu nodded, but noticed that Kakashi's face turned a strange shade of green. When they arrived at Bozo Ridge's dining hall, Yu understood why Kakashi looked so pale. The food that the ninja dogs considered delectable consisted of dark dog food, white bones with meat shreds, and piles of chicken, duck, and fish entrails. They would definitely find these hard to swallow. Fortunately, Elder Sarah was aware that they shouldn't scare Yu on his first visit. Elder Sarah had someone bring them some cooked corn, vegetables, etc., which allowed the two of them to barely get through lunch. We are leaving now. After lunch, the reverse summoning technique on Kakashi and Yu was lifted. After the two left, Elder Sarah, Parker and Blue returned to the central large doghouse. Parker couldn't hold back and spoke first. Elder Sarah, Yu is barely 3 years old. Even if he accidentally developed that sealing technique for pets, there's no need to encompass all the summoning range of the dogs in Bozo Ridge. Kakashi didn't have such treatment in the past. Are you questioning my decision, thinking I've grown senile? Elder Sarah tapped Parker's dog head with his bony cane, and seeing that Blue also looked puzzled, said, do you know why I have you searching for quality insects in the ground every day? To send to Mayaboko Mountain. Yes, exactly. Sending delicious insects to Mayaboko Mountain to build a good relationship with them is the biggest strategy of the past decade. Just the year before last, after the great toad sage enjoyed some truly delicious insects, he revealed to me his latest dream prophecy, which wasn't about Jiraiya and the child of prophecy, but about Kakashi and another child of prophecy. About Kakashi and another child of prophecy. You all know that for several years the dreams of the great toad sage have been shrouded in mist. That time he finally managed to see a bit of the scene. He saw a different Kakashi with his disciple. The appearance of that disciple was unclear, but his hairstyle was very peculiar, standing up in large clumps, golden in color, and he was surrounded by a golden glow. Is it Yu? Could he be the other child of prophecy? It's very possible. However, the great Toad Sage said that the silver-haired ninja from Konoha in the dream had a different appearance from Kakashi, and he wasn't sure if it was the Kakashi I mentioned, Hatake Kakashi. Moreover, he had earrings on both sides of his ears, which Kakashi doesn't have. Elder Sarah found paper and pen and sketched the shape of the earrings that the great Toad Sage mentioned. Parker and Blue looked at the shape of the earrings on the paper. The upper part seemed metallic while the lower part looked like a glass ball. Both dogs shook their heads, indicating they had never seen such earrings. Elder Sarah nodded. It's good that you haven't seen them. Even I have never seen them. If Yu were here, he would definitely recognize them as the Patera earrings used for fusion in the Dragon Ball world. The three dogs in the hall fell silent. Even Elder Sarah was uncertain whether the person in the new prophecy was indeed Kakashi and Yu. The sleeping Daiki opened his eyes, glanced at the drawn earrings, and then boredly closed them again. A little earlier, Kakashi and Yu returned to the living room of Kakashi's house. Kakashi stopped Yu, who wanted to leave to study summoning techniques, and extended his hand to him. You still have money, right? Great, give me your wallet. He'll buy you some things. Oh, sensei, be a little frugal. I don't have much left. Yu had bought over 60 rice cookers, leaving only 100,000 ryo in his wallet. Although he was reluctant, it was Kakashi's first time asking him for money, so he gave it. Wait here, Kakashi said, and went out. After about 10 minutes, Kakashi returned. Kakashi-sensei, where are the things you bought? In response to Yu's question, Kakashi took out a sealing scroll from his pocket, spread it on the ground, formed seals on it, and with a bang, a pile of bagged dog food spilled out, filling the floor. Yu stared at the towering pile of dog food, wide-eyed. Kakashi-sensei, did you spend all my money on dog food? Yes. Kakashi. Where's my respectful title? Yondu will not be pleased if he hears it. Yu, this was already agreed upon between me and Elder Sarah before you went to Boza Ridge. This is the least punishment I could negotiate for you, and you can accept it, right? But that was all my pocket money. Who told you to buy so many rice cookers? Yu was speechless. All his pocket money was gone. He only kept some dogs locked in the rice cookers for a day and didn't even use electricity to really stew them. Was it necessary to go this far? Dog food, fine. Let this dog food be the reward for those dogs accompanying him in leveling up. Thinking this way, Yu felt much clearer in his heart. Go scatter the dog food, Kakashi said to Yu. What? Yu resisted, but thinking of the large group of summoning beasts at Boza Ridge, he ultimately yielded. After spending 2 hours, Yu wandered through the streets and alleys of the village, scattering dog food to the village's silly dogs. After finishing this, Yu walked down the street, and those dogs no longer showed their teeth at him. Some even barked a friendly woof to express goodwill. It seems that the dog food is indeed effective. I'm done. Yu returned to Kakashi's house and said to Kakashi, who was lounging on the sofa reading a little yellow book. Kakashi nodded with satisfaction, stroking Yu. Yes, little head, I see, well done. Yu, would you like to try summoning today? Yu nodded yes. The summoning technique is a space-time ninjutsu that carries significant risks for the practitioner. If the summoning goes wrong, no one knows where you will be sent. It's best not to try it alone before mastering it. Yu, come with me. Kakashi Hatake took Yu outside to a beautifully landscaped courtyard, pointing to a blank area of the yard. Try it here, he'll watch. What risk could there be? Yu muttered, but he still followed Kakashi's advice, walking to the designated spot in the yard. He bit his left thumb, began forming seals, and shouted, boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. Ninjutsu summoning technique. Come forth. Daiki. Yu pressed his palm against the ground, and black inscriptions rapidly formed beneath his hand, quickly spreading outwards. Boom. White smoke surged upwards, and amidst the smoke a shadow gradually revealed itself. Kakashi Hatake looked at the shadow, his expression slightly surprised. Given the current amount of chakra within Yu, summoning Daiki would undoubtedly be a fantasy. It was impossible. It was just a way to vent his mouth. Kakashi estimated that Yu would at most be able to summon the 6 Daiki, but the imposing war dog before them, with its reddish-brown, fur-towering stature and muscular build, was the 5 Daiki. The 5 Daiki opened its mouth, lured Yu. Before it could finish, Yu formed seals to dispel the summoning technique and sent it back. 5 Daiki is too small. Summon something bigger. Summoning technique. Yu slapped his palm on the ground again, and with a bang, a war dog, even larger than the 5 Daiki, appeared amidst the white smoke. It was the 4 Daiki, standing 2 meters tall and over 4 meters long, and what pleased Yu even more was the 4 Daiki's bright red fur, making it look especially majestic. Fallen Kakashi. Oh, esteemed Lord Yu managed to summon me. The 4 Daiki raised its head, its fierce gaze fixed on Kakashi. After turning its head towards Yu, it instantly switched to a respectful demeanor, the speed of its facial change leaving both people in this scene dumbfounded. Is there anything you need my assistance with? The 4 Daiki lowered its head, waiting like the most loyal servant for its master's command. Elder Sarah had already reminded the 4 beasts twice that these warhounds must meet the requirements of human geniuses, because Yoyu might be the greatest hope for Bassa Ridge in the future. Take me home. Happy to serve you. Upon hearing such a simple request, the four beasts squatted down, with its sturdy front paws lowering its body. Yoyu jumped onto its back, gripping its fiery red fur tightly, pointing towards the northwest direction. For beast, go. We are going home. Yes, Master Yoyu. The four beasts carried Yoyu and leaped over the high courtyard wall, vanishing from Kakashi's sight. Kakashi watched the direction they departed, murmuring, "This kid intends to treat the summoned beasts of Bassa Ridge as mere transportation. While he can already summon the four beasts, how enviable." Yoyu had gained the recognition of the hounds of Bassa Ridge, which did not surprise him. It was something he had anticipated. However, in his mind, this should not have happened at this time. Yoyu was supposed to be introduced to Bassa Ridge at the age of 12 or 13, yet he had advanced this by a full 10 years. This kid's progress is beyond imagination. Kakashi thought to himself, can that strange sealing technique really only seal cats and dogs? Moreover, his chakra had grown to the point where he could easily summon the four beasts. No, I must also put in more effort. If this kid surpasses me at 11 or 12, then, as his teacher, I would lose face. Right, while I have a contribution to discovering Yoyu, perhaps I can take this opportunity to improve my relationship with Bassa Ridge. At this moment, on a main street of Konoha, Yoyu rode atop the majestic war hound, walking through the bustling street. As he walked, the rate of people turning to look was nearly 100%. Many passers-by were astonished. In the ninja world, most ninjas did not have their own summoned beasts, and even if they did, few had beasts of such size. Who is this little kid, and which family does he belong to? How could he possess such a large summoned beast? Soon a ninja recognized both the summoned beast and the little one on its back. The warhound was a summoned beast of the Hitaki family, and the child was easily identifiable with his unique hairstyle and attire, being the only disciple of Hitaki Kakashi Yoyu. So that's it. Many suddenly understood. No wonder such a small child could have such a large summoned beast willingly serve as a mount. If he were from the Hitaki family, it would not be too surprising, as the summoned beast was summoned by that genius Kakashi. Yoyu listened to the discussions about him, all of which he had anticipated. Besides Kakashi, who had seen him use the summoning technique, basically no one believed that he could summon this beast at such a young age through his own power. This was undoubtedly good news for him. This way he could summon the war hounds as his means of transportation without alarming anyone about his growth. Yoyu couldn't help but smile. He began to feel that his decision to cultivate both chakra and the ninjutsu system was incredibly correct. In the Dragon Ball world, aside from gathering the 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shinrin, there was no way to summon other large beasts. Suddenly Yuyu's hair stood on end as he sensed a chilling danger, like being watched by a venomous snake. He turned to look and saw Orochimaru standing on the balcony of an izakaya, smiling ominously. Damn, it's Orochimaru. Yoyu secretly cursed. This was not his first encounter with this legendary Sannin. In their previous meetings, Orochimaru's behavior had always made him uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because his reputation for precociousness, similar to Uchiha Itachi, was gradually spreading, and Orochimaru, coveting Itachi's body, had also developed a keen interest in him. Of course, this interest was far less intense than his obsession with the Uchiha clan's genius, and he would not forsake Itachi to target him. But that covetous gaze was truly unsettling. Why hasn't this perverted scientist defected yet? As Yuyu sat on the back of the massive warhound, gradually distancing himself from the izakaya, he was not particularly afraid of Orochimaru. Besides having many life-saving measures, he also knew that this person would soon defect from Konoha. However, when he tried to recall the exact time of Orochimaru's defection, he had no information. When exactly did Orochimaru defect? Why can't I remember? Was there no detailed timeline in the original work? Not long after Yoyu finally saw his family's large residence, the four beasts carried Yoyu to the outer wall of the courtyard, leaped in, and landed steadily on the ground of the courtyard. So this is Master Yuyu's home. Since we have arrived, I shall take my leave now. After placing Yoyu on the ground, the four beasts spoke respectfully, and then it disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. Tisk, having my own summoned beast is indeed different. However, I still can't summon the 3 strongest ones yet. I need to grow more faster, the sooner the better. Yoyu thought to himself as he joyfully walked into his house. In the following days, Yoyu dedicated more time to practicing within the chakra and ninjutsu system. Of course, even so, the training under the Kakarot template still took up the vast majority of Yuyu's time. As his fusion level increased, Kakarot's physical attributes, aura, and various skills were rapidly improving. Seasons changed, autumn passed into spring, and the years cycled once more. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed. This winter was particularly cold, with goose-feather snow swirling through the air, falling gently from the heavily clouded sky. Trees and houses were draped in silver, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of white snow, completely blanketing the earth. On this day, Yu Yu stood on the snowy stone steps of his family's courtyard. He still wore the same outfit, a turtle-patterned orange martial arts uniform with a blue belt and blue wristbands, and his hair remained thick and styled in a crab-like manner. He looked 100 like a little Kakarot. His height was also similar to that of Kakarot at a young age, now reaching 1.22 meters. From his height and appearance, if others did not know, they would certainly not guess that he was only 4 years old. They would think he was already 6 or 7. Yu Yu was quite satisfied with his physical growth, and his training progress was also in line with his plans. By the 6th month after returning from Bossa Ridge, he was able to successfully summon a larger warhound, the 3 Beast. Another 6 months later, he successfully summoned the 2 Beast. Now only the strongest, which required the most chakra to summon the 1 Beast, remained unattainable. Besides the summoning technique, his growth in other ninjutsu was also rapid. The copy ninja Kakashi successfully copied a number of ninjutsu regularly, and most of these ninjutsu were unsurprisingly also replicated by Yu Yu. Now Yu Yu could perform over 300 ninjutsu. Of course, among so many ninjutsu, he had not mastered too many. Ninjutsu was evaluated at various levels within the template system. From beginner threshold, initial mastery, perfect mastery, preliminary proficiency, level 2, 3, 4, and perfect proficiency. From LV0 to LV12. As for whether there were levels beyond that, he was still unclear. Yu Yu's growth within the chakra and ninjutsu system did not hinder his improvement in the task template fusion level. The fusion level of the most important character had reached 799. In the past year or two, he had done a lot of things that Kakarot once did, such as working on construction sites as a brick mover, helping farmers with their crops, long-distance swimming practice, and extensive running training. Watching Jeezy bathe, etc. All these arduous efforts had yielded an increase in fusion level as a reward. After reaching 799 fusion level, his basic stats had grown several times compared to 2 or 3 years ago. Strength 597, agility 633, defense 517, vitality 675, chi 13767. With such stats, he judged that purely based on physical strength, he could rival some of the higher-ranking ninjas in the village. Moreover, his Kakarot skills had also increased in number and level. Instant transmission LV9, Kamehameha LV8, Ki, Slice LV8, Ki Blast LV7, Afterimage Fist LV7, Demon Seal Wave LV8, Ki Cannon LV6, Finger Beam LV7, Ki Sensing LV7. In addition to skills, he had also made some gains in items. He now had 3 Senzu Beans as well as the Nyoibo and Kintown. Yu Yu looked at the data on his panel, quite satisfied with his training progress during this time. However, if Kakarot's instant transmission could also be unlocked, that would be perfect. At that moment, a 14-year-old girl walked out from the corridor across the way. Oh, it was his maid Jeezy. Jeezy had grown quite a bit compared to 3 years ago, and she had matured into a pretty girl with delicate features. At this moment, she held an orange scarf in her hand, walking behind Yu Yu and offering it to him. "Young master, don't you really need to wear a coat? It's so cold outside." "I don't need one, Sister Jeezy." Yu Yu shook his little head, but looking at the color of the scarf in front of him, he knew she had picked it out carefully from outside, so he reluctantly accepted it and wrapped it around his neck. Seeing her hesitating to speak, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Sister Jeezy, does young master no longer need me to bathe you in the future?" "That's right, I'm already this big. But both father and mother said I should bathe you until you are 6 years old. Although I'm only 4.5 years old, I look like I'm 6 or 7, right? In 2 years, I'll look like I'm 8 or 9, and 10 isn't far off. But you're still 4 years old. Young master, are you feeling shy?" "Well, I suppose so. I'm not a small child anymore at my age. But I'm already in my teens and often wash with you. I don't feel shy at all. If my tail suddenly grows back while I'm bathing, then not only my father Noera Yanto, but also my mother Minako would think I'm not their child. Does Jeezy mistakenly think that I'm repulsed by her, or does she feel like she's not needed by the family? I have learned about my maid's background. Jai's parents were once a pair of ninja who served the Noera family for a brief period. After leaving, they were killed during a conflict while on a business trip, leaving Jeezy orphaned. After it was determined that she had no ninja talent, she was sent to the Konoha orphanage. When my mother Minako heard about this, she took her out of the orphanage and brought her to our side. Since my birth, Jeezy has been the maid taking care of my daily needs. Does she feel like she's not needed and lacks a sense of security? Is she really that sensitive?" Jeezy slowly raised her gaze and said, "Young master, don't feel shy. Washing together and sleeping together was your suggestion. I used to hold you while sleeping, and I didn't feel shy at all. Why should you feel shy at such a young age?" Yu Yu's expression was quite innocent. It was not his fault they bathed and slept together. If anything, blame Kakarot, who has bathed and slept with the girl Bulma. However, Yu Yu did indeed feel a bit shy now and did not want to bring up the topic any further. He helplessly yielded, waved his hand, and said, "All right, Jeezy, I'm still young, so please continue to help me wash, Jeezy lightly nodded, the gloom on her face dissipating significantly. She looked at Yu, who only reached her chest, and reached out to adjust his crooked scarf. Yu then glanced towards the direction of their living room, and asked, Jeezy, who came to our house today? It's Lord Ikizane. Noera Ikizane from his great-grandfather's line. After Yu was targeted by Root, the Noera family began to implement some plans. However, over 3 years those plans proved to be of no use, failing to elevate the families standing in the village. Upon hearing this, the people from his great-grandfather's line suggested that since Yu is the only son of the Noera family head, it is inappropriate for him to be forced into Root. They proposed that among their 5 relatives of similar age, one could be chosen to enter if it became unavoidable. Naturally, Noera Yanto and his wife disagreed. They believed that not just Yu, but no one from the Noera family should join Root. Ikizane must be here to persuade my parents to abandon such naive ideas. It's a pity that teleportation hasn't been unlocked yet. Yu looked at the panel visible only to him and thought, if teleportation gets unlocked, then I can take some action. Fusion rate 7.99. Almost 8 today perhaps. He stared at the snowy landscape waiting. After a long while there was still no movement. Feeling a bit impatient, he walked to the center of the snow-covered courtyard, made hand seals, and chanted Hai Su Yu Shin Wei. Boom. The war dog Liuli appeared in the snow, and the cold weather made him shiver. Yu jumped onto Luli's back, letting it run around, and play to pass the time. A smile spread across Jai's fair face. She thought her young master was growing up and would feel repulsed by her, but it seemed he was still the same playful young master. She truly hoped he would grow up slowly. After watching for a while, Jeezy left to attend to her household chores. After about an hour of playing in the courtyard, Yu finally saw the fusion rate number jump to 8.01. And then lines of text appeared on the panel with a voice echoing in his mind. You have passed this week fusion rate 0.02. Your Kakarot fusion rate has reached 8, completing the first stage of character fusion. Character fusion template second stage unlocked. Your permissions have been upgraded, allowing you to browse information related to fusion tasks. Yu made Liuli stop. He looked at the text on the panel and started to complain in his heart. Perhaps this foolish system was afraid he would slack off, which is why it didn't unlock all permissions at once. The higher the fusion rate, the more permissions he had. But still, reaching 8 is good. Under the Kakarot item, he saw fusion tasks. However, these tasks were not presented in the detailed list format he expected. Fusion tasks: your actions, experiences, achievements, fame, partners, battle records, etc. that align with Kakarot can promote fusion with that character and increase the fusion rate. Main quest: unify the ninja world, eradicate war, and achieve complete peace. Completing this will grant substantial rewards. Yu looked at this main quest, which should be the most important task, and furrowed his brows. However, thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, Kakarot has saved the Dragon Ball Earth multiple times, defeating villains like Piccolo and the invading Saiyans to maintain peace. He looked further down. After that were numerous side quests. The system's explanation of the side quests was a bit convoluted, but simply put, they could be summarized into the aspects mentioned above: actions, achievements, battle records, etc. First, actions and experiences that align with Kakarot's can promote a certain amount of fusion. Please recall what Kakarot has done in the Dragon Ball world. Second, battle records: defeating lower ninjas, middle ninjas, special jounins, upper ninjas, shadows, tailed beasts, etc. in this world will grant certain rewards. Third, partners: having partners who can grow together with you will yield more rewards the more you have. Fourth, achievements: becoming a student of the Ninja Academy, graduating, and becoming a lower ninja, middle ninja, or upper ninja will all grant rewards. Fifth, fame: the size of your fame and its spread will yield rewards. There are quite a few tasks I can complete. Although the lack of a detailed list display for tasks is somewhat inconvenient, the system's hints about the numerous side tasks that can be completed exceeded his expectations, bringing him some delight. He began to judge in his heart, with so many tasks to complete, could he at least increase his growth speed by 3 to 4 times? His small goal of reaching shadow level by 10 years old. Maybe he should change it to 7 or 8 years old, 2 or 3 years earlier. Yu nodded, feeling good. He jumped off Luli's back and made hand seals to send it back. Young master, dinner is ready. Jeezy shouted from the corridor. Got it. I'm coming right now. Yu glanced back at the pile of side task descriptions on the panel. Never mind, tomorrow will do, there's no rush. After dinner, Yu was called by both his parents at the same time. If he were in another world, he would definitely be powerless to do anything about it, but in the world of Naruto, he had the technique of shadow clones. Shadow clone technique. Boom. Yu made hand seals in his room and produced 2 shadow clones. The 2 shadow clones exited the room, one rushing to the training ground to find his mother Minato, while the other dashed to the living room to find his father Noera Yanto. Since he was 3, his parents believed that Kakashi had already laid a solid foundation for Yu, allowing him to learn from them what they were skilled at. Minato excelled in shuriken techniques and fire release as well as business management, while his father specialized in human body and chakra science and a plethora of medical ninjutsu. These irresponsible parents didn't care whether a mere 3-year-old could learn so much. Fortunately, Yu was prepared for this early on. He perfectly mastered the shadow clone technique, and his body was far more resilient than that of an average ninja. Even while keeping up with Kakashi's lessons after the shadow clones disappeared, his original self could easily bear the fatigue that came from them. After producing the shadow clones, Yu sneaked out to play outside. Sometimes he went shopping, sometimes he played at Kakashi's house or learned ninjutsu that Kakashi had copied. Around 10 at night, Yu finally returned home. He walked into his family's living room. At this time, his parents and the 2 shadow clones were all present, the 2 clones standing before his parents with somewhat helpless expressions. Boom. After Yu dispelled the shadow clones with hand seals, a wave of fatigue washed over him, but he only trembled slightly, then easily endured it. Minato looked a bit angry. Yu, are you using shadow clones to fool us again? Do you believe that your father and I will have another child and abandon you? Her angry demeanor was quite good, but it was too easy for him to see through. Yu cooperated with her and nodded. I believe you. In fact, they had already done so. One time, to scare him, his parents had actually thrown him into the orphanage. However, after just one afternoon, he was returned by the furious orphanage director. He ate far too much, and if he stayed in the orphanage, the other children would starve. The Noera couple apologized and compensated for the losses, promising not to do such a thing again, thus calming the director's anger. Yu believed that his plan was far more likely to succeed than the plans of his parents. The plan: a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Firstly, he must possess great renown and status in the Hidden Leaf Village. At that point, the family's standing would naturally rise and others would think twice before opposing them. Secondly, a single person cannot handle everything alone. He must command a powerful force that serves only him or his family. As for the few ninjas within the family, he decided to emulate Akatsuki and establish an organization aptly named Light. Thirdly, he should prepare for the worst-case scenario, needing to find a place to take refuge outside the Fire Country, so that in the event of the most undesirable situation, everyone could be evacuated immediately. Let's start tomorrow, Yu murmured softly. At that moment, he heard the voice of the maid Jizi coming from outside the room. Young master, I have prepared the bathwater. Okay, I'm coming. By the way, young master, I haven't bathed yet. Can we wash together? Huh. Yu sighed helplessly. If Jizi hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten his age. He was only 4 years old. After enjoying a warm bath, he went to bed. The next day in the morning, Yu was called to the main hall of the house by his father Orochimaru, who reminded him not to forget what he had promised the night before, to go out and see the snow scenery and meet other children his age. Fine, Yu replied reluctantly, knowing he had promised and couldn't go back on his word. Is Yu going out to meet those kids and make friends? Minato entered the hall, her brows furrowed. Yudo, I have a bad feeling will our little one cause trouble. Yudo completely disagreed with her thoughts. Our son is more mature than his peers. He won't act rashly. If he can get to know or get familiar with the kids from the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Hyuga families, it will strengthen our ties with them. Minato nodded gently. They had been working towards that goal for the past 2 to 3 years, but unfortunately the results were not satisfactory. She still felt uneasy. The kids in the village have been a bit restless lately. Will Yu really be okay? In the snowy fields of the Hidden Leaf Village, Yu looked around with some boredom. When he first stepped outside, he thought the snowy scenery was quite nice, but after a while he felt it was just so-so. All he could see was a vast expanse of white. At that moment, snowflakes were still fluttering in the sky, and there were very few pedestrians on the road. He let Jizi go shopping by herself while he wandered aimlessly. Don't run. Suddenly a girl's clear voice called out. Yu turned to look and saw 5 little boys fleeing for their lives in the snow, with a little girl with long black hair chasing after them, shouting words like coward and Uchiha and don't run. Yu watched the gradually receding figures and thought, is that the Uchiha clan's 1 against 5? They're about to make it 1 against 7. Impressive. He gave a thumbs up toward that direction and moved on. A few minutes later, he saw some particularly special kids on a somewhat secluded path. A girl around 3 or 4 years old with white eyes seemed to have encountered something frightening and was hurriedly walking back down the path. Behind her were 3 boys around 5 or 6 years old, snickering as they watched her white eyes. Was that Uzumaki Naruto? Yu looked over again, and on a swing hanging from a tree sat a child around 3 or 4 years old with 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek, blonde hair, blue eyes, and wearing a pair of goggles on his forehead. It was indeed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, one of the 2 main protagonists in the story of Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Yu's gaze shifted further away, and with his keen eyesight, he quickly spotted 3 adult figures hiding in the shadows. 2 of them wearing animal masks were clearly Umbu ninjas responsible for protecting Uzumaki Naruto's safety. The white-eyed ninja hiding behind a tree appeared to be a Chunin, likely responsible for protecting Hinata from the Hyuga branch. That watermelon-haired girl must be Hinata. Interesting. Even if you didn't remember the relevant plot, he could tell from their appearances that these three were troublemaking brats who enjoyed bullying others. As the brats stared at her, he could roughly guess what would happen next and watch with great interest. Sure enough, the three boys circled in front of the white-eyed girl, blocking her path. Ha ha ha. Look at her eyes. White, disgusting eyeballs. You're a monster. Ha ha ha. White-eyed monster. The three boys laughed loudly, pointing at Hinata's eyes. Hinata was brought to tears, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. Just when you thought Uzumaki Naruto would jump in to protect Hinata and get beaten up by the three brats, he noticed that the boys' gazes were shifting onto him. Isn't that the kid who rides a big dog around town? It's him. Hatake. Or whatever, from the Uchiha clan. The three brats actually ran over to surround him, pointing at him while switching to their mocking mode. Ha, look at his clothes and appearance. They're so funny. Yeah, haha, bird's nest hair. His clothes have a turtle character on them. Turtle. Orange turtle. What the hell, is it really that bad? I didn't do anything, and they just came to mock me. You felt that it wasn't funny at all. Don't bully people. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't hold back anymore, jumped off the swing, and ran over shouting, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. Awaken Shadow Clone Technique. Boom. The smoke dispersed, and two little Narutos, each about 3 inches tall, appeared on the ground. Haha. Another fool. As expected, all fools. What future Hokage? Are you dreaming or something? The three brats laughed uncontrollably. Are the words again and all insulting me? Yu raised an eyebrow. Even with his good temper, he couldn't take it anymore, stepping forward and clenching his small fist. The three brats laughed even harder, one of them mocking, haha. Orange turtle, bang. Yu's fist collided with the brat's nose. Ouch, ouch. The brat immediately clutched his nose, rolling in pain on the snow. You run. The other two saw how fierce Yu was and wanted to flee, but were each knocked down by a punch from Yu. The three brats rolled on the ground, howling in pain. Wow, you're amazing in that orange outfit. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. What's your name? Uzumaki Naruto was astonished. Yu ignored him, hearing the system voice echoing in his mind with text appearing on the panel. You defeated a child, completing achievement side, quest 1, gaining 0.02 fusion rate. You defeated 3 children, completing achievement side, quest 2, gaining 0.02 fusion rate. Damn, is this even a thing system? Yu thought he would at least have to defeat Genin or Chunin ninjas to count as an achievement, and defeating 3 brats counted too. System, are you really not mocking me? However, he genuinely felt his bonus fusion rate increasing, and his physical fitness improved a little. Forget it, if it's mocking, then let it mock. Yu saw Uzumaki Naruto still chattering away, and said, Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you going to check on her? He pointed towards Hinata, who was squatting on the ground, covering her face and crying. Right? Naruto smacked his forehead and quickly ran over to comfort Hinata. Yu looked at the various side quests on the panel, his gaze landing on partner, with the restriction being partners growing together. It implied there was a great deal of room for growth, right? Yu looked towards Naruto. Wasn't this kid in front of him a boundless potential? He walked over and said to Naruto, who still didn't know how to comfort Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto and Yu, we fought together just now, so now we are partners, right? Uzumaki Naruto, who hadn't made a friend, yet was immensely thrilled, nodding repeatedly, yes. Yes, we are partners now. You have acquired your first partner, completing partner side, quest 1 fusion rate, increased by 0.050 and received 1 senza being. Yu chuckled. This foolish system was indeed easy to deceive. He thought for a moment and said to Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, I was joking. I was the one who drove them away just now, not you, so we're not partners yet. Huh. Naruto's head drooped in disappointment. Yu continued, Naruto, are we really partners? Naruto's expression was a mix of surprise and joy as he nodded vigorously. Seeing no response from the panel, Yu thought that perhaps one could only have one partner at a time. He patted Naruto's shoulder and said, Naruto, today is our first meeting, and we don't know each other well yet. That's why we can't become partners. Naruto looked disappointed again, but he felt Yu was right and nodded in agreement. Since Naruto's task had no effect on him, Yu turned his attention to another person present. Noticing Hinata squatting there crying, he asked Naruto, why don't you comfort her? I'm not good with words. You're being modest. No. You're definitely better at talking than I am. Go ahead and say something. If the white-eyed ninja did not remember the family head's repeated admonition stating that communication and competition among the village children were perfectly normal, even if one had to suffer some losses, it was best not to interfere, as this would benefit the children's growth. In the arena, even Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head, feeling that Yu was even less talkative than he was. Hinata Hyuga's small cheeks were still adorned with tears, and she slightly parted her lips, gazing up at the boy in orange clothes who was looking down at her. His face, turned away from the sun, appeared gloomy. She felt that he was far more terrifying than the previous three, like a demon king with fangs from myth and legend. Out of fear, she reflexively executed her family's fist technique. Gentle fist. Smack. This palm struck Yu's shoulder. Yu looked curiously at the small hand that had hit his shoulder. He touched his head, looking quite puzzled. Is she trying to express friendship with him? But why is she shouting gentle fist? Is this how the Hyuga family makes friends? Does this mean we are partners now? Taking this opportunity, Yu hurriedly thought of making Hinata his little partner as well. Hinata did not hear what Yu was saying at all. Seeing Yu remain completely unmoved under her gentle fist, she froze for a moment, and a greater fear welled up inside her. She shouted, "You are so scary." Then she stumbled and ran away crying. Yu watched the figure gradually disappear into the distance, feeling somewhat speechless. Naruto was equally speechless. At that moment, Yu heard shouting and turned his head in another direction, only to see the three rascals he had scared off returning, this time accompanied by 5 other boys all around 5 or 6 years old, charging towards them aggressively. One of the rascals said to the tallest boy, "Yudo, they are the ones who bullied the 3 of us. Hey, are you the ones who bullied our spring tree? Since you have the guts to bully others, don't run." Yu glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, who was getting into position to confront the enemies, then looked at these boys. He didn't want to talk at all, just clenched his fists and walked towards them step by step. Bang, 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 bang. A total of 8 punches, clean and tidy, leaving all 8 rascals lying on the snowy ground groaning in pain. Yu, you're amazing. Wow, so cute. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed in admiration, while the second part of his sentence was directed at the little girl running in from the distance. Is this the little girl from the Uchiha family he saw earlier? The Uchiha girl rushed up to him, flipping her long black hair as she approached. Gazing at the boys on the ground who had lost their fighting ability, her astonished gaze turned to Yu, and she raised her adorable little face and said, "Since you've defeated my targets, then my target can only become you. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too unlucky to encounter me, Uchiha." "Oh no. When did you?" Bang. Ouch. The Uchiha girl was struck 3 times in quick succession, causing her to fall flat as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. Yu silently counted the number of children he had defeated in his mind. Just 1 more to make 10. He turned to Naruto, who was looking somewhat dumbfounded, and said, "Naruto Uzumaki, do you think him strong? Now is the time to test whether you have the potential to become Hokage. Come on, take a shot at me." "Huh, okay. I definitely have the potential to become Hokage." Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed excitedly and charged at Yu. Bang! 1 punch, and Naruto Uzumaki fell to the ground holding his face. "I'm afraid it looks like you don't have that potential at the moment," Yu said with a smile as a voice echoed in his mind. "You have defeated 10 children, completing the achievement side quest. 3 fusion degree increased by 0.05. Momentum cannon skill experience points 3,000 leveled up to LV7. Yu looked quite satisfied with this result. The number might not seem like much, but it could match the fusion degree from a day when he was too lazy to cultivate. Moreover, he also gained skill experience. Oh right, and partners. He walked up to the 8 rascals, gazing at them with a cold expression that made them break into a cold sweat, and said, "He'll ask you 1 question. You only need to say yes. If you say even 1 other word." Hum. Yes, yes, yes. The 8 rascals turned pale and hurriedly nodded like chicks pecking at rice. "I haven't said it yet. We are already partners, right?" "Huh. Yes, 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 yes. Not 1. All are useless who cannot grow together." Seeing that the interface showed no reaction, Yu became a bit annoyed. He walked over and kicked each of them, delivering a total of 8 kicks, and sent the 8 rascals packing. Alright, what about the Uchiha? After the rascals left, Yu looked around, but saw that the Uchiha girl had already run away. It seemed she had used the body flicker technique just now. Yu recalled and pondered, thinking, can someone this young already use the body flicker technique? Having dealt with this matter, Yu began to walk back, contemplating how to quickly complete some side quests. "Yu, are you going back?" Naruto Uzumaki chased up from behind, shouting, "The one you defeated earlier, Yudo, knows a lot of people. He will definitely come to take revenge on you." "Oh, I see." Yu left without looking back. In the main residence of the Hyuga clan, the largest house in the center. In the deepest part of the house, in the largest main hall, Hyuga Hizashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, sat in the main seat. After taking a sip of fragrant tea, he gently placed the teacup on the tea table and asked the middle-aged ninja Hyuga Daiki, who was standing by, "How many children has Yu defeated?" "When I returned, I heard it had already exceeded 60. Now I'm afraid there are over 70 defeated by him. All were defeated in 1 hit, and no one could last even a round." Hyuga Hizashi fell silent for a moment before saying, as expected of another prodigy after Uchiha Itachi, "Today, Yu displayed extraordinary prowess among the village children, leaving many astounded. However, among those who were well-informed, it was not surprising. They had long heard of Yawara Yu, the lone disciple of Hatake Kakashi. Hyuga Hizashi asked again, what did that child say to Hinata? She came back, crying, and locked herself in her room. Does he harbor ill intentions towards our Hyuga clan? Hyuga Daiki replied helplessly, not at all. Yawara Yu chased off the 3 children who bullied young Lady Hinata. However, this child simply does not speak. He praised young Lady Hinata for being very good at rolling her eyes, and wanted her to teach him how to roll. And Hyuga Hizashi's expression became strange, and what? Hyuga Daiki said he comforted the young lady not to cry, saying that crying would make her uglier. Hyuga Hizashi rubbed his forehead and said, no wonder I've often seen the look of headache on the faces of the Yawara couple these years. He noticed Hyuga Daiki's expression was also somewhat odd and asked, is there anything else about Yawara Yu? Hyuga Daiki chuckled. Yawara Yu chased after the children and beat them fiercely, insisting that those little ones admit they are partners with him. After being forced to agree, he immediately turned around and beat them again. Hyuga Hizashi was left speechless, and after a moment he said, in comparison, the grievances our Hinata faced don't seem too much. Is this child chasing others to fight to find partners because he feels as lonely as Uchiha Itachi? How many of the village's children have been defeated by him? The Uchihas and us have all been defeated. Niji has gone to check. However, Yawara Yu is already the most dazzling presence among the little ones. Surely other children from different families will seek him out only to all be defeated by him. Having a target to chase is not a bad thing for the children. Daiki, how do you assess Yu's true strength? I can't make that judgment. Hatake Kakashi was able to defeat 2 Chunin at the age of 5, while his disciple Yawara Yu is still under 5 years of age. But in terms of strength, could he also possess Chunin strength? Hyuga Daiki was greatly shocked. The head's implication was that Yawara Yu's future achievements might shine as brightly as Hatake Kakashi's. How astonishing. Hinata Hizashi pondered for a moment before standing up. I will go check on Hinata. A few minutes later, he arrived at Hinata's room. Knock, knock. He tapped on the door, but there was no response from inside. Hinata Hizashi pushed the door open and walked in, finding Hinata sitting on the bed with her legs hugged, lost in thought. As the heir of the clan, he was displeased with her state, but she was after all his own daughter. He sat down beside her, gently stroking her head, and asked, Hinata, are you afraid of Noera Yua? Hinata's body trembled slightly. Hizashi continued to stroke his daughter's hair, saying, it's okay to be afraid. Life is long, and everyone encounters things they fear. What we need to learn is how to overcome them, not to avoid them. Do you understand? Let me simplify it, Hinata. Noera Yuha is the person you fear in your heart, the embodiment of your fears, but that's not a bad thing. As long as you conquer that fear, you will achieve true growth. Conquer my fear. But father, I can't defeat him. It's not necessary to defeat Noera Yuha to conquer your fear. You only need to face him without fear. While the parents in the village were discussing, Yuha, the person in question, was searching for someone on a snow-covered street. He calculated that he had defeated nearly 80 children today. This number startled him at first. At that time, he didn't quite understand why so many children sought him out for a duel. He also didn't understand why, after defeating so many kids, no adult had jumped in to challenge him. Wasn't it said that when you beat the younger ones, the older ones would step in? Later, he learned that this was the result of the adult's indulgence, which made him realize. It seemed that with a new wave of infants, the new generation was starting to grow up. Regardless of the subtle rivalry between families or the desire for children to have better growth in a peaceful era, the adults surprisingly did not stop this generation's mutual competitions. Of course, the premise was that it was only at the level of children's playful brawling. He wondered why his parents had never mentioned this to him. He thought they were probably afraid that if he used too much force, he might seriously injure other children, and that would lead to big trouble. In truth, if he had really exerted even a little strength, the children attacking him would have been left either dead or severely injured. As Yuha contemplated these things, he turned a corner and walked into an alley where there were no adults, only 3 children. 2 boys and a girl, the pig deer butterfly trio, the short-haired Yamanaka Ino, the not-so-fat Akimichi Choji, and the Nara Shikamaru with his hair tied back. When the 3 saw that Yuha had found them so quickly, their faces turned the color of liver. Akimichi Choji immediately charged over, yelling, Shikamaru Ino, run. They'll hold him back. He spread his arms trying to embrace Yuha, but Yuha raised his fist, and with a thud, Choji fell to the ground in pain, quickly getting back up to pounce again. Wait. Nara Shikamaru quickly called for a stop, also halting the fleeing Ino, saying, Ino, don't go. He approached with a puzzled look from the 3. Nara Shikamaru looked at the 3, his youthful face filled with helplessness. He raised his hand and said, I think we should surrender. What? Surrender? Shikamaru. While Choji and Ino were surprised, Yuha slightly nodded. Smart guy. Nara Shikamaru explained to his 2 companions, if we surrender, as long as we take 1 punch from him and acknowledge each other as strange partners, it will end. He definitely won't hold a grudge for our sneak attack. But if we refuse to surrender, he will chase us until dark. By then the number of attacks we receive will multiply. Choji and Ino, though reluctant, knew he was right. Yuha walked over and punched Shikamaru, knocking him down. Ino quickly said, "Wait, Yuha, can you not hit my face?" The next second she hunched over her face, flushed, clutching her stomach and shouting, "Nora, Yuha, why do you hit girls so hard? It hurts. I'm in so much pain." She said this while lying on the ground, groaning in pain, just like Shikamaru. Use force. If I really used force, your stomach would have a hole in it, Yuha thought. After becoming partners with the three, Yuha looked at the panel, and indeed words appeared. You have acquired your 10th partner, completed partner side, quest 4 fusion degree 007, Kamehameha skill experience 3000. You have acquired your 12th partner, completed partner side, quest 5 fusion degree 008, obtained LV1 skill Kaioken. Yuha gazed at the text on the panel, a strange expression on his face. The super skill Kaioken that he had been longing for these years had not appeared. He thought that such a powerful skill would not show itself for a long time. Today, after a day of beating up children, he unexpectedly encountered it. Kaioken, a technique created by the North Kai. It is a move that temporarily boosts one's combat power by several times, or even dozens of times. The multiplier can be continuously improved through training, but it places a heavy burden on the body. Currently, LV1 can only unleash 2x Kaioken. Yuha smiled slightly. This partner side quest reward was indeed quite good. However, the downside was that partners had limitations. They had to be able to grow together. Such people were not many. Among the 70 or so, only 12 matched, and most of them were from the Konoha 12. Calculating among the Konoha 12, it started with Uzumaki Naruto, then Hyuga Neji, followed by Rock Lee and Tenten. After this trio, the Uchiha girl appeared in front of him for the second time, and this time he made her stay with the word partner before letting her go. The unnamed Uchiha girl, after being defeated Uchiha Sasuke, likely got the news and came looking for him, but unsurprisingly he dealt with him as well. Then there was the pig deer butterfly trio who had attacked him. Altogether, he had taken down 8 out of the 12, including Hinata, Haruno, Sakura, Aburame, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba. "Ha! I found you. Noriyua. Come fight." At that moment, a very arrogant voice echoed, and a small boy with the unique red inverted triangle birthmark of the Inuzuka clan walked out from the corner of the alley. Inuzuka Kiba wore a confident smile on his face as he set down his puppy Akamaru from his shoulder, preparing to battle alongside his dog. However, the moment Akamaru saw Yuha's smiling face just a few meters away, he couldn't help but tremble. That terrifying face reminded him of the 2 times he had been trapped in a rice cooker. Woof! Chiwanu barked loudly and pounced over, biting the pant leg of his master. "Inuzuka, you trying to drag him away?" "Chiwanu, what are you doing?" The 4 people in the alley looked on in confusion as Inuzuka, you shouted, being pulled back around the corner by his dog. Yuyu naturally would not let him go rushing over in that direction. In just a few seconds, Luckamaru and the other 2 heard a series of devastating screams from both man and dog coming from that direction. The 3 wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and Dinksy, still shaken, said, "It's a good thing we listened to Luckamaru." Ino nodded in agreement repeatedly. At that moment, another child walked in from the opposite corner. He was completely covered in a trench coat, wearing sunglasses and a mask. The trio of Inuzuka, Shino, and Choji recognized him. It was Yamanaka Shino. "Shino, are you here to find Noera Yuyu?" Luckamaru paused for a moment and hurriedly said, "You should run. Otherwise it will be too late." "No." Yamanaka Shino adjusted his sunglasses and replied, "I may not be his opponent, but my father sent me to give it a try. Our companions, surrender. Please let us go." After hearing the screams from the alley stop, Inuzuka Yas' voice, which sounded like teeth rattling, came through intermittently. Yuyu also heard their conversation and turned back. He looked at the cool child several meters away, hands in pockets, and wearing sunglasses, thinking that this was the legendary undefeated champion from the Wind transmission. No wonder he was so confident in approaching him. Would the undefeated champion be defeated today? Go parasitic bugs. Yamanaka Shino did not waste words. After uttering a phrase, he extended his right hand from his pocket and raised it toward Yuyu. With a chorus of buzzing, a swarm of black bugs flew out from his sleeves, a large mass of them like black mist heading toward Yuyu. In the astonished eyes of the 4 in the alley, Yuyu did not dodge or evade, allowing the black bugs to burrow into his clothes. Wasn't Yuyu afraid of being bitten by the parasitic bugs? Or did he think Shino's bugs weren't strong enough to pierce his skin? The main reason Yuyu didn't dodge was his curiosity about these bugs. He felt a multitude of bugs gnawing beneath his clothes, but they couldn't break his skin. The black bugs were merely scratching him. This outcome was something he could have predicted. Are these things the very few creatures in the ninja world that feed on chakra? Yuyu was extremely curious about these special bugs. After pondering for a moment, he released his chi, causing a large amount of energy to float to his surface, making him glow faintly. The appearance of chi caught the attention of the parasitic bugs, which sniffed and then rushed toward this energy, all abandoning their attack on Yuyu to rapidly consume his chi on his surface. Yuyu noticed that the chi he released was quickly devoured by the bugs. The bugs emitted a significant amount of mental signals, seemingly urging him to release more. Are they getting addicted? How naive. Once Yuyu's curiosity about the bugs diminished, he would not comply with their request. He looked at Yamanaka Shino, who was already stunned, and the trio of Inuzuka, who were still perplexed about what was happening. Yuyu walked over and with a punch knocked Yamanaka Shino down. The latter quickly got up and said, I lost. We're partners. Yuyu nodded. He liked people who were straightforward, so he didn't make things difficult for him. He glanced at the sky in the west, painted with a rosy hue, knowing he had to return. After waving goodbye to the others, he left the alley. The alley fell silent. Orochimaru sensed something was amiss. He approached Yamanaka Shino and removed his sunglasses, only to see Shino weeping profusely, causing the trio of Inuzuka to jump in surprise. Orochimaru incredulously asked, Shino, did it hurt a lot? No, not really. Then why? All of my parasitic bugs have gone with Noera Yuyu. Boo-hoo. On the way back up the hillside, Yuyu occasionally felt the mental waves of the bugs beneath his clothes, asking for chi. To quiet them down, Yuyu released some chi for them to consume. After finishing the chi, the bugs appeared even more spirited than before. He mused that chakra is formed by the fusion of physical energy and mental energy, and his chi is the purest form of physical energy with no hint of mental energy. Did the bugs prefer this? Interesting. A middle-aged man stood in his path a few meters ahead. He was a Hyuga clan ninja with black long hair, wearing a Konoha headband and a black tight combat suit complemented by a green overcoat. He walked towards Yuyu, who thought this person was seeking revenge, but instead he bowed to the child a few years younger than him, speaking in a deep voice. Yuyu, hello, I am Hyuga Hizashi, the father of Hyuga Niji. Thank you very much this time. I don't think I did anything. If Yuyu had not seen the genuine gratitude on his face, he would have thought the parent was mocking him. Hyuga Hizashi seemed to sense his confusion, and after a few seconds of silence said, after Niji learned about our Hyuga clan's main and branch family system, he was depressed for a long time, and as his father, I felt powerless. After returning from outside the village, I saw a different Niji. He was defeated by you, but it also gave him a new goal. That child has regained his spirits. He said that it was only after competing with you that he understood what true genius is. His greatest desire now is to surpass you and no longer focus on the differences between the main and branch families. Naturally, I was very pleased to hear this, and I waited here specifically to thank you. Oh, I see no need to thank me. Yuyu truly did not feel he had done anything. However, was this person really Hyuga Hizashi, the one who died for the sake of the head of the Hyuga clan, his own brother? If he was not dead, it meant that Hinata's abduction had not yet happened. Calculating the time, it should be soon. What a pity. After chatting with the white-eyed ninja before him for a few sentences, Yuyu left, citing the need to hurry home for dinner. Yuyu, come visit our home sometime. We will treat you to the delicious food of the Hyuga clan. Yuyu heard the voice behind him from several meters away. He turned back to see Hyuga Hizashi waving at him, smiling. It felt somewhat familiar, like the smile of his father, a unique smile of fathers. Visiting their home, would that mean dealing with the Byakugan? Yuyu mused before quickly leaving. During dinner at home, that night, Yuyu noticed that his parents did not mention anything about his activities during the day, treating it as if nothing had happened. However, from the smiles that lit up their faces all night, and the way they occasionally served him food, it was clear that his parents were very pleased. Yuyu. Boo-hoo. Return my parasitic bugs to me. Boo-hoo. Return my parasitic bugs. Boo-hoo. Yuyu. Boo-hoo. At this moment, sounds of crying and shouting came from outside the courtyard. Yamanaka Shino. Yuyu thought silently, not only had he come looking for him, but he was crying so pitifully. What was going on? Seeing Noera Yodu and Minako looking surprised, Yuyu glanced at his right hand, where several parasitic bugs crawled out from his sleeve and onto the back of his hand. He said, it's Yugarashi Shino. He attacked me with a swarm of parasitic bugs. However, it was completely ineffective. In fact, after consuming some of the special chakra within me, these bugs are reluctant to leave. I'm quite troubled by this. Noera Yodu and Minako exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of perplexity. Given the continued crying and shouting outside, Yuyu quickly finished his dinner. After putting down his bowl and chopsticks, he said he'll go take a look. He jumped off his chair and dashed out of the dining hall. Yugarashi Shino was stopped by two guards at the door and could not enter. She shouted until her voice was hoarse, now reduced to wiping her tears. Yuyu. You finally came out. Return my parasitic bugs. Yuyu was rendered speechless, but thinking about the fact that the person standing before him was just a child of 3 or 4 years old, it was quite normal for her to cry. He looked at his sleeve and said, why don't you call your parasitic bugs and see if they respond to you? Yugarashi Shino tried it and shook her head. They don't want to come back. Yu replied, then what should we do? To be honest, he had brought them back simply because he found it amusing. Now that the novelty had worn off, he didn't want these bugs anymore. Although the bugs could be used for defense attack and intelligence gathering, he did not want them to parasitize his body or surface like parasites. Yugarashi Shino also didn't know what to do and started crying again. Fortunately, at that moment Shino's father Yugarashi Chime arrived just in time. Using the family's secret technique, those black bugs left Yu's body and flew back into Yugarashi Shino's. Goodbye, Yu. Come visit my house when you have time. After a brief chat with Noara Yodu, who appeared at the door, Yugarashi Chime took his son and left. Let's go home. Noara Yodu, after watching the departing father and son, also took Yu back. On the way back, Yugarashi Shino suddenly stopped in his tracks looking at his father and saying, "Father, something seems different." "What seems different?" "My bugs are different. They've become much stronger." "How can that be?" "The bugs told me they ate the special chakra from Yu." Yugarashi Chime took off his sunglasses. He carefully observed the parasitic bugs crawling on his son's hand, falling into deep thought. For the next few days, Yu wandered around the village. As he expected, many children came to challenge him, and he easily defeated them one by one. The number of children he defeated quickly reached 150, and the number of friends also approached 20. The 12 elites of Konoha, including Haruno Sakura, had all been defeated by him. "You are the most dazzling figure among the new generation of Konoha, having gained a bit of fame in the village. You completed the fame side quest Fusion Rate 0.1. That evening, while training in his home dojo, Yu saw this reminder on the panel. His expression turned strange. Self-destruct. The system is being ridiculous giving me this skill. However, in his memory, Vegeta used this move to try to take down Majin Buu with him, and its power is quite devastating. Self-destruct converts all life energy into chi, enveloping the body in a powerful energy field that gradually expands, annihilating anyone who enters the energy field. Note, the higher the level, the greater the blast radius and power. This skill, if it were in the Dragon Ball world, he would definitely not use it. But here in the Naruto world, where shadow clone technique exists, even if the clone is far from the original and very unstable, it is still a form of self-destruct. If the clone successfully executes it, it would surely have unexpected effects. In the future, if he saw the Explosion Man Daidara, perhaps he could even compare who knew Patrick Star better. Fusion Rate 9.75, nearly 10. Yu nodded slightly. This speed was something he had not anticipated. He hadn't expected that playing around with those children for a few days would yield such results. That day he was in a good mood and went to bed early. The next day around noon, Yu went out to wander again. As he arrived at a somewhat quieter street, he suddenly stopped and looked towards the street corner, saying, "Hinata, you've improved over the past couple of days and dare to come again. Give it up. Even if you sneak attack, you can't win against me." Hinata stepped out from the corner, shouting, "One day, I will defeat you." Yu smiled and replied, "I see no possibility of that whatsoever." 3 days after Hinata shouted, "You're so scary," and ran away, the little girl appeared again. It seemed she regarded Yu as a terrifying demon king, and even approaching him was difficult, but she was still trying her best to maintain her composure and challenge him. Over the next few days, Yu gradually understood that this little girl viewed him as a tool to train herself to overcome her fears. At this moment, Yu the tool felt bored and turned to leave. Hinata gritted her teeth, mustered her courage to pounce, but missed and fell to the ground. Hinata fell quite hard. Seeing that the hidden Byakugan ninja had not appeared, Yu walked over, gazing at her pure white eyes filled with tears. For some reason, the comforting words that came to his lips changed, and he said, "Hinata, you are worthless." "Huh? Why are you so calm? Am I wrong?" "You're wrong. Father said not to listen to you, and I have stronger points than you." "What points are stronger than mine?" "My dad said I can eat more than you." The head of the Hyuga clan actually likes to joke. Yu was unsure where Hinata's father had heard that he could eat a lot, but could this little bean sprout in front of him eat more than he could? He immediately felt indignant. Comparing eating with a Saiyan. Such jokes aren't made this way. Yu immediately dragged the little Hinata to Ichiraku Ramen and insisted on a bet: whoever loses pays the bill. The remediating contest soon began. 3 bowls, 5 bowls, 7 bowls, 10 bowls, 15 bowls. After finishing 15 bowls, Yu realized he was already quite full. Meanwhile, the little bean sprout next to him still looked as if she could eat more. "No way am I going to lose. This can't be true." Yu couldn't believe it and forced himself to eat another 5 bowls. However, little Hinata still calmly finished off 6 more bowls. "All right, though I don't want to admit it, but I lost." Yu looked at this little bean sprout's belly, unsure how she could fit so much ramen, but for the sake of their health it was best to stop. Only to awkwardly discover when he opened his wallet that he didn't have enough money. He hadn't brought enough cash. No, he hadn't expected little Hinata to eat this much. What to do? Should he dine and dash? The ramen shop owner couldn't possibly be the legendary Oitsutsuki Ichiraku, could he? Would dining and dashing force him to reveal his true identity? I have some too. While Yu was lost in thought, Hinata took out her wallet and pushed it in front of him. Her index fingers rubbed against each other, and she looked down at the ground quietly, saying, Can you not make me teach you how to roll your eyes? I can't do that. My family's Byakugan is natural. Also, partner, we are partners. Saying this will make you happy, right? That's what they told me. You have acquired your 20th partner, completed the partner side, quest 7 fusion rate 0. 1 obtained the skill instant transmission, LV1. Yu stared at the panel somewhat dazed. The skill he had been thinking about day and night for hundreds of days appeared under such circumstances. Is the partner side quest really this rewarding? First it was King of Worlds Fist, and now it's instant transmission. Or could it be that the little Hinata in front of me has extraordinary luck? Hinata shrank back under his gaze, jumping off her chair and quickly bolting out of the ramen shop. Then facing the seated Yu inside, she mustered her courage and shouted loudly, Yu, I won't be afraid of you. I will defeat you. After shouting, she seemed frightened that Yu would get angry and dashed away. This little girl is quite adorable. Yu naturally wouldn't be angry at a 3 or 4-year-old girl. He recalled the earlier moment. It had been a few days, and little Hinata still seemed very afraid of him. The most obvious sign was when he glanced at her little belly. Did she think he wanted to dissect her? With a resigned smile, Yu's gaze returned to the skills section on the panel. Instant transmission, a teleportation skill learned by Kakarot on planet Yardrat. By sensing someone's aura, one can instantly reach their location without any path, and can also bring others, though there is a distance limit. Currently LV1, it's at a low level, allowing a maximum teleportation distance of up to 10 kilometers, and one cannot bring others yet. So I need to perceive the aura. I was already prepared for this. Aura perception, LV7. Yu smiled slightly. After settling the bill for his ramen, he saw the shop owner turning around cheerfully to put the money away. He concentrated, and with a whoosh he instantly vanished from his seat. Welcome again, huh? The customer has left. The ramen shop owner turned around only to find the seat empty, puzzled. Can kids nowadays really walk without making a sound? Under a tree in a rice field to the northwest of the village, Yu's figure appeared instantly in the shade. He nodded at the farmers working a few meters away before vanishing again, reappearing in a dark corner of a small alley in the village. Stepping out of the alley, he looked at the bustling crowd around him. Indeed, with this skill his sense of security had increased several-fold. The corners of Yu's mouth lifted as he strolled through the streets, and soon he noticed that Konoha Village seemed different today, with colorful balls and streamers hanging everywhere. What are we celebrating? After a while he learned from some chatter in a tavern on the street the Fire Nation and the Lightning Nation have signed an alliance treaty. 3 days from now, representatives from the Lightning Nation's Yuin village will come to Konoha to meet with the 3rd Hokage and sign the agreement that day. The village is preparing many welcoming arrangements. Listening to several ninjas enthusiastically discussing in the tavern, Yu understood one thing: the Fire Nation had participated in 3 brutal shinobi world wars in just 30 years, and after enduring countless battles, the village and nation that had suffered would not want to face a 4th war after a brief peace. Moreover, Konoha had just endured the Ninetales chaos and could not withstand another conflict. Yuin village must have realized the public sentiment regarding the Fire Nation, which is why they took this seemingly inconsequential treaty opportunity to come to Konoha to execute their secret plan to seize the Byakugan. Using the treaty signing as a cover to kidnap Hinata, and if they failed they would demand the body of Hyuga Hisashi or else declare war on Konoha. And the high-ranking officials of Konoha, in order to avoid war, were forced to agree to hand over Hisashi's body to Yuin village. This led to the incident of Hyuga Niji's replacement. Yu analyzed this in his mind as he walked out of the noisy tavern and strolled through the crowded streets. He stood in front of a movie poster on the street wall, which featured waves. Waves. Can I as Saiyan also surf now? No, I can actually take action, right? King of Worlds Fist self-destruct instant transmission. Especially this instant transmission skill. Thinking to himself, Yu looked at the detailed stats on his panel. Over the past few days his strength had significantly grown. What level had he reached? Not to mention his physical abilities, just considering his chakra amount. Chakra amount 2031 Jonin level. On the other hand, the amount of chi within him was nearly 10 times that of his chakra. If all of the chi were converted to chakra, he estimated he would certainly exceed the elite Jonin level, perhaps even surpassing the Hokage level. Let's begin. Yu looked into the distance, his gaze reaching far and wide, as if seeing Konoha and the entire ninja world. After whispering this, he left. During these 3 days, aside from reluctantly accepting a few warm invitations from the Yamanaka family to visit their clan's grounds, he spent most of his time outside practicing instant transmission or doing related preparations. The instant transmission skill, due to its initial low level, had significant delays, but as it rose to LV3 over these 3 days, the delay time was rapidly decreasing, which boosted his confidence. Soon it was the morning of that day. Representatives from Yuin Village arrived at Konoha as promised. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led many ninjas to the village gate to welcome them. Yu stood among the villagers on the side of the road watching like everyone else as the dozen or so Yuin ninjas entered the village amidst warm welcomes. His gaze fell on the foremost Yuin leader and ninja chief with a small mustache who covered one eye. It was said that he held a high status within Yuin Village. While he hadn't yet reached the advisory level, he was equivalent to the leader of a Jonin team in Konoha. Thus his death would be significant, providing a pretext for Yuin Village to initiate war. Yu remembered that this Yuin leader had been easily killed by Hyuga Hisashi. Logically, Hisashi as the clan leader was quite powerful, but killing a ninja of the Yuin leader's level with such ease was highly unusual. It shouldn't have been so easy. Let's see what happens tonight. As night fell after dinner, Yu used the excuse of being too tired from a day of training to take an early bath and return to his room for rest. Bang! In his room, Yu formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone that looked exactly like him to lie down in bed. Before he transformed into a mirror image, he used the transformation technique. Bang! Yu became a handsome adult man. This appearance was half inspired by Kakarot, a third from his other self in that world, and the rest from his imagination. His striking hairstyle changed to a very ordinary one. His attire transformed into a black robe with a hood embroidered with golden clouds. Yu looked at himself in the full-length mirror and nodded slightly. Over the years, he had prioritized training the transformation technique, followed by the shadow clone technique. At this moment, his transformation skill had already reached LV9. Even Kakashi Hitaki, using his Sharingan, wouldn't be able to discern whether he was using the transformation technique in a short amount of time. Since I have this disguise, I might as well use this name. I am Kakarot. Yu walked past the table looking at the tiger-faced mask placed on it. After putting it on, he placed his right index and middle fingers on his forehead, concentrating to sense, and in a brief moment, he perceived Hinata's internal energy and her location. Let's go. He then vanished from the room. Whoosh. Yu landed lightly upon the broad branch of a towering tree. He glanced around. The location was unmistakable, the grand courtyard of the Hyuga compound. Hey, hey, hey. Below in the vast courtyard, Hinata stood some 10 meters away from the tree where Yu perched. Before her stood 3 wooden training dummies firmly embedded in the earth. The young girl continued her rigorous practice, striking the central dummy repeatedly with precise palm strikes, murmuring softly with each blow. So diligently training even now. Yu watched, faintly puzzled. In his recollection, Hinata, heiress to the Hyuga main house and daughter of its esteemed head, was never one to emulate Rock Lee's fanatical, almost feverish devotion to training. Why then was she still practicing so late into the night? What is this? Yu's eyes widened. Each of the 3 wooden dummies bore a crudely drawn portrait on its face, sketched hastily on white paper. The likeness bore an uncanny resemblance to him, not just in features, but unmistakably in that distinctive crabclaw hairstyle. In the entire village, only he wore it. This little Hinata harbors such fierce resentment toward him. Nara Yu, I will defeat you. Slap, slap. After clenching her tiny fists and shouting once more, Hinata's spirit surged with renewed vigor, and she struck the dummy's torso with even greater force. Oh, I see. I'd rather you didn't shout so loudly. Yu sighed inwardly. If anyone hears you shouting like that, they'll think I've wronged you terribly, yet I've never laid a hand on you. Indeed, he had sparred with nearly every child in Konoha, including Ino, but Hinata remained the sole exception. He had truly never struck her. Nara Yu, one day I will overcome you. Thud, thud, thud. Nara Yu, I will not be defeated by you forever. Yu perched silently in the tree, flushed slightly. He pressed a hand to his forehead, the very same gesture his parents used when exasperated by him. This child is utterly exhausting. Please stop shouting. If you don't tonight, I'll hand you straight to a kidnapper. Nara Yu, I'll crush you beneath my feet. Who taught her that? A young lady ought never speak of trampling another with her feet. An hour later, Hinata finally tired. She sat for a moment upon a large stone nearby, then reached for the water bottle resting atop it and drank deeply, nearly half the bottle gone, before glancing back at the dummies with a small mischievous smile. Nara Yu, I won't give you any water. Let you thirst to death. Oomph. Yu scratched his head, thinking that Cloud Village Jonin commander. I'll wait 1 more hour. If he doesn't appear by then, I'm leaving. Another hour passed. Yu's patience worn threadbare, when at last a masked figure slipped stealthily over the courtyard wall and dropped soundlessly into the yard. Before Hinata could react, the intruder vanished and reappeared behind her in a blur of Shunshin no Jutsu. A swift, precise chop to her neck sent her collapsing into unconsciousness. Having secured his prize, the masked man hoisted Hinata onto his shoulder and leapt swiftly over the wall, racing toward the village's outer edge. At that instant, the courtyard gate swung open. Hyuga Hayashi, clad in pristine white robes, burst forth, his expression frozen in icy fury as he fixed his gaze upon the fleeing figure. Who dares? Put down my daughter, now. Receiving no reply, Hayashi charged forward in blind rage, closing the distance in mere heartbeats. His right palm, wreathed in shimmering blue chakra, lashed out, aimed squarely at the masked man. Yet just as it neared impact, Yuu erupted from the shadows beside him, delivering a thunderous kick directly to Hayashi's wrist. A sharp crack echoed. Hayashi's arm was deflected violently. Staggering backward, he skidded several meters across the stone pavement. Staring hard at the sudden tiger-masked interloper, Hayashi recoiled inwardly. His wrist throbbed fiercely. This man's strength is extraordinary. Is he a Taijutsu specialized jonin? His face darkened further. He had already gauged the abductor as exceptionally dangerous, his daughter held hostage, and thus sought a swift, decisive end to prevent harm. Now another formidable shinobi had emerged from the darkness, unforeseen, unbidden. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Hey, I offer you one chance. Release my daughter, and I shall grant you safe passage. Hayashi knew full well he stood little chance against them both. His words were a calculated ploy, to buy time and to amplify his voice, deliberately hoping others would hear and come. The masked abductor meanwhile stood stunned. This tiger-masked ally had no place in their plan. As he opened his mouth to question, Yuu spoke, his voice deep, mature, commanding. Go. I'll hold them off. Hurry. Explain everything later. Understood. My thanks. Overjoyed, the masked man bolted, Hinata still slung across his shoulders. Hayashi lunged to pursue, only for Yuu to intercept him mid-stride with another blistering kick. Swift, brutal, unrelenting, Hayashi barely raised his arms in time to block. The sheer force hurled him backward 7 or 8 meters. No. Hayashi watched helplessly as his daughter vanished into the distant night, swallowed whole by the inky blackness beyond the village walls. The masked figure closed in again, blisteringly fast. Gritting his teeth, Hayashi roared, Kaiten. At the instant Yuu drew near, chakra erupted from Hayashi's tenketsu, spinning him into a whirling vortex, a living blue gyroscope. The azure cyclone collided with Yuu, boom, and sent him hurtling backward through the air. Hayashi seized his Kaiten breath ragged. His Byakugan remained active, its all-seeing vision sweeping the night sky, yet found no trace of the masked man. Impossible. Where is he? Brother, what's happened? Hyuga Hisashi arrived first, alerted by the commotion. His gaze fell upon the shallow, circular groove carved into the earth by the Kaiten's centrifugal force. Astonishment etched across his face. Who forced you to resort to Kaiten? Hinata has been abducted. What a... 2 assailants, 2. One was flung away by my Kaiten, yet I saw no landing. No matter, I'll pursue alone. You summon reinforcements immediately. These 2 are dangerously strong. Even together we may not prevail. Yes. Beneath a sky black as ink, Yuu soared low, gliding effortlessly on the currents of the flying technique. 2 minutes later, 2 fleeing Cloud Village shinobi appeared dead ahead in his field of vision, the masked commander among them. Yuu scanned the horizon. They were still far from the village's outer limits. Deliberately he slowed, keeping pace with quiet, unhurried precision. Commander, you say a tiger-masked shinobi aided you. Indeed. His taijutsu mastery is exceptional, likely a jonin-level specialist. Was he your contact? No, we don't have anyone like that among our spies in Konoha. That's strange. After successfully meeting up with the Jonin Bora, who came with him, the leader of the Yunin village ninjas immediately fled outside Konoha. During their escape, the Yunin leader naturally inquired about the sudden appearance of the strange masked man, but Jonin Bora denied sending anyone. Both were filled with confusion. Who was that person, and how did they suddenly appear to assist them in abducting the daughter of the Hyuga clan? In the silence, Jonin Bora suddenly asked, Leader, did you just engage with Hinata Hyuga? Yes, I was discovered by Hinata and had a confrontation with him. Did you feel anything unusual in your body? What do you mean? It's nothing, just a casual question. The Yunin leader suddenly stopped his steps, his cold gaze fixed on Jonin Bora as he said, We came to Konoha to execute the plan to seize the Byakugan. Did Lord Raikage give you any other instructions? Or are you hiding another plan from me? How could that be? You're overthinking it. Jonin Bora's gaze flickered and he urged, Leader, we must leave Konoha immediately. If there is infighting here and the Konoha ninjas catch up, it could very well lead to mission failure. You know the consequences. The Yunin leader's eyes flickered and he ultimately nodded in agreement with his statement. The 2 continued on their way, and along the road he spoke again. If we successfully abduct Hinata Hyuga, this mission will be considered a success. Tomorrow, even if the people of Konoha see us leaving early and suspect that we acted against the Hyuga clan, what can they do? Those people certainly wouldn't dare to break the agreement and start a war. I can't wait to see the frustrated expressions on the faces of the Konoha people. Jonin Yu still flew at a low altitude, maintaining his speed. He was not far from the two, easily hearing every word of their conversation. At first he thought that this mission of Konoha Village might involve their internal faction struggles, but now hearing this as a person from Konoha, he was not panicking. Instead, he watched with great interest as they gradually approached the boundary of Konoha. Haha, they've come out. A few minutes later, the two Chunin ninjas jumped onto the hillside and dashed out of Konoha's territory. The two began to move rapidly across the mountainous terrain, and after running several hundred meters, they spotted 10 Chunin ninjas accompanying them, 3 Chunin and 7 Genin. The Chunin leader nodded to the 10 and led them away from Konoha. The group of 12 felt that this mission was considered complete. They had obtained the best route to exit Konoha in advance to infiltrate and establish an alliance, and then find an opportunity to abduct the young Hinata Hyuga. Step by step, the mission plan was flawless and perfectly executed. However, suddenly they stopped in their tracks. Under the cold moonlit night, among the pile of rocks several dozen meters ahead, a tall figure appeared in the blink of an eye. The person stood atop the largest rock in the pile, wearing a peculiar tiger mask and a wide black robe with golden clouds billowed in the night wind. Stop! Don't make a move. The Chunin leader made a gesture to halt his mask, already removed, revealing a puzzled expression as he said, "Did you not just stop Hinata from coming after me? How did you end up here?" "Because I'm faster than you." Jonin, you lightly leaped down from the large rock, walking step by step towards them. "Who are you and why did you help me?" "Help you? You must be mistaken." "Then why?" "Engaging in a fight within Konoha would attract a lot of trouble, so I let you all come out." The Chunin leader was taken aback, quickly retreating to shield himself and the target behind numerous ninjas, but he saw that the masked man did not rush to attack, allowing their people to disperse around and occupy the advantageous terrain. "What are you afraid of? He's just one person." Jonin Bora glanced at the tensed Chunin and Genin around him, angrily rebuking, but as he looked at the approaching masked man, he swallowed hard. The mysterious person's sudden appearance and the calm confidence he displayed in front of so many people brought them an unprecedented sense of pressure. "Die!" A Chunin could no longer hold back and threw shurikens at the masked man who was several meters away. The shurikens sliced through the air quickly, but to you they seemed to move slowly, far less threatening than the shurikens thrown by Kakashi. With a flick of his finger, he sent the shuriken flying. The shurikens fell and struck the rocks, producing a crisp sound. "What?" He deflected the shuriken with his finger. "Be careful. He is a master of taijutsu. Fire-style fireball jutsu." Another Chunin, seeing the masked man getting closer, also made a move, unleashing a massive fireball. However, the fireball shot straight past the masked man, as if it passed right through him. He used high-speed movement like the body flicker technique. Sweat beaded on Jonin Bora's forehead as he saw that the masked man had already entered their optimal attack range and shouted attack. Including Jonin Bora, 11 ninjas charged toward the masked man. Jonin Bora struck first, quickly forming hand seals to unleash his signature lightning release technique. Lightning release shock wave. He opened his mouth wide, spraying forth a strong current of water imbued with electricity, swiftly rushing toward the masked man. The masked man continued to move quickly, evading the attack. The water waves relentlessly followed his figure, sweeping over the ground, creating numerous pits from the powerful impact. You would not be easily hit by such attacks, increasing his speed further. At this moment, the 3 Chunin and 7 Genin had already pounced on him, attempting to engage him in close combat, but within just a few exchanges, 4 of them were already down. You defeated the first Genin, completing achievement, task 11, gaining 5,000 experience for the Turtle School Energy Wave Skill Fusion Rate 0.06. You defeated the first Chunin, completing achievement, task 12, gaining 1,000 experience for the teleportation skill, leveling up from LV3 to LV4 fusion rate 0.07. You defeated the third Genin, completing achievement, task 13, obtaining a Senzu Bean fusion rate 0.07. You paused, looking at the lines of text on the panel before him, nodding inwardly. Fall back. Don't engage him in taijutsu. Throw shurikens. Under Jonin Bora's command, a rain of shurikens was thrown, but they suddenly realized that there were more than 10 figures of the masked man appearing here. Were they shadow clones? These figures attacked desperately, trying to eliminate the shadow clones, but the shurikens they threw passed right through the heads and bodies of these masked figures. They weren't shadow clones, they were merely illusions. Shadows. They're all shadows. What kind of technique is this? A technique we've never seen before. Did any of you see him form hand seals? How does he cast it without them? Where is his true body? The Cloud Village ninja grew increasingly frantic, shouting in alarm. At that moment, Yuha was employing Kakarot's technique, multiple afterimage fist. Using blinding speed to generate illusory clones, his actual body rapidly shifted among their positions. Since the ninja's shuriken struck the afterimages at staggered intervals, they could not discern which was real or strike him out from the illusions. Listening to their panicked cries, he mused inwardly. Indeed, even an ordinary technique becomes profoundly threatening when faced without prior intelligence. I must intervene now. While his subordinates fought, the Cloud Village squad leader continued retreating. He had originally intended to swiftly extract the mission target, but the situation had deteriorated catastrophically. If he did not act immediately, his entire unit risked annihilation. Gritting his teeth, he dashed behind a massive boulder, gently propped Hyuga Hinata against the rock, then surged forward again to join the fray. This man truly deserved his rank, equal to a Jonin squad captain. Upon reaching his comrades, he swiftly formed hand seals and intoned, "Lightning release lightning armor." Torrents of lightning nature chakra erupted from his body, coiling around him and rapidly coalescing into a shimmering garment-like cloak of crackling electricity. Is this the fourth Raikage's lightning chakra armor? No, it falls far short. Remaining within the multiple afterimage fist state, Yuha observed the ninja's attack patterns closely, waiting for the perfect opening. Kill him. The surge of high-voltage current violently stimulated his musculature, accelerating his sprint several-fold. Then, channeling immense lightning chakra into his legs, he activated the lightning body flicker technique. With both techniques amplifying his speed to its absolute peak, he nearly rivaled the masked figure's own velocity and lunged in pursuit of that elusive silhouette. Drawing upon vast combat experience, he anticipated the masked figure's next landing point. Breakthrough. Seizing the moment, the Cloud Village leader hurled a devastating punch toward the speeding Yuha. Yuha was forced to meet the blow with a counterpunch, halting the strike midair. Boom. A gale roared forth from the impact point of their colliding fists. Compelled to abandon the multiple afterimage fist, Yuha locked eyes with the Cloud Village leader, who had been driven backward 7 or 8 meters by the force of that single strike, and remarked, "Your speed is respectable. Quite intriguing." Had those words come from anyone else, the ninja would have branded them arrogant. But facing this enigmatic adversary, their tension only deepened. Even now, with his technique seemingly countered, the oppressive aura pressing upon them remained utterly unrelenting. The Cloud Village leader felt the same dread. Glancing at his right hand, blood streaming freely from torn skin, he struggled to believe it. His fist had been shielded by lightning armor, yet still suffered grievous injury in that exchange. Who is this man? His physical prowess is terrifying. Yuha observed the increasingly anxious Cloud Village ninja. From these brief exchanges, he had already gauged their strength. Setting aside the others, this squad leader was undoubtedly an elite Jonin. So how had Hyuga Hayashi dispatched him so effortlessly? It was time to truly test his own capabilities. Yuha's figure blurred and vanished once more before their eyes. The Cloud Village leader stared in shock as the masked figure charged toward him at impossible speed, so fast his eyes could barely track the motion. No, this man hasn't even begun to exert his full power. Realizing grave peril, he snatched 2 blade-like weapons from a scroll at his belt, then pushed his lightning chakra to its absolute limit, the storm of electricity around him intensifying dramatically. His eyes darted wildly, scanning for the masked figure's position. Once locked on, he drove both blades into the ground, swiftly formed hand seals, and unleashed his lightning release technique. Lightning burial feast of thunder. Yellow torrents of violent lightning erupted from the blades, detonating precisely where the masked figure reappeared. Boom. The deafening explosion sent plumes of dust billowing skyward. Yet from the haze, a faint, indistinct silhouette shot forth like a streak of shadow. In an instant, it closed the distance and slammed a fist into the Cloud Village leader's face, sending him hurtling backward over 10 meters, shattering a boulder before he finally came to rest. Cough, cough. The Cloud Village leader rose, spitting out 2 broken teeth. He scanned frantically, yet found no trace of the masked figure. Where did he go? How did he vanish? Does he possess Earth-style body flicker? Yuha heard none of their mounting panic. He stood beneath a distant ancient tree, cradling young Hinata in his arms. He'd planned this from the outset, to shield the child from collateral damage. At the first opportunity, he'd seized her and teleported her away. Now, laying her gently on the grass before the trunk, he turned to leave, when Hinata murmured softly, "Yahara? Yuha?" Yuha turned back, only to find Hinata's eyes still closed, unconscious. She must be dreaming. Her expression twisted in discomfort as she whispered faintly, "Arya, don't bully me. I won't roll my eyes." Evidently, the trauma he'd inflicted upon this little girl ran deep. She was still trapped in a nightmare. In a single fluid motion, Yuha vanished. Back on the battlefield, the 8 remaining ninja stood rigid, scanning desperately for that terrifying masked figure. Even our squad leader couldn't withstand him. "We must flee." A terrified Chunin quavered, "If we don't escape now, he'll slaughter us all." The others looked to their leader. Yet the Cloud Village leader remained utterly focused, eyes sweeping the terrain. He knew with chilling certainty that this was the most perilous moment of his life, a man who shattered his lightning armor with ease, radiating such overwhelming pressure. Only the fourth Reikage had ever inspired such dread. Flee, fools. It wasn't about fleeing anymore. It was about survival. Flight would guarantee death. Seeing his leader remain silent, the Chunin could bear it no longer. With a guttural scream, he flung his kunai aside and bolted into the night. After sprinting 100 meters, the Chunin's flight was cut short. A blinding flash ignited atop a boulder 15 meters ahead, and a streak of white light tore across the night sky, piercing his torso before he could react. Boom! The light struck the earth, detonating into a crater several meters wide. Indeed, all fragile as glass. Before the horrified gazes of the remaining 7 Yuha landed soundlessly upon the ground. His gaze swept across them. Konoha shinobi are approaching. I'll end this swiftly. Wait. The head of Yunin, drenched in sweat under his icy gaze, hurriedly shouted, "What is your purpose? If you tell us, perhaps we can negotiate." "My purpose? It won't hurt to tell you." Yu nodded and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to truly test my strength." "Is that it?" The head of Yunin could hardly believe it. "Is that the reason you came to ambush us?" "That is sufficient reason. However, I now have a new idea. I need a lackey." "All right. 5 seconds." A massive flow of red energy surged around him. His skin turned crimson, and the air around him began to distort under this energy. After entering the doubled state of the King of the Realm Fist, Yu felt an explosive consumption of energy and stamina within. Yet at this moment, he also felt an unprecedented strength within himself. With a sudden movement, he appeared almost instantly before the still panicking Bolong shinobi. In the face of the shinobi's fear, he struck like lightning, grabbing his neck and lifting him as if he were a mere chick. Then, with a slight exertion of strength, he effortlessly snapped the shinobi's neck with a crack. You have defeated the first shinobi, completing the achievement side quest 14, and gained the skill card Kakarot LV1. Solar Fist fusion level increased by 0.08. Solar Fist. Solar Fist, a technique of the Crane School that utilizes chi to transform into light energy, temporarily blinding the enemy. The more chi used, the stronger the light source. LV1, currently low level, can convert only a small amount of chi into light. Boom. For seconds, Yu glanced at the Solar Fist skill before throwing the corpse of the Yunin shinobi to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He moved with extraordinary speed, disappearing from the terrified shinobi's sight. By the time he reappeared apart from the head of Yunin, the other 5 shinobi had been sent flying like cannonballs, either crashing into rocks or being heavily pounded into the ground. After 5 loud bangs, Yu heard a voice in his mind. You have defeated the 5th Genin, completing the achievement side quest 15. Solar Fist skill experience increased by 1000, LV1 upgraded to LV3. You have defeated the 3rd Chunin, completing the achievement side quest 16. Self-detonation skill experience increased by 1000, LV1 upgraded to LV3. In an instant, the fear within the head of Yunin reached its peak. In his eyes, the man wearing a hideous tiger mask enveloped in a massive red aura appeared like a red demon emerging from hell. Kill. The head of Yunin, at the cost of his own lifespan, ignited his lightning chakra to an unprecedented state, and suddenly the area thundered with lightning. 3 seconds. Boom. The two rushed towards each other at full speed, their arms colliding. In an instant, the powerful force of impact uprooting layers of the mountainous terrain. The head of Yunin heard the crack of his arm's bones. In the next moment, his body was sent flying, and the masked man followed, closely pounding him relentlessly. In just a second, he was struck with dozens of blows. Bang! Yu's final punch landed squarely in his stomach. The head of Yunin spat blood, violently crashing hard into the rocky terrain and creating a large crater. Amidst the swirling dust, the red energy around Yu rapidly dissipated. He reached down, grasped the bloodied and unconscious head of Yunin, and lifted him up. 1 second. Swish, swish, swish. After counting this time in his heart, dozens of figures rushed from afar, coming to a halt in unison. The timing is just right. Yu turned around to face the dozen or so arriving from Konoha, a number greater than he had anticipated. Fortunately, many of the arriving shinobi were at least Chunin, and his parents were not among them. Along with the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hizashi, and the Hyuga elders, there were also 6 Jonin from Konoha and 5 Chunin. This formation, even in Hokage, would likely have a chance to survive, but they certainly wouldn't be able to capture him. The 16 individuals gazed in astonishment at the battlefield, which had been ravaged to an extreme degree. The two combatants made them even more confused. Was that masked man slaughtering the shinobi of Yunin? Were they not on the same side? Just moments ago, they had confirmed from the night patrol team that the masked individuals were the Yunin shinobi who entered the village today, acting in concert with that masked man to abduct Hinata Hyuga, attempting to seize the secrets of the Byakugan. Why were they now fighting each other? Could it be over Hinata? Hyuga Hayashi was the first to speak, urgently asking, "Where is my daughter? Bring her back." Hinata Hyuga is fine over there, under the tree 300 meters away. Hyuga Hayashi thought for a moment, and immediately dashed toward that direction. All right then, I'm off. Don't even think about it. Stay here. Yu knew this was just the first batch of arriving shinobi, and there would definitely be more from Konoha. Thus he held onto the head of Yunin and aimed to leave quickly. However, Hyuga Hizashi and the other Jonin quickly caught up, only to find that this masked figure was moving at an astonishing speed, leaping between the trees, quickly widening the distance between them. Who are you? What is your purpose? Hyuga Hizashi shouted from behind. How about you stay? Yu shot him a glance, accelerated again, and then disappeared into the darkness. Where did he go? How strange, how could he disappear like that? Dozens of them arrived at the dark woods, searching all around, but finding no trace of the person. No matter how Hyuga Hizashi used his Byakugan, he could not find him. After searching in vain, they returned to the base of the large tree, finding Hinata was indeed there, which put their minds at ease. Hyuga Hayashi picked up his daughter, finally relieved. Under simple medical treatment, Hinata Hyuga quickly regained consciousness. She was unaware of what had just transpired, only feeling a pain in her neck before her vision went dark. She even mentioned that she had been feeling quite uncomfortable, having a nightmare of Yu hitting her neck with a stick, insisting that she teach him how to use the Byakugan. When she couldn't, he kept hitting her, which was quite painful. A group of people couldn't help but chuckle at this. The upper ninjas exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. Why would the masked man deliberately leave a survivor if he did not wish to reveal his identity? If there are 4 Yunin ninjas still alive, perhaps they could obtain some intelligence from them. Moreover, they discovered in their discussions that if there were surviving Yunin ninjas, it would be extremely advantageous for Konoha. These surviving ninjas could prove that the fallen Yunin village ninjas were not killed by them, and that the Yunin leader was not taken away by their group. The people of Yunin village actually came to sign a pact to seize our Byakugan. This just proves that agreements are merely waste paper. Indeed, a pact is much like a verbal agreement. The Third War has proven that. However, there were indeed many strange occurrences tonight. Regardless, the crisis for the Hyuga clan has been temporarily averted. Soon after, more Konoha ninjas arrived at the scene. While the ninjas discussed the events of the night, Yu had already appeared in a nondescript town more than 30 kilometers away from Konoha, holding the head of the Yunin ninja. With another instant movement, he arrived inside a residence in the town. Yu gazed at the sizable residence. It was not one he had purchased. At his age, he had yet to accumulate enough wealth for such a purchase, but renting was still an option. At this moment, the large house was empty. Yu walked deep into the house, traversing the long corridor until he reached a modified prison cell, where he secured the nearly lifeless Yunin ninja, head with restraints, and hung him on the wall before teleporting away. After returning to his room, Yu removed the tiger mask and placed it back into the sealing scroll. After also dispelling the transformation technique and shadow clone, he finally felt at ease. He sat in a chair contemplating this operation. The gains from tonight's actions were substantial. Not only did it significantly increase his fusion rate, but he also learned the Solar Fist and acquired an additional Senzu-bean. More importantly, he had genuinely confirmed his own strength. Prior to this, he had not dared to use his full strength during sparring with Kakashi, and his understanding of his own power had been quite vague. After the battle with the Yunin village people tonight, it seemed he had somewhat underestimated his own abilities. Now, he wouldn't say he surpassed those at the shadow level. Because the outcome of a battle is not solely determined by individual strength, there are also known and unknown factors at play. However, after this battle, he was certain he would no longer fear those at the shadow level. Of course, another significant gain from this operation was that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he now had someone who could run errands for him. After engaging with the Yunin ninja head, he had already formed a judgment about this person's strength. This level of ability was definitely adequate for running errands for him. However, to prevent any unexpected events, he would need to employ some powerful means to completely control this shadow-level ninja. Tomorrow, let's pay a visit to the Yunyu family. Yu's thoughts drifted as he contemplated these matters, and then he fell asleep. Meanwhile, after he fell into a deep sleep, the people of Konoha had already returned to the village. In the Hyuga family's large residence, Hyuga Hizashi gently placed his daughter Hinata, who had fallen asleep on the way, onto the bed. After covering her with a blanket, he stepped out. Brother, Hyuga Hayashi, waiting in the corridor, approached and asked, "Is there anything unusual with Hinata?" Hyuga Hizashi shook his head, saying no. Those people did not harm Hinata. He paused and looked at his brother. Hayashi, thank you for your help tonight. If it weren't for your desperate calls for assistance, our pursuit team wouldn't have been able to set off so quickly. Previously, I punished you. Hyuga Hayashi fell silent. Lowering his head for a moment, he then raised it again and said, Hinata is my niece. The murderous intent I directed at her before was certainly my fault. My disgraceful actions were witnessed by Niji and affected this child's growth. This is the thing I regret most in these past few years. The two brothers gazed at each other, suddenly understanding each other more deeply. No matter how many conflicts arose from their differing opinions, once it came to the safety of their descendants, their emotions were always in harmony. Just like tonight when Minato was abducted, both Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Hayashi were extremely anxious. Moreover, Hayashi understood that his elder brother cared deeply about his nephew Niji's growth, just as he did. Yahiko Yuyu, I will defeat you. At this moment, a soft murmur came from Hinata's room. The Hyuga brothers exchanged peculiar glances, and Hisashi said, not only Niji, but Hinata also regards Yoyu as her greatest target. Hyuga Hayashi, in a good mood, joked, it's not just those too many children in the village think the same way. It's truly a burden for Yoyu carrying so much at such a young age. Hyuga Hisashi nodded slightly, and suddenly asked, you mentioned earlier that you felt the masked man bore no hostility towards you. Hyuga Hayashi replied, yes, it felt rather strange, but I did indeed sense that. Could this person be someone from our village? But who could it be capable of so easily defeating a team led by the Yunin ninja head? There can't be many in our village with such strength, can there? Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru, and Lord Hokage all seem unlikely. Hyuga Hisashi recalled the combat style of that person and shook his head, saying, none of them. What is that sound? At that moment, the two heard the signal of the Umbu entering the room, and they hurriedly left the house. Outside the large residence, under the moonlight, an Umbu wearing an animal mask approached and handed them a scroll before swiftly leaving. Hyuga Hisashi opened the scroll and skimmed through it before saying to Hayashi, the Hokage has requested that tonight's events be handled discreetly. This is a gag order. In the Hokage building in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reviewing the detailed reports sent by the Konoha ninjas regarding tonight's events, his brow furrowed. It was not Yunin people, yet they could appear at the scene on time, seemingly very familiar with Konoha's defenses, their strength surpassing that of the team led by the Yunin ninja head. Dressed in black, wearing a mask, he walked to the window and gazed at the bright moon in the night sky. This person is not the same as the masked man who summoned the Nine Tails to invade Konoha a few years ago. But why do their outfits resemble each other so closely? If this person is from Konoha, who could it be? The unknown forces lurking in the ninja world are increasing. The next day, as usual, Yoyu went out, strolled through the streets, and wandered. However, after 2 hours of wandering around Konoha Village and visiting many places frequented by ninjas, he had not heard any mention of the major incident that occurred last night from any ninja. He quickly realized that in order to avoid disputes and conflicts between the two countries, the higher-ups of Konoha had handled last night's events discreetly, and everyone had been given a gag order. Later on, in certain areas of Konoha Village, new wanted posters for the rogue ninja were put up. These wanted posters exuded an eerie aura. The Yunin village ninja head Yamoi, who was formally welcomed into Konoha Village yesterday, had overnight transformed into a traitor to the land of lightning and the Yunin village and shrank rogue ninja. The wanted poster stated that anyone who killed or captured him would receive a hefty reward from the land of lightning. Yun Inrin represented Yun-In village to sign an alliance agreement yesterday, but today he has become a traitorous ninja of Yun-In village, a dramatic turn of events that is indeed quite sensational. Many people gathered around the bounty notice, discussing animatedly. Yu squeezed into the crowd, looking at the content of the bounty notice a few meters away. He guessed that this might be Yun-In village's concession to my village. After all, it was true that a Yun-In ninja kidnapped Hinata Hyuga last night. To prove that they did not violate the alliance treaty and did not execute the Byakugan plan, Yun-In village had to shift all the blame onto the missing Yun-In ninja leader Amwa. Of course, this might also have been something Yun-In village had wanted to do for a long time. After all, if he hadn't acted last night, Amwa would have been easily killed by Hyuga Hayashi and shrank traitorous ninja. This implies that the strength of this Yun-In leader has been officially recognized. Yu stepped back from the crowd and left. Amwa has become a traitorous ninja, yet he still could not believe this person. He must completely control this ninja leader. If he could not do so, he might as well send him to the afterlife. After a few minutes, Yu arrived at the Oil Girl clan's mansion. As he entered the main gate, he saw over a dozen cool-looking men fully covered and wearing large sunglasses with their hands in their pockets. He couldn't help but marvel at how peculiar this sight was. They would surely be popular if they debuted as a group. Yu, welcome. Yu Jiwei did not think much of it. He knew Yu's purpose for coming to the Oil Girl clan today, so he led several clan members to wait for his arrival in the courtyard. From this day on, Yu began formal cooperation with the Oil Girl clan. The cooperation entailed that the Oil Girl clan would provide Yu with a position as an external ninja, which comes with a generous monthly salary, as well as a large supply of various parasitic insects and methods to control them. What Yu needed to do was visit the Oil Girl clan once a month to provide his special chakra for the insects to consume. Yu agreed to cooperate with the Oil Girl clan for 3 reasons. First, he needed money to operate the organization he had essentially established. Second, parasitic insects could help him gather intelligence, and serve many other purposes, which was the primary reason he came to the Oil Girl clan today. Moreover, the parasitic insects did not necessarily have to be parasitic within the host's body or on the surface. As long as the host provided them with enough chakra, they would willingly thrive, even in the wild. Third, he could take the opportunity to befriend the Oil Girl clan. The Oil Girl clan was one of the founding clans that joined Konoha during the early days of the Fire Country, and their overall status in the village is certainly within the top 10. If he had their support for any major actions in the future, it would undoubtedly be much easier. What he needed to provide was his special chakra. Previously, they agreed on providing it once every 2 weeks, but after Yu's refusal, it was changed to once a month of frequency he could accept. He was no longer worried about the amount of special chakra provided. How much chakra could a 4-year-old child possibly have? Of course, it wouldn't be much. If he extracted too much, it would scare these people. Exhausting all chakra could lead to death. To show my sincerity, please let your insects come out to consume my chakra now. Yu and the clan leader of the Oil Girl clan entered the reception room of the mansion, and after talking for a while, he proposed this idea. In truth, he was simply too lazy to make another trip. Since he was already there, he might as well expend a little energy. His words were very well received by the Oil Girl clan members, who all stood up to express their gratitude. Soon a dozen wisps of black insects like clouds of mist flew towards Yu. Most ninjas would have fainted at the sight of such a scene, but Yu was not afraid of the swarm of insects. He allowed them to fly into his clothes while he began to release chi. The amount of chi released was not much, only about 1/30th of what he had in his body, yet it still astonished the members of the Oil Girl clan. Indeed, Yu was a genius possessing such a vast and unique chakra at such a young age. The insects consumed the special chakra for over 10 minutes. Once the chakra released from Yu's body was completely exhausted, the dozen black insects returned to their respective bodies among the Oil Girl clan members. They began inspecting the insects inside their bodies and reported back to Yu. Clan leader Yue, after the insects in my body consumed the chakra, just now we did discover some mutations occurring, heading in a more powerful direction. Mine too. Although the mutations are not substantial, they are indeed happening. Exactly. If we let them consume chakra 10 or 20 more times, I believe we can quantify this mutation, and the parasitic insects will become even stronger. Yu merely nodded slightly, as he had already observed this change long ago, otherwise he would not have agreed to this cooperation. He stood up and said to Yu, "Let's go, Yu, to see our parasitic insects." Led by Yu, a group of people arrived at the large insect chamber of the Oil Girl clan. Upon entering the insect chamber, Yu saw countless insect jars mostly hanging like gourds, filling the entire large room. After a brief tour in the insect chamber, Yu directly asked, "What type of parasitic insect do you need, Yu?" "We have comprehensive parasitic insects and specialized ones, including those for attack, defense, medical assistance, and reconnaissance, etc. I temporarily need 2 types. The first type is specialized, focusing on intelligence gathering capabilities. Attack and defense are not a concern. That's easy. What about the second type?" "The second type is quite special. Last time I was here, you mentioned that the Oil Girl clan has a special type of parasitic insect that is difficult to keep alive. It has a unique ability to host onto enemies, but only consumes the chakra of its host. If the host does not provide it with food, it will induce hunger and eat away at the host's brain until it is completely consumed." The insect chamber fell silent. The members of the Oil Girl clan were not fools. They could roughly guess what Yu intended to do with the insects. Yu remained silent for a moment and said, "Yu, let me remind you, you are not yet 5 years old." Yu smiled slightly and replied, "My teacher Kakashi Hitaki was able to defeat 2 Chunin working together at 5 years old, and I, at not even 5, am already an external ninja of your clan." The crowd was astonished. They had heard of Yu's reputation comparable to that of Uchiha Itachi, and seeing it in person today was indeed impressive. Ultimately, Yu decided to agree to Yu's request and took him to a jar of insects. This jar contained specialized parasitic insects, smaller than the comprehensive ones, translucent and nearly invisible to the naked eye, perfectly suited for reconnaissance. The second type was located in the innermost jar of the insect chamber. Yu looked inside and found that the insects in the jar were indeed quite special, grayish-white in color, with very few insects inside, and the bottom of the jar was covered with a thick layer of insect corpses. Is it because they are difficult to keep alive, so most of them have died? You have a very special chakra, Yu. Not only can it cause the parasitic worms to mutate in a stronger direction, but it can also greatly increase their survival rate. That's one of the reasons I promised you this responsibility. However, due to their survival issues, these parasitic worms are quite rare. Our clan has only about 300 left, divided into 3 groups of 100 each. You need to make good use of them and not waste them. Alright, I understand. Yuha nodded, thinking to himself, with 3 groups available, does that mean I can control 3 people? Next, Yuha, in his capacity as an external ninja of the Oil Woman clan, signed a contract with the Insect clan. This method of signing a contract was somewhat similar to the one he had established a year and a half ago with the Boza Ridgedog clan, using blood and names as mediators. In this way, Yuha became a ninja capable of controlling the insect clan for the Oilwoman clan. From the perspective of the Oilwoman clan, this was not a big deal. They informed Yuha that aside from their clan, there were many others in the ninja world who could control the insect clan, particularly the Mizukage clan from the rock-hidden village of the Land of Earth. After receiving detailed instructions on controlling the insects from Oilwoman Shimi, Yuha took the 2 insect jars and left the territory of the Oilwoman clan. A little later, after changing his appearance, Yuha teleported to a small, ordinary town over 30 kilometers away and entered a large mansion, making his way to the depths of the mansion's prison. Yamoy, the head of the cloud-hidden ninjas, remained suspended and bound by chains just as he had been when Yuha left last night. Yamoy had now regained consciousness, but he still appeared to be on the brink of death, struggling due to severe injuries. A large pool of dried blood on the ground indicated that if it weren't for his tenacity, he would have died long ago. Hearing the footsteps, Yamoy opened his eyes and saw the terrifying figure in a tiger mask that had fought against them last night. Fear filled his eyes as he hoarsely asked, "Who are you? Why don't you kill me?" Yuha replied, "I told you I need a lackey, and you are quite suitable." Yamoy could hardly believe his ears. "A lackey, me? What is my status, and what right do you have to ask me to do this?" Yuha snorted. "Yamoy, don't think too highly of yourself. You are no longer the head of the Cloud-Hidden clan." He took out a newly posted strength bounty notice for a rogue ninja and held it up before Yamoy's eyes. Yamoy stared wide-eyed at the clear text and the bright red seal. The more he looked, the more frantic his breathing became, unable to accept the reality. He shouted, "Impossible. This must be a forgery. Still trying to deceive yourself. Being abandoned by the village and dying with the disgrace of being labeled a rogue ninja is unacceptable." Yuha stroked his chin thoughtfully, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips behind the mask. "We are both ninjas, so why must you be so naive? Yamoy, think about it. If I hadn't blocked Hinata Hizashi's attack on you last night, what would have happened?" What do you mean?" Yamoy murmured, but then fell silent. His breathing became rapid again as he sensed that a more terrifying truth was approaching. If my guess is correct, the higher-ups of the Cloud-Hidden clan still have contingency plans for the eye-stealing project. If you encounter a master of the Hinata clan, especially Hinata Hizashi, it indicates a high likelihood of mission failure. To turn the tide back to success, one thing is needed: your life. As he spoke, he gently pressed his hand against Yamoy's chest. The energy within him slowly flowed out and into Yamoy's body from his chest. After a few seconds, he carefully withdrew his hand, revealing a shimmering black Thunder Curse seal. "A curse seal, the Thunder Lord's curse seal." Yamoy muttered, repeating it several times before his face turned ashen. "Once this curse seal comes into contact with the gentle chakra of a master from the Hinata clan, it will be triggered. Then with a bang, your heart will be destroyed, leading to your demise at the hands of Hinata Hizashi." With a crack, he crushed the Thunder Curse seal, causing lightning to erupt and strike him, but with a shake he dissipated it. After a moment, Yamoy lifted his head to look at the masked man. I can also work for you, I have." "What nonsense are you saying?" Yuha shook his head, interrupting him. "I didn't give you a choice. Our relationship is not one of trade or cooperation. I say this just to make you clear about your situation. If you do not obey, I will send you straight to the netherworld." As he spoke, he extended his right hand, and a wisp of grayish-white mist flew out from his sleeve. More than 100 grayish-white parasitic worms landed on Yamoy's head, then began to burrow into his skin. What followed was a scream. In just a few seconds, the former head of the Cloud-Hidden clan fainted from the excruciating pain. Once his parasitic worms had settled in, Yuha noticed that the Cloud-Hidden ninja before him was truly on the brink of death. He was momentarily speechless, realizing that since his parasitic worms had already taken residence, he could not waste them. He took out a fairy bean, broke off 1/5, and threw it into Yamoy's mouth to swallow. After consuming that small amount of fairy bean, Yamoy opened his eyes, and his gaze was no longer dull. As before, it was filled with brightness. Yuha secretly nodded, relieved that he didn't need to use half a bean or more, or else he would have been willing to deliver a fatal blow. I'm not dead." Yamoy was extremely surprised and felt that most of the injuries on his body had healed. He looked at the masked man. "What did you make me eat?" "No, that shouldn't be my question. Leader, I am willing to obey." After regaining consciousness, he noticed the foreign object in his head and realized that his fate had changed from now on, bitterly smiling as he acknowledged the reality before him. Yu nodded slightly, feeling satisfied with his first subordinate. After all, he was at least an elite Jonin-level ninja. He said, "Our organization is called Light the Light Organization, and my name is Kakarot. Remember that?" "Yes. For now, the organization consists of only you and me. In this organization, my orders are everything. Take good rest for the next couple of days, heal your injuries, and then wait for my orders." "Yes, my lord. Follow me." Yu took Amwa around the house, letting him familiarize himself with the place before leaving. The Oil Girl clan's parasitic insects are indeed very powerful. Returning to Konoha Village, Yu sat at home. He discovered that even without using his chi perception, he could clearly sense Amwa's current location. He thought to himself, in the coming days I will fill the house with parasitic insects. He retrieved these reconnaissance-type parasitic insects from the Oil Girl clan primarily to guard against any intruders entering their home. But will my parents find out about these parasitic insects? They'll cross that bridge when I come to it. After all, there are members of the Oil Girl clan to speak on my behalf. Yu spent nearly 2 days researching how to better communicate with the parasitic insects, and then spent another 3 days selecting various locations to place the insects. Afterward, a nearly transparent parasitic insect flew out, hiding itself in the corners of the house. Next, he was able to monitor the entire house comprehensively. As long as the visitors were not family or invited guests, once those intruders entered, the insects would fly to inform him. Perhaps the insects were well hidden, as his parents had not discovered their presence until now. However, one day during dinner, Noara Yato asked Yu a strange question. Yu, do you know Noara Mae? Yu, who was hastily eating, glanced at him and thought him childish, trying to set me up. I don't know anything about Noara Mae, Tifa Mariloff, or Hoshino D. VA. I don't recognize any of those from the 3D zone. Wait a minute. How does my father know about Noara Mae? He looked up at his father and uncertainly asked, Noara Mae? Noara Yato nodded and said, yes, this morning Noara Inji brought his daughter to our house for a visit. His daughter Mai was clamoring to see you, but unfortunately you weren't here. Are you familiar with Mae? She said you not only held her, but that you even gave her the name. Oh, Yu suddenly remembered. Vaguely he recalled that year when Kakashi dragged him out to bask under a tree and met the Noara family. Then he played a prank by naming a baby girl from the Noara family Mai. Noara Mai came about that way. And now that baby girl named Noara Mai had already grown a bit and even visited his house yesterday. Your mother really likes Mai. Noara Yato looked at his wife and smiled, saying, Mai is coming again tomorrow. If you have nothing to do, just stay home. All right. Yu nodded in agreement. After all, he needed to spend more time perfecting the placement of the parasitic insects in the house. If I don't go out, then I won't go out. The next day around 10 in the morning, he was called over by his father. Upon entering the hall, Yu saw a little girl in a red dress standing beside the Jonin Noara Inji and his wife. The little girl had very fair skin and was exceptionally cute, with big sparkling eyes and long glossy black hair that reached her shoulders. When she saw him come out, the little girl smiled sweetly, revealing her white teeth, and sweetly called out, Yu, big brother. Haha, little Yu, are you not used to being called like this? Seeing Yu somewhat dazed, Noara Inji laughed. It's not your first time meeting our Mai, and you have called her Mai-chan before, so I told Mai that when she sees you she must call you big brother. Hai was too young back then to remember clearly. Noticing his parents giving him a look, Yu knew he had to maintain the basic family etiquette, so he politely smiled and called out to Noara Mai with a forced smile, Mai-chan. He thought to himself, oh dear, how did I manage to say such a mushy title back then? Hug me. Yu thought this child seems a bit clingy. Well, fine, let's hug then. Children of this age have no concept of gender differences. After the hug, during the subsequent conversation, he finally became more comfortable calling her Mai-chan. What surprised him was that his mother's fondness for Noara Mai exceeded his expectations. As they chatted, she unexpectedly took Mai as her disciple on the spot, making Mai her only disciple, excluding Yu. Was it because she needed to establish a connection with the Noara family? Although the Noara family is quite small in Konoha Village with very few Jonin and Chunin, as far as he knew it seemed that only Noara Inji was a Jonin. His brother Noara Genji was merely a special Jonin and was quite weak. Noara Genji could easily be taken down by Orochimaru's 3-man team. However, the influence of the Noara family in Konoha is not low. Noara Inji is currently the bodyguard of the 3rd Hokage, and Noara Genji might benefit from his brother's relationship, becoming the late 4th Hokage's bodyguard. If Tsunade were to succeed as the 5th Hokage in the future, he would also be the 5th Hokage's bodyguard. Having direct contact with the Hokage and earning their trust naturally means their influence in the village wouldn't be low. Therefore, although the Noara family is not a large family in the village, they have always been the target of other families courting over the years. Was his mother striving for the family status by taking Mai as her disciple? He observed carefully and felt it wasn't like that. Minako's affection for Mai was genuine and heartfelt. Moreover, as they spoke, she even began teaching Mai on the spot, covering things she was most skilled at: shuriken, throwing fire techniques, and business. Did his mother finally find someone to inherit everything she has? Is she looking to cultivate a true successor? Yu felt quite helpless about Minako's excitement. He had a feeling that he had truly gained a little sister. Well, it doesn't matter, after all, he's not lacking in maternal love. Why should he mind? As the two families got along very pleasantly, the Noara family stayed at the Noara household for an entire day, only leaving after dinner. Afterward, the cheerful Noera couple held hands and went out to explore the night market. Yu Yu returned to his room alone to practice. After more than an hour, several insects flew in through the window's gap, landing on his forehead and sending out waves of spiritual energy indicating the house has been invaded by unidentified creatures. An intruder? Yu Yu immediately stood up from his chair. Did they discover the intruder so quickly? Very well. Let's see who has arrived. In Yu Yu's eyes, a faint cold light flickered. In the next moment, he teleported out of the room, arriving in the courtyard at night, standing where the insect had just been. He looked into the grass where a thick silver snake was slithering by. Upon seeing him, the silver snake panicked and tried to flee. However, Yu Yu would not allow it to escape. He dashed over and kicked its head dead. Is this snake a spirit beast? Yu Yu quickly deduced that this sentient silver snake was not an ordinary snake. At that moment, 3 waves of insects flew in and landed on Yu Yu, all indicating that there were invaders. Yu Yu ran to the locations of the 3 invaders, and as expected, they were all spirit beasts of the snake variety. The 3 snakes were, as expected, effortlessly killed by him. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, without any additional snake intrusions, Yu Yu gathered the 4 snake corpses in a dark corner of the mansion. He formed hand seals with both hands, pressing his right palm against the ground, as black incantations quickly spread from under his palm. He murmured, "Ninjutsu, spirit summoning technique. Come forth, lava hound." A large war dog appeared through the rising smoke, its entire body red, and its skin resembling the surface of lava. The rotund spirit dog Lava from Posa Ridge lifted its chubby head. Glancing around, and seeing no one, it suddenly felt a pain on its toe as someone kicked it. Angrily looking down, it saw that the person who kicked it was little Yu Yu. It hurriedly lowered its head and respectfully asked, "Master Yu Yu, what is your command?" Yu Yu pointed to the snake corpses on the ground. "Eat them, and then tell me what you saw." "Yes." After receiving the order, the lava hound lunged forward and devoured the 4 snake corpses in a few bites. Then a large amount of smoke began to rise from its mouth. That was the smoke produced by the rapid digestion of the snake corpses in its stomach. Yu Yu nodded slightly. In Posa Ridge, the combat power of the lava hound is far inferior to that of the ninja series of war dogs. However, it possesses a unique ability that other war dogs do not have. It can consume the corpses of any animal, and using its strong gastric acid easily digest them, while also being able to see fragments of the memories of the corpses before their death. After the smoke in the lava hound's mouth dissipated, Yu Yu asked, "Have you digested everything? What did you see?" "Yes, I saw that they came from the Dragon Cave snake clan." "As expected from the Dragon Cave. Who commanded them to come here? Was it that person with golden pupils and pale skin?" "No, it was a long-haired ninja with a masked face and a gaunt appearance." "Where is he now?" "Wait, let me see. He is currently about a kilometer away under a tree in the direction of 11 o'clock. "Good." Yu Yu immediately dashed towards the 11 o'clock direction. However, upon arriving at the base of the tree in the shortest time possible, he found no sign of anyone. Gone. Yu Yu scanned the surroundings, but found no one. Nevertheless, he was not discouraged, as he had already nearly confirmed who that person was. Based on the lava hound's description, that was an underling of Orochimaru, a high-ranking ninja from the village. Yu Yu quickly raced back and landed in front of the lava hound. "Lava, that's enough. You can go back now." He formed hand seals to release the spirit summoning, and immediately the lava hound was enveloped in smoke. It said, "Goodbye, Master Yu Yu. Remember to call me when there's something delicious next time." It then disappeared into the smoke. Yu Yu walked swiftly towards the house, contemplating that Orochimaru's people sent 4 snakes to gather information while his parents were away. The purpose was obvious. It was definitely because of him. Orochimaru is planning to defect. Yu Yu quickly concluded this deduction, which was not particularly difficult for him. Orochimaru's actions before his defection would undoubtedly become increasingly risky. Thus, this person was a very dangerous individual to him. Tonight, he sent people to scout in preparation for his next, even riskier actions. Yu Yu thought, "Orochimaru, I never intended to move against you. Why do you have to provoke me?" The next morning, Yu Yu summoned 5 reconnaissance dogs that looked like ordinary house dogs to scout around Konoha Village. By noon, the 5 reconnaissance dogs returned on time, informing Yu Yu that the target Orochimaru was not in the village at the moment. Yu Yu sent the reconnaissance dogs back. He then began to analyze Orochimaru's current actions. At this time, Orochimaru must have already decided to defect, and he probably left the village to prepare more for his defection, securing his escape route. He recalled that in the original story, Orochimaru had gained a large following of talented ninjas through deceit. "Very well, since Orochimaru dared to provoke me, I will not be polite. I must intercept a few people from him." After changing his appearance, Yu Yu arrived at a mansion in a town 30 kilometers away. In the main hall, Amwa was drinking tea. Upon seeing Yu Yu suddenly appear, he was startled and quickly knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Leader." Yu Yu looked at him and said, "Go to the land of grass, to the grass ninja village, and look for a person a female red-haired ninja aged approximately 20 to 30. She possesses a special ability to heal from any injury as long as she is bitten. I suspect she may be imprisoned in the Grass Ninja Village. You can investigate towards the prison. The investigation should ideally be completed within 3 days. It don't keep me waiting too long. Understood. Once you have any information, write it on a scroll and place it where I indicated. Someone will deliver it to me then. Yes, master. After Yu provided some locations for the scroll and the secret codes, he gave a few more instructions and then left. Upon returning to the village, he patiently waited. He was quite confident that Amwa could obtain the information he wanted. After all, he was the former head ninja of Yun Hidden and a powerful ninja who had navigated the ninja world for 20 years. His information-gathering methods were definitely richer than his own. Yu believed that 3 days would pass quickly while he practiced and waited. However, on the afternoon of the second day, Hyuga Hayashi personally visited him warmly, inviting him to dinner at the Hyuga clan's estate under the intense gaze of his parents. During dinner at the Hyuga estate, he saw Hyuga Niji, as well as Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hizashi. However, little Hinata seemed very scared of him, keeping her head down and staring at the table, not daring to look at him, which made him somewhat speechless. He wanted to tell her to show the courage she had in the training field, shouting, "I will trample Yu underfoot." If she really did that, he would definitely admire this little girl. While dining, Yu had a sudden thought and began to inquire about the 3 Sannin from Hyuga Hizashi. Of course, most of the questions were about Orochimaru. The other 2 were just a cover for him. He smoothly obtained some information about Orochimaru that even Hyuga Hizashi did not know. The Hyuga family members just thought that Yu admired the legendary 3 Sannin and did not find anything strange. After dinner, the Hyuga brothers enthusiastically insisted that Yu stay a while longer. Yu had no choice but to agree. However, now he was just a 4.5-year-old child, and it was really inappropriate to discuss mature topics with these people. He stood up and went outside to walk, heading towards the training grounds. Before he reached there, he heard a voice calling out, "Hey! Hey! Bang! Bang! I will definitely defeat you." Without needing to guess, it was little Hinata practicing her punches in the training ground. He walked along the small stone path, and when little Hinata saw someone coming, especially when she realized it was the main character Yu, she was immediately stunned. After reacting, she hurriedly ran over, quickly ripped the paper off the 3 wooden figures, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into her pants pocket. Continue. Yu reached the area sitting on a large rock. Seeing that she had not resumed her practice, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll see your training and know your techniques, making it impossible for you to defeat me?" Little Hinata stared at her toes, her little face turning completely red. "Did you hear me shouting earlier? With how loud you were shouting, how could I not hear?" It's fine, you shouted outside the ramen shop before, it's just a few more times. Are you afraid to practice in front of me?" "Who said that? I dare." Little Hinata, upon hearing this, naturally became displeased. She gritted her teeth, ran to the middle wooden figure, and began to practice her soft fists, making loud bangs on the wooden figure. However, her poor punching technique made Yu, who was watching from the side, frown. He jumped down from the rock and approached one of the wooden figures. Then he assumed the stance for the soft fist and struck out. Bang! Little Hinata was stunned. "You're so amazing. How do you know my family's soft fist?" Yu replied, "This isn't really soft fist because I don't have Byakugan, nor do I channel chakra to strike the enemy. However, the technique of soft fist isn't difficult for me. If you follow my technique, you can strike faster and hit the acupuncture points more accurately while leaving plenty of room for defense so that you won't be easily counterattacked if you miss." "Wow, do you want to learn? I can teach you." "Really? Just kidding. You're training to defeat me, yet you want me to teach you. How thick-skinned. Don't cry. I was just joking. I'm not that stingy. Just watch or I'll show you." After a dozen minutes, little Hinata had improved significantly after several patient corrections from Yu. "You're really amazing. Thank you for the compliment. That's why you will never be able to defeat me." "No way, even if you're amazing, I still want to defeat you. Teach me." "Teach what?" "Teach me how to defeat you." "Are you unwilling?" "Teaching you is not a problem, but getting you to a level where you can defeat me would be quite difficult. My father said no matter how hard it gets, don't back down. We'll overcome this difficulty together. Let's go." "All right, I'll do my best." Standing under a large tree more than 10 meters away from the training ground were several members of the Hyuga family, including the Hyuga brothers Niji and Hyuga Hizashi's wife. Niji was one thing, but the 3 adults couldn't help but smile at Hinata's childish and innocent words, while Yu's defeated expression made them chuckle. The wife of the Hyuga clan leader smiled and said, "Hinata isn't so afraid of Yu anymore." Hyuga Hizashi nodded. From how Yu measured his interactions with the children, it seems this child isn't a troublesome one. With more communication, Hinata won't be afraid of him. Hyuga Hayashi also said, "Indeed. This is one of the reasons we invited him over this time." He paused, suddenly recalling something, and asked, "Elder brother, I heard that this Yu was chosen by the root from a young age, and because of this root, had quite an unpleasant conflict with the Noara family." Yes, this matter exists. Hyuga Hisashi nodded and said, I heard about this a long time ago, and I also heard that the Noera family intends to forge alliances with other clans in order to gain their support on this matter. However, this issue involves the roots, and each family has their reservations, so they haven't gotten too close to the Noera family. This is how we the Hyuga clan are also considering it. He shifted his tone, but after all this is Yuha, and if he was inconspicuous before it would have been fine, but now anyone who is not blind can see Yuha's limitless future. It would be a pity for him to be drawn into the roots. I have already probed some clan leaders' opinions, and a few share my thoughts. Hyuga Hinata listened with excitement. Will there be any action from you, brother? Hyuga Hisashi shook his head. Facing the roots, we actually cannot do much. We can only attempt to unite a few clan leaders to submit a recommendation letter to the third Hokage to see if we can get the roots to retract their decision that harms the village's future. This matter we also have little confidence in. Hyuga Hinata nodded slightly. After teaching little Hinata for over an hour at the Hyuga family's training ground, he glanced at the deepening night and left the training ground bidding farewell to the Hyuga family members. Hyuga Hinata, accompanied by his son Niji, sent Yuha out of the Hyuga residence. Before parting, Hyuga Hinata informed him about what Hyuga Hisashi had just mentioned. After hearing this, Yuha felt no waves in his heart and merely expressed polite gratitude. As he left the Hyuga clan's territory and walked back, he thought to himself, regardless of whether the clan leaders could successfully pressure the roots, it held no significance for him. Even if they succeeded, he would still carry out the 3 synchronous plans. Ultimately, power belongs to others, and help is not unlimited or unconditional. He needed to have true 100 control in his hands, whether it be organizational or personal power, it was all the same. Yuha returned home just after 9 o'clock at night. He walked through the gate and entered the house, seeing his parents waiting for his return in the living room. How did it go? Was the visit to the Hyuga family all right? Minako asked with concern. How should I put it? It was decent, just received a lot of disdainful looks. You child, are you being glib again? Go take a bath. Kiko has already prepared the bathwater for you. All right. The couple exchanged helpless glances as they watched their son leave. Over the past 2 or 3 years, they had spent a lot of money establishing connections with those families in Konoha, but the results were not particularly good. They didn't expect that after their son caused a ruckus in the village, it would yield such unexpected results. Not only the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans, but the heads of the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans had also been much more cordial to them in recent days, praising Yuha endlessly, making them blush. They had never imagined that their mischievous and troublesome son would have such a good impression in the eyes of others. However, speaking of it, their son indeed not only had a bright future, but also set a surpassing goal for the new generation of children in Konoha. It was not surprising that he was appreciated by those people. Should our son enter the ninja academy early? It's up to you, my dear. One afternoon, Yuha was browsing through some intelligence scrolls regarding Orochimaru in his room. These were the investigations conducted by the ninja dogs of the Boza Ridge, commissioned by the village. There have been more missing children from the small villages and towns around Konoha. Not just children, but also some missing ninjas, including Jin and Chunin, and even ANBU ninjas. Snakes are appearing all over the village. The library, which stores a large number of ninjutsu scrolls and confidential documents in Konoha, has recently been invaded and rummaged through. He opened the last scroll and began to read. The intelligence about the destruction and excavation of the memorial cemetery was even more evident, with Orochimaru practically having the words, "I am about to defect," carved on his forehead. Knock knock. Woof. At this moment, a knocking sound and a barking sound echoed at his door. Come in. The door was pushed open and a thin dog rushed to his front, dropping a saliva-covered scroll and softly saying, "Lord Yuha, I found this scroll at the location you mentioned. Thank you for your hard work. You can go back now." Yuha patted its head, dispelled the summoning jutsu on it, and sent the information dog back to Boza Ridge to rest. He picked up the scroll on the ground and unfolded it. It was the intelligence scroll given to him by Amwa, stating, "Leader, I have completed the mission and returned on time." Yuha nodded slightly. Amwa was indeed reliable in his work. After transforming into a masked person, he teleported to the hall of the residence he rented. Amwa was only slightly startled this time and stood up from his seat, kneeling halfway. "Leader, the intelligence you requested has been gathered. That woman, as you predicted, has indeed been captured. She is special and will become another member among us. By the way, Lord, a large-scale war is currently happening in the Grass Village. The Kagaya clan from the Mist Village is attacking the Grass Village, and it's very chaotic there. No matter, let's go. I might slow you down, Lord. Stop whining." After Yuha said this, he placed his palm on Amwa's shoulder, focused, and soon disappeared from the hall. In the next moment, the two appeared by a riverbank 50 kilometers away from that small town. Amwa looked at the scenery before him, realizing the distance of this transfer. His eyes widened in astonishment. The leader had brought him here in an instant. Was it the Flying Thunder God of Konoha? No, the Flying Thunder God probably couldn't achieve this. From what he knew, the Flying Thunder God required prior marking of the technique. Yuha noticed Amwa's expression. Actually, his teleportation wasn't omnipotent, with the biggest limitation being the need to sense the chi, which is a type of energy within the human body. Therefore, during this time, he had been busy using shadow clones to leave the village and memorize some chi from various places in the ninja world for easier teleportation. Otherwise, he would have to rely on each chi perception to search for people. Although his perception range was now quite large, this method would certainly be slow. Let's go. After resting for a few seconds, Yuha teleported away again. A few seconds later, they arrived in a dark corner of the streets of the Grass Village. At this moment, the streets of the Grass Village were in chaos, with numerous ninjas engaged in a chaotic battle. Yuha observed carefully. Besides a large number of ninjas wearing the Grass Village forehead protectors, the rest were from the same clan, with 2 small red dots on their foreheads and sporting bizarre hairstyles. They looked insane indeed, belonging to the Kagaya clan from the Mist Village. After glancing a few times, Yuha asked, "Why are both sides at war?" Amwa shook his head and replied, "The people of the Kagaya clan are brainless maniacs who love killing. They might just attack the Grass Village over a minor issue. Leader, the woman you mentioned, is in a dire situation now. If this continues, she will soon lose her life." Yuha nodded in agreement. If the number of casualties from this war became too high, it would indeed endanger that woman's life. "Let's go." He placed his hand on Amwa's shoulder and took him away from the street. When they reappeared, they were at the entrance of a prison cell. Inside the prison cell, there were 7 or 8 people, mostly injured from the war in the Grass Village. When they saw these 2 outsiders suddenly appear, they were momentarily stunned. Just as they were about to yell for help or attack, they realized their throats had been slit by sharp weapons and could not make a sound. Thud, thud, thud. All 7 or 8 of them fell to the ground as corpses. In the blink of an eye, Yuha was already several meters away. He flicked the blood off his kunai and returned it to his ninja tool pouch. Amwa looked at the corpses on the ground, thinking to himself that the leader's speed had indeed increased. Was he still growing and improving? You have defeated the 10th rank genin, completing the achievement, side mission 17. Fusion degree increased by 0.07, earning 1500 experience for the Sun Fist, leveling up to LV4. You have defeated the 5th rank Chunin, completing the achievement, side mission 18. Fusion degree increased by 0.07, earning 1700 experience for the Realm King Fist, leveling up to LV4. Yuha glanced at the panel and walked towards the woman who was tied to the wall of the prison cell. The woman looked extremely miserable at that moment. Most of her clothing had been torn apart, revealing skin marked with deep bloody bite marks. Her skin was dry like an old tree, and her hair looked as unkempt as straw. Upon hearing the unusual sounds, she struggled to open her eyes and looked at the 2 people in black cloaks, clearly not from the Grass Village, with confusion. A survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Yuha looked at her calmly and asked, "Do you believe in light?" The woman looked even more confused with her partially opened eyes, but then heard the masked man's cold voice ask, "Are you willing to join us, to join the organization where everything belongs to the organization?" "You? How do you know?" "I am of the Uzumaki clan, but I am dying." The woman on the brink of death took a long time to utter this sentence. Yuha asked again, "Willing or unwilling?" Uzumaki Yuki widened her eyes a bit more and brightened slightly. She vaguely sensed that the person before her might have a way to help her continue living. She should agree immediately, but then thought of her daughter. The words almost came out, but were held back, and she said intermittently, "I have 2 things left undone. If you can help me with that, then I am very willing. Tell me about it." "My daughter is still in the hands of those scum. Can you help me rescue her? We had already decided to bring your daughter Kurinai with us. And I also wish to kill Idoshu, a medical jonin of the Grass Village." "Very well, I swear it." Yu knew that this woman before him, a member of the Uzumaki clan, had once served as a medical ninja in the Grass Village. Now, lying on the verge of death, her condition bore unmistakable signs of betrayal by that very jonin, Idoshu. To slay a medical jonin of the Grass Village posed no challenge for him. Securing the unwavering loyalty of both mother and daughter from the Uzumaki clan was more than worth the effort. Thud, thud. At that moment, a sound echoed from the doorway. He turned his gaze. There stood Amwa, having slain several intruding ninjas at the cell's exit. Amwa strode swiftly inside and said, "Leader, a Chunin with sensory abilities has discovered our location. We must depart immediately, or ever more ninjas will converge upon us." "Wait, open your mouth." Yu felt no urgency. From his ninja tool pouch, he withdrew a sacred bean, broke off 1/5 of it, and instructed the woman to open her mouth, then gently placed a fragment upon her tongue. Uzumaki Yuki swallowed the morsel with great difficulty. Within 2 seconds, she gasped in astonishment. A torrent of overwhelming vitality surged forth from deep within her body. Her stamina, wounds, and life force all began to regenerate. Her skin, once shriveled like ancient bark, regained elasticity and dewy luster. Her hair, previously brittle as straw, blazed vividly crimson in moments. Yet regrettably, restoration halted precisely at the halfway mark. Yuki still keenly felt the agony coursing through her limbs. She longed desperately for another piece of that miraculous bean, but dared not ask. Even without thinking, she knew its rarity must be beyond imagination. "Woman, you have passed beyond mortal peril. From here you may heal yourself." Amwa hurried over, unlocked the restraints binding her, and lowered her gently to the ground. After issuing a brief warning, he glanced toward the entrance and urgently added, "Lord Leader, the Grass Village ninjas are closing in. Their numbers are vast. Leave." Yu had come here solely to retrieve people, not to wage war against the entire Grass Village. He extended both hands, placing one upon each of their shoulders. In the next instant, the three vanished from the cell and reappeared moments later in a secluded alleyway deep within the Grass Village's urban district. Thereafter, guided by Yuki's intelligence, he rapidly shifted positions among nearby watchtowers surrounding the village. Few in number, the outposts required only 3 transitions before the trio spotted little Canine. She was a pale-skinned girl of 3 or 4 years, wearing black-rimmed glasses and crowned with fiery red hair. "Go quickly." Grass Village ninjas shoved Canine forward toward an open field littered with wounded soldiers. Canine stumbled along unsteadily, her arms, thighs, and neck marked with deep bite wounds. Gazing ahead at the sea of injured men, her small frame trembled. In a fragile, trembling voice, she asked, "Uncle, didn't you say you'd let me see Mama after I healed all these uncles?" "Enough chatter. Don't you see how many remain untreated? Hurry up." Annoyed, the Grass Village ninja shoved her violently to the ground. Canine collapsed onto the gravel-strewn path, pain flooding her eyes with tears. Yuki could bear it no longer. She burst forth crying, "Canine." Hearing the voice, Canine turned, and seeing her mother rushing toward her, she scrambled forward through sobs. "Mama." "Huh. Yuki, the medical ninja. How did you escape?" "Enemy. Attack now." The dozen or so Grass Village ninjas present recoiled in shock. Regardless of injury, they seized weapons and charged with roaring battle cries. Amwa stepped forward twice, intending to handle these petty foes himself, sparing his master the trouble, only to halt at Yu's subtle restraining gesture. "I'll handle this." Yu leisurely drew a kunai from his waist pouch and dashed toward the Grass Village ninjas, opting for a blade rather than fists for blood-splattered carnage, and flying flesh lacked aesthetic refinement. His speed defied perception. None among the Grass Village ninjas could track his movement. By the time terror spurred them to flee, it was already too late. Shish shish, a rapid rhythmic sound, like scythes cutting through wheat, filled the air. Within mere seconds, every one of the dozen ninjas lay fallen, throats slit, blood gushing, bodies crumpling lifelessly onto the earth. As Yu glanced briefly at his mission log, Yuki had already rushed forward, gathering her daughter into a trembling, tearful embrace. "Let's go." Yu cast his gaze toward the distance. More ninjas were approaching. This time he chose not to employ instantaneous teleportation. The technique remained low-level. Carrying 2 others even across short distances pushed its limits. A trio would risk grave danger. Moreover, he had already used it excessively today, draining both physical stamina and chi. He needed to conserve strength for battles yet to come. The 4 fled swiftly from the area. A quarter-hour later, they reached a desolate mountain peak far removed from the Grass Village's central battlefield, safe at last. While awaiting full recovery of his stamina, Yu's gaze settled upon the mother and daughter before him, particularly upon young Canine. Crimson hair, crimson eyes, black-rimmed glasses, and still, fear and unease flickered across her delicate features. Was this truly the future lieutenant of Orochimaru, the same Canine who would one day serve him? 2 traits stood most vividly in his memory. First, the strange, eerie cry she emitted when bitten, and second, her infatuation. Even after nearly being impaled by Sasuke, she forgave him without hesitation. He hoped her grown self would temper that infatuation, though he wondered why did Sarada Uchiha and Boruto resemble Kurenai more than Sakura. Yuki's garments were largely torn away, exposing broad swaths of skin. Though the deep bite marks on her arms and thighs had nearly vanished under the sacred bean's power, revealing smooth, ivory contours, she instinctively curled inward, uncomfortable beneath his steady gaze. Does this woman think I'm attracted to her? Watching her shrink inward, cheeks flushed faintly, her modest beauty undeniable, Yu fell utterly silent. His true age was barely 4.5, far too young for romantic interest. Compared to her, his own age aligned more closely with her daughter's. No, never mind that. In his former world, pedophilia was not only taboo, it was criminal. Yu shook his head, dismissing such absurd thoughts. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved a sealing scroll from within his robes, and from it withdrew a black robe adorned with golden cloud motifs, then tossed it toward her. Wear this. Every member receives one. Thank you. Yuki murmured her gratitude softly, then rose and slipped the elegant flowing black robe over her frame. After a while, sensing his chi and stamina fully restored, Yu turned toward the grass village and asked, "Where exactly is the man you mentioned? What does he look like?" Overjoyed, Yuki replied eagerly, "Please wait. I'll locate him using my Kagura eye." Yet her injuries remained grave. Merely forming hand seals and channeling a trickle of chakra triggered violent coughing. Frowning, Yu interrupted, "Enough? Just tell me his direction. I'll find him myself." "Yes, Lord." Steadying her breath, Yuki named 3 locations where Ito Shu was most likely to appear, described his precise appearance in detail, and added, "He also seized several Uzumaki clan sealing scrolls from me containing numerous forbidden techniques. If you recover them, I pledge them to the organization. Do not forget your vow." Yuyu's voice turned cold. "Upon completing this task, you shall become a true member. Your life, your loyalty, everything shall belong to the organization." "Yes, I understand completely, Lord." His tone softened slightly. "Of course. You shall also receive the organization's protection. From this day forward, you will no longer wander from village to village, treated as nothing more than a portable medical kit chewed upon like livestock. Here you shall find the peace you seek. Wait for me, right here." With those words, he vanished before their eyes. Silence descended upon the mountaintop, broken only by the whisper of wind through pine boughs. Yuki stood motionless, heart pounding at the promise he had just delivered. Would she and her daughter finally be free of fear and flight? Yet uncertainty lingered. She turned to the tall, one-eyed ninja beside her and asked, "How formidable is the Lord Leader? Should you not fight alongside him?" That Ito Shu. Amwa regarded her, as one might regard a fool. No wonder she nearly perished in the grass village and dragged her daughter into ruin. During reconnaissance, he'd learned she wasn't foolish, merely naive, lacking worldly experience. That innocence had landed her in this predicament. Fortunately, the Lord Leader clearly intended no frontline role for her, only to integrate her as a medical specialist. In that capacity, she was unquestionably qualified. So all was not lost. Yuki paused, then quietly closed her mouth, resigned, patient, waiting. After infiltrating the chaotic grass village, Yu shifted positions several times within the zones Yuki had indicated, and soon located Ito Shu, the medical jonin she had named. He teleported silently onto the rooftop of a building overlooking the central street, using architectural cover to observe a peculiar medical clinic some 15 meters away. Strange. For a village's official medical facility, it held neither patients nor physicians during wartime. Yu concealed himself, completely watching intently. Through the transparent glass window, he observed only 2 figures inside. One was a middle-aged physician clad in a white coat wearing golden-rimmed spectacles. His features matched Yuki's description of Jonin Ito Shu. He sat behind a desk scanning an unfurled scroll. Yu's acute hearing caught fragments of his muttering. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. A wandering medical ninja, yet a survivor of the Uzumaki clan of Yuzushiogakure. This scroll contains not only the Diamond Seal 4-symbol seal and 8-trigram seal, but even the legendary Shiki Fujin, the dead demon consuming seal. Oh, did the scroll truly contain the Shiki Fujin? Is this forbidden technique really recorded on the scroll? A trace of surprise flashed across Yu's face. Thanks to a teacher who could copy ninjutsu, he now mastered over a dozen sealing techniques. However, the rumored forbidden sealing technique is something Hatake Kakashi also does not know and has never seen. It seems that this sealing technique scroll holds immense value. No wonder Yuki felt so reluctant when he mentioned returning it to the organization. At this moment, another person in the room, a tall figure standing beside Ito Shu draped in a black coat, appeared to be a long-haired, middle-aged man resembling a bodyguard. After hearing the medical ninja's words, he coldly remarked, "Our village of Grass Ninja has the most lenient admission criteria for wandering ninjas in the entire ninja world, attracting many talented ninjas to join us. This survivor of the Uzumaki clan is just one among them. Why not keep that woman? She can't be kept. Only that woman's abilities could compensate for our village's lack of medical ninjas. Originally, she would have been completely drained and died within a few hours from our injured members. I just learned that she was rescued by a masked man. Well, it doesn't matter, as she's bound to die anyway." Ito Shu adjusted his gold-framed glasses and continued, "Let's not forget our village of Grass Ninja has advantages other villages lack. Expertise in researching ninjutsu from other villages. I believe that even without that woman's help, we can master these sealing techniques. Once fully grasped, our village of Grass Ninja will soon rise in the ninja world." Yu thought in the shadows, relying on the corpse demon technique to rise. If he could master this technique, it would indeed be a powerful deterrent. But is this forbidden technique something you can learn? Maybe the cloaked figure also felt that things wouldn't go that smoothly. He looked out the window at the battlefield in the distance where great clouds of dust were rising and furiously exclaimed, "Those madmen from Mist Village dare to attack us with the strength of their clan." Describing them as a clan that only knows slaughter is still flattery. They are mindless. After this battle, the cloaked man turned to the closed heavy door. Bang! At that moment, the heavy iron door was kicked open and crashed against the wall, causing the entire house to tremble from the violent impact. The two inside looked at the dent in the iron door against the wall, their faces filled with shock. Amidst the swirling dust, Yu walked in, stepping into this very spacious room. Hideo had already stood up, astonished as he looked at the masked man, the leader of the Kagaya clan. "You've barged in here so quickly." Yu replied, "Do you think him that kind of mindless fool? You are not from the Kagaya clan, but your wits are indeed lacking." The cloaked, long-haired man's expression calmed, his gaze turned icy as he looked down at Yu's feet. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, the floor was broken apart, and a large hand swiftly emerged, grabbing his ankle, while a voice rang out, "Fire release, heavenly prison." In that instant, Yu felt an incredibly scorching chakra wildly surge into his body from his ankle, instantly controlling the flow of all chakra within him. Startled, he quickly retreated several meters, avoiding further chakra invasion. Too late. We've got him. The owner of that hand broke through the floor, revealing his form identical to that of the cloaked man, and shadow clone whose expression displayed smugness. "Originally meant to deal with the Kagaya clan leader, I didn't expect you to come here. Tell us who you are. What is your purpose?" As the three of them stood facing the masked man, Hideo coldly said, "Speak up. Perhaps we will consider not holding your offense against you. You're the one who rescued that medical ninja Yuki, aren't you?" Yu felt the scorching heat within him rapidly rise as he mobilized his chakra, deducing that if he forcibly activated ninjutsu, he would ignite himself. "This must be your Village of Grass Ninja's unique ninjutsu fire release heavenly prison rite. It's indeed a troublesome technique." Yu remained calm beneath his mask, saying, "Unfortunately, this technique is completely useless against me. Oh, I do not necessarily need chakra." And he glanced toward the wall on the left, and with a tremendous crash, that wall was punched open. Amidst the dust, another identical masked man stepped out. "I am also a shadow clone." Yu's shadow clone stood alongside his main body, looking at the astonished three, and stating, "My purpose is very simple. I just want to take the heads of the two of you." For two combat veterans like them to not realize it was a shadow clone was indeed astounding. They must be facing a truly terrifying enemy. After exchanging glances, Hideo let his hands drop. Two slender surgical knives slid out from his sleeves, and he gripped them, igniting a pale blue flame. Clearly, both weapons had been infused with wind attribute chakra nature transformation. Neither side spoke further and rushed toward each other at high speed. Such speed. The two from the Village of Grass Ninja observed the figure dashing towards them, becoming somewhat blurred. It was acceptable for his main body, but why did the much weaker shadow clone possess such speed as well? Bang, 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 boom. The cloaked man's shadow clone was not strong and was the first to be shattered and dissipated. The masked man's shadow clone lunged at Hideo, while his main body faced the seemingly stronger, cloaked, long-haired man. Not good. His speed is too fast. I can't keep up at all. Even against a shadow clone, my taijutsu is not on the same level as his. Hideo exchanged blows with the masked man's shadow clone for 2 rounds before getting injured. He cursed internally, glanced sideways, and quickly rushed toward the shattered wall, wanting to escape this exceedingly dangerous place. The masked man's shadow clone clapped its hands vigorously, sending beams of light shooting from his palms, roaring toward that direction. "What? You?" Hideo had never seen such a fast-acting ninjutsu that didn't even require hand seals. He dodged left and right, barely managing to evade, only to see that the shadow clone was already in front of him. Yu's shadow clone transformed its right hand into a sharp blade, flashing at high speed across Hideyo's throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth from Hideyo's throat. Hideo clutched his throat, his face filled with disbelief as he fell to the ground dead, unable to comprehend how easily he had been killed by a shadow clone. You have defeated the 3rd Elite Jonin, completing the achievement side quest 21 Fusion Degree 008. Gained 3000 experience for Phantom Fist upgraded to LV8. These numbers are so much more than before. It must be that the higher the skill level, the more experience points gained. Yu quickly analyzed in his heart while glancing at the numbers on the panel. Hideo, damn it. Die for me. Fire release, fire dragon, flame bullet. The long-haired cloaked man, furious at Hideyo's death, swelled up his chest and unleashed a powerful flame toward the masked man's main body and shadow clone. The flames surged like a rampaging dragon, sweeping across and filling the entire room. Boom! Under this fire release, the enormous medical building collapsed. Amidst the rising clouds of dust, Yu lightly landed on a piece of building debris. He gazed at the furious middle-aged man across from him, frowning slightly. The power of this man's fire release was formidable, causing his shadow clone to dissipate without resistance. He deduced that in terms of mastery of fire release ninjutsu, this man should surpass his mother, Main Naiko's level. He was a rare class of fire release ninja. Considering this man's combat experience and taijutsu, he might even compare to his subordinate Aomwa. Does a jonin from the village of Grass Ninja possess such strength? Is this village underestimated in the ninja world? Who says the village of Grass Ninja is weak? At this moment, he heard sounds coming from afar, looking over to see another batch of Grass Ninja rushing over. He quickly glanced at the skills on the panel, thinking it would be best to finish this quickly with Kaioken. Although he could now unleash 3 times Kaioken, 2 times would be enough. The next moment, a massive surge of red energy erupted from Yuya's body. Under this immense, unmatched power, the surrounding rubble floated weightlessly before being shattered by the force. The cloaked man looked in shock at the crimson tiger-masked figure several dozen meters away. How could such a terrifying enemy suddenly become so much stronger? Is this the 8 gates of Konoha? No, it shouldn't be. Then how? Boom. While the cloaked man was somewhat at a loss, Yu took a step forward, charging wildly, with overlapping figures stirring up a raging crimson energy flow, making his figure blur rapidly in the cloaked man's sight. He barely saw a shadow rushing towards him at high speed. At the critical moment of life and death, the cloaked man forced himself to calm down, his hands swiftly forming seals before he struck the ground with urgency. Earth-style earth flow wall. Looking at the thick earth wall that had emerged, Yu judged in his heart that this wall was far inferior compared to the earth flow wall of Hatake Kakashi. This person's mastery of earth style was significantly weaker than his fire style. Thus his speed did not diminish in the slightest. What? The cloaked man was stunned, watching as the shadow kept charging straight at him. Then with a loud bang, the earth flow wall was directly smashed by him. Debris flew everywhere and dust filled the air, covering the area in a dusty hue. Bang! Bang! The sounds of heavy impacts resonated from within the dust, accompanied by screams and the sound of bones cracking. The group of ninjas from Grass Ninja Village rushing over suddenly halted, staring in disbelief at the scene 100 meters away. Did that person just use his body to smash through the earth flow wall? What kind of monster is this? Do they really have the ability to deal with such a person? At that moment, they saw the man with the tiger mask emerge from the vast dust, holding the cloaked man whose life was hanging by a thread. The expressions of the Grass Ninja Village members were complex, mostly filled with fear, while a few felt deeply humiliated. After discussing for a moment, they turned to leave. Although they numbered nearly 30, such a character was not someone they could contend with. Yu rushed over, finding the deceased Tang Xiu among the collapsed buildings, retrieving a sealing technique scroll from his embrace and stuffing it into his own. Then he hoisted 2 individuals, one on each side, disappearing into the ruins. At that moment, the 3 sat atop a giant rock, patiently waiting. Because at this moment, only a few minutes had passed since the leader infiltrated Grass Ninja Village. This little time was not enough for Yaemo to explain the organization to the mother and daughter, nor was it enough for Yuzu to calm her panicking daughter. However, just then a shadow in a black robe appeared before them. The leader has returned. You have returned. Even Yaemo, who had the utmost confidence in the leader, was taken aback, looking at the 2 lifeless bodies in the leader's hand, exclaiming, "Leader, your speed is astounding. In today's ninja world, after the 4th Hokage, there might be no one faster than you. Let's talk." Bang! Bang! Yu interrupted his flattery, tossing the 2 corpses in front of them, his gaze falling on the body of the cloaked man, frowning, as he said, "Yuzu, when I found the medical jonin, Tang Xiu, you mentioned this person was with him, so I had to deal with him as well. This person seems to have some strength. Which jonin is he from your village?" Yuzu stared at the muddied, bloodied face, her expression becoming quite odd. After several seconds of silence, noticing the leader's impatience, she quickly spoke, "My lord, this person is the leader of Grass Ninja Village, the highest authority in the village." Not only Yuzu and Yoemo, but Yu also fell into a state of speechlessness. No wonder this person's strength is so formidable, and it's no wonder that group of grass ninjas felt immensely humiliated after seeing him kill this man. It turns out this person is the leader of Grass Ninja Village. He actually took out an entire village's leader without even realizing it. Grass Ninja Village is simply too weak, and the leader is of this level. However, it is precisely because of this that the Kagaya clan dared to attack. But he clearly sees that your enemy is also dead. Yu then looked at the other corpse on the ground. Yuzu, gazing at the grotesque body of Tang Xiu, thought of her experiences over the past days, tears shimmering in her eyes as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, my lord, my enemy is dead." Yu asked, "Do you need the body?" Yuzu paused, then quickly waved her hand. No, I don't need his body. Oh, I thought you medical ninjas would need some bodies for dissection and experimental materials. Since you don't need it. Yu reached down with both hands, lifting the two corpses once more. Then with a slight forceful throw, he hurled the two corpses out of the mountain. As the bodies fell from the sky, he struck them with waves of light from both hands, smashing them into pieces that fell into the mountain. Wow. Xiao Xianglin, perhaps accustomed to corpses, showed no signs of fear in her eyes as she gazed at the fragments bursting like fireworks in the air, letting out a small exclamation. Yuzu was even more surprised by the leader's ninjutsu that required no hand seals. Was that two extremely powerful lights? Exactly like the name of their organization. She stared blankly for a moment before suddenly recalling something, hurriedly, asking Lord Kakarot, have you found the scroll? If I couldn't find it, I wouldn't have destroyed the corpses. The scroll is with me. I'm keeping it. Yu then turned to look in the direction of Grass Ninja Village, and after a few seconds he said, you three should head back first. I still need to enter Grass Ninja Village to take a look and search for someone. Don't worry, he'll catch up to you soon. With that, he vanished before their eyes. Yo-mo, he looked at Yuzu and said expressionlessly, do you now realize how foolish your previous question was? Yuzu lowered her head, not daring to offer any retorts, and indeed, she felt she had asked an inappropriate question. How could that lord eliminate the leader of Grass Ninja Village without a second thought? Yu returned to the chaotic Grass Ninja Village, lightly landing on one of the rooftops, scanning his surroundings. This time his target was someone from the Kagaya clan, Kagaya Kimimaro. However, after searching among the ninjas of the Kagaya clan for a long time, he did not find any skilled child of that age. He recalled the original story. It seemed that at this time Kimimaro was still being kept as a meat shield and secret weapon by the Kagaya clan. Was this war preventing his release? Kimimaro should indeed not have been released yet. He probably had to wait until the Kagaya clan launched a coup in the mist-hidden village, at which point Kimimaro would be freed. After that, the Kagaya clan, except for Kimimaro, would face complete annihilation, and having lost all his kin, Kimimaro would be persuaded by Orochimaru to be trained as his vessel. Yu continued searching in the war-torn area, not seeing any Kagaya clan ninja of that age. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a figure that was both unexpected yet reasonable. Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas. At that moment, Orochimaru was not wearing the Konoha Jounin uniform, but rather a plain light yellow robe with a purple rope tied around his waist and blue-green magatama in his ears. Coupled with his pale feminine face, he appeared quite uncanny. At this moment, Orochimaru, like Yu, stood on a distant rooftop, watching the chaos below. Orochimaru's keen senses noticed the distant gaze and turned his attention here. Upon seeing the man's tiger mask and the golden cloud black robe, he paused for a moment, extending his long crimson tongue to lick his lips. Even from a distance, Yu could clearly see Orochimaru's expression and movements. He pondered the reason for Orochimaru's appearance in Grass Ninja Village. He felt there were two possibilities. One was to recruit young or talented members of the Kagaya clan, such as Kimimaro. The other was like him for that woman Yuzu. In the first scenario, since Kagaya Kimimaro hadn't appeared, he gained nothing. If it was the second scenario, Yuzu was basically doomed upon his arrival. If not for his senzu beans, Yuzu would have already perished in Grass Ninja Village. Orochimaru would have to leave empty-handed, but he might remember the young Xianglin and come back to entice her in a few years. After his arrival, he not only intercepted Yuzu, but also Xianglin. Orochimaru had to leave with nothing. From his expression, it was clear he had already learned of his existence through Konoha's intelligence network. Subsequently, Orochimaru's actions confirmed his speculation. After licking his lips a few times, Orochimaru looked over with his golden eyes that seemed to shine brightly. This gaze, which he had seen more than once, indicated a strong interest in him. Orochimaru jumped off the rooftop and began running on the ground, charging toward him. If 2 or 3 weeks ago you would have surely been wary of a ninja of this caliber, at this moment, he felt no fear. He too jumped off the roof, racing toward Orochimaru. And here it was the area of fiercest and most chaotic combat between the ninjas of Grass Ninja Village and those of the Kagaya clan. Both Grass Ninja Village ninjas and Kagaya clan ninjas unleashed a barrage of attacks toward Orochimaru and Yu. After smashing through several obstructing Grass Ninja Village ninjas with his fists, Orochimaru spat out a grass-cutting sword from his mouth, wielding this sharp weapon to kill faster. Yu was also blocked by the Kagaya clan ninjas, but these seemingly frenzied ninjas were unable to stop him. Armed with only a kunai, he swiftly cut through the crowd. Wherever he passed, it was as if the wind was blowing through a sea of wheat, with entire groups of ninjas toppling down. Meanwhile, a series of voices echoed sequentially within Yu's mind. You have defeated the 30th genin, completing subquest 22 battle record. Fusion level increased by 0.07. You gain 1500 experience points for the Solar Fist technique, leveling up from LV4 to LV5. You have defeated the 20th chunin, completing subquest 23 battle record. Fusion level increased by 0.07. You acquire 1 Senza Bean. You have defeated the 50th Genin, completing subquest 24 battle record. Fusion level increased by 0.07. You gain 1500 experience points for the self-detonation technique, leveling up from LV4 to LV5. You have defeated the 5th Jonin, completing subquest 25 battle record. Fusion level increased by 0.08. You gain 2300 experience points for the Kaioken technique, leveling up from LV5 to LV6. Defeating Genin and Chunin was unsurprising, but upon hearing the announcement of having defeated his 5th Jonin, Yu paused, momentarily stunned. Was this fallen Jonin unusually frail, like other shinobi, or merely a special Jonin of lesser standing? He glanced ahead. The distance between himself and Orochimaru had narrowed from several hundred meters to roughly 30. Both surged forward in a sprint, covering the 30 meters in the blink of an eye, and struck simultaneously. A thunderous clang resounded as Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword clashed against Yu's kunai, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with astonishment as he saw the kunai effortlessly parry his legendary blade. Yu, however, felt no surprise at all. The Hyuga clan maintained not only numerous weapon shops across Konoha Village, but also advanced armories. Moreover, as the mother of the Fuma clan, she excelled not only in wielding cold weapons, but also in forging kunai and shuriken. Her craftsmanship rivaled that of any master artisan. Thus, acquiring a peerless kunai from the family workshop posed no difficulty for him. Clang, clang, clang. In mere heartbeats, their blades collided over a dozen times. After another exchange, both recoiled from the force of impact. Seizing the instant before his masked opponent touched ground, Orochimaru flicked his sleeve. A white serpent shot forth, striking with lethal speed toward the masked figure. Yu had long anticipated this hidden shadow snake hands technique. With a subtle application of the flight art, he twisted his body midair and evaded the serpent's lunge with effortless grace. What kind of taijutsu is this? Orochimaru murmured, bewildered, mistaking it for an extraordinary physical art. Once his feet touched earth, great white-scaled serpents slithered down his body, rearing high with forked tongues flickering. Yu's gaze, however, lingered on Orochimaru's right hand, the one gripping the sword, trembling faintly. Clearly, Orochimaru struggled to withstand the sheer force of their clashes. Yet why did Yu sense almost dismissively that Orochimaru was unremarkable? Had he truly faltered after only a tentative strike? Or was there? Uncertain, Yu launched himself forward, once more closing the gap in an instant. Orochimaru rushed to meet him, brandishing the Kusanagi sword amid a swarm of serpents, yet still failed to gain the upper hand against the masked warrior. Having deciphered Orochimaru's combat patterns, Yu unleashed a storm of shuriken from his body, each flying true, each striking dead center, slaying the serpents in rapid succession. Ninpo summoning technique. Seeing this, Orochimaru leapt backward 10 meters, bit his finger, and slammed it onto the ground. A thunderous burst of smoke erupted, and when it cleared, a colossal serpent 2 to 3 meters thick loomed before him. The massive serpent coiled protectively around Orochimaru, its enormous lantern-like eyes locking unwaveringly onto the masked figure. All nearby shinobi, whether from Grass Village or the Kaguya clan, stood frozen in awe, instinctively halting their own battles. Is that Orochimaru of Konoha? Yes, it is him. Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin. Someone recognized one of the combatants, none other than Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Then, who was the other? Who could possibly match the Sannin in such fierce, unyielding combat? If the summoned beast isn't Manda, then this ends now. As the assembled shinobi marveled at the masked stranger's terrifying prowess, equal even to the Sannin, Yu tilted his head upward, gazing at the colossal serpent. His interest waned. With quiet finality, he murmured, "Enough," and crimson aura erupted around him, his skin blazing scarlet in an instant. In the next breath, he launched himself skyward, reappearing before the serpent's massive head in a single blinding flash. Then, his foot struck a devastating kick, landing squarely upon its skull. A deafening boom tore through the air, unleashing a shockwave like a typhoon. The serpent's head rocketed downward like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward the coil's center where Orochimaru stood. Startled, Orochimaru attempted to leap aside, but then unexpectedly he smiled. Boom! The serpent's skull struck the spot with cataclysmic force, carving a vast crater into the earth. Orochimaru was hurled violently backward, crashing over a dozen meters away in a billowing cloud of dust and debris. His body was lacerated, his form battered and broken, yet his lips still curved in that familiar, chilling smile. From the haze, his voice drifted weakly. "Whoever you are, I promise we shall meet again." With a sharp pop, he dissolved into smoke, and moments later the colossal serpent, lifeless or otherwise, likewise vanished in a wisp of vapor. So, it was merely a shadow clone. Yuu nodded. Though only a clone, this clash had been far from wasted time. Through this battle, he had probed Orochimaru's full arsenal and roughly gauged the strength of his true self via this clone's capabilities. Indeed, the shadow clone technique varied wildly in quality, depending on the user. Early Naruto's clones were numerous, yet fragile, shattering at the slightest touch. Orochimaru's clone, however, was different, perhaps possessing the power of an elite jonin. He recalled how the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had sealed the reanimated first and second Hokage using just 2 shadow clones. Kakashi's clones, too, had demonstrated formidable strength. Yuu swept his gaze across the battlefield, its rhythm now suspended, held in abeyance by the intensity of his duel with Orochimaru. He turned and sped away. While elsewhere atop a hill in the land of sound, Orochimaru's true body traveled with 3 subordinates searching for a future stronghold. Suddenly he halted, frozen mid-stride. "Lord Orochimaru," one subordinate asked, noting his grave expression. "Has something occurred? One of my shadow clones has been effortlessly defeated." "What? The subordinate stared in disbelief. "You deployed only 2 clones this time, both of exceptional quality. To defeat one so easily, was it the shadow himself, or perhaps a Jinchuriki from another village?" "Neither." Orochimaru shook his head. "I encountered the tiger-masked man mentioned in Konoha's intelligence reports. This man's taijutsu is unprecedented, on par with Might Guy's 8 gates, yet devoid of Guy's recklessness. He is calculating, precise, dangerously intelligent. How strange. Who is he? A figure of such power emerging unheralded into the shinobi world. This demands immediate investigation." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." The subordinate hesitated, glancing ahead. "We may not establish a village here swiftly. The time available is insufficient." Orochimaru smiled, a cold serpentine grin. "Before then, I shall find sanctuary, for there exists an organization you have never heard of, Akatsuki. One day it will plunge the entire shinobi world into chaos. Perhaps I can leverage its power against that mysterious masked man." He mused inwardly. This trip to grass country yielded nothing. Let us hope the other clone fares better in the land of water. Across a vast expanse of emerald grass, 2 figures raced at breakneck speed. Yuki led the way. Amwa followed, carrying the young Karen on his back. Karen, having calmed from her initial panic, proved remarkably talkative, utterly unafraid of Amwa's stern visage nor daunted by his identity as a former Cloud Village shinobi. She peppered him with endless questions, uncle this, uncle that. At first Yuki feared Amwa would snap, repeatedly scolding her daughter to stay silent. To her astonishment, Amwa, though visibly impatient, patiently answered every question swirling in the child's curious mind. "Why is our organization named Light? Does the leader believe in light, or does he literally shine like a lamp? Why does the leader wear a mask? Is his face disfigured? Uncle, how did you lose your other eye?" By the end, Yuki wiped sweat from her brow, heart pounding, terrified this fearsome man might hurl her daughter aside in exasperation. "Rare indeed, to see you display such patience." A cool, detached voice resonated from the sky behind them. They whirled around and beheld their organization's leader, Lord Kakarot, hovering several meters above them. Their leader could fly. Yamoyi hurriedly set down Xianglin and then knelt on one knee, saying, "Leader, you're back. Was everything successful?" "Not exactly." Kakarot lowered his altitude slightly. "I couldn't find the person I was looking for, and I encountered Orochimaru's shadow clone. I need to make a trip to the land of water, to the Hidden Mist Village." In addition to the Hidden Mist Village, he felt the need to visit every place where Heavy could potentially appear. The purpose of his outing was to intercept the young geniuses who followed Orochimaru. Currently, intercepting Xianglin alone does not count as achieving his goal. Yuyo noticed Xianglin looking at him with both surprise and envy and asked Xianglin, "Do you have any questions?" Xianglin looked up and said, "Leader, I want to try flying too. Can you take me flying?" Yushi was taken aback, saying, "Xianglin, don't be silly. If you keep this up, I'm going to." However, Yuyo was unfazed. He flew down and scooped her up. Xianglin was overjoyed, but then Leader asked Xianglin, "What did you just say? Did you say I wear a mask because I'm ugly?" About that eye. Hold on tight." With a whoosh, Yuyo lifted off the ground with little Xianglin in his arms, quickly ascending into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they became a small black dot high above. After a dozen seconds, the two on the ground watched as the small black dot appeared in the sky, then rapidly grew larger. With a whoosh, the leader descended with little Xianglin, and the rush of air generated a strong wind that blew Yamoyi and Yushi back several meters. Yuyo set the pale-faced, still crying Xianglin down on the ground, and asked Xianglin, "Do you still want to fly?" "Not anymore." "Not anymore?" Yushi held her daughter in her arms, gently patting her back to comfort her, casting a glance at the leader with a strange expression. Not just her, Yamoyi also found this very peculiar. How could the leader exhibit a child's unique playfulness? No, it must be a misunderstanding. The leader could not be playful. This was merely a punishment for Xianglin's disrespect towards him. After imagining a lot Yushi had understood and quietly reminded her daughter to show the proper respect to the leader, especially not to make baseless assumptions about the leader's appearance. Yuyo pretended to look coldly at the three of them, though beneath his mask his expression was somewhat awkward. These past few years he had played the role of a child so often that sometimes he would naturally engage in such playful antics. Of course he was still a child now, so it couldn't all be blamed on him. However, leaving a significant psychological shadow on Xianglin during her childhood felt quite satisfying. A little over 10 minutes later, they returned to the small-town residence outside Konoha. After arranging for Yushi and her daughter to stay at the residence, Yuyo set off again. He first traveled to the distant land of water. This time, he transformed himself into an ordinary citizen of the land of water and easily infiltrated the hidden mist village using the body flicker technique. Unlike Konoha, which basked in sunlight throughout most of the year, the hidden mist village was located deep in the mountains where the air was extremely humid, shrouded in thick fog year-round with no sunlight in sight. As Yuyo walked along a street in the hidden mist village, he noticed that most of the villagers appeared dazed and expressionless, though very few had smiles on their faces, which was a stark contrast to Konoha. Perhaps it was because of the Blood Mist era, an era governed by the 4th Mizukage Yagura's bloody policies, a dark time filled with bloodshed and terror. Was Uchiha Obito the mastermind behind this calamity? Total despair in the real world, seeking to create a world with his aunt Noara Rin. However, to address the deeper roots, it must also point to Uchiha Madara. After wandering around the hidden mist village for a while, Yuyo realized that many people were not merely numb, but rather filled with anger. And when anger reaches a certain threshold, rebellion will ensue, hence the frequency of coups in the hidden mist village has been the highest during this period. As he brushed past an ordinary villager, Yuyo sensed a familiar internal energy. He turned around and looked at the gaunt middle-aged man gradually receding into the thin mist ahead. This villager bore the aura of Orochimaru, yet the strength of this aura was on par with that shadow clone. This Orochimaru was still just a shadow clone. Yuyo pondered for a moment and stealthily followed. After wandering around the streets of the hidden mist, Orochimaru's shadow clone quietly disappeared from the crowd and soon arrived at the territory of the Kagaya clan. At this moment, most of the Kagaya clan's combat strength was attacking the land of grass, and Orochimaru easily infiltrated. Minutes later, Orochimaru appeared in the dungeon of the Kagaya clan. In the dark corner of the dungeon, Orochimaru's gaze pierced through the sealed barred door, covered in cursed seals, observing a child around 5 or 6 years old sitting on the ground with his knees hugged. Is this the Kagaya Kimimaro who plays with bones? In the shadows, Yuyo also watched the blue-clad boy staring vacantly at the ground. If it weren't for Kimimaro's bloodline disease, this child would be a perfect vessel for Orochimaru. His bloodline limit is indeed quite powerful. At that moment, the dungeon door was opened and a rugged Kagaya clan member entered with food, pushing it through the bars into the small cell. Kimimaro looked up at him and asked, "When will I be able to go out?" The Kagaya member smiled and said, "Soon." "Really, does the clan really need me?" Kimimaro asked uncertainly. The man impatiently replied, "Haven't I told you several times? As long as you don't escape the time when we need you will come very soon. We guarantee it." After saying that, he left the dungeon. Orochimaru watched for a moment, licking his lips before also leaving the dungeon. Yuyo followed closely behind him. Orochimaru judged that at this time, even if he forcefully took Kimimaro, he would not willingly serve him. He needed to wait for a better opportunity. Knowing the subsequent plot, Yuyo also agreed with this thought. Kimimaro was currently the Kagaya clan's secret weapon. If he were to be captured, that group of lunatics might not know what they would do. It was better to wait until they were all wiped out before finding an opportunity to take him away. Am I also going to become a human trafficker? Yuyo complained to himself. After Orochimaru exited the Kagaya clan territory, he continued to probe the hidden mist village. Moments later, he arrived at the territory of the Kirigakure clan, secretly observing the talented brothers of the clan, Hozuki Mangetsu and Hozuki Suigetsu. These two brothers were still quite young, with Hozuki Mangetsu looking only around 11 or 12, while his younger brother was about the same age as Xianglin, only 3 or 4 years old. After observing for a while, Orochimaru left. Next, he went to the residences of the other 7 ninja swordsmen to investigate. Yuyo followed him everywhere, but as he saw that Orochimaru was taking his time with no actions, he gradually grew impatient. When Orochimaru finally arrived in front of Zabuza Momochi's house, Yuyo knew he still wouldn't take action, so he took out a kunai and teleported behind him, stabbing him in the back. Ugh! Orochimaru's shadow clone struggled to turn around only to see a strange face. Bang! The shadow clone dissipated into smoke. Yuyo cast a glance at the astonished pedestrians on the street hurrying away amidst their bewildered gazes. He walked several hundred meters, having distanced himself from those gazes, and at a corner of the street, he spotted a strange little beggar crouching against the wall, seemingly trying to evade the cold wind. She was a girl around 5 or 6 years old with slightly long hair and dark skin, yet her features were quite appealing. As Yuyo approached her, he distinctly sensed a chilling aura. Additionally, he sensed that her internal energy was far stronger than that of a typical adult. Considering her young age, it was quite odd. Yuyo squatted down in front of the ragged little girl and asked, "What is your name?" The little girl looked up at him for a moment, but did not respond. Yuyo thought for a moment, took out a 100 ryo bill from his pocket, and placed it in her broken bowl. The little girl glanced up at him, and then said something that nearly made him explode. "You're so poor." Yuyu fell into a state of speechlessness. In this world, even a beggar is so greedy. With a wry smile, he took out a 500 tael note from his pocket and placed it in her empty bowl. The little girl swiftly tucked the 600 tael note into her tattered pocket and leisurely replied to his question, "My name is Bai. But I'm not a girl, I'm a boy. If you want to say that you thought I was cute from the first glance and wanted to take me home, then forget it." Looking at her dark little face, Yuyu thought to himself, in this world, clearly a little girl who is dark-skinned, yet claims to be Bai and a boy. Isn't this a reflection of one's hope for a better life? Wait, Bai? Is it really Bai? The one who awakened the ice-release bloodline? Yuyu vaguely remembered that Bai was born in a village in the land of water which feared and hated bloodline limits due to war. His mother possessed a bloodline limit and had kept this secret for a long time. One day, Bai's father accidentally discovered his daughter's bloodline, leading the villagers to kill Bai's mother. When they attempted to harm Bai, she in a moment of panic used her bloodline limit's power to kill everyone present with ice spikes. Since then, Bai became an ordinary orphan in the land of water. He didn't go to an orphanage, but ended up on the streets, surviving as a little beggar. Bai frowned at him. "What's wrong?" Yuyu said seriously, "Come with me. I'm not some strange uncle. I don't need a girl, just you to join our organization." Bai's eyes lit up. "Organization? You need me to join your organization? Are you a beggar too? After I join the organization, will we beg together?" Yuyu thought to himself, "Have I become the leader of a beggar gang?" He said, "We don't need you to beg. We have financial resources. How about 3,000 taels? Bai shook his head expressionlessly. "I'm currently only interested in begging. If it's not an organization that begs together, then forget it. I've said I won't follow anyone no matter how much you offer. What if I offer you 5,000? Still not going? Then how about 10,000? Still not going? How about 20,000? Will you go or not?" Bai suddenly stood up and quickly walked towards the alley. Yuyu stood up and watched his figure. "Bai, are you not very interested in money? Shall we discuss this differently?" Bai turned back and said, "No, wait for me. I'll go pack my things and come with you." He further explained, "Originally, I intended to stick to my decision of not following a strange uncle, but what you offered is simply too much. I can't refuse." Yuyu followed Bai for a long distance, arriving at a very remote and dilapidated area of Konoha Village. Surrounding them was quiet. There were hardly any residents, just a crumbling wooden house standing on a barren hillside. Is this Bai's home in Konoha Village? Rather than calling it a home, it was barely a place that could shield from the wind and rain. No wonder Bai was so grateful to be taken in by Momochi Zabuza, even if he was treated as a heartless tool. After more than 10 minutes, Bai emerged from the house dragging pots, bowls, and a shabby suitcase, appearing before Yuyu. Yuyu walked over and directly threw the pots and bowls away. He opened Bai's suitcase and found it filled with tattered clothes, which he also tossed into a corner trash heap. "What are you doing?" Bai couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily, "These are all my belongings." Yuyu replied, "I'll buy you new ones." Bai thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay." Yuyu leaned down and whispered a few words in his ear. Ignoring his surprise, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Let's go." Immediately, the two of them vanished in front of the wooden house. In the next second, the scene before them was the vast ocean, standing at the stern of a ship sailing over the sea. "Wow, how did I suddenly get here?" Bai exclaimed, staring at the boundless sea before him. Quiet. Yuyu noticed movement on the ship and knew the boatman was coming in their direction, so he teleported away. They arrived at another ship in the ocean. After returning from the ocean, Yuyu visited some small villages in the land of rice. After failing to gather any information about Zhongwu, he gave up. He knew that Orochimaru might have already taken Zhongwu away to develop the cursed seal. He quickly returned to the small town outside Konoha. When Yuyu transformed back into the appearance of leader and brought Bai into the hall of the residence. Several people in the room stared at Bai, their eyes wide. How could the leader bring back a little beggar? Even though their organization currently had only a few members and was in desperate need of manpower, they shouldn't casually pull a little beggar from the street to fill the ranks, right? Amwa half knelt on the ground, looking uncertainly at the little beggar beside the leader, and asked, "Leader, is she our 5th member?" "Yes." "Leader, this little girl. First of all, Bai is definitely a boy, and yes, he was a beggar from the land of water, but that's not the case anymore. Yu sat in the main seat of the hall gazing at the quiet boy by standing beside him and slowly said, "The most crucial point is that he has awakened the bloodline limit power. Ice release. Bloodline limit. Ice release. Wow." The hall echoed with the exclamations of Amwa, Yushi, and Xianglin. Yu said to Amwa and Yushi, "Amwa, take Bai downstairs and give him a good bath. When I see him again, I don't want to see a speck of dirt on him. Yushi, go out and buy him a few sets of fitting clothes. Remember, they are for boys." "Yes. Yes. No. I'm already 6 years old, so I can bathe myself." Bai firmly rejected Amwa help, who looked like a strange uncle. Under Amwa lead, he went to the bathroom and closed the door to start washing himself. After a full 2 hours, Bai finally completed this monumental task and appeared before the others wearing brand new clothes. When Bai reappeared before Yu, he was completely clean. There wasn't a single dark spot on him. His handsome, slightly feminine face and large bright eyes left everyone present momentarily stunned. If Bai were to dress up as a little girl, he could easily deceive people without needing a transformation technique. While they marveled at the beauty of young Bai, Yu was also assessing his 4 subordinates. A middle-aged man with one blind eye, a frail woman in her 20s, and 2 children a few years old. Although describing the group before him as old, weak, sick, and disabled was too much, it wasn't far from the truth. To an average person, this organization surely had no future. However, for Yu, who understood the details, the 4 people before him were all competent subordinates. Amwa, one of the former high-ranking members of the Cloud Village, and the boy Bai, who awakened the powerful ice release bloodline limit. Moreover, Yushi and Xianglin, this mother-daughter pair. Currently, only 4 people in the entire ninja world possessed the Uzumaki clan's physique: Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Nagato, and this mother-daughter pair before him. In his mind, he believed that in a few years the 4 of them could become a fairly strong team. Moreover, this organization had only been established for less than a month. In the future, more talented individuals would join. "Quiet," Yu said in a cold tone, and the room immediately fell silent. He looked at the 4 people who were gazing at him and nodded slightly. Since the light organization had taken shape, it was time to arrange the tasks he had already considered. The tasks had 2 aspects. One was extensive training. Yushi had already reached adulthood, making her less malleable, and the progress she could achieve through training would be limited. However, both Bai and Xianglin were still blank slates. He believed that through systematic learning and training, they would certainly grow into ninjas far more outstanding than in the original work. The teaching responsibilities for the 3 of them would mainly fall to Amwa, with Yu himself assisting. Yu's level in ninjutsu, taijutsu, shuriken techniques, and various aspects was not low. Moreover, he had Elder Sato from the Boza Ridge and Kakashi Hitaki as support, so he believed he could also become a qualified teacher. The second task was to accept some commission tasks externally using the new organization light as the action unit. The secondary reason for earning funds necessary for the organization's operation was less important. More crucially, the organization members needed to grow through a great deal of battle and experience. For Yu, there was an even more significant reason. He could use this to accumulate battle achievements for side quests on his character panel. It was completely a threefold benefit. Yu ordered the 4 to start training that same day. The intensity of the training seemed minimal to him, but to those 4 this amount of training was immense. Even Amwa as a ninja was so exhausted after 2 hours of special training with Yu that she didn't want to speak. Yu slowly walked out of the room and arrived at the training ground, looking at the exhausted 4, estimating when they could accept commission tasks. After encouraging the 4 with a few words, he teleported away. Yu was momentarily taken aback. An undercover identity. That must be in reference to his public persona. He didn't expect the system could play like this. Well, it provided an additional side quest to enhance his integration. "Young master, I've prepared the bath water for you. Great'll be there shortly." "Young master, I haven't bathed yet tonight either. Shall we wash together?" Listening to her timid question, Yu initially wanted to agree immediately, but then suddenly recalled how Bai had refused Amoe's help today. He felt a little awkward and thought to himself, how could he convince GZ not to help him wash, or to refrain from washing together, while also ensuring she didn't feel like he was rejecting her. He didn't want her to feel unwanted by his family either. "Young master. All right, I'll be there shortly." The next morning, Yu appeared in a tea house frequented by numerous ninjas in the village. He sat at one of the tables using his enhanced hearing to listen to the conversations of the ninjas. As expected, his undercover identity, that of the leader of light, had begun to circulate among the ninjas. It started spreading from last night due to his achievements in the Grass Ninja Village. The rumors claimed that the leader of light had stealthily infiltrated the Grass Ninja Village while the Kagaya clan was attacking with their full force, taking advantage of the weak defenses, and after battling with a medical officer from the Grass Ninja Village and defeating the Grass Ninja leader, he made a swift escape. Afterward, he even returned to the Grass Ninja Village to fight against the shadow clone of Orochimaru, defeating it before leaving quickly. Given these accomplishments, the strength of the leader of light was evidently impressive. Yu Yu sat by the window in the tea house, savoring the unique, fragrant tea of the land of fire, listening as those ninjas talked animatedly, as if they were present at the scene. After a brief moment of surprise, he thought to himself, the ninja world tends to exaggerate the performances of rapidly rising figures, but unexpectedly the rumors about me have downplayed my strength. What do they mean by battling the grass ninja leader? They're making it sound like we were evenly matched, but there's an advantage to this. When I next appear, the achievements I create will surely pique more people's interest and be beneficial to my reputation. After listening for a while when the ninjas had no new information to offer, he put down his teacup and left the tea house. He went to a mask shop on the street, intending to buy a spare tiger mask. However, upon entering, he found that all the tiger masks were sold out. The shopkeeper informed him that the tiger masks had been selling particularly well today, with customers coming in one after another since early morning to buy them all. There must be someone inside wanting to impersonate the leader of light. Yu Yu walked out of the mask store and stood at the door pondering. Given that he had always worn a mask, he anticipated this situation would arise. He wasn't overly concerned. Impersonating him was not a simple matter. His light wave couldn't be replicated, and his similarity to the flying thunder god's instant teleportation was even more difficult. These two abilities ensured the authenticity of his leader of light identity. After leaving the mask store, Yu Yu arrived in a deserted alley, forming hand seals with both hands. He pressed his right palm to the ground, summoning the 6 Ni war hounds from the Posa Ridge. The 6 Ni bowed their heads respectfully and asked, Lord Yu Yu, what is your command? I'm just bored to take me for a stroll. Yes, at your command. The 6 Ni was one of the smaller war hounds among the many Ni series hounds, only slightly larger than an ordinary fierce tiger. This imposing white-furred war hound carried Yu Yu through the streets. Although it attracted some attention, it didn't cause a major commotion. There were plenty of others in Konoha who enjoyed riding summoning beasts in the streets. A few hundred meters away across the street stood a figure in a green tight-fitting outfit, a jonin vest with a kappa head, thick eyebrows, and a rugged appearance. It was his teacher Kakashi Hitaki's good friend Might Guy. At that moment, beneath Might Guy was a red giant tortoise summoning beast plodding along the street, with a Konoha headband hanging from its neck. Yu Yu was in no hurry to reach his destination. The 6 Ni was walking slowly while the red giant tortoise across the street was crawling even slower. It took 10 minutes to cover the short distance of 400 or 500 meters before the two finally met. Might Guy was the first to greet Yu Yu. Yo, my eternal rival's disciple Kakashi Hitaki. Little Yu Yu, the proud orange little beast of Konoha. Yu Yu felt a wave of embarrassment at this peculiar nickname and softly said, Teacher Guy, could you lower your voice? It would be terrible if this bad nickname spreads, and could you please not call me that? I heard you defeated all the kids in the village. That's really impressive. What else could you be but a fierce beast? Might Guy scratched his head in confusion, adding, Besides, the little beast has a longer youth than my proud azure beast of Konoha. What's wrong with that? Little beast, burn your youth. Be passionate. Let your youth bloom. Yu Yu had a large well character jumping on his forehead, desperately suppressing the urge to challenge him to a duel right then and there. After thinking for a moment, he quietly said, Teacher Guy, haven't you always wanted an outfit like mine? He glanced at the giant tortoise beneath Might Guy. I'm sure Ninja Tortoise would like you to dress like me too. Oh, do you have one that suits me, eh? Might Guy's eyes lit up. Yes. Last time you told me to have someone make it, and I haven't had the chance to give it to you. Just a moment. Yu Yu took out a scroll capable of holding items, formed seals, pressed it on a segment of the scroll, and a tortoise martial arts training outfit appeared. The size of the outfit was much larger than his fitting Might Guy's physique perfectly. However, he didn't hand it over immediately. Instead, he said, Teacher Guy, if you take this outfit, you must promise me one thing. What is it? You can't call me the proud orange little beast of Konoha anymore. Yu Yu took a long time to finish uttering this bizarre nickname. Guy furrowed his thick eyebrows looking at the outfit. Ultimately, he couldn't resist its allure and nodded in agreement. All right. Since you don't like it, I won't call you that anymore, little Yu Yu. He suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Oh right, I almost forgot. I also prepared an outfit that suits you. Before Yu Yu could refuse, Guy quickly pulled out a green jumpsuit from within his own clothes, grinning widely, his white teeth shining under the sunlight as he proudly announced, with excellent breathability and moisture retention, it's the perfect style and beautiful lines for convenient movement. Wearing it while training will make you feel the difference. It's addictive, just like me. Yu Yu found it hard to refuse such an enthusiastic person and reluctantly accepted the outfit. He thought to himself, are we exchanging jerseys? I'm off now. After storing the small-sized green jumpsuit, fearing that Guy might bring up something embarrassing again, he quickly said, See you another day. As he urged the 6 Ni to hurry down the street, he suddenly heard a voice behind him, Little Yu Yu. Burn. Your youth. Boil with enthusiasm. Youth. The 6 Ni seemed to also feel troubled by Might Guy swiftly carrying Yu Yu away from that street. Only then did the pair escape the strange tone from behind. Stepping into the next street, although it wasn't as bustling and crowded as the previous one, without the youth storm of might, Yu allowed the six Ni to slow down, once more leisurely enjoying the afternoon sunlight that bathed the sky. At that moment, 5 figures were swiftly leaping between the rooftops in the distance, racing over and arriving nearby within a few blinks. Is that Yu Noera? These 5 individuals sharpied spotted the large dog on the street along with the child on its back. They jumped down from the tall rooftops one after another, landing steadily in front of the war hound blocking Yu's path. Among these 5 individuals, the 2 leading ones are both jonin. One of them wears a gray mask, has a gaunt face and hair that falls to his shoulders. His physique bears some resemblance to Orochimaru. This middle-aged male ninja is a Konoha jonin known as Tsunade, one of Orochimaru's trusted lieutenants. He is the one who sent the reconnaissance snake to test the Yawara family. Did he really just swagger in front of him like this? Seeing the overt hostility in the eyes of the 5 Yu's instincts for battle prompted him to jump down from the back of the 6th Nishi, landing on the ground. He prepared to fight at any moment, yet a thought crossed his mind. This seemed entirely unnecessary. He was no longer the leader of light, merely a 4.5-year-old child. Could these 5 really join forces against a child like him? If such a thing were to happen, they might very well be surrounded and beaten by the people of Konoha. When the 5 saw Yu dismount from the summoning beast, they thought the child was afraid of them. After exchanging glances, they felt quite pleased. Recently, many ninjas from the village's prominent clans had been praising this Yawara Yu as a new generation tyrant, a genius like Uchiha Itachi, with an unlimited future. It was precisely because of those false rumors that Lord Orochimaru wanted them to find out information about this child. Now, upon observing him up close, is this really all there is to Yawara Yu? He did not seem to fear them like other children. Those people had truly exaggerated. Among the 5, Tsunade felt the most infuriated. Due to this child, he had lost 4 summoning snakes overnight, which had been acquired by Lord Orochimaru as offerings to the Dragon Cave. If Lord Orochimaru learned of this, he would surely punish him. That night, after realizing the reconnaissance snake had inexplicably vanished, he had retreated cautiously. Now it seemed he had been overly cautious. Tsunade approached Yu, looked down at the child whose height reached only his waist, and asked Yawara Yu, "I have a question for you, please answer honestly." Huh. Well, it's like this. 3 days ago at 9:10 in the evening, someone spotted several silver snakes sneaking into your family's yard. At that time, you were home, right? So where did those snakes run off to? They are highly venomous, extremely dangerous, and must be dealt with by us. Tell me, if you don't, you'll face the consequences. Yu tilted his little face up, looking at him as if he were a complete idiot. Why should I tell you? Moreover, what good would it do to say anything? Had those snakes already turned into the waste of the lava hound? Huh. What attitude is this, Yawara Yu? Are you unwilling to tell me? I don't know what you're talking about. I heard from witnesses that your parents weren't home that night. You must have seen something. Don't lie. Lying is not what a good child does. Yu uttered a single phrase and did not wish to engage any further. He turned around, intending to return to the back of the 6th Nishi. Seeing the child so dismissive of him, Tsunade became even angrier. He extended his right hand, swiftly grabbing Yu's small shoulder, preventing him from leaving. While Yu had originally thought to dodge, a brilliant idea suddenly emerged in his mind. If you don't tell us, don't even think about leaving. Tsunade gripped Yu's small shoulder firmly and said sharply, "All you need to do is tell us where those snakes went, and we will handle the search." Yu shook his small head, maintaining a defiant expression of "I'm not afraid of you," looking disdainfully at Tsunade. Not telling, huh? Tsunade had never been so blatantly ignored by such a small child. He applied more force, pressing down on Yu's shoulder. "Ah, it hurts. Let go of me, you big bully." Yu's expression suddenly transformed into one of great pain as he began to scream. Passers-by noticed the commotion and turned their gazes over. Some recognized the child as the somewhat famous Yawara Yu, while the one grabbing his shoulder was a ninja wearing a jonin vest. What's going on? A jonin is bullying a 4 or 5-year-old child. Noticing the angry stares from the passers-by, Tsunade frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, he would not lay a hand on such a small child, but those 4 summoning snakes were far too important to him. Today, he was fortunate enough to encounter Yawara Yu, who might know the whereabouts of those snakes, and he did not want to miss this opportunity. You 3 keep an eye on his summoning beast. Even though he was being scorned by the passers-by, Tsunade had no intention of releasing Yu and ordered the 3 chunin accompanying him. The 3 chunin immediately dashed over, surrounding the large summoning dog in a triangular formation. The 6th Nishi hound was bewildered by the strange situation before it. It glanced at Yu, who appeared to be in great pain, and scratched its head in confusion. What's wrong with Master Yu? It shouldn't be like this. Seeing that the summoning beast showed no intention of attacking Tsunade, felt even more satisfied and shouted, Yawara Yu, I will ask you one more time. Where did those snakes run off to? Will you tell me or not? It hurts. It really hurts. Yu felt the grip on his hand tightening, and his expression turned even more pained as he angrily shouted, let go of me, you bully. If you don't let go, I will grab you too. I'm very strong. The 5 ninjas present seemed to hear a hilarious joke and started laughing. A child of just a few years old daring to threaten Jonin Song, Jia, claiming to be strong. Even if he truly had extraordinary talent and strength, how strong could he possibly be? The passers-by grew angrier, yet some recognized the identities of the 5 individuals. These 5 were actually subordinates of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. This was bad. Who would dare intervene against his subordinates? As the onlookers were unsure of how to act, Yu shouted angrily, if you don't let go, then I will grab you too. And with that, his small hands tightly grasped Song Jia's hand. The 4 ninjas watched as if it were a joke, and Song Jia initially thought the same. However, the next moment his expression changed drastically as waves of pain surged through his hand. It hurts. It really hurts. Let go of me. Song Jia stared in shock, loudly shouting, and immediately regretted it. Indeed, his shout caused the entire street to erupt in laughter. Wasn't that the child's line? How shameless to bully such a small child and then steal his lines. The other 4 ninjas displayed expressions of embarrassment, feeling that Song Jia's reaction was extremely humiliating. Meanwhile, under the intense pain, Song Jia quickly attempted to pry Yu's small hands away, but found that he could not budge them at all. He was immediately even more astonished. How could this child be so strong? At that moment, Yu applied a bit more strength. Crack, it hurts. It really hurts. Let go. Song Jia, under the increasing strength from Yu, was drenched in sweat, his complexion rapidly paling. He felt that his hand might very well be crushed by the child. However, his cries only elicited more laughter from the street. The other 4 subordinates of Orochimaru realized that something was amiss. Song Jia's pain did not seem to be feigned, and being close they could clearly hear the sounds of bones cracking. This was bad. This child's strength was indeed, as he claimed, truly formidable. Jonin Takushin saw that Song Jia still couldn't pry Yu's small hands open and wanted to take a look, but he noticed that the crowd of onlookers was growing larger. He did not want to be accused of 2 Jonin bullying a 4-year-old child. Since he was unable to act, he glanced at the 3 Chunin. The 3 Chunin, upon receiving the order, immediately rushed over, extending their hands, attempting to pry open Yu's small hands with their combined strength. However, Yu was quick and smart, swiftly grabbing their hands as well. It hurts. It really hurts. Let go. You let go. You let go of me. Under the immense grip of Yu, not only Song Jia, but even the 3 Chunin cried out in pain. The onlooking crowd had no time to ponder this bizarre scene, only finding these individuals exceedingly funny, bursting into laughter once more. The Takuzan Jonin knew that if this embarrassing situation continued, it would severely undermine Lord Orochimaru's authority, and upon his return, he would surely punish them. His face was ashen, and he said in a deep voice, I advise you to let go. As he spoke, he lunged forward, rushing toward Yuya. At the same time, Yuya glanced at the battle dog Leone, who was also grinning and enjoying the spectacle. Leone had been waiting for this moment. It opened its mouth and let out a fierce roar, pouncing towards the Takuzan Jonin. The Jonin seemed to have anticipated the spirit beast's attack as he drew a ninja knife and began to engage in combat with the battle dog. After all, he was a Jonin with extensive combat experience. Seeing that he couldn't temporarily fend off the battle dog, he skillfully dodged, evading its pounce. He quickly dashed in front of Yuya, the gleaming ninja knife slashing toward him. Yuya looked at the ninja knife coming straight at him, not betting on whether the Jonin would dare to strike. He swiftly retreated, thus releasing the 4 ninjas whose hands were clasped together. Once they were separated, the crowd gasped in shock. 3 Chunin had their palms bleeding profusely, and the worst off was the Jonin, whose entire hand was hanging limply, clearly having broken several bones. That child has such strength. You little brat, how ruthless. The Takuzan Jonin gritted his teeth, seeing that his companions were quickly recovering from their pain. Ignoring Yuya's age and disregarding his own Jonin status, he charged in, filled with murderous intent, wanting to teach the brat a lesson. However, before he could get close, a powerful voice shouted, Leaf, great whirlwind. A green figure charged in from the side, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Takuzan Jonin flying. The Takuzan Jonin executed a backflip to dissipate the force and landed steadily on the ground. The newcomer was none other than Might Guy, the blue beast of the leaf. At this moment, his left hand was behind his back and his right hand was in a defensive position in front of him. Under the sunlight, his white teeth glimmered. Yuya found it amusing and quickly moved a few steps to hide behind the handsome beast, then, with a look of grievance, exclaimed, Teacher Guy, these 5 bad guys teamed up to bully me. They're terrible. I only fought back because you bullied me. Yuya's small face was filled with grievance and indignation as he pointed at the Takuzan Jonin, shouting that Jonin insisted I answer his questions. I didn't know the answers, so he wouldn't let me go and grabbed my shoulders so hard that it hurt. Then I said I was very strong and that I would grab his hand too, but he still wouldn't let go. So they ended up with sore hands, and in the end they even pulled out their knives. Bystanders nodded in agreement. Although the outcome was somewhat different as those few were not just sore-handed, but looked as if their hands were nearly ruined, the process matched the child's account indeed, starting with a jonin bullying a 4-year-old child. Now another jonin had even drawn a ninja knife against the child. It was simply outrageous. Yahiro Yuya, you little brat. You are talking nonsense. My guy, I advise you not to interfere. The last voice came from the Takuzan jonin, who coldly declared originally this matter was not significant, but now that Yahiro Yuya has ambushed our people, it is certainly no small matter. Huh, you don't recognize me. Mike Guy, after racking his brain, frowned and said, you're that. Who was it? Takuzan thought Guy was mocking him and coldly replied, will you let me pass or not? He exchanged glances and the others quickly fell behind him. Then the 5 of them launched an assault on Mike Guy. Mike Guy's taijutsu was exceptionally strong and he faced their 5-person assault without losing ground, handling it with ease. Teacher Guy, opened the 8 gates. Teacher Guy, you don't need to open the 7th and 8th gates, just open the 6th gate. Teacher Guy, beat those big bad guys. Yuya retreated further back, shouting some random things. Mike Guy's face was filled with black lines. Although he knew it was all the fault of those in front of him, he wasn't willing to open the 8 gates to fight desperately against the ninjas from his own village. However, the 5 ninjas were attacking him mercilessly, using kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and numerous minor ninjutsu, except for the inability to unleash large ninjutsu due to the location. Mike Guy, if you don't step aside, don't blame us. One of the furious Chunin formed hand seals and shouted a warning at Guy, but suddenly with a thud a sharp pain surged through him as he looked down to see a shuriken lodged in his left thigh. He looked in shock at the crowd, unable to identify who had thrown it. Who threw a shuriken at me? The crowd responded with knowing smiles. The Chunin, enduring the pain, ran to the side, pulled out the shuriken, and threw it to the ground, angrily shouting at the crowd. However, as he was about to perform ninjutsu, after finishing his hand seals, he suddenly felt another sharp pain in his right thigh, where another shuriken had struck. He turned to see Yuya sneakily putting 2 shuriken back in his pocket. Little brat. So it was you. The Chunin yelled in anger as he painfully pulled out the shuriken from his thigh, and just as he wanted to charge forward, several more shuriken came flying at him. Thud. The Chunin did not expect his shuriken to be thrown so accurately, hitting his thigh and shoulder. Overcome by the pain, he collapsed to the ground. No, I can't fall like this. He tried to get up again, but the little brat rushed over, grasping his hand and asking with concern, are you okay? Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Let go. The Chunin's hand was nearly crushed by Yuya's grip. In a fit of rage, he swung his other hand at him, but that hand was also easily caught. Then another wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and he screamed, it hurts. It hurts. Let go of me. Crack, crack. The Chunin could no longer endure the intense pain and fainted. The onlookers looked on in disbelief. Watch my family's wind demon shuriken throwing technique. After dealing with one, Yuya pulled out a large handful of shuriken from his pocket, hurling them at the 4 ninjas battling with Guy. The 4 ninjas were already at a disadvantage against Guy, a master of taijutsu in this narrow space, and now with Yuya, who occasionally threw shuriken from the side. And this 4-year-old child's shuriken throwing skills turned out to be exceptionally high. They were mostly aimed at their defensive gaps and openings, making them overwhelmed and distracted, causing them to be struck by Mike Guy's Leaf Great Whirlwind. After several rounds, even the 2 jonin could no longer hold on. The 4 exchanged glances and withdrew together, distancing themselves from Mike Guy. At this point, they were all injured, half from Mike Guy's kicks and the other half from Yuya's thrown shuriken. The 4 lined up in front of Mike Guy, and the Takuzan jonin coldly addressed the crowd, you all step aside, or don't blame us if something happens. What? Let's run. They are going to use large-scale ninjutsu. Quickly leave. Many people understood Takuzan's stern warning. Their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly fled the scene. Don't do that. Something bad will happen. Mike Guy was startled by their momentum and hurriedly waved his hands, trying to stop them from using large-scale ninjutsu. However, these 4 felt humiliated and injured today. In their rage, they no longer cared and just wanted to defeat Mike Guy and deal with that detestable little brat. Seeing that everyone had left, the 4 simultaneously formed hand seals. Zodiac, Rabbit, Dog. Yuya watched their hand seals and thought to himself, they are teaming up to cast Wind Release Vacuum Wave. At this moment, Mike Guy was not yet the blue beast of the leaf, who would later be called the strongest in taijutsu by Uchiha Obito. If he was still unwilling to open the 8 gates now, he might actually lose. This is a bit troublesome. Should I intervene personally? He glanced at Leone, who had been watching the show a few meters away. If I had known, I would have summoned the 4 Leone instead. The 6 Leone are not very useful. As the four ninjas completed their hand seals, their cheeks puffed up, ready to unleash the ninjutsu, together a figure rushed in from the distance. As he approached, he leaped high and landed between the four ninjas, and Might Guy shouting, "Everyone stop." He wore a black tight combat suit adorned with green Jonin armor with the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on his shoulders. On his back was a short blade, and the crow that accompanied him flew in from afar, landing on his shoulder. Around 13 or 14 years old, the crow, Uchiha Shursui from the police force, has arrived. The person turned their head, revealing a handsome face adorned with a distinctive dumpling nose. It was indeed the first expert of the Uchiha clan, Shursui. Shursui looked at Might Guy and said, "Senior Guy, please refrain from making further moves." All right. Might Guy, who had no intention of continuing the fight, nodded eagerly upon seeing the arrival of the Konoha police force. "We also ask for your cooperation." Shursui then glanced at the four individuals who were still in the process of forming hand seals. They looked at the slightly immature Uchiha boy, remaining silent. Shursui, well acquainted with such situations, immediately drew the short sword from his back, activated his Sharingan, and formed hand seals. In an instant, he created 7 shadow clones, all of whom spoke in unison, "If possible, I would rather not engage with you seniors," but as the 7 clones approached the 4 individuals, they clearly felt an immense pressure. They exchanged glances and finally released their hand seals, dispelling their ninjutsu. Yu observed Shizui's famous technique, the body flicker technique, which was said to be a visual jutsu that utilized the Sharingan to create multiple phantoms. The clones not only had physical forms capable of attacking enemies, but were also illusory, remaining intact even after being attacked. This visual jutsu sounded impressive. However, there must be flaws, as Uchiha Itachi said, "Every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. Please wait here." Shursui formed hand seals, dispelling the phantoms, and turned to the group, patiently explaining, "When I heard the news, I coincidentally encountered an Umbu ninja. That senior asked me to stop you while he went to report to the Hokage tower. Your commotion is quite significant and may have already alerted the Hokage." The Hokage tower. Yu suddenly felt a headache. "I hope Kakashi isn't there right now." Inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi was reporting the latest progress of a mission to Hiruzen Sarutobi when an Umbu ninja hurriedly entered, kneeling on one knee. "Hokage-sama, there are 3 Jonin fighting on the North Zay Road, and they are of special identities. The impact of this incident is extremely severe." Fighting. Hiruzen Sarutobi was somewhat surprised. He set his pipe down and looked at him. "Is it among the village's Jonin? That's quite rare. Who is involved?" "Jonin Ao and Jonin Taku against Jonin Guy." "Guy?" Kakashi paused. Based on his understanding of the hot-blooded fool, Guy wouldn't engage in such behavior. "Might Guy?" Hiruzen was also taken aback. "In my impression, Guy wouldn't initiate conflicts. Why did the 3 of them have a disagreement? What is the situation now? I heard it seems related to Noera Yu, but I don't know the details. On my way, I met Captain Shursui from the police force and asked him to go stop it. It should have been resolved by now." Yu. After hearing his disciple's name, Kakashi felt an ominous premonition. "Kakashi." "Yes. Go find out the details and bring everyone involved in the conflict here." "Understood." After Kakashi left, Hiruzen frowned deeply. If it were a brawl or conflict among ordinary ninjas, it would not concern him. However, it was different among Jonin. If ninjas of such status clashed and escalated to fighting in the streets, it was quite serious. Poor management could affect the unity within the village and the reputation of the Jonin. Recently, many ninjas in the village had gone missing, including Jin and Chunin, and even Umbu. He had heard rumors, and many speculated that the perpetrator behind the missing ninjas must be a powerful ninja familiar with the village, at least a Jonin, possibly someone from a high position. These speculations seemed reasonable to him. However, the suspicions against the Jonin and higher-ups were also undermining the village's unity. Now that this incident had occurred, it was absolutely necessary for him, as the Hokage, to intervene. "Is it that child from the Noera family, Noera Yu?" Hiruzen had certainly heard this name before. Not only because Yu was the son of the current head of the Noera family, but also because Yu himself had recently been quite prominent in the village, known as the Konoha Little Overlord and King of Children, having beaten nearly all the village's children in a few days. He had also heard that while the child could be a bit mischievous at times, the heads of some clans did not mind this. Several major clans in the village, such as the Hyuga Yamanaka and Nara, were planning to send him a joint letter requesting him to pressure Danzō to retract the decision to recruit Noera Yu into Root. Even without their formal letter, he would have done so, not only because of his relationship with Hitaki Kakashi, but because a child with such talent should not enter Root, as it would be a waste. It would be best if he could join the Umbu directly under his command and be personally trained to become an excellent ninja, inheriting the will of fire. Just as he had arranged for Uchiha Itachi. On that main road, Shursui was keeping watch over both sides involved in the disturbance. Minutes later, Kakashi, wearing a mask, arrived and sought to understand the situation from those present. Upon seeing the silver-haired Umbu, the 5 subordinates of Orochimaru immediately recognized him as Noara Yu's teacher Hatake Kakashi. They had no desire to speak with him further, informing Kakashi that one of their members was severely injured and needed immediate transport to the hospital. After that, they would go to the Hokage tower to explain. After the 5 departed, Kakashi removed his mask and approached Yu, asking, "Now tell me what happened." Yu replied, "Those 5 bullies ganged up on me, a 4-year-old child." Kakashi glanced around, noticing no one was nearby. Guy was conversing with Shursui at a distance, so he whispered the truth. Yu smiled and lowered his voice, saying it was Orochimaru's subordinates. "That Jonin Ao sent 4 summoning snakes to my house a few nights ago for a test, and after I discovered them, I killed them all and fed them to my lava dogs. Today they encountered me on the street thinking I was an easy target because of my age, and they pressured me for the whereabouts of those summoning snakes." Hehe. What about Guy? How did he get involved? Guy. He wasn't far from here. Hearing the commotion, he came running over. As soon as he saw me being bullied, he charged out. What a good buddy of your sensei. Kakashi ignored Yu's strange term buddy. Rubbing his chin, he quickly pieced together the general situation from Yu's brief words. Frowning, he asked, "Orochimaru's target, is you right? Why is that?" Yu shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Who knows?" He certainly wouldn't reveal that Orochimaru aimed to obtain eternal life and developed the Edo Tensei technique, targeting children as containers for his reincarnation. He also didn't want to mention Orochimaru's impending defection, as that would be alarming and counterproductive. Kakashi gazed into the distance, his brow furrowing. This time you turned those 5 into the village's laughingstock and definitely offended Orochimaru. Yu's small face wore a bright smile as he said, "Orochimaru will hold you responsible. He'll think you must be condoning me or directing me to do this." Kakashi turned his gaze back, sighing helplessly, "Please don't keep causing me trouble. I'm very busy and am far from being Orochimaru's match. I can't even hope to take him down with me. No, I think if we join forces against Orochimaru, we might have a 6-4 chance." "What do you mean?" "I'm so weak that I only have a 10% chance of defeating Orochimaru. But you sensei are very strong and can hold your own against anyone 50-50. Together, we would be a 6-4 match." "You're just being glib again. When we go to the Hokage tower, you mustn't act like this. Be careful not to cause any trouble." "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the pharmacy to buy some eye drops." Kakashi recalled that Yu's eyes were perfectly healthy with no eye diseases. Yu walked toward a pharmacy by the street when suddenly he remembered something, reaching up to scratch his shoulder vigorously before stepping into the pharmacy to buy the eye drops. Kakashi noticed his little actions and after a long silence muttered helplessly, "This kid is at it again. Oh, buying eye drops is just for show, huh? Those people under Orochimaru are really unfortunate. But why did they provoke him?" As he thought about it, he suddenly realized what that ominous premonition was. Orochimaru wouldn't actually hold me accountable, would he? By evening, this matter was finally resolved. Ao and the other 4 emerged from the Hokage tower with gloomy expressions. Each of them was bandaged up, but more than their injuries, they felt an immense humiliation. Under the tearful cries of that little boy with red claw marks on his shoulder and numerous witnesses nearby, they were undeniably in the wrong. Regardless, as Chunin and Jonin, they should never have laid a hand on such a young child. Moreover, it was 5 against 1. In the words of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, "You have completely disgraced us Konoha ninjas, damaging our collective reputation." As the 5 walked quickly away, they noticed many passers-by pointing at them, making their expressions even darker. This incident had only occurred a few hours ago. How could it spread so quickly? Was someone manipulating things behind the scenes? Was it Hatake Kakashi? It is highly likely to be him. However, regardless of whether Hatake Kakashi is manipulating the information from behind the scenes, this is a serious situation. Even Lord Orochimaru's authority will suffer a severe blow. "You." The 5 individuals suddenly halted, gazing at the small figure standing at the entrance of the Hokage building. Watching the little brat happily counting a large stack of compensation money taken from them, the sight made them grind their teeth in anger, their eyes blazing with fury, barely restraining the urge to rush over and give that little brat a good beating. That little brat. That annoying kid. "If I run into you again, I'll make you pay." After angrily cursing, they quickly left. Once they had all left, Yu neatly stacked the money and put it in his pocket. However, the smile on his face shifted slightly. Aside from being happy about making a profit from the beating, there was a smile of satisfaction from executing a plan. He left the densely populated area and arrived at a small secluded grove in the village. Then, biting his finger, he quickly formed hand seals, placing his right palm on the ground. As the black inscriptions spread rapidly from his palm, with a loud bang, 10 slender tracking hounds were summoned amidst the cloud of smoke. "Lord Yu." The leader of the tracking hound team looked around, and seeing all his companions present, lowered his head and respectfully inquired, "What command do you have for us?" After summoning the entire team, Yu took out 5 transparent small bottles from his pocket and tossed them over, which the hound promptly caught securely with its mouth. Looking at the 5 bottles filled with a large amount of miscellaneous items, you said these bottles contain the hair and blood of 5 ninjas from Konoha. You two will each be responsible for tracking one of them. I need their whereabouts for 24 hours a day. If you notice any unusual activities from them or their associates, immediately inform me. Go. Yes. The 10 tracking hounds quickly dashed out of the grove to pursue those ninjas. After watching the 10 tracking hounds disappear into the distance, he withdrew his gaze. His eyes glimmered with cold light. The events on the street today could have been swiftly terminated, but he prolonged it for some time to obtain a large amount of hair and blood from these individuals. In the Wasa Ridge, the tracking ability of these hounds is not inferior to the 8 ninja hounds, and they can even call upon other dogs in Konoha for assistance. He believes that with the hair and blood, the movements of these 5 people will be tracked around the clock in the coming days. Let's give him a surprise before Lord Orochimaru returns. You muttered before leaving. In the following days, just as you anticipated with the efforts of the tracking ninja dogs, the movements of Orochimaru's group were largely grasped. Even their daily activities such as bathing, sleeping, and eating were recorded and sent to him in scrolls. However, due to the adverse effects caused by the Jonin melee that occurred on the street that day, Orochimaru's group remained unusually quiet these few days, spending most of their time with other colleagues at the Orochimaru Research Institute, engaging in no outrageous activities. Until the 7th day, when people began to forget about that incident. Around 7 in the evening, several ninja hounds came to report unusual situations. After synthesizing this intelligence, you realized that Orochimaru's group had begun to move again. You instructed the ninja hounds to continue tracking those individuals, and he immediately set off. He formed several shadow clones, with one heading toward the Uchiha clan's territory. A few minutes later, he arrived at Uchiha Shizui's home. As a troublemaker in the eyes of some villagers, you did not knock on the door or ring the bell, but directly jumped into the yard. Inside the house, Shizui's voice immediately sounded. Who is it? Captain Shirsue, it's me. After Yu's reply, he quickly dashed inside. As he passed by the area where the crows were kept, he glanced at the rows of dark figures perched on the wooden poles, thinking, wow, they have raised so many crows. However, in the future, Uchiha Itachi will further expand this. He hurried into the house and found that they were still having dinner at such a late hour. Uchiha Shizui's parents were not present, only he and his sister were there. Having seen them before, he greeted them warmly with a smile. Captain Shirsue, Uchiha Iwa, good evening. Uchiha Shirsue smiled slightly in response. The 4 or 5-year-old Uchiha girl was displeased and corrected him. I am not Uchiha Iwa, my name is Uchiha Fuka. Noted. Yes, I noted it down, Uchiha Iwa. You're driving me crazy. Uchiha Fuka said angrily, every time you see me you call me Uchiha Iwa, and now other people are calling me that too. Is that so? Perhaps they think that name suits you. You smiled, realizing that he quite enjoyed watching children of the same age get flustered in front of him. Uchiha Fuka was the one who chased after 5 older Uchiha girls in the snow that day. She had called herself Uchiha only to be beaten by you, making her cry out Iwa. Hence, when they met again in the following days, you jokingly referred to her as Uchiha Iwa. Uchiha Fuka pouted, closing her mouth and refusing to talk to him. You then glanced at Uchiha Shirsue before quickly stepping outside. Shirsue understood his meaning. He set down his bowl and chopsticks and followed him into the courtyard outside. Captain Shirsue, you lowered his voice. I discovered a serious public security incident. Oh. Shirsue raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and asked what kind of security incident. It wouldn't be another ninja brawl caused by you, would it? No. I discovered tomb robbers in the village. Isn't that a security incident? Tomb robbers. Of course it is. Where are they robbing tombs? Near the memorial stone. What? Let's go. Wait, I'll get my weapon. Uchiha Shirsue knew that the memorial stone was where the previous Hokage were buried and had been discovered to be heavily damaged and looted over 10 days ago. Now tomb robbers had appeared again. That must be a serious security incident. The situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to ask further. He rushed back into the house to grab his short blade and left with you, heading toward the memorial stone. At the Konoha Memorial Stone Park, Yu's main body had already arrived. Although this place had many defensive forces, it was as if it did not exist for him. He easily infiltrated the area. The night mist was thick, and the entire memorial park was eerily quiet, shrouded in an air of mystery and foreboding. Yet you did not feel fear in this place where the dead were buried. After scanning the towering memorial stones through the mist, he began to rush towards the location indicated by the hounds. After rushing past hundreds of memorial stones, you arrived in front of a larger memorial stone that read Grave of Sarutobi Biwa. This was the name of the wife of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. How audacious. No, these people dare to steal the bodies of previous Hokage, so naturally they wouldn't shy away from stealing the corpse of Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife. Standing in front of the tombstone, you listened carefully. Soon he heard an abnormal sound in this quiet memorial park coming from underground, just a few meters away the sound of digging. He looked over and thought impressive, where did they dig from? He took out a sealing scroll from his pocket and carefully operated it, retrieving a large hammer over a meter long. Are they coming? Then let's wait a bit longer. After 2 minutes of waiting through the night mist, two figures rushed towards him, which were his shadow clone and Uchiha Shisui, the team leader of the Konoha Police Department. When Shisui got closer, he noticed that the child standing there was also Yuu. He was startled and looked at the nearby Yuu, realizing that this was a shadow clone. How did he not notice for so long? Was he too anxious to differentiate? Captain Shisui, be quiet. Yuu's main body signaled for silence, and then took out a prepared camera, tossing it to his shadow clone. Then he crept forward, his gaze falling on the source of the digging sound. 1, 2, 3. Yuu's main body counted to 3 lightly, and Shisui thought he was going to smash the ground with the stick, but saw Yuu stomp down hard, causing the ground to collapse, and he fell right in. As expected, there was indeed someone digging inside. Upon seeing someone fall, and the person was momentarily stunned. Snap! Snap! Yuu's shadow clone quickly took pictures of the Tomb Raider, while his main body lunged forward and delivered a powerful blow to the Raider. Bang! The grave robber was struck by the immense force of Yuhua's club, causing stars to swirl in his eyes. As he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he finally caught a glimpse of the child wielding the massive stick. How could this mischievous Yuha possess such terrifying strength? Ugh! The grave robber lay motionless in the pit. Captain Shisui, Yuha exclaimed with a grin. I've done well, haven't I? I've captured a grave robber. Is there a reward? There will definitely be a reward. This person is. Shisui Uchiha gazed at the familiar face he had seen just days prior, astonished. He is a subordinate of Lord Orochimaru Jutako, a Chunin. How could he be involved in such activities? Yuha tossed this person onto the ground, and then threw a pile of tools used for the crime before jumping out. Captain Shisui, I've told you all they are bad guys. They must be captured. You all didn't believe me. But it's not just Jutako committing crimes, there are 4 others in the village as well. What are they doing? Shisui asked, noticing that the child was entirely serious, his expression turning grave. And how did you know this? I realized they were bad guys after they bullied me that day. Yuha replied confidently. So I summoned my family's spirit dog to follow them day and night, and indeed, I discovered they were up to no good. Shisui nodded, quickly asking, what are the other 4 doing now? The Jounin from the Ao no Dan and the Jounin from Takuma have kidnapped some ninjas from the village. They are currently in their research facility. Jutako came here to rob graves, and the other 2 went to the library to steal things. Shisui Uchiha had not been at the Konoha Police Department for a short time and had seen such cases before. However, upon hearing about such significant matters which involved recent ninja disappearances, body thefts, and thefts of scrolls and confidential documents, he realized it might also involve Orochimaru from the Sannin. It took him several seconds to digest this information when Yuha added, the 2 Jounin are incredibly powerful, I dare not approach them. Should we call for help? Call your colleagues. No need. Shisui said, forming hand seals with a serious expression. This situation is extremely urgent. Moreover, to avoid any leaks, we don't need to call anyone else before we secure victory. One of my shadow clones will keep an eye on the grave robber, while the other clone will accompany your shadow clone to the Konoha library. Our main bodies will head to Orochimaru's research facility. Alright. Yuha understood that the Konoha officer before him was the top expert from the Uchiha clan, which was also one of the reasons he pulled him into this. Even deploying a shadow clone should pose no problem, so he separated his clone from his main body and moved together with Shizui's main body and clone. Yuhua's main body and Shizui's main body moved at the fastest speed. In just a few minutes they reached their destination. At that moment, the Orochimaru research facility was brightly lit. Even in the late hours, numerous ninjas passionate about chakra science were conducting various research inside. The 2 stealthily infiltrated without alarming anyone. Shisui and Yuha evaded the guards at the entrance, sneaking in through a window, hiding themselves. Shisui glanced at Yuha in surprise, thinking to himself, it's one thing for little Yuha to possess great strength, but his infiltration skills are also remarkable. No wonder he is called the top of the new generation. This child is indeed one of the futures of our village. Yuha was unaware of Shizui's thoughts at that moment. He carefully observed the situation inside the research facility through the glass window. Many personnel dressed in white uniforms were operating instruments and equipment. He also spotted a rather unique figure, Enko Mitarashi, a disciple of Orochimaru. With messy hair, she wore a gray net shirt underneath and a white coat on top, a peculiar outfit. A lover of dumplings, even while working she held a string of dumplings in her hand, occasionally stuffing one into her mouth. None of these people seemed to be criminals. What about those others? Shisui observed the situation inside the research facility and noticed that it was filled with researchers, not seeing the 2 Jounin Yuha mentioned. Yuha pointed towards the innermost part of the research facility, where supplies were piled up, his gaze fixed on a plain white wall that seemed unremarkable, whispering, "They are inside the wall." Inside the white wall of the research facility was a spacious, secret chamber. The room was dimly lit with only a single candle quietly burning on the table by the wall. At that moment, besides the Jounins from the Ao no Dan and Takuma, there were 6 Chunin standing together observing the 5 ninjas they had just abducted from the village. All 5 were tied up leaning against the wall. These 5 are perfect subjects for Lord Orochimaru's experiments. The Jounin from the Ao no Dan glanced at his companions, speaking softly. "No one has noticed our actions, and we've cleaned up all traces perfectly. It went very smoothly, just like the previous few times. Prepare to move them all." Suddenly, they heard a commotion outside and turned to look at the wall. At that moment, Shursui had already burst into the research facility, much to the astonishment of the ninjas there. Most recognized Shursui Uchiha, the Uchiha genius, knowing he was still a squad leader of the Konoha police department. In an instant, they were unsure of what to do. "Uchiha Shursui, what are you doing?" As a disciple of Orochimaru, Anko rushed over angrily, trying to stop Shursui. However, Shursui knew that every second counted and paid her no mind, accelerating past her with ease, swiftly reaching the innermost storeroom. Shursui kicked open the storeroom door in a few swift motions, his short blade already in hand. He struck fiercely against the wall. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Shursui struck the wall with over 10 blows. With a loud crash, he created a tumter-high hole in the wall, exposing the scene inside to everyone. The 10 or so researchers stared at the Jounin from the Ao no Dan and the abducted ninjas inside, all of them stunned. The 8 members from the Ao no Dan were also taken aback by the sudden intrusion of Shursui Uchiha. In their view, their abduction plan had been meticulously calculated and was foolproof. The Konoha police department was not supposed to uncover them. What on earth is happening now? Could it be that they had been betrayed? No, they could never betray Lord Orochimaru. Moreover, why was Shursui bringing that little Yuha along? Several of them turned pale, utterly confused about what was happening as Shursui and Yuha rushed into the secret chamber. The 8 members of the Ao no Dan quickly drew their weapons, preparing to fight. With such irrefutable evidence, they absolutely could not be captured. However, Shursui would not grant them that opportunity. His 3-Demo Sharingan was spinning, and his hands were rapidly forming seals, producing a full 10 shadow clones. This time it was not just a shadow clone technique, but his specialty, illusionary instantaneous technique. All 11 figures surged forward, each wielding a short blade. Yuha took pictures of these individuals, and without resting, he drew his large club and charged in. "Yuha, it's dangerous here. Don't come over." Seeing this, one of Shursui's shadow clones hurriedly shouted, "Anko, help me take Yuha away." At this moment, Anko's head was buzzing. After being awakened by Shizui's voice, she gritted her teeth and rushed over, trying to pull the 4-year-old child away. However, Yuha was much faster than they anticipated. He was already charging forward with a club as tall as he was. Yuha sought revenge, quickly rushing towards the Chunin who had bullied him days before. Taking advantage of Shizui's shadow clone blocking the Chunin, he jumped up and struck a powerful blow. Bang! A club struck the Chunin's forehead, causing blood to flow and the scene to spin wildly before he fell to the ground with a thud. Excellent, one down. Yuha glanced over and charged towards another Chunin. The Chunin, upon seeing this, found it absurd that such a small child wielded such a large club. Although it appeared comical to him, it was terrifying. He struggled to break free from the interception of Uchiha Shizui's shadow clone, but failed. The child quickly dashed towards him, leaping just like before, and struck him hard on the head. The scene before the Chunin immediately went dark. Before he lost consciousness, he could hardly believe the strength of this child. Can Stronger even describe this? After dealing with another Chunin, Yoyu swiftly charged towards the next target. Uchiha Shizui's movements were equally swift, matching his pace. He single-handedly intercepted both Ao no Kage and Takuma, easily suppressing them, while his shadow clones swiftly dealt with the other Chunin. With Yuyu's assistance, the Chunin were quickly taken care of. Soon Takuma was also injured by his shadow clones and easily controlled. The remaining Ao no Kage was even easier to deal with, who unknown what would happen when facing the master of the Sharingan illusion. Shizui's 3-Demo Sharingan spun before Ao no Kage's eyes, and the illusion was unleashed. The latter's gaze immediately became dazed, and his body slumped weakly to the ground. How could this happen? Among the 8, only Takuma retained some consciousness. His face was as pale as a sheet, collapsing to the ground, while muttering, "This shouldn't be happening. It's impossible." The several ninjas from Orochimaru's Research Institute present found the scene absurd. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that their colleagues were the culprits behind the recent ninja disappearances. You people underestimate Captain Shursui. Yoyu, feeling proud, walked over. Seeing Takuma in pain from his defeat, he raised the large club and struck him hard on the head, knocking him out instantly. He explained, "I've freed him from his suffering. Now, he doesn't have to endure anymore." A group of people looked at him with strange expressions. "Yoyu, stop it." Shui quickly intervened when he saw that Yoyu was not yet satisfied and glanced at the other conscious individuals. At that moment, Shizui's original body received a message from the shadow clone. The two thieves in the Konoha library had also been captured. Both were only Chunin, and under the cover of his shadow clone, Yoyu knocked them out from behind with 2 swift strikes. About 10 minutes later, the head of the Konoha Police Department, Uchiha Fugaku, arrived with his men. The police officers worked together to seal off the scene, allowing no one to enter or exit. After another 10 minutes, a large group of ANBU ninjas appeared, taking all the criminals away, including those from the Memorial Stone and the library. Afterward, the ANBU issued a gag order to everyone who witnessed the event. Once the ANBU ninjas left, Uchiha Fugaku approached Shui, and Yoyu, saying, "The reason the Hokage issued a gag order to us is that Orochimaru has returned to the village without anyone knowing." It was not only Shui who was shocked. Yoyu also stared wide-eyed at the revelation that Orochimaru was now in the village. If so, tonight's situation would be quite complicated. Fugaku seemed to know what Shui wanted to ask, and said after learning this news, the Hokage immediately dispatched someone to raid Orochimaru's residence, hoping to bring him in for questioning. However, the ANBU ninjas could not find him. Orochimaru was absent from his estate, and his whereabouts are unknown. Shui, as the only Uchiha police officer active tonight, you understand what we might be facing. I judge that he probably won't make a move against you, but we must remain vigilant. Fugaku, this isn't my first encounter with such a situation. The individuals involved this time are the legendary Saiyan, which is somewhat dangerous, but I believe I will be fine. Don't worry. He glanced at the quiet Yoyu beside him. On their way here, Yoyu had discussed with him that if they successfully apprehended those individuals, most of the credit would go to him, claiming that it was Shui who discovered the abnormality of several people with the assistance of Yoyu's family's tracking dogs, ultimately solving these cases. Did this child even consider Orochimaru at that time? After all, there are very few who can face Orochimaru alone in Konoha Village now, but he felt completely confident. After the police department ninjas questioned Yoyu for a while, considering how late it was, and that Yoyu's parents had also received the news and arrived waiting for him outside the research institute, the Uchiha family took the child home, while Shui remained to wrap up the case. "Let's go home and we can talk about it tomorrow." Yahiro and Minato had also arrived. Their faces were filled with worry, and upon seeing their son emerge safe and sound, the reprimands they had prepared could not be voiced. In the end, Yahiro only said this one sentence. However, on the way back, this little fellow took out his bloodstained club and bragged incessantly about how accurately he had knocked out the others tonight, how perfectly he had measured his strength, claiming, "I knocked one out with a bang and another with a bang." His oblivious pride infuriated the couple, and they immediately decided to confine Yoyu to home for a month, prohibiting him from going out. Yoyu accepted this confinement order. After all, no one could stop him from going wherever he wanted now. However, he still gave his parents face, pretending to be quite troubled by the confinement. Back home, after taking a hot shower, it was already past 10 in the evening. Yet Yoyu knew that the day was far from over. He formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone to lie on the bed in his place. His original body took a tiger mask, transforming into the leader of the light organization Kakarot before vanishing from the room. When he reappeared, Yoyu found himself in the heavily guarded interrogation department of Konoha. He landed on a large tree outside the interrogation room, using the leaves to conceal his figure, gazing into the distance at the large interrogation room on the second floor, and indeed, he saw the 2 Chunin under Orochimaru being interrogated. Ao no Kaguya and Takuma were restrained in the center of the interrogation room by large metallic devices. The ones interrogating them were the head of the intelligence department, Yamenka Inoichi, and the leader of the interrogation team, Marino Ibiki. Both Ao no Kaguya and Takuma were in a state of unconsciousness, clearly having endured Ibiki's interrogation. At this moment, Yamenka Inoichi placed his right hand on Ao no Kaguya's head, using a secret technique to invade Ao no Kaguya's spiritual world. Ao no Kaguya was clearly suffering with beads of sweat rising like smoke. After a while, Inoichi shook his head at Ibiki, saying these two have undergone special training to strengthen their resistance to mental invasion. They are undoubtedly the hardest ninjas to invade I have ever encountered. It looks like we'll have to work at least another night. Ibiki said expressionlessly, beginning to walk out of the interrogation room, while saying, "Let's go out for a drink and rest for a bit before continuing." Yamenka Inoichi tried placing his right hand on Takuma's head as well, but shook his head helplessly. After exiting the room, he closed and locked the door. Did we not obtain much useful information? Perched on the tree trunk, Yoyu analyzed their conversation. Needing to work overtime to interrogate these 2 ninjas indicated that so far they had not obtained the desired information. At the very least, they definitely did not know where Orochimaru currently was. "We'll give it a try." Yu Yu silently resolved and instantly teleported into the center of the vacant interrogation room, appearing directly before the two elite jonin. He gazed at Takamasa, the elite jonin whose scalp had split open from a single blow of his staff, then extended his right hand and placed it atop the man's head, mimicking the technique used by Yamanaka Inoichi. Though he lacked the Yamanaka clan's secret mind-reading jutsu, which probed the depths of a target's psyche, to extract intelligence, Yu Yu would attempt instead to read memories using his own cultivated chi. In the Dragon Ball saga, Kakarot once placed his hand upon Krillin's head on Namek, thereby accessing his memories and learning all that had transpired during that period. After years of rigorous chi cultivation, Yu Yu had attained a modest mastery in its application, and now he began channeling chi to probe Takamasa's memories. 10 long minutes passed before he finally withdrew his right hand. A failure. I retrieved no useful memories at all. Yu Yu reflected inwardly. The difficulty of memory extraction far exceeded his expectations, exhausting not just the body but the spirit itself. He felt utterly drained, and the thought of attempting it again filled him with aversion. What use was it to glimpse only fragmented, tangled recollections, like weeds strewn haphazardly along a roadside? Perhaps abducting Takamasa and extracting truth through torture would be swifter. No, perhaps they are useful. With that silent realization, Yu Yu vanished in an instant. He reappeared within a sizable forest nestled deep inside Konoha Village. This was precisely the location recurring across Takamasa's scattered memory fragments. And according to Yu Yu's own knowledge, Orochimaru's clandestine laboratory was hidden somewhere within one of Konoha's forests. As he walked among the trees, he extended his kai-sensing awareness. After roughly 10 minutes, his perception registered a dense concentration of life forms beneath the earth, and at the subterranean entrance a massive boulder sealed the passage. This is it. A faint smile flickered across Yu Yu's lips as he teleported downward. Inside, he confirmed that this was indeed Orochimaru's secret base beneath Konoha. The underground expanse proved far vaster than anticipated, divided into two distinct sections. The front segment bristled with lethal traps, concealed mechanisms, and venomous serpents, the very life forms he'd sensed earlier. The rear section housed laboratories. With a single teleportation, Yu Yu bypassed the treacherous front half, its countless traps and devices rendered irrelevant, and materialized within the laboratory zone. Structurally, these labs mirrored their surface counterparts, save for two critical distinctions. First, they stood utterly deserted. Second, their test subjects were not mice or animals, but living human beings. Yu Yu entered one lab, glanced around, and exited immediately. Walls and operating tables alike were lined with human figures. The scene was grotesque, unbearable to behold for even a moment. He then entered what appeared to be an office. Shelves overflowed with documents and scrolls. Picking up the most prominently displayed scroll, he unrolled it and recoiled in astonishment. Edo Tensei. He scanned the scroll's contents and confirmed it was indeed the forbidden technique Edo Tensei, originally developed by the second Hokage. A subtle knowing curve lifted the corner of his mouth as he tucked the scroll securely into his robes. Next, he examined a stack of files beside the scroll, detailed experimental records documenting the Edo Tensei technique's development and refinement. Is this Orochimaru's own Fushire Tensei? I'll take it too. Multiple shadow clone technique. It's here as well. I'll take that too. Dual serpent constriction. Taken. The soul separation technique of Jiraiya's comrade Dan Kato, accompanied by extensive annotations and improvements. So this is a soul-based jutsu. No wonder Orochimaru proved so difficult to kill. Orochimaru, may you have kept backups of these. Yu Yu swiftly gathered every scroll and data file. Surveying the expansive chamber, he noted still more treasures awaiting collection, and beneath his mask his lips curled upward once more. With quiet efficiency, he launched a systematic looting operation, sealing all valuable jutsu scrolls and experimental records into a storage scroll carried on his person. Yet he exercised discernment. Incriminating evidence against Orochimaru held little utility for him. He took only a token sample. Amidst the plunder, he noticed a stack of promissory notes on a bookshelf, each bearing identical names: lender Orochimaru, borrower Tsunade Senju. Yu Yu's expression turned wry as he stared at them. These he decided he would leave behind, for Orochimaru to keep. He resumed his work, and within mere minutes the entire chamber had been stripped bare. Emerging from the chamber, Yu Yu explored adjacent rooms, then entered an armory where numerous Kusanagi blades gleamed. Selecting several, he sealed them into his storage scroll. Finally, Yu Yu produced a compact camera and photographed numerous rooms. Then, summoning 3 shadow clones, he dispatched them, each carrying the camera and the gathered evidence, to depart separately. Yu Yu had no intention of delivering the photos and documents directly to Hiruzen Sarutobi. That the Hokage had sent only the ANBU, not himself, to raid Orochimaru's residence revealed a profound reluctance to confront his own disciple. Thus, should Orochimaru later slay him, the blame rested solely upon Hiruzen's own hesitation. Deliver them to the elders Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado, and to the Jonin commander Shikaka Nara. Those three alone. Within the Nara residence. That night's grave emergency found Shikaka Nara, Jonin commander, still hard at work in his private study. His desk overflowed with classified dossiers on the Sannin Orochimaru. His dual mandate assigned by the Hokage was urgent: first to locate Orochimaru's current whereabouts within Konoha, second to determine conclusively whether Orochimaru had masterminded the crimes committed by elite Jonin Takamasa and Ao no Kai. The Hokage's orders were weighty, and the deadline perilously short. Shikaku had no choice but to burn the midnight oil. Yet one small consolation brightened his resolve: tangible progress had already been made. First, he had deduced with certainty that Orochimaru maintained a covert research facility somewhere within Konoha, and though its precise location remained elusive, he was confident the answer would soon emerge. Second, he had established beyond doubt that Orochimaru was the architect behind the crimes of Takamasa and Ao no Kai. Tonight, many will lie sleepless, including myself. Shikaku glanced out at the profound darkness beyond his window, offering a faint, weary smile before returning to the classified files before him. Knock knock. A soft tapping sounded against the window pane. Startled, Shikaku demanded, "Who's there?" No reply came. Far more cautious than most, Shikaku did not rise to open the window. Instead, he bolted from the room and dashed into the courtyard, scanning every shadowed corner, yet saw no intruder. Only then did he notice a stack of documents and photographs lying on the ground beneath his office window. Shikaku approached, picked up the stack, and began reading. His eyes widened in disbelief. The materials matched exactly the objectives of his assignment tonight: irrefutable evidence of Orochimaru's human experimentation and the precise coordinates of his hidden base. Without hesitation, Shikaku sprinted from his estate toward the Hokage Tower. The distance between the Nara residence and the Hokage Tower was short. Mere minutes of swift running brought him there. He burst into the tower, raced up the stairs, and arrived breathlessly before the Hokage's office door, rapping sharply, "Hokage-sama, I have urgent matters to report." "Enter." Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice resonated calmly from within. Nara Shikaku pushed the door open and stepped inside, where he saw the village advisors Nara Shikamaru and Mito Menji, as well as Shimura Danzō, all sitting solemnly on the sofa. After a moment of surprise, he walked over to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Lord Hokage, I just received some information regarding Lord Orochimaru." "You received it too, huh?" The voices of advisors Nara Shikamaru and Mito Menji echoed in succession. "Someone must be plotting against us in the shadows." Danzō tapped his cane against the ground and said in a deep voice, "We should not have fallen into that person's trap. This person managed to deliver information to the three of us in the upper echelons of Konoha without a sound, indicating they are familiar with the village and are likely a certain Jonin within it. I suggest we thoroughly investigate this person's identity first, and then address the Orochimaru issue." "At this point, are you still defending Orochimaru?" Nara Shikamaru looked angrily at Danzō. "That person's identity is secondary compared to the Orochimaru issue." Mito Menji frowned and said, "The situation with Orochimaru is clearly more serious and urgent. If Orochimaru learns of this and escapes, how do we explain it to the rest of the village?" Danzō fell silent, his gaze shifting to Sarutobi Hiruzen, as did the others, awaiting his final decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, wore a troubled expression, and finally, he made a decision, saying, "Since we have already discovered the location, there's no reason to let Orochimaru go. I will personally go and bring Orochimaru back. Not just you, but us as well." Nara Shikamaru stood up and turned to Nara Shikaku. "Jiraiya must have returned in the past few days due to the missing ninjas. Go summon him too." "Yes." Nara Shikaku replied, rushing off to find Jiraiya. Not long after, Yuya's shadow clone, hidden in a dark corner of a building, saw a large group of people depart from the Hokage building, heading towards the forest, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, the two advisors Danzō from the Umbu Nara Shikaku, and a large number of Umbu ninjas. Among them was a figure he did not expect. Jiraiya was also present. Interesting. However, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen are the ones who tend to hold back, right? No, I shouldn't forget about Danzō, Orochimaru's collaborator. Yu thought to himself. At this moment, Yuya's real body was still within Orochimaru's secret base. He was wandering around the base, still unable to find Orochimaru. He wondered where Orochimaru had gone. Everyone outside was going crazy searching for him, yet he had vanished without a trace. Even when he emptied the scrolls and research materials, he did not show up. Why is there a cave over there? Yu discovered that the end of these laboratories was not a dark rock wall, but a cave devoid of light. He decided to take a look, but when he reached the cave entrance, he hesitated. He not only sensed a violent, unsettling chakra slowly seeping out from the cave, but his spiritual perception also detected a powerful creature within. Is the cave dangerous? Yu Yu hesitated, but then quickly thought to himself, what am I afraid of? He stepped into the cave, and after just a few meters he heard the voice of the character template system echoing in his mind. You are well aware of the danger, yet continue without concern. This is your first recklessness as a Saiyan completing behavior. Taskline 26. Fusion degree increased by 0.07 and obtained a senzu bean. Yu Yu stared at the text that appeared on the panel, synchronizing with the voice. He was somewhat speechless, wondering whether the system was praising him or mocking him. However, thinking about it as a Saiyan, if he didn't act recklessly a few times, he wouldn't be a true Saiyan. Yu Yu continued deeper into the cave. After advancing 7 or 8 meters, he could visibly see the intense heart-pounding chakra in the air, which appeared to be grayish-white. Have I arrived? Yu Yu looked ahead at the end of the cave. There was a large area filled with light, and the space was quite spacious. He moved his feet, covering the short distance of just over 10 meters, and directly entered the cave. The scene inside was extremely horrifying. Around the walls of the cave were tables with some candles, most of which had already burned down, leaving only 2 or 3 still emitting faint light. With the help of that light, Yu Yu saw a massive creature lying on the ground, eyes closed in deep slumber. It was a giant monster with 8 snake heads and white scales. Yamada no Orochi. Is it Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent technique? Yu Yu's expression turned grave as he realized that the monster before him was emitting a large amount of grayish-white chakra, somewhat similar to Orochimaru's. No doubt about it, this is Orochimaru. While everyone outside was searching for him, he had come here to cultivate the 8-headed serpent technique. It's no wonder he sensed the presence of danger. This monster form of Orochimaru is the most dangerous version of him. As Yu Yu stepped into this place, one of the snake heads of the 8-headed serpent opened its eyes. Then the monster woke up. Upon awakening, the 8-headed serpent let out a piercing roar from all its heads, the sound seeming to carry some form of pain. After a series of roars, the monster stood up, its massive body filling nearly 1/3 of the cave. The 8-headed serpent evidently retained Orochimaru's consciousness, recognizing that the masked figure before it was its great enemy. After roaring, the snake heads ferociously lunged at him, all 8 heads striking swiftly, attempting to bite him to death. Moi. Yu Yu moved at breakneck speed, completely breaking free from the constraints of gravity and flying, but this monster was too large, and the space was too cramped for him. The speed of the 8 snakehead strikes was as swift as lightning. He had no choice but to exert some power. Kaioken. Yu Yu shouted in his mind. A massive aura of red energy erupted from him, turning him completely crimson. After unleashing the Kaioken, his speed surged dramatically, easily avoiding the strikes of the snake heads. Then he kicked out midair with tremendous force, striking one of the snake heads. With a loud bang that had exploded, raining blood and flesh, and it quickly fell. Roar. The 8-headed serpent became enraged and lunged at him even more frantically. The force of the snake heads striking the ground and walls caused the cave to tremble violently, appearing on the verge of collapsing. Yu Yu weaved between the snake heads, seeking a moment to strike. Seeing that it could not bite him, the 7 remaining snake heads all retracted, each opening its terrifying mouth and expelling a massive ball of grayish-white chakra, imbued with destructive power. The chakra coalesced into a white sphere resembling a tailed beast bomb. The white sphere crackled with white lightning. The entire cave began to collapse under the destructive force. Yu Yu hovered in midair, watching the snake head he had kicked down that could no longer regenerate, and the increasingly frantic 8-headed serpent. He felt much more at ease knowing that Orochimaru had not fully mastered this technique, which was likely why he had gone missing. He was afraid that while researching here, he lost control and transformed into this form. Orochimaru is not in a normal state right now, equivalent to being ill. Looking at the white sphere radiating destructive power, Yu Yu thought that if this technique were unleashed outside, even the Hokage rock would likely not withstand it. However, he felt no fear in his heart, thinking, take advantage of your illness to take your life. It's time to test the power of this move against an enemy. Kakarot's signature technique. He placed his hands on his right hip, his palms forming a flower bud shape. The white light sphere quickly formed in the palms of his hands. As power coalesced, countless shards of rock surged upward from the cavern walls and floor, only to shatter instantly. The entire grotto blazed with blinding white light, as radiant as midday. Kamehameha wave? Yu Yu silently chanted the name in his mind. At that moment, the colossal white sphere, propelled by the 8-headed serpent's seething fury, hurtled toward him with terrifying speed. Yu Yu's own Kamehameha wave solidified within his palms and shot forward in a flash. Boom! A deafening detonation erupted as the beam slammed into the sphere. The cataclysmic shockwave sent the entire cavern convulsing violently, the collapse accelerating with each shuddering tremor. Yu Yu's Kamehameha wave proved vastly superior. It effortlessly overpowered the white sphere, then unleashed an overwhelming surge that shattered it entirely. The radiant beam pierced straight through the eight-headed serpent's body before slamming deep into the earth below. Rumble, rumble. Under the Kamehameha waves forced, the cavern's ceiling collapsed in thunderous succession. The eight-headed serpent shrieked in agony as its body was riddled with wounds, then buried beneath an avalanche of falling boulders until both beast and cavern vanished beneath the rubble. Outside the cavern, a sharp shun echoed. Yu materialized midair above the laboratory zone, then descended slowly to the ground. He turned his gaze toward the cavern's entrance, ears straining for any sound from within. Silence followed the collapse, absolute, hollow, and profound, enveloping the entire base. What of Orochimaru? Was he dead? Yu frowned in thought. Though serpentine in nature, Orochimaru possessed legendary resilience, the very embodiment of survival among shinobi. Yet, even if Orochimaru somehow endured his assault, had he not at the very least been defeated? Yu glanced at the interface before him, still utterly inert. Could it be that true victory required Orochimaru himself to acknowledge his defeat? Or perhaps, that eight-headed serpent had never been Orochimaru's true form? Either possibility remained plausible. This time, however, his gaze shifted to the inventory tab, and found it not empty. Beyond grievously wounding Orochimaru, his audacious style had earned him another senzu-bean. With a mere thought, a single emerald-green, kidney-shaped bean shimmered into his palm, its soft glow pulsing faintly. After securing the senzu-bean, Yu pondered his next move. Should he remain and scour the ruins, seeking Orochimaru once more, determined to end him? Just then, distant rumbling echoed from the entrance. Massive boulders were being shoved aside with brute force. Yu knew instantly Hiruzen Sarutobi had arrived, with reinforcements. Finding no trace of Orochimaru, Yu vanished via instantaneous teleportation into the base's hidden recesses. Minutes after his departure, a slender white serpent slithered into view. It glided across the debris-strewn floor, entered the office, and parted its jaws. From its mouth emerged a figure who pushed aside the serpent's fangs and stepped onto the floor. Long black hair framed a face marked by golden vertical pupils, violet makeup extending to the nostrils, and azure magatama earrings. It was Orochimaru, his complexion unnaturally pallid. He stared at the ransacked office, lips trembling slightly. After a long, heavy silence, he strode out, then methodically inspected every other laboratory. When he entered the human experimentation lab and began examining the test subjects, a voice suddenly called out, "Over here." Crash. The lab door burst open as a group stormed inside. They froze, horrified by the grotesque sight of the human experimentation chamber. Orochimaru cast but a fleeting glance at the intruders before resuming his inspection. "Oh, Orochimaru, are you? You actually? Lord Orochimaru, why would you do this?" "Heh, so discovery was inevitable after all. I'd laid countless traps, but you've all come anyway. How astonishing." His trademark sinister smile curled across his lips as he turned to face them. "Lord Orochimaru, what kind of shinobi are you?" Orochimaru fixed his cold gaze upon the speaking NBU operative and sneered, "Do you wish to die as well? Since you already know, I shall no longer conceal my ambition." Spreading his arms wide, he could scarcely contain his exhilaration. "My goal is to master every jutsu in existence and grasp all truths of this world. Yet the human body, its lifespan is far too brief to extend life beyond mortal limits." Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed upon his disciple's ecstatically twisted visage, his heart aching with sorrow, disbelief, and quiet horror. "The jutsu you've developed, is it?" "You guessed correctly," Orochimaru chuckled darkly. "The Edo Tensei, it has succeeded. Do you truly believe you can escape?" Hiruzen demanded, voice tightly restrained. Orochimaru glanced at his bleeding right thumb, already torn open, and countered, "Do you truly believe your numbers can hold me?" Jiraiya, who had remained silent until now, roared, "Orochimaru, I will die before letting you defect." He lunged forward, bit deep into his finger, then slammed his palm onto the floor. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Seeing colossal summoned beasts erupt into the chamber, Yu instantly teleported away. Reappearing high above the secret base, he surveyed the chaos below, and as expected, within seconds came the thunderous roar of mass-scale collapse, followed by swarms of serpents bursting from the earth, then 3 gargantuan toads crashing upward through soil and stone, carrying survivors with them. Then came full-scale battle. Dust clouds billowed across the forest, thick and blinding, obscuring vision for leagues. Sensing expansive chakra perception techniques sweeping the woods, Yu teleported farther still, to avoid detection and collateral entanglement. Far off, the clash raged on, centered unmistakably between Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Yu mused, though Hiruzen's forces outnumbered him, Orochimaru, should he choose to flee, would surely slip through their grasp. Still, the outcome surpassed all expectations. Orochimaru's defection had been accelerated, and countless forbidden jutsu scrolls had fallen into his hands. He watched the battlefield intently, curious how Orochimaru would extricate himself. Rumble, rumble. The duration of the engagement surprised him. Jiraiya fought with visceral rage, desperate to stop Orochimaru's betrayal. Beyond the lengthy preparation required for Sage Mode, he unleashed every ultimate technique at his command. Was this the fabled bond, the unbreakable tie between teacher and student? Orochimaru, though increasingly taxed, retaliated with devastating large-scale jutsu, engulfing squads of shinobi in their wake. Even the great snake of Ryuchi Cave emerged onto the field. Was this the true scale of a shadow-level confrontation? Indeed, battles among Jonin paled in comparison, mere flickers beside such titanic strife. Hiruzen Sarutobi's wide area Earth Jutsu, Earth Release Earth Flow River, summoned a torrent of mud that swallowed half the forest, burying ancient trees beneath sediment, reshaping the very topography of the woodland. Even Orochimaru's Crank Wind Jutsu, Wind Release Great Breakthrough, was staggering. A gale blasted forth from his mouth, flattening dozens of meters of forest in an instant. Summoning Technique Triple Rashomon. 3 towering demon-faced gates erupted before Orochimaru, intercepting and halting the combined fire release Great Fire Dragon launched by dozens of shinobi. Yu looked quite astonished. Orochimaru had clearly sustained injuries during their earlier battle, yet he still exhibited such formidable fighting power. Indeed, Orochimaru was the cockroach among snakes. However, judging by his demeanor, it seemed the battle was nearing its end. Below, Orochimaru fought, while retreating, appearing remarkably at ease. With such an array of bizarre techniques, a shadow-level ninja like him could hardly be stopped even by so many. Orochimaru. Just when Yu thought the fierce battle was about to conclude, Orochimaru was suddenly caught in Jiraiya's binding technique, Lion's Mane technique. Jiraiya's hair had grown long, tightly, ensnaring one of Orochimaru's arms. Has Orochimaru been captured? No way. This turn of events left Yu somewhat stunned. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rushed forward, aiming to restrain Orochimaru. To their surprise, with a bang, the ensnared Orochimaru transformed into white smoke and vanished, leaving behind a bloodied, severed arm from Jiraiya's long hair, while Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. Only then did Yu realize that this was all part of Orochimaru's plan. Orochimaru must have assessed from the very beginning that even he would find it exceedingly difficult to escape in front of so many people. Thus he feigned ease and allowed himself to be captured by Jiraiya. Everything was to lower their guard against him, and then he covertly activated a ninjutsu he had long been preparing to slip away. But at what cost? The price of a hand. Orochimaru truly was ruthless, completely disregarding his own body. The ninjas looked around, their expressions growing more grim. They had deployed so many people and set up numerous ambushes, yet still could not prevent Orochimaru from escaping. Jiraiya was the most unwilling to accept this. He quickly gathered a group of ninjas and set off in pursuit. Yu analyzed the situation before him. Orochimaru had defected, but compared to the original story, the circumstances were drastically different. He had been forced to defect prematurely, unprepared, taking nothing with him. All his documents and scrolls had been cleared away, and he left without taking any subordinates, even losing an arm. If Orochimaru couldn't restore his full power, perhaps Akatsuki wouldn't even accept him. Well, at least this threat has been eliminated. He bore no significant grudge against Orochimaru, but for him, Orochimaru was quite the threat. If the Saiyan bloodline were regarded as a bloodline limit, then his bloodline limit would far surpass that of Uchiha Itachi and Kage Otsutsuki. Once Orochimaru, in search of a reincarnation vessel, detected him, he would surely be in danger. He didn't want to take such risks at such a young age. Forcing Orochimaru away in advance, he could deal with him later, after all time was on his side. Even if Orochimaru took nothing with him, he must be stopped from establishing Sound Ninja Village. Yu knew that with Orochimaru's abilities, the speed at which he could establish and develop a village would be rapid, increasing the threat to himself. This must be prevented. And the one to execute this decision would naturally be the light organization he had created. He glanced in the direction Orochimaru had fled and thought to himself, if it were during the Fourth Great Ninja War, perhaps he could have communicated and collaborated with Orochimaru, but not now. This version of Orochimaru was exceedingly treacherous, daring even to betray Akatsuki. Let's go. With many ninjas below gradually retreating, the long night had finally come to an end. Yu instantly moved away. He returned home, dispelled the shadow clone lying on the bed, stored away the spoils of the night, and then went to sleep. The next day the sky was very blue, without a trace of fluff, as if it had been filtered of all colors, radiating magnificently. However, under such fine weather, many in Konoha Village wore somber expressions, as the shocking news from last night had spread like wildfire. Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, had defected. This news struck like a bolt from the blue. Not long after the Nine-Tails incident, Konoha had suffered another significant loss. As many gradually learned parts of the truth, they were horrified to hear rumors that the missing ninjas recently taken from the village were the doing of Orochimaru, and his motive was to use those living beings as materials for experiments in order to develop a very terrifying forbidden technique. Yu did not enter the tea house or izakaya, but merely stood on the street listening to the multitude of discussions. Not only were those who participated in his crimes taken away for investigation, but all his subordinates, even those who were completely unaware, like Mitarashi Anko, had been taken by the Umbu for questioning. Many closely related to Orochimaru were also summoned for interviews. Could this method erase Orochimaru's existence entirely? No, it was very difficult. Yet at this moment Yu's mood was as clear and bright as the sky. He felt a greater sense of security while walking on the street. Just then 2 ninjas in Jonin uniforms approached. One was Yawara Yato wrapped in a headscarf, and the other was Hyuga Hizashi from the Hyuga clan. "Good morning, father." "Good morning, son. Out shopping." Yu greeted the two with a smile, then quickly ran away as Yawara Yato's anger surged, and even when he had dashed far away, he still heard the furious shout from behind. "You little brat. I'll deal with you when I get back." Hizashi, scratching his head, looked astonished at Yawara Yato's furious outburst, and after sweating a bit asked, "What happened, Yato-kun?" Yawara Yato put away his angry face, smiling apologetically at Hizashi, and helplessly said sorry. This little brat agreed to be confined at home for a month last night, and now he completely forgot and boldly came out shopping to greet me. He shook his head and then shifted the topic. "Hizashi-kun, did you just say that you made a contribution last night by lending the tracking hound to Uchiha Shursui?" "Yes." Hizashi nodded. "Captain Shursui said so, so it seems that the discovery of Orochimaru's actions also owes a debt of gratitude to little Yu. Nowadays, when people in the village discuss this matter, the name Yawara Yu sometimes comes up. Compared to Child King, little Yu's reputation has grown significantly as he made a contribution at such a young age during this incident." "Oh." Yawara Yato nodded, looking thoughtful. As the two walked and conversed along the street, Yawara Yato inquired Hizashi about the matter of letting Yu enter the ninja academy early. Hizashi, of course, had no experience with this, but using Yu's teacher Hitaki Kakashi as an example, he believed it was a good thing. Kakashi entered the ninja academy at 5 years old and graduated in a year. Little Yu might follow his teacher's path and accelerate his growth. After parting ways at the intersection, Hizashi returned to the Hyuga clan's mansion. As he stepped through the entrance, he heard a small girl's clear voice shouting from the training ground. "Yawara Yu, I will definitely defeat you." He thought to himself, Hinata's little niece was already practicing diligently. So early in the morning, her diligence was not any less than Niji's, completely different from the Minato of old. "Elder brother." Hizashi approached the training ground and greeted Hyuga Hayashi, who was watching his daughter train. Hyuga Hayashi nodded at him, observing his expression, and asked, "Good morning, Hizashi. Do you have something to discuss?" Hizashi then informed him about Yu's early admission to the ninja academy, and he also planned to send Niji to the school early as a target to surpass. The two children were roughly the same age, and doing this would better stimulate Niji's competitive spirit and accelerate his growth. "Oh, that's a good thing." Hyuga Hayashi's eyes lit up, smiling. Among the same age group in the village, only Niji has the potential to catch up to or surpass little Yu. This matter must be pursued. He added, "I agree, there shouldn't be any issues on the ninja school side. If there are, let me know." Hyuga Hayashi, seeing his son praised, felt much lighter in spirit. He nodded slightly, internally acknowledging his elder brother's thoughts. Then he also turned his gaze to the training ground, and after watching for a while, he noticed his niece Hinata's significant progress during this period. If she continues to work this hard and maintains such high confidence, she is qualified to be the heir of the clan. However, her training methods were quite strange. Hyuga Hayashi's gaze fell on the paper faces of the 3 wooden figures, which after many days of exposure to the elements were smudged and unclear, yet still faintly resembled Johanna. Hyuga Hizashi also looked over where his brother was gazing, his brows furrowing as he thought, and then called out, "Daiwi." Hyuga Daiwi rushed out from the shadows, arriving before him respectfully, and said, "Head of the family." Hyuga Hizashi said to him, "I have a task for you. Secretly take a real photo of little Johanna and develop it. It should be clear, preferably a frontal shot. If that's impossible, a profile shot will do. Replace those 3. He pointed at the wooden figures' faces, paused, and then added, "Also stick a few in places where Hinata often sees them." "How about that? The task is simple, right?" "Very simple, I guarantee." Hyuga Daihui, upon hearing the task was so simple, patted his chest and loudly assured the head of the family exceedingly. After completing this task, while training, Hinata paused and looked at the smudged Yuhanara on the face of the wooden figure, nodding slightly, feeling that her father's approach was quite reasonable. "You gained a certain degree of fame by contributing during the Orochimaru incident, completing the fame side quest 3 character integration 008, acquiring the skill Spirit Bomb at LV1. Under the orange-eared glow of the setting sun, while the Nara family was having dinner, Johanna heard a voice from the system in his mind. He was momentarily stunned and looked at the words appearing on the panel. It was the Spirit Bomb. This ultimate move had finally appeared. Spirit Bomb, created by the North Kai. Raise your hands to borrow energy from all living beings to create an energy sphere. After it's formed, throw it at the enemy. If the enemy possesses evil energy, its power will increase. Those with righteous energy can deflect it. Currently at LV1, the energy gathering speed is quite slow, not recommended for use. This move is basically used by Kakarot when he has no other options against a boss. It is extremely powerful, but requires a considerable gathering time, which is fine for him. After all, he gained another means to fight. Such things are never too many. Just imagine, he flies over a village, raises his hands high, gathering a giant spirit bomb, and shouts, "How many floors can a bag of rice carry?" A bag of rice can carry 2 floors. How much is a bag of rice? A bag of rice needs me to wash it. Spirit bomb. The sight of throwing down the giant ball would definitely be quite impressive. Hey, you little brat, are you even listening? While Naruto was patiently educating his son, he noticed Johanna's mouth curling up, seemingly thinking of something amusing, which immediately annoyed him. Laughing, huh? You think it's funny? You won't be able to laugh in a few days. What do you mean? Johanna looked at his father only to see him snorting coldly. Then he glanced at his mother Minato, who also wore a cold expression. He was instantly speechless. Wasn't it said that one parent plays the good cop and the other the bad cop? Why were both of them acting as the bad cop? They weren't following the script. If you don't behave, we'll have another child and throw you away. Minato threatened with a stern face. Right? We'll have another child and send you away. With a look of exasperation, Naruto echoed her sentiment. Johanna covered his forehead, looking very troubled, and complained in his tender, clear voice of a 4.5-year-old, "Can you two stop being so childish? I'm done with you guys." While the Nara couple was momentarily at a loss for words, the maid Jiko smiled, thinking to herself, how cute the young master is. Days later, the day arrived for the ninja school to open. Johanna finally understood what his parents meant by not being able to laugh. Even though he was still a few months shy of 5 years old, he had to enter school early and become a student of the strictly managed ninja school, which was his parents' way of dealing with their mischievous son. With no other options for their son, they decided to leave him in the hands of the school teachers for strict discipline. Upon receiving the news, Johanna chuckled inwardly, thinking, hey, you two are so naive. Who could stop Johanna Nara from going wherever he wanted? His shadow clones were not something those ninja school teachers could detect. But who was the principal of the ninja school? Was it Sarutobi Hiruzen? On that day, Johanna was taken to the school gate by Naruto. Looking at the bustling campus bathed in sunlight, he didn't feel much. Who was watching me from the shadows? He glanced toward the corner of the school's white wall and called out to that direction, Hyuga Daihue, is that you over there? It's me. A Hyuga ninja in a Chunin outfit stepped out from the corner, holding a camera, looking quite surprised, as he said, young master Johanna, you actually found me. I won't hide anymore. Daihue, what are you doing? I'm stalking and taking candid photos of you. Johanna thought to himself, you actually said that with a straight face, how creepy. In the afternoon, Hyuga Daihue returned. He rushed to the training area in front of the main house and said to Hyuga Hizashi, who was in front of the training grounds, head of the family, Johanna Nara has appeared. Hyuga Hizashi turned around, little Johanna has shown up. Did you manage to snap any photos? I didn't take any secret photos. Hyuga Daihue took out a large stack of photos from his bag and continued, the child discovered me. He wouldn't allow me to take candid photos, so I had to take normal ones. He said that candid shots look very bad. This little guy is quite interesting. Hyuga Hizashi praised as he took the stack of photos where Johanna was smiling at the camera under the sunlight, looking quite good. However, he felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was, so he furrowed his brows and asked, how many are there? Why are there so many developed? I exceeded the task. Oh, let's replace those wooden figures with these. You can look to see where else to stick them. Yes, head of the family. After the two adults left. After resting for a while, Hinata stood again in front of the many wooden figures she had broken. She assumed her stance for soft fists, her gaze sharp as she focused on the wooden figures, shouting, as usual, Johanna Nara, I will defeat. Haha. Suddenly she stopped, staring at the smiling Johanna Nara on the wooden figure, momentarily dazed. She slightly parted her lips, blinking her pure white eyes innocently. At that moment she felt that the atmosphere was completely off. Something's not right, what should I do? Hinata stared blankly at the photos on the wooden figures. Previously, because she was afraid of Johanna, she rarely looked at him directly. But now these 3 photos allowed her to clearly see Johanna for the first time. She unexpectedly discovered that he was quite good-looking, and even his hairstyle, which was mocked as a bird's nest, actually had character. He didn't look scary at all. Hinata lowered her stance for soft fists, mumbling softly, it seems completely off. She gazed at the photos for a long time, increasingly feeling as if Johanna in the pictures was looking at her and smiling. She bashfully stared at her toes, and after a while she raised her head, her face flushed, looking around. What should I do? It seems I can't bring myself to attack at all. Hinata sat dazedly on a stone beside the training ground, resting her chin in her hand. As she gazed at the photos on the wooden figures, her expression troubled. At this moment, Hyuga Daihui called out from afar, "Miss, I've also stuck some in your room." "Oh wait, my room." Hinata panicked, standing up and hurriedly shouting in that direction, "Uncle Daihui, why did you stick his photos in my room?" "To keep your fighting spirit alive at all times." Hinata felt it made some sense, as her father seemed to say something similar. Fortunately, under the gaze of Yoyu Shiranui, Mai ultimately put down the 3-star fan, picking up a large shuriken. Instead, her eyes filled with even greater affection. Minako smiled, immensely pleased with her disciple's choice. After all, this was one of her specialties, making it easier for her to teach Mai if she had an interest in this field. "Teacher, I want to inherit your shuriken technique in the future." "Great. I promise I will teach you everything." Yoyu listened to their conversation, thinking, "I thought it was that one. Indeed, she cannot possibly be the Shiranui Mai." The proud expression on her mother's face was as if Shiranui Mai were her own daughter. Furthermore, Yoyu mused that the little girl before him was overly confident. Since he had named her, a mischievous idea arose in his heart. What if he forcibly steered this little girl's growth towards that Shiranui Mai direction? What would happen then? This thought is interesting. However, I need to find an opportunity to interact with her more. And I mustn't let my mother know about this evil thought. Mai, look at me. Yoyu was a man of swift action. Once he had an idea, he immediately put it into action. Seeing Mai glance his way, he quickly formed hand seals and blew out a breath, unleashing the great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted, raging wildly in the training ground. "Wow!" Mai exclaimed with her mouth agape. "Yoyu, brother, you're so amazing." Showing off again. Minako was quite displeased, saying, "Don't show off in front of my disciple. It will make her lose confidence." Yoyu looked at Mai and smiled. "I inherited my mother's talent and am also skilled in fire release. If you want to learn, I can teach you when you have time." "Really? That's great," Mai said with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Yoyu, brother." Minako watched with a face full of suspicion, as she did not believe Yoyu could be so kind-hearted. Just as she was about to ask for clarification, she heard her husband's voice calling from a distance, "Brat, you must be at home. Stop hiding. Come out." Yoyu's expression stiffened, and he quickly jumped over the courtyard wall and ran away. Minako withdrew her curious gaze from the courtyard wall and stroked her beloved disciple's little head, asking, "You saw your Yoyu brother's fireball, right? You haven't lost confidence, have you?" "No, I haven't, teacher." Shiranui Mai said with a serious expression. "I know Yoyu brother is the strongest. I want to compete with him." Minako smiled appreciatively. "As long as your confidence isn't affected, your dreams remain unchanged." "Unchanged?" Shiranui Mai shook her little head and thought for a moment before continuing. "However, if Yoyu brother wants to become Hokage, then I can just be a Hokage's assistant. By the way, teacher, why did Yoyu brother only need to form 1 seal to release a fireball, while I need 6? Minako replied, "He does have to form 6 seals, you just didn't see because he was too fast." Shiranui Mai nodded in realization. "Where's that brat Yoyu? Have you seen him?" At this moment, Nara Shikamaru rushed over from the corridor fuming. He skipped class on the first day of school. The teachers at school are so angry that they came looking for him. What's wrong? Have you seen him? Where is he?" At this time, Yoyu was walking down a somewhat desolate street. He suddenly turned around, looking towards the street a few meters behind him. Hinata, having been spotted, turned her back to him. He asked Hinata, "Are you following me for something?" Seeing that she did not answer, he frowned and walked over to her, arriving in front of her only to see her little face, tense, looking down at her intertwined index fingers, which made him even more curious. "Hinata, Yoyu, can I ask you for a favor?" Hinata glanced at him and asked quietly, "What is it so nervous?" "If it's about me going over to teach you the gentle fist technique, I don't want to do that for now." "Not that, can you scold me a bit?" Yoyu looked at her in confusion. "How should I scold you?" "Wait." Hinata thought for a moment, clenched her little fist, then showed him her cute little white teeth, while glaring at him with her pure white eyes. After that, she retracted these expressions and said, "Let me demonstrate. Just like this. Scold me." Yoyu thought to himself, "Is this child sick today?" He leaned in to look at her little face, only to see it was flushed red like a ripe persimmon, and suddenly realized, "Hinata, you have a cold and fever today. You should go back, rest more, and drink plenty of hot water. You'll be better soon. If you're sick, don't run around." Just like that. After waving goodbye to her, he heard the little girl behind him, sounding more like she was encouraging herself, shout, "Yoyu, I will work hard to defeat you, I promise." "All right. Make sure to drink more hot water when you go back." Yoyu reminded little Hinata to remember to drink water and rest before leaving the street. After wandering around the village, it was evening. As the sun began to set, he arrived at the village's public training ground, standing on the steps, gazing at the crowd, practicing on the field, unexpectedly spotting a familiar figure of the same age. The hardworking Rock was naturally there, as he was every day. Unexpectedly, Nara Shikamaru was also present. He was actually running laps at the training ground. Shikamaru, who usually avoids trouble and is rather lazy, was surprisingly putting in so much effort. "Yo, Shikamaru, why are you working so hard?" As Shikamaru passed by the steps, Yu waved to greet him. The latter paused, rolled his eyes dramatically, and then panting heavily walked over and sat down on the steps beside Yu. Huff. "I'm in this mess because of you. What's going on?" "Huff, huff. It's all your fault." Shikamaru wiped the sweat from his forehead, complaining before sighing. "My father always talks about you when he chats with the other uncles, and then the way he looks at me changes. He increasingly thinks I'm too pathetic, not working hard enough. My father wants me to train more to improve my poor fitness, and is even considering sending me to the ninja school early, just like you. Not just me, Choji and Ino are also undergoing special training from their fathers. They're in worse shape than I am, and they will also be starting school early." A strange expression appeared on Yu's face. Because of him, some of the Konoha 12 were actually being looked down upon. Thinking about it, these kids usually could score in the high 80s or 90s, earning praise from their parents and others. However, suddenly a child appears who scored 150, it completely changes the situation. The parents realize it's out of a 150 scale, naturally pushing their children to work harder to surpass that kid. Listening to Shikamaru's complaints and hearing that even more parents were inclined to send their children to school early, Yu understood that things had escalated. The competition among the children in Konoha had thoroughly intensified. In this way, many changes would likely occur, right? If the 12 little strong ones all got to start school early, graduating early would be a given. The resulting impact would surely bring many changes. He naturally didn't mind. In fact, he thought that some changes and unpredictability would make things even more interesting. Goodbye. After chatting with Shikamaru on the steps for a while, Yu noticed the sun was about to set in the west. He got up to say goodbye and left, walking along the small river path home, where he saw a little boy with the red whirlpool symbol on his short shirt squatting by the riverbank. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was idly skipping stones on the water. Noticing the little Naruto daydreaming by the riverbank, Yu slowed his footsteps. At this time, Naruto was probably the loneliest he had ever been, right? Perhaps sensing the gaze from the shore, Naruto turned around, and upon seeing Yu, he excitedly ran over and called out, "Yu." Yu nodded slightly at him. Noticing Yu's silence, Naruto's enthusiasm quickly cooled. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Yu, can I play with you?" Yu looked at him curiously. "Why me?" Naruto lowered his head, staring at the ground as he quietly said, "They won't play with me in our village. I've heard many people call me a plague, a nuisance, a monster." He looked up at Yu. "You're the only one in the village who has said the word partner to me." Yu was lost in thought, not moved by his mention of partner, but pondering whether a protagonist without a tragic childhood could still be considered a protagonist. He probably still could. Naruto had 3 hang-ups. First, he was the reincarnation of Ashura, the second son of the Sage of Six Paths. Second, he contained the most powerful tailed beast, the Nine Tails, sealed within him. Third, he possessed the unique physique of the Uzumaki clan. These 3 factors had nothing to do with how he had grown up. It was a pity for a hero's son to be all alone in the village and even ostracized by the villagers. If he were not a part of Konoha, he would naturally be indifferent to it. But to make him play with a 3 or 4-year-old child, he definitely had no interest in that. Seeing the hopeful little Naruto, Yu suddenly had an idea and said, "Naruto, if you can do one thing, I will play with you." "Really? Really?" Little Naruto nodded eagerly. "What is it?" "What is it?" Yu formed hand seals and created an identical shadow clone, saying, "If you can do this with your shadow clone technique, then I will play with you." "Ah, okay. I will definitely do it." Little Naruto knew it was difficult, but he nodded earnestly, ready to accept the challenge. After Yu dispelled the shadow clone, he continued on his way home, hearing Naruto shout from behind, "I will definitely do it." "Yu." He turned back to see little Naruto excitedly waving at him, feeling a bit speechless. He remembered that in the original story, Naruto had friends during his childhood, right? Shikamaru and Choji. Perhaps he could encourage them to interact more with Naruto. As for Naruto's request, he had no expectations. After all, that was in a rank jutsu. Mastering it at this age was not an easy task. Of course, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, the multiple shadow clone technique was Naruto's signature jutsu. He probably had a decent talent for the shadow clone technique. Yu left the riverbank and walked into the streets, bathed in sunset. He looked up at the village and glanced at the quest panel that read, "Main quest: unify the ninja world, eliminate wars, and achieve complete peace. A large reward will be given upon completion." He shifted his gaze to the bustling streets of Konoha. He had lived in this village for nearly 5 years. In his view, while the village had many shortcomings, overall it was quite decent compared to the Mist Village and other villages. Thus, he saw no need to betray and build another village. Establishing a new ninja village was a laborious and thankless task, something not suited for someone like him, who constantly thought about how to relax more comfortably. 2 years, yes, in 2 years, he would start his first plan to have a high reputation and status within Konoha. The highest position was that of Hokage. However, in his view, it didn't matter whether he became Hokage at a young age or not. What mattered was that no one in Konoha dared to bully his family. He quickly left under the slanted rays of the sunset. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was 2.5 years later. Konoha Hidden Village Ninja School. In the afternoon on the sunlit school playground, students from Class A and Class B were excitedly gathered in the center. At this time, the two classes began their interclass combat, training, a subject many students had long awaited. For the past 2 weeks, they had trained day and night for this battle. Students whose names are called step forward. Class A Hyuga Niji. Class B Uchiha Masato. The teachers from both classes read the names from their student roster, and the playground was filled with the sounds of students. Their gazes fell upon the named students, anticipating an exciting first match. Hyuga Niji second in Class A. Uchiha Masato first in Class B. The genius of the Hyuga clan faced the genius of the Uchiha clan. The spectacle was tremendous. Under the watchful eyes of their classmates, the brown-haired Hyuga Niji and the black-haired Uchiha Masato stepped out from the crowd, entering the white circle of combat. After exchanging glances, they both unconsciously looked towards the shade of the tree outside the playground. Under that tree, sitting on a large rock, was a student who looked to be about 11 years old, dressed in orange. However, even amidst the noise of the crowd, he was engrossed in a novel in his hands. Returning their gaze, Niji and Masato looked at each other with mixed feelings. They knew that even if they easily defeated one another, they would not be considered the strongest in this practical lesson. Because the top student in Class A had already grown to a level where he had no interest in such practical lessons, and today was supposed to be his last day at school, why wouldn't he give the teacher any face and participate in the class practical lesson? Hyuga Niji, I Uchiha will not lose to you. Oh, is that so? Such a boring sense of family honor. After this brief and cold conversation, the two formed the confrontation seal and charged at each other, followed by an eruption of cheers from the students. Byakugan. Activate. Fire-style fireball jutsu. The gentle fist chakra and flames danced in the air, causing the students to gasp in amazement. Niji ran around Uchiha Masato at an incredible speed, but Masato's eyes had changed at some point. 2 red pupils with a spinning tomo amazed the students. Masato was indeed a Uchiha genius, having awakened his Sharingan at 9 years old. This put Niji in danger, as Niji had entered school much earlier, but was only 7 years old. How could he possibly compete with Masato? If Niji lost, would that person intervene? At this moment, the student under the shade glanced a few times, believing Niji would surely win. Niji had grown faster than in the original story, and Masato awakening at 9 didn't mean much. After all, Obito awakened at 12 and Sarada at 11, which did not diminish their status as geniuses. Excluding the Sharingan, Masato was significantly weaker in other aspects, especially in taijutsu, where he was vastly inferior to Niji. As the battle continued, it confirmed his suspicions. Uchiha Masato was steadily losing and was ultimately knocked out of the white circle by a palm strike from Hyuga Niji. Wow, Niji actually won. The students were astonished. This result was unexpected. The genius of the Hyuga clan easily defeated the excellent student of the Uchiha clan, who was 2 years older. Very well, next. Students whose names are called, please step forward. After Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Masato returned to their classmates, the two teachers exchanged glances. Knowing their students, they were not surprised by the result and began calling out the names for the second match. As the matches continued, many students lost interest in the subsequent battles, gradually shifting their attention to that student under the shade of the tree, engaging in discussion. Yahiko Yu, this name, was becoming legendary in the school. 2 students from Class A and Class B who share a close relationship sit together, gazing at that spot while engaging in casual conversation. The student from Class B curiously asked the student from Class A, I heard today is Yuya Nohara's last day at school. Has his early graduation request finally been approved? The student from Class A looked toward the large tree and sighed, yes, this troublesome little tyrant is finally leaving. Look at the teachers today, oh, aren't they happier than usual? The student from Class B nodded and inquired, I noticed that too. What's the story? I heard he defeated all his teachers in the practical combat class. The student from Class A fell silent for a moment, helplessly, saying not just that. During that practical combat class, Yuya Nohara found it boring and refused to participate. When the teacher insisted he join, he did something astonishing. He challenged our teacher. Then he won. After defeating teacher Makiyama, the other teachers rushed in angrily, only to be defeated as well. Mind you, these teachers are all genuinely chunin. The student from Class B was left dumbfounded. The student from Class A whispered, "You mustn't spread this around, it's not allowed to be shared." The student from Class B swallowed hard and asked wide-eyed, "How did that end?" The student from Class A forced a smile and said it caused quite a stir. The angry teachers united to report to the principal. "You know, our principal is the Hokage, right? Although the Hokage doesn't manage the school's day-to-day affairs, he is still our principal. I thought the Hokage would come over, but apparently he forgave Yuya for this offense considering he is the top student in the school." The student from Class B exclaimed, "Top of the school. But he's just a third-year student. How did he become the top student?" The student from Class A raised 4 fingers and listed his grades are Ninjutsu S, Taijutsu S, Ninja Tools S, Tactics S, and all of them are graded to 6th grade standards. If that's not the top of the school, what is? The student from Class B immediately felt a heavy pressure on his shoulders. After a long silence, he exhaled and asked, "I heard he's quite lazy and often skips classes. How can his grades be so good if he misses so many days a month?" The student from Class A rolled his eyes at him, saying, "You think he only skips a few days a month? He barely shows up at all." The student from Class B was left speechless, and after a moment he said, "If I were a teacher, I would have a huge problem with him." The student from Class A smiled helplessly and said in the past teachers would get angry when they saw Yuya Nohara, but now they don't at all. They greet him politely, saying, "Good morning, Yuya," or "Good afternoon, Yuya." He looked at his puzzled friend and frowned, saying, "Haven't you heard about that? You seem a bit out of the loop." There used to be a particularly diligent teacher named Mizuki who was completely unafraid of Yuya Nohara. He always thought about turning Yuya into a good student, so he frequently visited Yuya's home. Haha, Yuya must have felt a lot of pressure. Indeed. So finally there came a day when Yuya could no longer endure it. After Mizuki's home visit, he blocked his way on the street and just charged at him to fight. Wait, this rumor about publicly beating a teacher is too exaggerated. Let me finish. After Yuya beat up teacher Mizuki to vent his frustration, he didn't let him go and directly captured him. At that time there were many people on the street witnessing it. They all thought this troublesome kid had gone crazy, daring to hit even a school teacher. Yuya, however, claimed that Mizuki was a spy left in the village by one of the legendary Saiyan Orochimaru, and he had evidence, and so on. Was teacher Mizuki really that person who was a spy in the village? I don't know. I heard that the police from Konoha came, but they couldn't stop Yuya. He dragged teacher Mizuki straight to the Hokage tower. After that we never saw teacher Mizuki in the village again. Later I heard he was sent to Konoha prison. After that incident, the school teachers became very polite when they saw Yuya. The student from Class B opened his mouth, taking a long time to fully digest the information he had just heard. He looked at the boy sitting under the shade reading a novel and said, "So, when Yuya leaves, the ones happiest are the teachers, and then us students who can't compare to him." Exactly. The student from Class A nodded. Originally, in times of peace, students rarely get approved for early graduation. Yuya applied multiple times without success. After that incident, many teachers secretly worked to push for Yuya's early graduation, which is why he could graduate at 7. The teachers must be incredibly happy to send him off now. The student from Class B looked at the person, feeling that Yuya's experience at the ninja school would become a legend that others could never reach. Although Yuya was sitting on a rock reading a novel, he overheard the students discussing him. He looked up at that group of people thinking, how can they say such absurd things about me? Am I really that kind of person? He was someone who respected his teachers and clearly held great respect for the school staff. Skipping classes was simply because what the teachers taught was useless to him, or he already knew it. Should he go to school just to sleep and skip classes to show respect to the teachers? As for challenging and defeating teachers, it was to prove that he didn't need to attend practical combat classes. After all, they came rushing at him, wanting to teach him a lesson, and in self-defense he had no choice but to defeat them. As for the Mizuki incident, he felt wronged. He had clearly removed a major threat to the village in advance, but that threat just happened to be a teacher who liked to visit his home. His excellent grades at school were quite beneficial for the school's reputation. He thought that the school teachers should feel grateful towards him. These people. Yuya helplessly shook his head. He closed the novel in his hands and looked at the cover that read Tales of the Determined Ninja. His eyes showed a hint of disappointment. This novel was one he found on Kakashi's shelf, written by Jiraiya. How should he put it? It was too pretentious and the side characters kept dying. No wonder it didn't sell well. Next time he needs to check where Kakashi hid Make Out Paradise. Yuya stretched and moved his slightly numb body from sitting too long, then looked up at the overcast sky. He thought to himself, what's going on with this dreadful weather? Today is my graduation day, and it's acting up. Does it signify that I will face bad things in the future? Graduating means becoming a genin in Konoha. He wondered what kind of team Sarutobi Hiruzen would assign him. He had learned that in personnel arrangements, especially for graduates like him, it was definitely handled personally by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Him leaving. Yuya saw that it was about to rain and decided to leave early. He jumped down from the rock and approached his teacher Makiyama to express his intention to leave early. Makiyama looked at him, his eyes filled with complex emotions. After a moment of silence, he said, "Wait, I'll get a few teachers to send you off." Yuya's eyes lit up. "Thank you, teacher, for these past 2 years. Makiyama shook his head, his face stern, and said, "Don't think too much of it. This is just my habit. I treat all my graduating students this way. It's been nearly 2.5 years, and it's finally over." After more than 10 minutes, Yu walked to a few meters outside the school gate, turned around to wave goodbye to the teachers who saw him off, and then left. However, just a few dozen meters away, he heard the sound of gongs and drums coming from the gate. "Forget it, let's consider it a celebration for my graduation," Yu thought helplessly in his heart after being stunned, and quickly left. At the entrance of the ninja school, the 8 teachers smiled as they saw the troublemaker Yu finally leave. Although Yu was the most outstanding student they had ever seen, such a student was beyond their teaching capacity, creating immense pressure on them. Having a student far surpassing their capabilities was quite frightening. Being questioned by students about their competence compared to certain students in the school was a serious blow to their authority. Moreover, during the 2.5 years of teaching Yu, Mikiyama unfortunately became the first teacher at the ninja school to be defeated by an enrolled student, and afterwards the second, third, fourth. All the way to the 8th followed suit. Of course, compared to the eager teacher Mizuki who ended up in prison because of Yu, these people were quite fortunate. All of this was too painful to look back on. However, it was finally over. "You all went too far, didn't you?" At that moment, a dissatisfied voice sounded from behind them. Several teachers turned around to see Iruka Hainai coming from behind, standing at the entrance. He looked in the direction Yu had left and softly said, "Yu is the most outstanding student in the history of the ninja school. It is unlikely that we will see another student like him for many years. His graduation should not be treated this way. The evidence regarding Mizuki is conclusive. Both the Umbu and the police department have confirmed this, and his actions were entirely justified." Moreover, whenever Yu came to school, although he didn't attend classes, he would secretly teach some students. You all know about this, right? Naruto Uzumaki Niji, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Shino Aburame, Minohara Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi Rock Lee, and so on. The good performance of these children has a part of his contribution. After Iruka spoke, the festive atmosphere at the entrance became quite awkward. Seeing this, a teacher quickly tried to smooth things over, waving his hand, saying, "Iruka, we were just joking around. You know Yu is much more mature than the average child, and has a big heart. He wouldn't be angry about this, would he, Mikiyama?" Mikiyama nodded hurriedly, saying, "Of course. We were really just joking. If we truly disliked him, we wouldn't have come out to see him off." He scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "I'm naturally very proud to be a teacher of the most remarkable student in the history of the ninja school. There's no need to doubt this." Iruka felt it necessary to be skeptical, looking at the obviously displeased teachers in front of him with a suspicious gaze. However, regardless of everything, Yu's student life had come to an end. He would embark on a new journey in life. How it would develop he could not predict, nor was he clear about it. But he felt that these teachers would surely miss the time Yu spent at school. As Yu was on his way home, the various clans in Konoha quickly learned about the premature graduation of the Konoha little tyrant Yu. Many of them turned their gazes to the overcast sky above Konoha, which hadn't rained for several days. On the day of Yu's graduation, rain began to fall. Did it signify something? Today, Yu's luck wasn't too bad, though as soon as he stepped through the front door, rain began to fall from the sky. It was daytime, and his parents were still at work in the village, so he headed straight to his room, putting away his backpack, ninja tool pouch, graduation certificate, and the like that he had brought back from school. After sitting in his room for a while, he approached the wardrobe mirror and looked at himself in the reflection. Compared to when he first entered the ninja school, Yu's appearance had changed very little. His hairstyle and facial features were basically the same. However, in terms of height, he had grown a full 20 centimeters. At just over 7 years old, he was already over 1.4 meters tall, which was comparable to the height of an 11-year-old child in the village. In terms of attire, he had changed from the turtle character on his clothes, which had been mocked by mischievous kids, to a martial arts uniform featuring the Wukong character from the turtle school. Regarding his physique, he was now very close to the considerably grown Goku after the martial arts tournament. If he were to remove his clothes, one would see that he had a well-built physique with clearly defined muscle lines and 4 prominent abdominal muscles. Yu nodded slightly, quite satisfied with his physical growth and development. He walked over, rummaged through his ninja tool pouch, pulled out the lower ninja headband, put it on his forehead, and looked in the mirror, saying, "Looks good enough." At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. "You have graduated from the ninja school, becoming a lower ninja of the village, completing the achievement. Side quest 2 compatibility increased by 0.09. Spirit bomb skill experience increased by 3,000, leveling up to LV7. The light rain fell from the sky like cow hair. Yu walked out of his room and onto the corridor of the courtyard, gazing at the large courtyard shrouded in rain and mist, appreciating the rainy scenery. At that moment, a dog's bark sounded from outside the yard. A slender summoning dog dashed into the courtyard braving the rain and ran up to him. It then inserted its paw into its mouth and pulled out an information scroll, placing it on the ground before him. It bowed respectfully and reported, "Lord Yoyu, this is the scroll seen at the location you mentioned." Yoyu reached out to pat its wet dog head and said, "Thank you for your hard work, go rest now. Also please send my regards to Elder Sarah." After saying this, he formed hand seals to dispel the summoning technique, sending it back to Bozo Ridge. "This is information sent by Amwa." Yoyu picked up the saliva-covered scroll from the ground, unfolded it, and started browsing. After a while he murmured a phrase. He held the scroll in his hand, and with a hissing sound he crushed it into powder using his chi, washing it away with the rain. Yoyu gazed at the misty courtyard, thinking to himself that matter was finally approaching. Amwa had said in the information that there were signs indicating that the Kagaya clan was preparing for war and a coup in the Hidden Mist Village was imminent, likely to occur within 3 months. At that time the Hidden Mist Village would probably become lively. 3 months. That isn't a short time. During this time, he would definitely join a ninja team to begin his true ninja career. What team would Sarutobi Hiruzen arrange for him? During dinner one evening, Yoyu asked his parents about this issue. Yawara Yanto shook his head, indicating he didn't know, while Minako, who was more in the loop than her husband, said, "Nothing has been decided yet. I've already conveyed your thoughts to the third Hokage through others. If Lord Hokage considers your thoughts as options will be considerably limited." Yawara Yanto looked at his son puzzled and said, "Your request to not wear a mask after becoming a ninja, not to join Root, is correct, but why not the Umbu as well? You don't know how many ninjas wish to become direct members of Lord Hokage's Umbu, and even your teacher Kakashi is in the Umbu." As Yoyu quickly ate, he glanced at his father, knowing he had his reasons. Joining Root would mean being entirely controlled by Danzō, while joining the Umbu would lead to being brainwashed by the third Hokage. In the original story, Itachi Uchiha was driven to annihilate his entire clan. He believed the primary reason was being brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's will of fire, thinking to himself, "Why would you want me to join if you're not afraid I'll be brainwashed for years and become unrecognizable?" His reasons were sufficient, but he certainly could not express them, not even to his own parents. He thought for a moment, casually fabricating an excuse, saying, "I've finally inherited my parents' excellent genes to grow up like this, and I don't want my face covered by a mask." "I don't think so. You've inherited my fire release talent that's more like it, or as for the looks, I see no resemblance at all." Faced with the sharp comments from his parents, you could only smile helplessly and change the subject. "I might be leaving the village soon for a mission. Don't worry, I'll be fine, you don't need to be concerned." "What is there to worry about?" Noariyato, while serving food for his wife, glanced at his son. "You can beat up your teacher in public and come out unscathed. Oh, what is there for me to worry about you?" Minako also said, "Right, even if you tear down Konoha, I wouldn't worry at all." Yoyu was at a loss for words. How long had it been since that incident? His parents still brought it up. After that event, they believed he was taking a chance to retaliate against the elders and school teachers, hence they had been harboring grievances, giving him the cold shoulder for a long time. As they finished dinner and prepared to leave, Noariyato suddenly said, "Your Kakashi-sensei will have a few days off next. He will give you a crash course on the valuable experiences and lessons from ninja missions." Minako added, "Remember, if you can't win, just run. Don't worry about any ninja glory." Yoyu felt a warmth in his heart, but couldn't help but glare at them. Why couldn't they just express their concerns directly? Was it that difficult to say it out loud? If this little kid wasn't shy, what was there for the two adults to be shy about? He nodded, indicating that he understood. After getting up and leaving the dining hall, he returned to his room. Standing by the window, Yoyu looked in the direction of the Hokage building and wondered if Sarutobi Hiruzen had completed the arrangements and how he had arranged them. Hokage building. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still working in his office. He was smoking a pipe, looking at the contents of the documents in hand. Detailed information about today's Ninja Academy graduate Noara Yuu. Name Noara Yuu. Age 7 years old. Class grade 3, Class A. Grades Ninjutsu S, Taijutsu S, Ninja Tools S, Tactics S, based on 6th grade standards. Teachers' evaluations. Habuta Maki Noara Yuu's strengths and weaknesses are very apparent. He is an unconventional and impeccable student at the school, excelling in all subjects beyond the excellent category. In my personal judgment, he possesses immense potential to become one of the strongest in the village. His only flaw is that he lacks the Hokage's mindset and has not inherited the will of fire of Konoha. Nakaryoto Noara Yuu is a perfect student who has never been seen before. He excels in all subjects, and even before graduation his strength has reached the level of special jonin, which is astonishing. However, he often does unpredictable things, making him hard to fathom at such a young age. Yumino Irakut and Noara Yuu is the most outstanding student in the history of the Ninja Academy. Every action he takes is judged by the results, often doing things that surprise others during the process, yet the outcomes are satisfying. Furthermore, unlike another thinking-type genius in the village, he is not solitary or uncooperative. Many excellent students at school consider him their companion. There were also evaluations from teachers like Hoshino Kataru and Duryuta. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded as he read, appreciating the professionalism of these ninja academy teachers. Their evaluations were very much in line with his impression of Noara Yu. He turned to the second page of the document, browsing through Noara Yu's growth experiences and achievements at school. After finishing this document, Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed smoking his pipe, feeling troubled. Like everyone else, he thought that the former child king with the nickname Konoha's Little Overlord had approached the essence of that title after these years of growth. Originally, he had planned for Noara Yu to join the Anbu under his command after graduation, but that had been rejected. Did he not want to wear a mask? He really wanted to tell this little guy that the dark and the root were completely different. But such persuasion would surely be in vain. This kind of thing must have been deeply considered by that family. They wouldn't change it easily. Of course, as Hokage, he had the authority to decide where this little guy would serve, which was not open to resistance. However, he did not want to use that authority to ruin the relationship with one of Konoha's futures. Thus, he was troubled. As for having a Jonin lead a graduating Genin like Yu, that was definitely not an option. It would completely waste Yu's time. Let's put it aside for now. Sarutobi Hiruzen temporarily had no good ideas, so he pushed the document to the upper right corner of the desk and then took a piece of intelligence scroll from the table. This was sent by Jiraiya through a toad, which he began to browse. As he read, his expression became increasingly grave. Jiraiya still did not heed advice. Over the past 2 or 3 years, he had persistently pursued the rogue ninja, Orochimaru, wanting to bring him back to the village. However, Orochimaru's evasion skills and ability to escape made the possibility of capturing him very slim. During the pursuit of Orochimaru, Jiraiya continued to gather intelligence about him. Among them, one piece of information was placed at the top by Jiraiya. In his view, it was the most important intelligence. Orochimaru had contacted a ninja organization called Akatsuki. According to Jiraiya's speculation, Orochimaru's goal was to join this organization, become a member, and seek protection from it, to escape the dire circumstances of being pursued. Akatsuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the information Jiraiya provided about this organization. Jiraiya said he had once taken on 3 disciples in Amigakure, and after teaching them for a while he left. Later, the 3 of them established a peace organization called Akatsuki, together in Amigakure. However, just 10 years ago he received word that those 3 disciples had died in battle in Amigakure, and since then their news had disappeared. This Akatsuki was very mysterious, and it was unclear whether it was related to the Akatsuki he knew. An organization that can shelter Orochimaru, Akatsuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. What kind of organization was this that even the ambitious Orochimaru was willing to become a member? With Hikari in front and Akatsuki behind, the ninja world was still not peaceful. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe, enveloped in smoke, his face filled with worry. Hikari was one thing. This organization seemed to harbor no hostility towards Konoha. But if Akatsuki had Orochimaru as just one of its ordinary members, then the threat to Konoha would be enormous. We must be prepared. As Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated while smoking his pipe in the office under the dense night, he finally had an idea. He took the graduation information of Yu from the upper right corner and found 3 profiles of Konoha ninjas from the file rack beside him. The first was an elite Anbu ninja, Jonin Tenzo, who possessed the cells of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and inherited the first Hokage's would release bloodline limit. The second was the captain of the Konoha police force, Jonin Uchiha Shisui, an outstanding genius from the Uchiha clan renowned for his exceptional ocular techniques, famous throughout the ninja world for his body flicker Shisui. The third was an Anbu member, special Jonin Moonlight Kakashi, skilled in Konoha-style swordsmanship and intangibility. The fourth was a newly graduated Ninja Academy student, Genin Noara Yu, proficient in taijutsu, fire release shuriken techniques, summoning techniques, and more. If this team of ninjas were to be formed after a few years, with Shisui becoming even more mature and Yu fully growing up, this well-coordinated team would undoubtedly be an extraordinary force. They could completely serve as one of the trump cards to protect Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently nodded, thinking to himself, what a pity. If it weren't for Kakashi being very troubled by his disciple Yu and having no intention of taking him along, the perfect choice for the team captain would undoubtedly be Kakashi. Now Tenzo would also be a good option. Tenzo is calm and composed, suitable as a captain. Shisui is meticulous in his work, serving as vice captain. Kakashi, though slightly weaker in comparison, is an excellent inheritor of the will of fire and can have a significant impact on Noara Yu, who is the most promising genius ninja in the village. Let's see if there is a possibility for any modifications. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued searching for other profiles in the file rack. Yu originally thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would soon appoint him, but after waiting at home for a whole month, one morning an Umbu ninja wearing a cat-faced mask appeared in his family courtyard. Approaching Yu, who was swinging lightly on a swing under a big tree in the courtyard, he handed over the appointment document regarding him. Jinin Noera Yu, this is the Hokage's dispatch for you. You will join this ninja team and become one of its members. Can you not add the prefix lower ninja before my name? It sounds strange. After receiving the appointment letter and the information about my teammates, I was astonished by the names. My teammates include the Jonin Uchiha Shursui Jonin Tenzo and Special Jonin Moonlight Gale, and I. Teaming up with Shursui. This team isn't heading to assassinate a Kage, is it? Tenzo would release bloodline limit. Isn't he called Dei? I've heard from Kakashi-senpai that you like naming people. The name Noera Mai is quite nice, Dei. That's fine, I will accept it. Under Yu's astonished gaze, the short-haired, brown-haired Anbu ninja removed his mask, revealing a country face. It was Dei. He walked over, patted Yu's small shoulder with a smile, and said, Yu, I've heard so much about you from Kakashi-senpai. I didn't expect to become teammates with you today. Let's go and meet our teammates Shursui and Gale. If you don't mind, we can start our team's first mission today. Wait. We're not going to assassinate a high-ranking official from some village, are we? Not for now. Although we all know that you might be the strongest graduate in history and your strength is undoubtedly impressive, Hokage-sama's intention is that you won't receive rank missions until you become a Chunin. Yu, where's your forehead protector? It's here at my waist. Why aren't you wearing it on your forehead? I don't need to protect anything on my forehead, and wearing a forehead protector would mess up my hairstyle. The two quickly leaped across the rooftops, heading towards their team rendezvous. Yu contemplated the team he had joined. As he had anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not arrange for him to enter the ANBU, nor did he join a typical graduation team of 1 upper ninja and 3 lower ninjas. Instead, he entered an elite class comprised of outstanding ninjas. The decision for this team has been in place for some time. Dei explained to Yu, Shizui's transfer procedures at the police department were a bit troublesome and took a month to finalize. Yu knew the reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply moved the top expert of the police department with a word, and Uchiha Fugaku naturally wouldn't take it, lying down secretly, creating obstacles and delaying the process. If he were the police chief, he might have done even worse. Shursui de Moonlight Gale and he. One was a former police sub-captain, a graduate student, and 2 were former ANBU. Looking at it this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen really had his ways, keeping this team firmly in his control. However, this type of team wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. He graduated from the Ninja Academy to become a ninja, seeking rapid promotion and immense personal prestige in the village. This team's configuration clearly wouldn't be limited to simple tasks, which suited his requirements perfectly. Minutes later, the two landed next to a utility pole by the roadside. Moonlight Gale leaned against the utility pole with a long sword on his back. Although Yu had never seen his face without a mask, seeing his dark circles and pale complexion, he immediately recognized him. Was it because of a girlfriend? Shursui stood beside the utility pole. At this moment, he wasn't wearing the police uniform, but had changed into a black high-collar short sleeve and Jonin vest with black pants wrapped in white bandages. When he spotted Yu, he enthusiastically walked over, smiling as he reached out to pat Yu's little head. Yu quickly stepped back a few paces, dodging his hand, and said sternly, Captain Shursui, I've grown up now. I am already a proper ninja, and you can't treat me like a child anymore. It took me long enough to grow this big. I don't want to be treated like a little kid anymore. All right. Shursui smiled helplessly and withdrew his hand, a hint of nostalgia on his face. Don't call me Captain Shursui anymore. Yu, I'm really happy to have you as my new teammate. I remember the last time we fought together, you were only up to my chest. How fast time flies, and now we've become teammates, and you've grown to my shoulder. Oh, don't be so aloof. When are you coming over to my house? Kazahana said she hasn't seen you in a long time. I just visited your house last month. That counts as quite a while, doesn't it? Dei and Moonlight Gale exchanged glances, both nodding slightly. With Shursui and Yu being so familiar, the team would mesh much faster. Dei cleared his throat and looked at the three who were also looking at him, saying as Shursui, Gale, Yu, I believe you can guess that our team was not established for ordinary missions. This team has an extremely important mission, and I've already received detailed information about this mission from Hokage-sama. Please wait here. I need to pick up a crank mission, and we can chat on the way. After Dei left for about 10 minutes, he returned. The four began executing this crank mission, heading out to deliver confidential documents to a small town outside the village. On the way, Dei informed them that the reason for the establishment of this elite class was due to the information received a month ago from Jiraiya regarding the Akatsuki organization. Dei began to recount the information about Akatsuki he heard from the third Hokage. Shursui and Gale both wore grave expressions while Yuyo was quite astonished that Konoha had discovered the existence of Akatsuki so early and recognized the threat it posed to the village. Was it information sent back by Jiraiya? And Jiraiya had discovered this information while pursuing Orochimaru. It seemed that the situation originated from him. A team established to remain vigilant against Akatsuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed preparing for unforeseen circumstances. The mission proceeded smoothly that day, and the confidential documents were delivered on time by the four. Thus, Yuu's mission record was no longer 0, changing from below, cranked to 1A, and the missions in the following days also went exceptionally well. News of the establishment of their team spread among the upper echelons of the village. Those who heard the news first thought, just like Yuyo, that this team couldn't have been formed to assassinate the Kage, could it? The former ENBU ninja, now named Day, the wood release technique expert Moonlight Gale, the Uchiha clan genius Shunshin Shursui, and a supposed strongest graduate Noara Yuyo. If it wasn't to assassinate some important figure, what was the real purpose of establishing this team? Many were puzzled by this. A month later, some informants in the village obtained detailed information about the tasks completed by Noara Yuyo in the past 30 days. 0 drank, 4 crank, 16 brank, 5 a rank, and 0 srank. For a lower ninja, this speed of task completion was astonishing, and on this day, due to his outstanding performance, Noara Yuyo was promoted to Chunin by Sarutobi Hiruzen as an exception. Moreover, it is entirely foreseeable that Yuhua Noara will likely become a Jonin before Kakashi turns 12. 2 weeks later, after completing an A-rank mission, the Yamato team returned to the village and separated to rest. Shortly after returning home, each of them was approached by a member of the Umbu who informed them that Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had a mission for them, and they were to head to the Hokage building immediately. So urgent is it in Shrank mission. While at home in the dining area, Yuhua let the Umbu leave first. He quickly ate his meal, thinking, no matter the mission, a Scion's meal cannot be interrupted. Hokage building, Hokage's office. The 3 members of the Yamato team stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk waiting for Yuhua's arrival. 10 minutes later, Yuhua finally arrived, rushing into the office and standing beside Shursui. An Umbu by Sarutobi's side spoke up, Yuhua, you're late. Yuhua looked at him and said, sorry, I was late because I had to help an old lady cross the street. The expressions of everyone in the office, including Sarutobi, turned strange as they looked at the silver-haired Umbu. The silver-haired Umbu quickly turned his head toward the window, pretending to admire the scenery. Ahem. Sarutobi coughed twice to help Kakashi out of the awkward situation. Then he began to explain the specific mission assigned to the 4 members of the Yamato team, stating that they would be heading to the Hidden Mist Village. As Yuhua expected, the mission level was Shrank. This would also be Yuhua's first Shrank mission. Sarutobi informed them that earlier that morning he had received intelligence from Jiraiya delivered by a toad. Jiraiya followed the trail of Orochimaru to the Land of Water, where he had been lurking in the Hidden Mist Village for 2 days. During that time, he gradually sensed that something was amiss in the village's atmosphere. Upon investigation, he discovered that a major clan in the Hidden Mist was planning a coup. Orochimaru's purpose for going to the Hidden Mist Village seemed to be to profit from this impending coup. As the situation was likely to exceed Jiraiya's judgment, he felt isolated and helpless, so he reported this intelligence to the 3rd Hokage. The mission for their team to go to the Hidden Mist Village involved 2 tasks. 1 was to assess the situation regarding the coup at any moment and take actions to safeguard the interests of Konoha. The second was to rendezvous with Jiraiya and capture the Shrank rogue ninja Orochimaru. Go. After detailing the situation, Sarutobi sent the 4 off to the Hidden Mist Village. After leaving the Hokage building, Yamato, considering that the 4 had just returned to the village and hadn't even completed their basic rest, granted them another half an hour to recuperate. After the 3 left, Yuhua gazed at the impressive figures of Shursui and Canine, who were equipped with weapons. He thought it best to also carry a weapon, and a few minutes later Yuhua arrived at his family's weapon shop to retrieve a red staff case that had been custom-made for some time, strapping it to his back. Afterward, he took out a staff from his scroll. The staff was entirely crimson, about 1 meter long, and as thick as 2 adult fingers made of an unknown material. This was the weapon he seldom used, the Rui Bang of Kakarot, and Yuhua nodded securely, placing the Rui Bang into the case on his back. When the time came, the 4 gathered at the village entrance and set off. The red staff Yuhua carried piqued the strong interest of his teammates. When questioned by the 3, he naturally didn't say much, only mentioning it was an impressive ninja tool, the Rui Bang. Upon hearing it was an impressive ninja tool, the 3 were not surprised. Not to mention Yuhua's close ties with the Pausa Ridge's summoning dog clan, even the weapon shop of the Noara family could provide him with a special ninja tool. The 4 left the main road at the entrance of Konoha Village and ran along a small path in the woods. Wait. After running for over 10 kilometers, Yuhua stopped looking at the three and making a hand gesture only teammates could understand. Meaning there are pursuers, eh? The three were very surprised and immediately became alert, but when they looked around, even Shui with his Sharingan couldn't detect any followers, so they looked at Yuhua in confusion. Yuhua, however, was confident in his sensory abilities. If he expanded the range of his sensory abilities too much, it would consume a lot of chakra, but he could still manage the consumption of sensing the chi around him, so he often kept it active. At this moment, he distinctly sensed that a creature with a special energy was lurking underground. Yuhua walked a few meters to a patch of grass and smashed his fist down onto the ground. Boom. Within a 10-meter radius, the earth and rocks exploded, breaking apart into dozens of chunks that surged from the ground. A strange white humanoid creature was in the fissure, staring in shock at the child who had just caused such destruction with a single punch. Yamato and the others watched in astonishment. Firstly, they hadn't expected there to truly be a pursuer, and it was a creature unlike anything they had ever seen. Was this still considered human? Secondly, they were amazed by Yua's monstrous strength. Such power was likely close to that of the legendary Sannin Tsunade. Though shocked, they quickly reacted. Seeing the white creature trying to escape from the ground, they immediately went to pursue it, but Yuhua said, "Let me handle this." He took down the Rui Bang from his back, aimed the staff's head at the fleeing white creature ahead, casually formed a hand sign, and shouted, "Ninjutsu Rui Bang, 1,000 years of death. Stretch." At Yua's command, the Rui Bang swiftly extended, transforming into a spear that pierced the fleeing white creature from behind. Ugh! The white creature let out a horrified scream before falling silent. The three teammates, with Yamato being the calmest, reacted quickly and looked at the dead creature, saying, "Yuhua, why didn't you leave a live one?" Shui then quipped, "Yuhua, what kind of ninjutsu is Rui Bang, 1,000 years of death? You must have made that up, right?" Ignoring the two, Yuhua shook off the white creature from the Rui Bang and nodded slightly. The extending power of the Rui Bang was quite good, able to pierce through these fragile white creatures. Facing the trio's confusion, Yuhua made another gesture for silence and readiness to fight. He dashed quickly to a spot 10 meters away and stomped down hard, causing another massive eruption of earth and rocks, revealing 5 more white creatures from the cracks. "What? How did you discover us?" the 5 creatures exclaimed in astonishment. The 3 members of Yamato who had been prepared quickly lunged forward. The creatures were weak in power, and they easily incapacitated them with simple taijutsu. Bang bang. The 5 white creatures were thrown onto an open area. The 4 stood before these creatures, beginning to discuss how to deal with them. These creatures were clearly not shadow clones, yet they looked identical. No matter how they interrogated them after capture, they wouldn't speak. Should they spend time bringing them back to the village? "Let me handle it." Yuhua spoke up again, saying, "I can also perform sealing techniques." He took out a rice cooker with yellow paper stuck to it from his scroll, quickly forming several hand signs, opened both hands towards the front, and shouted, "Ninjutsu magic sealing wave." Instantly, his body radiated a brilliant light, and a massive green energy vortex appeared on the ground. The 5 creatures immediately transformed into 5 beams of green light and flew into the rice cooker one after another. Bang! Yuhua walked over and covered the pot lid. Is this enough?" The 3 watched in astonishment. It was their first time seeing such a strange sealing technique, and they couldn't see any seals at all. Can a rice cooker really seal these creatures? Is it really reliable? Moreover, what is this ninjutsu magic sealing wave he just made up? Spirit technique, come forth, 8 tails hounds. Facing the doubts and questions from his teammates, Yu lazily shrugged off further explanations. He shook his little head, then formed hand seals with both hands and pressed them to the ground. With a bang, the 8 tails hounds were summoned. He instructed the 8 tails hounds to deliver the rice cooker and a corpse of a white Zetsu to Kakashi. He warned them that they could handle the white Zetsu corpse however they liked, but the rice cooker must be dealt with by him personally after returning. The 3 looked at the rapidly retreating summoning hounds, finally calming down from the swift turn of events. On the way ahead, the way Day and the others looked at Yu had completely changed. In their previous missions, Yu had rarely taken action, and even when he did, it was with simple physical skills. Thus, their understanding of Yu was utterly insufficient. They had thought that Yu was strong in physical skills merely due to his greater strength. However, after witnessing earlier events, they realized they could not regard Yu as just a slightly stronger 80-year-old child, nor could they see him as an exceptional graduate who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy 2 to 3 months ago. With the magical ninja tool Rui stick that could extend and retract freely, comparable to Tsunade's monstrous strength, peculiar sealing techniques capable of sealing monsters, and reconnaissance abilities surpassing their own, how could those people rate Yu's current strength as that of an especially elite jounin? Even such a bold guess greatly underestimated him. This is likely why Yu Yu was assessed by his instructor to possess the potential to become one of the strongest in the village. After their silent admiration, the three began to analyze this strange mission in their hearts. Encountering such strange things right after setting out, regardless of whether their news of heading to the Hidden Mist Village had leaked, had significantly raised the difficulty of their mission in their minds. However, their unexpectedly strong teammate eased their worries a bit. At Da's suggestion to avoid being tracked further, they changed their route to head to the Hidden Mist Village. In a cave hundreds of kilometers away from the land of fire, Uchiha Obito sat on a large rock, hugging his left knee, staring blankly at the cave floor beneath his mask. At that moment, a black and white creature wrapped in a pitcher plant emerged from the ground, speaking to Uchiha Obito. Obito, due to Orochimaru's influence, Konoha has sent a special team to the Hidden Mist Village. This team's configuration is quite strong. 6 white Zetsus were tracking them, but were detected. This team is likely to disrupt our plans there in the Hidden Mist Village. What team? Umbu Elites. Uchiha Obito slowly turned his head. No, it's the elite class newly established by Konoha. You'd definitely be interested in the members Mokutan Tenzo Tsukiyomi Shikaku Uchiha Shursue, and the early graduate from the Ninja Academy, Konoha's little tyrant Noara Yu Yu. Noara Yu Yu. Yes, he's the nephew of Noara Rin. Oh, it's him. Uchiha Obito's voice revealed no emotion as he turned back, gazing at the ground. He said, indeed, it's an impressive team, especially with Uchiha Shizui's presence. What happened to those 6 white Zetsus? They completely lost contact. They should all be dead, said White Zetsu, his tone strangely mocking and cheerful despite the sad news. As for the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Obito shook his head, saying, it's whatever. Our goal is to completely control the Three Tails. As long as that isn't threatened, they can do as they please. Well, let's give them something to do. Send this news to the Hidden Cloud Village. That's a great idea. White Zetsu praised cheerfully, while Black Zetsu asked ominously, what about those traitors from the Hidden Mist Village? Shouldn't they be dealt with beforehand? Not necessary, Uchiha Obito replied. Whether we deal with the traitors early or not, those people will die. If we do it early, they might even die less painfully. Hee. Black Zetsu chuckled wickedly. When night fell, Day's team of 4 arrived by boat at a small town outside the Hidden Mist Village. After using the transformation technique, the 4 sat at a window seat on the 2nd floor of the town's tavern, enjoying their dinner. They observed the pedestrians below under the streetlights. Numbness, fear, and anger and powerlessness. These were the emotional signals they read from the faces of the majority of the Land of Water citizens. The Ninja World War, and now the Blood Mist Land, had not only instilled hatred for war in ordinary citizens, but had also shifted their anger toward ninjas, evident from the fear and hatred towards the bloodline limits in many villages of the Land of Water. It's not just ordinary people from the Land of Water. Many ninjas from Hidden Mist Village are also angry about the 4th Mizukage's policies. Therefore, it's highly probable that the frog brought news about what will happen in the Hidden Mist Village. Day said, gazing at the pedestrians outside. He paused and continued, the meeting with that esteemed individual is set for tomorrow night, so we have plenty of time. However, to avoid any mishaps, we will act tonight. Is that all right? Shursue and Tsukiyomi nodded in agreement. Yu Yu actually wanted to see Da's 1 hall 3 rooms technique in the wild, but since the other 3 agreed, he could only nod in acknowledgement as well. Day and his team were not accustomed to foreign food and barely filled their bellies. They waited for Yu Yu to finish eating, unaware that the child devoured 10 large bowls and continued to quickly shovel rice and vegetables into his mouth. If it weren't for the attention drawn from other customers due to him finishing 13 bowls, they knew Yu Yu could definitely eat 15 or 20 bowls. When Day went to the front desk to settle the bill, looking at the long list of charges, he was sweating profusely, feeling helpless in his heart. Why did I say I would treat this meal? Being a team leader is so hard. After leaving the tavern, the 4 began their journey toward the Hidden Mist Village. Over an hour later, in the Land of Water Hidden Mist Village, Da's team of 4 walked along the misty streets. After observing the surroundings for a moment, they signaled one another that there were no problems and nothing unusual was detected, but was this too smooth? The 4 exchanged glances, their vigilance not diminished, but heightened instead. After easily infiltrating outside the Hidden Mist Village, recalling the events they encountered when setting out this morning, they found it worth being cautious. As they continued down the street, they noticed the fog growing thicker and the crowd thinning. When they saw the silhouettes in the fog rapidly vanish and the visibility drop sharply, Da's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "This is bad. It's a ninjutsu." Shursue and Tsukiyomi's faces also changed as they quickly nodded. They quickly realized that this was the signature ninjutsu of the Hidden Mist Village, Water Release Hidden Mist Technique. The only one unconcerned, Yu Yu, was rapidly forming hand seals. He unleashed a crank wind release ninjutsu, wind release great breakthrough, unleashing a vast storm that easily dispersed the thick fog around them. With an unobstructed view, they finally saw the situation around them clearly. At that moment, the Mist Village's covert operatives were stunned by the sheer force of the wind release technique. This youth mastered it so flawlessly that he dispelled the dense fog conjured by their elite operative Gakujo in a single gust. "Brat, you're Yuha Noera." The leader of the covert team stood atop a rooftop 100 meters away. His shark-like visage and mottled gray skin, coupled with rows of razor-sharp teeth bared in a grin, marked him unmistakably as Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. His gaze locked onto the youngest among the 4 Konoha shinobi, and he spoke, a disciple of Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja with the Sharingan. To wield such power at so tender an age, what a pity. Water release explosive water shockwave. As he spoke, his hands blurred through hand seals, and from his mouth erupted a torrent vast as an inland lake, swallowing the entire street and toppling nearby buildings. Before the deluge crashed down, Team Yamato dispelled their transformation technique and leapt high into the air, landing lightly upon the surging water surface. Yet the situation had grown far graver. Mist shinobi excelled in water release, and combat within such flooded terrain would only tip the scales further against them. These adversaries had likely tracked the squad's infiltration from the outset, waiting patiently to strike precisely here, in this lowlying basin, where they could flood the battlefield at will. Their cover, and their objective, had been compromised after all. Had those pale, monstrous creatures betrayed them? While Yamato and his comrades' minds raced, 3 water release specialists from the Mist covert unit landed upon the water surface. In unison, they formed hand seals and intoned water release water dragon bullet technique. 3 serpentine dragons coalesced from the lake itself, surged upward, and charged toward the 4 shinobi with lethal speed. Faced with a jutsu demanding 40 precise hand seals, Yamato had ample time to react. He swiftly wove his own seals, and from the water rose a curved, arched wall of interlocking wooden pillars locking wall, shielding them all. Yet without solid earth to anchor them, the wooden pillars shattered under the dragon's impact and scattered far across the waves. Yamato's expression tightened further. "Eliminate them." Kisame Hoshigaki signaled sharply to his subordinates. Uchiha Shirsue, watching the Mist shinobi close, and sealed his hands and instantly manifested 10 phantasmal clones. With grave resolve, he addressed the others, "Though I hesitate to say it, I am the strongest among us. I will create your escape. Seize that fleeting moment, without fail." "Wait," Yuha interjected urgently. "Shirsue, you needn't sacrifice yourself. Remember our mission. Clashing with Mist Village's covert operatives falls outside our mandate. We need not go this far. Watch me." Shadow clone technique. He sealed his hands and produced 4 shadow clones. "Captain Yamato, take Yuha and Hade and go." Shirsue paid no heed to Yuha's plea. He had already sent his phantasmal clones hurtling forward. Meanwhile, Yuha turned to the trio and declared, "Attention. I'll forge your path to freedom, and then I too will withdraw unscathed." Ignoring Yamato's and Hayate's mounting alarm, his 4 clones scattered instantly, bolting in 4 distinct directions. Even as shadow clones, their speed was extraordinary. Each moved as if wielding the body flicker technique, accelerating with breathtaking velocity until they outpaced Shirsue's own phantoms and surged toward the Mist operative stationed in each quadrant. "Those are the brat's shadow clones. Damn it. How dare he underestimate us?" Enraged by the perceived insult, the Mist shinobi lunged forward, intent on crushing these seemingly fragile clones. But when 3 of them closed within 2 or 3 meters of one clone, it flashed them a grin, then erupted in blinding radiance, its light expanding at terrifying speed to engulf them all. Boom! A deafening detonation shook the air. When the light faded, all stared in shock. A crater 10 meters wide now gaped in the water. The 3 Mist operatives had vanished utterly. Not even a scrap of cloth remained. Only the spreading crimson tide staining the water confirmed their annihilation. A chill ran through the assembled Mist operatives. What was that? Exploding tags? Or perhaps earth release explosion style from a Wagakure? Kisame paused, then grinned. An intriguing little brat. He slung the massive sword Samahata from his back, only to see another of Yuha's shadow clones racing toward him at even greater speed. The Mist shinobi guarding the other 3 directions, shaken by the earlier blast, were already scrambling back. Yet they could not match the clone's velocity. Water release water encampment wall. 3 Mist shinobi, witnessing the telltale flare of light, once more reacted instantly, forming seals in perfect synchrony to erect a towering barrier of churning water. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more colossal detonations thundered across the lake. Where the white light subsided, 3 identical craters, 10 meters wide, gaped open. Every shinobi caught within, including those behind the water encampment wall, had been reduced to crimson mist and viscous gore. A single shadow clone, capable of this. Horror gripped the remaining operatives. They recoiled en masse, retreating to safer distances to unleash long-range techniques. Yet as the mist of splashed water settled, they realized 2 of the 4-leaf shinobi had vanished, gone without trace. Their hearts lurched how swiftly they'd escaped. Had mere seconds of distraction cost them 2 targets. Still, fortune held the boy, and the Uchiha remained. Shursui, I told you to seize the opening and flee. Why didn't you? Yuha turned to Shursui, who stood momentarily stunned. Now look, only you're left here. Shursui stared bewildered. Who are you? A water clone, Yuha replied with a smile, then dissolved into a cascade of droplets, vanishing silently into the lake. Shursui stood speechless, astonished, yet soon refocused as the mist operatives regrouped and surged toward him once more. He sighed faintly. Yamato and Hate trusted their comrade's ability to extricate himself, and thus seized their chance without hesitation. Yet in Shursui's eyes, Yuha still bore the gentle, earnest spirit of the boy he'd known 2 or 3 years prior, so he'd stayed unable to abandon him. So, was he in fact the one who'd just made a fool of himself? No matter, these foes lacked the strength to detain him. Shursui's gaze sharpened, fixed upon the advancing figures of the mist. Meanwhile, Yuha hovered high above the battlefield, observing the vast artificial lake below. He reflected inwardly, this Uchiha was far too driven by emotion, a perilous trait for any shinobi. And yet he paused. Shursui was precisely such a man, the very one who'd taken his own life to preserve Konoha's stability and ensure his brother's awakening. Such devotion, though tragic, was entirely consistent with his nature. Perhaps it was precisely this depth of feeling that had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan at so tender an age. Alas, his faith was misplaced. The brother he cherished had slaughtered their entire clan, sparing only himself. Yuha assessed the unfolding battle. Shursui would undoubtedly escape, but would the pressure compel him to manifest the Susanoo? At that moment, Kisame had already leaped down from the house, holding his samahata, and landed on the water's surface, charging towards him like a fierce shark. Jishui, seeing this, immediately dashed in another direction, knowing that if he got entangled with Kisame, it would spell trouble. Time was of the essence, and Jishui proactively approached a group of Umbu ninjas. With the help of his shadow clones, he encountered no significant issues. Subsequently, he utilized the swift body flicker technique, appearing several times among the many fog-hidden Umbu, directly breaking through their encirclement and vanishing into the distant night. What? Such fast body flicker technique. Body flicker. Jishui lives up to its name. Damn it, they've all escaped. It's all that little brat who can even self-destruct his shadow clones. Below, a large number of fog-hidden Umbu ninjas were cursing, while Kisame stood on the water's surface, grinning as he began to lead his subordinates away. Yu nodded in agreement. Apart from the concealed powers of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Jishu's abilities in other aspects were also formidable, otherwise he wouldn't have earned the moniker Body Flicker Jishui. He was quite satisfied with his adaptability in this unexpected incident. Initially, he was fully capable of leaving with the other 3 in the face of the large group of fog-hidden Umbu, including Kisame, but he chose not to, so as to separate their actions. He had originally planned to arrive at the fog-hidden village at this time. However, he was dispatched here by Sarutobi Hizashi during the coup in the fog-hidden village, which he had not anticipated. Thus, as soon as he found an opportunity, he immediately slipped away. It can be said that the appearance of the fog-hidden Umbu was not a bad thing, it actually helped him out. Yu disappeared into the night sky and spent a restful night in the surrounding villages of the fog-hidden village. The next day, after using his transformation technique, Yu walked through the misty streets of the fog-hidden village. After walking just 2 streets, he noticed a mark left by Yamato on a wall corner and naturally ignored it, as he intended to act alone. After walking for over 10 minutes on the street, Yu arrived in front of the residence of the beautiful lady, as described by the villagers. He entered an empty alley and instantaneously appeared atop a large tree in the mansion's courtyard. Peering through the gaps in the leaves, he spotted a woman listening to a subordinate's report in the corridor. The woman's appearance closely resembled that of Mei Terumi from his memories. With emerald green eyes, chestnut-colored curls resembling pine needles, a right eye obscured by hair, and pink plump lips. Dressed in a blue strapless dress, cinched at the waist with a white belt, and wearing fishnet stockings. Though she was similar to his memories, she was evidently younger and more beautiful than Mei Terumi from his recollection. Standing in front of her was a male ninja with an eye patch and strange ear ornaments. Could he be Ao, the fog-hidden Jonin, with Byakugan? Yu listened intently to their conversation, which was about the battle from the previous night. The revelation that so many fog-hidden Umbu had laid an ambush yet allowed 4 Konoha ninjas to escape spread throughout the fog-hidden village. Mei Terumi asked again, "Are you sure?" Kisame led over 200 Umbu in an ambush, yet those 4 managed to escape. Yes, Ao nodded. The intel suggests that the number of Umbu ninjas is likely more than that. They not only failed, but also lost over 10 Umbu who died at the hands of Harano Yuu. All dead at the hands of that 7-year-old brat. Those Umbu really are worthless. Mei Terumi smirked a mocking curve on her lips. The Konoha ninjas did something commendable, striking down the arrogance of those worthless fools. Yuu listened to their conversation, not surprised by Mei Terumi's animosity towards the fog-hidden Umbu. According to some intel he had obtained, it seemed that Mei Terumi had been aware for quite some time that the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi was being secretly controlled by someone using Jinjutsu. However, after all this time, she had yet to find a way to approach and lift the Jinjutsu on Yagura, which is why she had not broken the current deadlock in the fog-hidden village. Now, as far as he understood about the fog-hidden village, it was divided into 3 factions. The first was the 4th Mizukage Yagura and Kisame, both of whom were currently under the control of Uchiha Obito from behind the scenes. The second was the rebels dissatisfied with the blood mist policies led by the Kagaya clan and Momochi Zabuza from the 7 ninja swordsmen. The third was the genius ninja, Mei Terumi, who possessed dual Kekkei Genkai. With the village elder as her backing, she had many followers within the fog-hidden village, always seeking an opportunity to act. Of course, aside from these 3 factions, there were also a large number of uninformed ninjas who would not rebel, such as the second member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Hozuki Mangetsu, and Akatsuki Yuri. And where would he stand? Naturally, it would be with the decided 3. At noon in the fog-hidden forest, Mei Terumi and Ao along with 3 subordinates were racing through the dense fog where sunlight could not penetrate. She looked at the 3 Chunin beside her and asked, "Are you sure? Was it that 7-year-old Konoha brat who appeared and attacked you?" "Yes." Though he changed his appearance, he sent a shadow clone that could explode towards us. The man in the Chunin uniform bore clear explosion scars on his face, recalling the terrifying scene moments ago, fear creeping back onto his face. That little brat's shadow clone self-destructed with such power that if we hadn't received intel and taken precautions, we would have already been dead. After he slipped away, we only dared to secretly follow him here, and then return to report to the 2 of you. Mei Terumi and Ao exchanged glances, both showing confusion in their eyes. If the intel they received was true, then it would not be difficult for that child to kill the 3 of them. Ao. Understood, Lady Mei Terumi. Byakugan activate. At Mei Terumi's command, Ao formed hand seals and activated his Byakugan. In the state of Byakugan, he could see clearly within a kilometer radius and found no ambush ahead. Suddenly, a small figure emerged from the mist beneath a tree 10 meters away. The 5 were taken aback, halting their steps, their eyes fixed on the figure. Noticing something odd, Mei Terumi made a gesture to signal them to stop. She took a few steps forward, shielding the 4 behind her. Seeing that the child made no effort to disguise his hairstyle or appearance, she felt a sense of irritation at being underestimated and coldly said, "Harano Yuu, you killed over a dozen of my fog-hidden Umbu last night, and now you appear to attack my subordinates. Do you think Mei Terumi is easy to bully, or do you believe that the peace treaty between the fog-hidden and Konoha means we won't kill you? Even though peace treaties between countries are nothing but worthless paper." Yu looked at the 5 in front of him and said leisurely, "But it is still a treaty. We did not do anything that harmed your village's interests during our visit last night. It's fine if you are not welcoming, but sending so many people to kill us when we return, we will certainly report this to our superiors." As he noticed the 4 behind Mei Terumi gradually shifting their positions, seemingly planning to join forces to take him down, he formed hand seals with both hands. With a puff, he produced 10 shadow clones and looked at the 5 with grim expression, saying, "Mei Terumi, if you don't want the other 4 to be blown into pieces by me, let them leave. I mean no harm, and only wish to have a chat with you. You all can go now." Koji Mei Ming understood that the child's words were not mere boasting, but rather the truth. She turned to the 3 Chunin subordinates and said, "Don't alert anyone else for now. I will explain everything when I return." The 3 subordinates glanced at the 10 shadow clones, gulped, and quickly turned to flee back the way they came. Watching the 3 figures gradually disappear, Yu pointed at the Jonin Ching and said, "Don't think I can't kill you. If I do and recover your Byakugan, the Hyuga clan will surely be grateful to me." "You're thinking too much." Ching pointed at his own Byakugan and said, "To prevent this Byakugan from being taken back by the leaf, I've planted a curse mark in my eye. If I die or the eye leaves my eye socket, it will self-destruct." "Oh, I see." Yu nodded slightly and said, "However, if I kill you, the Byakugan that has fallen into the hands of others will be gone." "You." Koji Mei Ming looked at him incredulously. "No, are you really only 7 years old?" "No, I'm 7.5. In half a year I'll be 8, and 10 years old isn't far off." Koji Mei Ming was taken aback. It was her first time encountering a ninja who desperately tried to make themselves seem older. After all, he was still a child. She thought for a moment, looked at Jonin Ching, and said, "You should go back too. I want to see what tricks this child is playing. Don't worry, if I really die at the hands of a 7-year-old, you can step on my corpse a few times to vent your anger." "I understand, Lady Koji Mei Ming." Jonin Qing looked at Koji Meiming, nodded to her, and then raced back towards the forest. Alright, what do you really want to say to me? Seeing Qing leave, Koji Meiming looked at him, brushed her hair behind her ear, and smiled beautifully, saying, if you tell me that you just want to play a game between big sister and little brother, I might get angry. Yu ignored her teasing and said directly, let's cooperate. Cooperate? What nonsense is this 7-year-old brat talking about? Can you stop emphasizing my age? Because you really are still young, I can't overlook that fact. I'm not that young. Yu felt a bit irritated by her words, wanting to use his shadow clones to show her some color. After calming himself, he smiled wryly and said, alright, I knew this would happen. I'll let my friend come out to talk to you. Come forth, my friend Kakarot. As Koji Meiming was teasing Noara Yu, she was already close to him. Upon seeing the glowing light, she quickly retreated, and after the light faded, she saw Noara Yu's real body alongside a shadow clone and another figure wearing a mask, instantly widening her eyes. Was it really Kakarot, the leader of the Light Organization? When did he arrive? How did she not notice at all? Kakarot smiled beneath the mask. Just as the light appeared, he had split off another shadow clone, while his real body switched to this form, making it impossible for this woman to detect. The leader of the light. Seeing that she was no longer facing a child, but the recently renowned leader of the light within the ninja world, Koji Meiming's expression became serious. However, as she looked at the masked figure, her voice gradually grew colder. I have always heard that the leader of the light is likely a powerful ninja from Konoha, as the Light Organization shows no mercy towards ninjas from the entire ninja world, but has strangely shown no hostility towards Konoha. Identity means nothing to me. You can speculate as you wish. The adult Yu wearing the tiger mask shrugged, adopting a distinctly adult male voice. I am simply here as Noara Yu's friend, as a guarantee for cooperation between both sides. You think I can cooperate with you? Koji Meiming coldly stared at the masked figure. Many jonin from our mist village have died at your hands. Why should I cooperate with you, leader of the light? Cooperation, that is, naturally, because the mutual interests are significant enough. The leader of the light stepped forward, looking at Koji Meiming. Stop pretending, Koji Meiming. You are no longer the Mizukage of Mist Village. If you were truly intent on killing some of us, you would have acted against you long ago. Stop. Koji Meiming, your techniques are useless against me. Before he finished speaking, the woman opposite seemed to be enraged by his words and was about to attack. Several of Yu's shadow clones hurriedly retreated. Koji Meiming pushed off the ground with both feet, leaping high into the air, forming several seals with her hands, and sneering, to say that my techniques are useless against you. What arrogance! Water release, water dragon bullet. She opened her mouth and unleashed a torrent of water as vast as a river, transforming into a massive dragon over 100 meters long, crashing down on the position where the leader of the light stood. After disappearing in a flash, the leader of the light stood on a distant treetop, watching the scene below. The trees within a radius of hundreds of meters were swept away by this water release technique. He thought to himself, no wonder she could become the Mizukage. This ninjutsu was wielded with such power. Enjoying the scenery, the leader of the light turned towards the voice and saw Koji Meiming standing on a treetop just a few meters away, opening her mouth to spew a large amount of corrosive acid, boil release skilled mist technique. The leader of the light observed the rapidly approaching acidic mist, realizing it posed a threat, and allowed it to envelop him. Indeed, after being covered by the acidic mist, he merely felt as if he were in a sauna at high temperature, not burn at all, but rather felt a sense of comfort. Koji Meiming seemed to have seen something astonishing, staring wide-eyed at the scene before her. The leader of the light sensed the heat around him gradually rising. Fearing that this state would affect his transformation technique, he lightly leapt and evaded the acidic mists enveloping. He landed on a treetop 10 meters away, still observing this woman. Although he was attacked by her, he did not retaliate. He had already realized that whether it was the water release water dragon bullet or the boil release skilled mist technique, this woman had not used her full power. Well, then your probing has ended. If you attack me again, I will retaliate. The leader of the light said coldly. Now tell me, how can you cooperate with my friend? Koji Meiming did not respond. She jumped to a treetop a few meters away from the leader of the light, muttering, you can actually withstand my acidic mist, this. Who are you? She stroked her chin, observing the leader of the light for a long time, making the latter feel uneasy. He thought she had discovered something, but instead she smiled at him and nodded. All right. I agree. Let's cooperate. The leader of the light thought to himself, she was so resistant just now, and now she's so straightforward. Is her change of attitude too swift? Moreover, he hadn't even stated the terms of cooperation yet. What is this woman thinking? Does she admire him after seeing that he can withstand the acidic mist? Or is it that this woman wants to lower his guard and attempt a sneak attack? If that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. A sneak attack is entirely different from a test of strength. Once a sneak attack occurs, he wouldn't hesitate to teach her an unforgettable lesson or simply eliminate her. The leader of the light was not deceived by her appearance and strange actions. A woman who could become a shadow was not so simple. After observing for a few seconds and confirming that Terumi May showed no signs of launching another attack, he slowly nodded. Let me correct you, it is you collaborating with Yuyuki, not with me. Terumi May's eyes sparkled with light, and it was unclear what she was thinking as she said, I understand. Now let's discuss the details. I must know the content before determining the nature of our collaboration. Indeed, this woman was quite astute. The leader of the light emphasized with a cold voice, I am merely a witness acting as a guarantee on Yuyuki's behalf. Yuyuki, come here. He glanced into the distance where several figures quickly approached, all of them his shadow clones, with the strongest clone standing atop the nearest tree. Terumi May was astonished. It made sense for someone like the leader of the light to be unscathed, but how could Yuyuki have remained unharmed beneath her water dragon bullet? Only 2 of his shadow clones were lost. Looking at Yuyuki's youthful face and recalling his single-digit age, she felt a heavy weight on her shoulders. She asked little Yuyuki, remove the word little. Yuyuki, how do we discuss this? Let me keep it brief, but it's actually very simple. We will assist you in accomplishing your greatest desire. Yuyuki said with utmost seriousness, that is to eliminate the 4th water shadow Kakazuyachiyo. If it weren't for the leader of the light being right in front of her, Terumi May would have turned and left immediately, as this was too absurd. After a few seconds of silence, she looked at the leader of the light. Are you serious? The leader of the light nodded yes. Terumi May frowned. Do you understand the difficulty of killing the 4th? Kakazuyachiyo not only possesses one of the highest water escape talents in the Mist Village, but is also a perfect Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. More critically, he is surrounded by a large number of umbu protecting him. 247. The leader of the light said, can't he be killed? Terumi May shook her head, not exactly, but Yuyuki interjected, stop beating around the bush and just say whether you dare or not. Terumi May looked at him. Yuyuki, you must not know. Yuyuki replied, isn't it about the 4th water shadow being controlled by someone using Jinjutsu? We all know that. Terumi May glanced back and forth between the 2, and after a moment of realization, she nodded. Then you know, Yuyuki, what do you expect in return from me? A teasing smile returned to her face as she spoke in a playful, enticing tone. You're only 7 years old. You're still too young. The game between older sisters and younger brothers isn't suitable yet. Yuyuki replied, if you mention my age again, I'll have the leader of the light kill you. Terumi May couldn't discern the truth in his words, but to avoid conflict, she restrained her smile. So Yuyuki, what do you need to gain from me? Yuyuki nodded, saying, we are assisting you in ascending to the position of the 5th water shadow, and the rewards must be proportionate. Terumi May was taken aback. Are you aiming to become Hokage? If it's you, there is indeed that possibility. Yuyuki shook his head, saying, if I said I wanted to become Hokage right now, that would be impossible. However, when I require external support for certain actions in Konoha, your assistance must be assured. Terumi May fell silent, glancing at the fog-shrouded village in the distance. That sounds fair. I agree. When do we strike? Yuyuki shared his thoughts. After considering the feasibility, Terumi May nodded in agreement. Yuyuki added, I also need you to provide me with some intelligence. Did someone from the Cloud Village arrive as well? Terumi May looked quite shocked and nodded, saying, you actually know this. It is true. I was just about to share this information with you. Yuyuki thought to himself, thinking that a 7-year-old child could be easily deceived. He said, I need the details, so let's hear it. Terumi May informed him that people from the Cloud Village had heard about their group's intentions and that a small team had entered the Mist Village yesterday. That team had chosen to side with the 4th water shadow, who just as their group had infiltrated, they were ambushed by the umbu, likely with that Cloud Village team stirring the pot. Oh, is that so? Yuyuki analyzed her words in his mind. It was certain that the Cloud Village had sent people. He knew that last night Uchiha Shursui had seen a ninja using the lightning body flicker technique chasing after him. That person seemed more like someone from the Cloud Village than from the Mist Umbu. He thought to himself, if only a small team came, they wouldn't stir up much trouble in the Mist Village, at most just causing a bit of annoyance. However, behind this matter, Uchiha Obito must have orchestrated it, intending to worsen the already strained relationship between the Cloud Village and Konoha. Yuyuki then looked at Terumi May and said, as close collaborators, you must disclose all relevant information we need to know. Otherwise, if the plan fails later, don't blame us. Terumi May frowned. She felt as though she was being coerced for information. However, having reached this point, she hesitated only for a moment before revealing some intelligence. Yuyuki nodded, continuously knowing that her information was genuine and not just formality. Seeing that their conversation was coming to an end, Terumi May turned to the leader of the light, Kakarot. How will I contact you after this? Why do you need to contact me? The leader of the light asked, puzzled. The one collaborating with you is Yuyuki, who I'm merely a helper. Terumi May replied, because you are the guarantor of the collaboration. Yuyuki is only 7. Leader of the Light, kill her. Wait. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Terumi May quickly waved her hands and said, my mistake. I won't mention it again. Could you not exaggerate so much? She broke out in a sweat for a moment, realizing that she might really be killed. What was going on with these two? Why were they so angry at her? Moreover, this was after she disclosed all the information to them. Was she to be used and discarded? Let's discuss other matters after this mission concludes. I'm leaving. After nodding to Yuyuki, the leader of the Light detonated a smoke bomb, and then he vanished before her eyes. Terumi May frowned, thinking to herself, was his technique really just a body flicker technique? Why didn't she see any trace of movement? It was said that the leader of the Light possessed space ninjutsu similar to the Flying Thunder God. Was this it? She then saw Yuyuki and his shadow clones quickly leaving, vanishing into the distance. These two. Terumi May stood atop the tree, lost in thought. A 7-year-old with such depth of power and cunning, despite her attempts to bond with the child earlier, he remained unmoved and even threatened her. Didn't they just agree to have a simple chat? And the other, the leader of the Light, Kakarot, rumored to possess the strength of a shadow, today's meeting revealed that this person was even more unfathomable than she had imagined. Moreover, he was a young man capable of withstanding her dense acid mist. Kagami May stroked her lower lip and murmured, reflecting on her earlier conversation with the two, which did not ease her mind, but rather weighed it down. No matter what challenges had been faced, Konoha remained the same Konoha, filled with strong individuals. Jonin Ao was waiting inside. Upon seeing Kagami May return with a solemn expression, he felt a jolt in his heart and hurriedly asked, my lady, has something happened? Kagami May sat down in the main seat, resting her chin in thought before shaking her head at Ao, who was concerned for her. This time, I underestimated my opponent. That child has means to threaten me, but perhaps this journey is not entirely a bad thing. She then recounted everything that had happened in the forest to her confidant. After listening, Ao found the situation quite bizarre. The leader of the Light organization was surprisingly closely related to Harano Yuu. My lady Kagami, May, I think I might have guessed who the leader of the Light organization is. Ao said, noticing Kagami May's attention. Who is the strong individual closely related to Harano Yuu in Konoha? Kakashi Hitaki. Just think about it, Kakarot Kakashi, the names say it all. Outside the window, Yahara, who had been eavesdropping, nearly lost his composure. Kakashi and Kakarot, he hadn't expected Ao to connect the dots so well. He was truly talented. Ao added, you also know that Harano Yuu rarely leaves the village. Aside from his parents, the one he interacts with the most is Kakashi Hitaki. So, upon hearing this, Kagami May's face displayed an expression of dawning realization as she murmured, I never expected that Kakashi Hitaki was hiding his strength. Indeed, it is not difficult to understand that the son of Konoha's White Fang, a strongman, now possesses cage-level strength. Kakashi Hitaki successfully learned the Flying Thunder God technique from his teacher Minato Namikaze, allowing him to move freely in the ninja world. Yahara silently nodded. This woman was decent at logical reasoning, but unfortunately the factual outcome was 0 points. Ao then spoke again. If it is the hidden strength of Kakashi Hitaki, does he have the means to pose a threat to that individual? Kagami May shook her head. I don't know, but I won't place all my hopes on the leader of the Light organization. Actually, both Harano Yuu and I understand that we are not collaborating with each other, but rather utilizing each other. He gains a plethora of intelligence and combat support from me, while I want to see to what extent they can go in assassinating that person. The outside Yahara listened and nodded slowly. This woman certainly possessed the qualities to be a Mizukage. Her thoughts were devoid of any naivety. His purpose for coming to the village hidden in the mist had been decided long ago. It was not solely to abduct the prodigy Kagaya Kimimaro, but also for the sake of a citrus tree and Kisame Hoshigaki. As for letting this woman know about his close relationship with the leader of the Light organization, that was also premeditated. This was why the Light organization had never clashed with Konoha. Therefore, even if this relationship were to leak out, it wouldn't matter. He would see how things would develop. Having the Light organization as an ally was a direction worth exploring. Unfortunately, Kakashi Hitaki would have to bear the blame for his disciple once again. After eavesdropping for a while and finding no new information, Yahara swiftly left. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, while puffing on his pipe, finished reviewing an intelligence scroll sent by the intelligence department and handed it to the silver-haired Umbu beside him. Kakashi took the scroll, unfolded it, and began to read. The report indicated that Yamato's team had infiltrated the village hidden in the mist last night and was ambushed by a large number of Umbu, led by Kisame Hoshigaki. Ultimately, the four managed to escape unscathed, but they seemed to have scattered. After reading the report, Kakashi looked at the clearly worried expression on the third Hokage's face and thought, does the Hokage mean I should be concerned about my disciple? In reality, he was most worried about Tsukikid Shiden, followed by Yamato and Shursui. As for Yahara, what was there to worry about? Compared to Yahara, he worried more about himself. If that kid caused some uncontrollable turmoil in the village hidden in the mist, wouldn't his own troubles arise once again? Strange, why do my eyelids keep twitching? Kakashi muttered to himself. Yahara, it doesn't matter if you take out a few jonin from the mist, just don't kill the 7 ninja swordsmen. In the entire Konoha, he was the only one vaguely aware of his disciples' strength. They were certainly not at the so-called special jonin level and were on par with him. Yahara traversed through the misty avenues of the village hidden in the mist, appreciating the unique customs and culture while analyzing the vast intelligence he had obtained from Kamehameha. Kamehameha might have recognized the strength of the leader of the Light Organization and out of a spirit of cooperation provided him with considerable support and intelligence. Aside from the identities of the visitors from the village hidden in the clouds and the more specific timeline of the coup, there was also detailed information about the 7 ninja swordsmen. Of course, there was also information regarding the 4 of them from Konoha. Currently, the intensity of the pursuit by the Mist's Umbu was highest for Uchiha Shursue, who was basically being hunted down, and Yahara understood the reason well. Uchiha Obito, a fellow clansman and eye collector, had set his sights on Shizui's eyes. Followed by Yamato, and then himself, while Tsukikage Shurden was largely ignored. After several minutes, the leader of the Light Organization arrived at a long corridor in an underground facility in the village hidden in the mist. Walking through it, the corridor was quite large, exceeding 10 meters in width and height, with thick stone slabs lining the walls on all sides. The humidity in the corridor was very high, with mist floating in the air, and the ground was damp, displaying a significant amount of accumulated water. Clearly, such a place was unsuitable for human habitation, but perhaps it suited a hellfish creature. He reached the end of the corridor and gazed at the simply arranged living quarters inside. A simple bed, a simple desk, and a simple dining table. At that moment, the owner was having a meal at the dining table with his plate filled with small fish. This shark-faced man did not dip the small fish in any sauce. He simply tossed them into his mouth and swallowed. Upon seeing the newcomer, the shark-faced man paused his meal, flashed a smile that revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth, and said, "No more than 10 people in the entire village hidden in the mist know about my residence, and even if I killed 3 of them, they wouldn't disclose my whereabouts to you. How did you find this place?" He looked at the unexpected guest before him, the renowned leader of the Light Organization in the ninja world in recent years, and could not help but tighten his grip on the great sword Samehada. "A woman told me. Is it Ringo Yuri?" "Clever." Yahara praised him, but thought to himself that this Kisame did not seem very smart. Was he really worth recruiting? However, a person who maintained absolute loyalty, even while being toyed with by Obito Uchiha, did not require too much in this regard. Kisame then asked, "Has someone commissioned the Light Organization to kill me?" Yahara shook his head. "No, I came here on my own accord." Kisame fell silent for a few seconds. He stood up, gripping Samehada, and grinned. "It's true that I'm alone now, but trying to kill me here is quite difficult. If you have a change of heart, I can pretend I never saw you." Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. As he spoke, he observed the leader of the Light Organization, and seeing him undeterred, swiftly formed hand seals. A massive torrent of water spewed from Kisame's mouth, instantly filling the long corridor. Yahara felt a tremendous impact hit his body. This force was at least 10 times stronger than an ordinary shockwave. He understood why this high-ranking figure from the mist chose to reside in such a simple place. A great exploding water colliding wave combined with this terrain would crush the bodies of ordinary enemies. Unfortunately, he was not an ordinary person. Yahara's legs were firmly anchored to the ground, and even this powerful torrent of water could not shake him in the slightest. However, as the water impact subsided, a stream of water flowed past, revealing Kisame's form. He quickly formed seals, and blue water surged towards the leader of the Light Organization, instantly trapping him within a spherical water prison, silently chanting, "Water release, water prison technique." Got it. The water flow from the mouth of the dry persimmon Kisame ceased, and the water level in the passage quickly dropped at an astonishing speed. Kisame smiled at the black-robed man trapped within the water prison. Fortunately, he had predicted early on that even the great water burst in such terrain might not be enough to kill this person, so he had secretly prepared a backup plan using a water clone to slip past and ensnare him with the water prison technique. Subduing this person so easily did not mean that Kisame was far superior in strength to the leader of light, but rather that he understood a unique flaw of powerful individuals: underestimation. The water level in the passage quickly fell to his ankles. Holding the already unwrapped sword Samehada, Kisame strode through the waves and charged toward the leader of light, planning to devour the chakra from this person with Samehada, which would allow him to easily defeat him. However, just as Kisame closed the distance to the man, he saw the man's eyes widen slightly. With a booming sound, the entire blue water sphere exploded like a burst balloon, the force obliterating his water clone and sending his body flying backward. In the next moment, the man moved with a speed so fast, It was nearly imperceptible, resembling a black line slicing through the air. As Kisame was sent tumbling backward, he saw the man kick at him, realizing too late that he couldn't use a ninjutsu to defend himself. Boom. Kisame was sent flying by the kick, embedding himself into the wall at the end of the passage. Cough, cough. Kisame fell from the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He glanced at his left side where the kick had shattered flesh and at Samehada, which was wailing in his hand. If he hadn't used Samehada to block in that moment, he would have likely been gravely injured or dead. Kisame quickly absorbed the chakra transmitted through Samehada. The white smoke rising from his wounds indicated that his body was rapidly healing with Samehada's assistance. He looked solemnly at the approaching masked man, wondering who in the ninja world could possess such overwhelming physical prowess. Even that esteemed individual. No, I shouldn't doubt that esteemed one who has lived since the Warring States period. Kisame endured the sharp pain from his healing wounds and smiled, saying, Kakarot, you are strong, but defeating me here is impossible. Because this is my territory. He swiftly formed hand seals, and with the completion of the seals, a rumbling sound echoed around. The walls and ceiling began to collapse at an alarming rate. Water surged in wildly, completely submerging the passage in an instant. Yu used his chi to push away several falling stone slabs. In the water, he looked around and saw a multitude of sharks circling above him. This was indeed Kisame's territory, not just his residence, but also a vast lake where he raised sharks. He cast a quick glance around, estimating that the number of sharks in the lake likely exceeded 3,000. Kisame retreated some distance, observing the masked man in the lake, feeling a significant decrease in his sense of danger. He thought, even if you are strong, there's no way you can handle me at the lake's bottom. He began to control the shark swarm to charge at the masked man, intending to use the sharks to bite him to death and make him food for his shark army. But then he was stunned by an astonishing sight. He saw the leader of light not forming seals, nor did he see how he attacked. All he saw was numerous light orbs flying from the man, and any shark struck by these orbs instantly perished. Kisame clenched his sharp teeth, thinking this person's techniques are formidable, but why doesn't he use hand seals? He quickly formed hand seals again, silently reciting, Water Release Great Shark Bomb Technique. A large blue shark formed from his chakra burst forth under his control. The shark ferociously lunged at the leader of light. He smugly thought to himself that this ninjutsu was not ordinary. It could absorb chakra from techniques to enhance its power. The stronger the opponent's technique, the greater its might. However, he watched as over a dozen light orbs shot from the leader of light, striking the shark and obliterating it. Kisame stared wide-eyed, utterly confused as to why this person's light ninjutsu hadn't been absorbed by his technique. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Samehada in his hand. It seemed he had no choice but to merge with Samehada for a final move. But at that moment, he saw the leader of light charging towards him with incredible speed, seemingly unaffected by the water flow. His heart raced with anxiety. This is bad. This is bad. How can there be such a person in this world? Am I going to be killed? Who can save me? And that woman Lin Can Yu. If I survive, I will definitely find a chance to eliminate you. At this time by the lakeshore, a distinctive ninja hut had 3 umbu from the Mist Village rushing out after hearing the commotion, staring in shock at the countless shark corpses rising from the lake. Who is battling with Lord Kisame at the lake's bottom? Even if that person discovered Lord Kisame's residence, did they go mad to engage him here on his own turf? The countless shark corpses surfacing struck them as odd. The number of shark corpses on the lake's surface was so dense it likely exceeded 1,000 had a third of them been killed. Something's off. This is bad. What should we do? Should we inform Lord Mizukichi? There's no time. Let's wait and see. The 3 umbu's voices trembled with fear as they became aware of the seriousness of the situation. As more shark corpses floated to the surface, they noticed a half-human half-fish creature rising from the center of the lake, the half-human half-fish form of Lord Kisame. They rushed into the lake. Just as they wanted to approach, a figure appeared on the lake's surface, and then the scene before their eyes rapidly distorted. Is it an illusion? After they used methods to counter the illusion, the scene restored, but the half-man half-fish Kisame had vanished from sight. The 3 umbu stood dumbfounded for a long time before one finally spoke. Lord Kisame has been captured. How could such a powerful figure as Lord Kisame encounter this? Quick, we must report to Lord Mizukichi. The 3 understood the gravity of the situation. Dry persimmon Kisame was one of the 2 main pillars of the Mizukichi's inner circle, the other being the Mizukichi himself. If Kisame were captured, it would mean the collapse of these 2 pillars. If news of this reached those who were restless, the resulting turmoil was unimaginable. Who exactly defeated and captured Dry Persimmon Kisame in his underwater territory? Is it the shadows of the other 4 villages? The 3 exchanged glances and quickly departed. This news must be reported to Mizukichi Koki Shizuka at the earliest opportunity. At this moment, Yu appeared in the woods several kilometers away from the lake, holding the Gai Shiki in his left hand and gripping the large knife of the obedient Dedao Shiki in his right. His eyes were fixed on the azure blue panel before him as he murmured, still no sign of movement. Before coming here, he had judged that Gai Shiki should be a shadow-level powerhouse. Defeating such a level of opponent should trigger a response from the template system, yet there was none. Does this mean that Gai Shiki is only at the shadow level at most, and not truly a shadow level? Or is it only defeating a true shadow that counts as defeating a shadow level? Forget it. Seeing no movement, Yu chose to ignore it, as he wasn't here for the fusion degree. He glanced into the distance toward the direction of the 3 members of the Mist Hidden Dark Department. He decided to leave those 3 alive so they could spread the news. Regardless of whether they choose to disclose it today, Mist Hidden Village would be in utter chaos. With that thought, he instantaneously vanished. A few minutes later, Yu, having temporarily sealed Dedao Shiki into a bottle, appeared in the grand hall of a certain residence. With a thud, he threw the unconscious Gai Shiki onto the ground. His voice echoed within the room, "Yamoi, come here." The 4 individuals cultivating in the training ground heard this voice and shuddered. The leader had arrived. Yamoi rushed over and soon arrived at the grand hall. Upon entering, he saw a peculiar-looking ninja lying on the ground, barely alive. This was Gai Shiki, one of the 7 from the Mist Hidden Village. It was said that this person's strength ranked first among the 7, and he had a large number of Mist Hidden Dark Department members following and protecting him. Had he really been defeated and captured by the leader? He was secretly astonished and approached Bao, asking, "Did you call for me about Gai Shiki, leader?" "Yes, if nothing goes wrong, he will be our 6th member." Yu sat down on a chair inside the room, tapping his fingers on the armrest. After nodding, he said, "There's no rush with this matter. Take him to the dungeon and handle it. We will discuss it once he wakes up." Understood. Yamoi took Gai Shiki away to the dungeon. Upon his return, Yu inquired about their training progress over the past few days and nodded in satisfaction after learning that they were on track. "Leader, it seems that something is about to happen in Mist Hidden Village." "Yes, likely today. Should we intervene?" "Your results in performing Jonin-level missions have been adequate, but it's still not the time for that level." Yamoi thought the leader was blaming them for their slow progress and felt somewhat dejected. However, Yu understood that it was entirely his own issue. His growth had been too rapid. Only a mere 3 years had passed. It was normal for these members to lag behind. Of course, this did not mean they were useless. He merely needed to wait. Yu looked outside at the sky and noticed it was still early. Since he was here, he decided to walk around and check on the other members. 2 hours later, Yu returned to the Mist Hidden Village, shrouded in mist. Walking down the street, he noticed the atmosphere in Mist Hidden Village felt different. However, the news of Gai Shiki's disappearance had still not spread. After pondering, he left the street. A few minutes later, he appeared before the wall at the side of the corridor where Terumi Mei was listening to the conversation between her and Jonin. "Ao, has something really happened to Gai Shiki?" Ao replied, "This news began circulating 2 hours ago, but no one has confirmed it. We don't know its authenticity." Terumi Mei pondered for a moment. Could it be that person spreading misinformation? Ao responded, "Rumors say that Gai Shiki was defeated and taken away, but this is too strange to believe. If I were that person, I wouldn't choose such a dubious message to release, so this matter." He shook his head, unable to comprehend. "Terumi Mei." Just then a somewhat cold voice came from nearby. The two looked over to find a person wearing a tiger mask standing at the entrance of the courtyard. He tossed a thin object toward them, which was a photograph. As it fluttered in the wind, it landed in Terumi Mei's hand. She glanced at it and was stunned. It was a photo of Gai Shiki lying on the ground, defeated and unconscious. When she looked up again, the tiger-masked person had vanished. "It's actually true," Jonin Ao exclaimed as he looked at the photograph. "This was done by the light leader Kakarot. Have you informed him about Gai Shiki's situation?" Terumi Mei nodded. "Not too many people know this information. No one should suspect me." "I didn't expect the light leader to act so quickly. He means for us to release this news, right?" "Ao, prepare yourself. Today Mist Hidden Village might experience the most chaotic day in history." "Understood, Lady Terumi Mei." After handing the photograph to Terumi Mei, "Not long after you heard the news of Gai Shiki's disappearance in Mist Hidden Village, suspected to have been captured." This shocking news spread, causing a significant quiet to fall over Mist Hidden Village, and the number of pedestrians on the street decreased considerably. The sky over Mist Hidden became even darker. Amidst the fear of some and the excitement and anticipation of others, night fell. Thus the bloody chaos began. At the northern checkpoint of Mist Hidden, 5 ninjas dressed in Mist Hidden Chunin uniforms were patrolling. Corpse bone pulse, 10 finger-piercing bullet. Puff, puff. The 5 Chunin were struck by dozens of bone projectiles like bullets. Their eyes widened as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A large group of Kagaya clan members emerged from the darkness, carrying torches and stepping over the bodies of these Chunin. Under the red light of the flames, their excited faces appeared frenzied. At this moment, the crowd parted to make way, and the Kagaya clan leader stepped out, with a 10-year-old boy holding a bone knife. The boy looked quite excited as he glanced at his clansmen, then turned to a nearby uncle and asked, "What should I do?" "Just kill everyone who stands in our way. It's that simple." Kimimaro. At the same time, at the southern checkpoint of Mist-Hidden Village. The night mist here had unknowingly thickened several times, visibility rapidly decreasing. Just as the patrolling ninjas realized it, a shadowy figure appeared behind them like a ghost, and 5 throat-cutting sounds echoed. 5 corpses lay on the ground of the mist-hidden checkpoint. The black-haired lower face and neck wrapped in bandages, one of the 7 ninjas, Kaijin Momochi Zabuza, appeared holding a dripping blood blade. He stood atop the checkpoint and looked down at the dark tide of his subordinates rushing toward him, making a hand gesture, charge forward and kill. Not just in the north and south of Mist-Hidden, but also in the east and west, the sounds of weapons clashing, exploding talismans, and numerous shouts from ninjas echoed throughout Mist-Hidden. All these individuals had only one destination, the heavily guarded residence of the 4th Mizukage. In the central area of Mist-Hidden, in contrast to the tense emotions of the dark department members surrounding the residential area, the youthful-faced Yagura stood on the balcony, expressionless, gazing at the distant flames and smoke rising from explosions, his demeanor one of indifference and fearlessness, as if the events unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. "I was right. Mist-Hidden Village never needed useless people and traitors." Yagura spoke coldly. "Since they have betrayed us, they might as well all die. The Hidden Mist Village has never needed useless individuals or traitors. Let them all die. Especially the Kagaya clan of the bloodline limit, they must all be exterminated. I must also find the one who captured Kisame Hoshigaki and kill him." The voices echoed in Kakuzu's heart as he recited them with a cold, murderous sentiment. Meanwhile, beneath his eyes, a trace of dark red tomo, difficult to discern with the naked eye, slowly revolved. Listening to the resolute declaration of the 4th Mizukage, some high-ranking members of the Hidden Mist Umbu sighed. Internally, their hopes for a compromise at this critical moment completely shattered. They half-knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, "Yes. Lord Suigetsu, we will always follow in your footsteps. Exterminate all traitors." As the voice resonated, the night sky in the distance seemed to be stained with a thick layer of blood. Although there were some unexpected occurrences, it continues to proceed according to my will. On a deserted hill in the Hidden Mist Village, the masked man Obito Uchiha stood on the slope, his black robe billowing in the wind. The blood-red hue in the distant battlefield reminded him of the Night of the 9 Tails, which only filled him with satisfaction. Just then he heard the voice of Yugo, who was beside him, exclaim, "Obito, what is it?" "One of my Jugos has found the location of Orochimaru. He asked me to relay a message to you." Yugo suddenly exclaimed, "Orochimaru is so disgusting, just like a real snake. I wonder if he can defecate in his snake form. I'm really curious." "You idiot." Kagaya scolded Yugo, unable to bear it any longer. "Of course a snake needs to eat, so it must defecate." He also looked at the masked man. "Yugo has been discovered by Orochimaru. He wants to talk to you. I guess it's to join the Akatsuki." "Oh, is that so?" The masked man nodded slightly. Orochimaru has been rejected by the Akatsuki twice, and is still not discouraged. Jiraiya's obsession with Orochimaru exceeded many people's expectations. That kind of deep-rooted obsession would not change in a short time. Orochimaru joining under such circumstances would affect our subsequent plans. Indeed, that was our thinking at the time. Hihi Kagaya chuckled. "However, Orochimaru may have done many things to confirm that approaching you would be beneficial for him to join the Akatsuki. We can listen to what he has to say." Obito looked at Yugo. Yugo's expression was exaggerated. "Orochimaru says he has a forbidden technique from Konoha that he has studied for many years and can share it with you. The technique is called, it's the impure world reincarnation." On a patch of grass several kilometers away from the hill, Orochimaru, in his white serpent form, tightly coiled around a Yugo. His serpentine head flicked its red tongue and continued to speak in a hoarse voice. "You must have heard of it. It is a technique invented by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, a great ninjutsu that can summon the souls of the dead and resurrect them in physical form." The Yugo looked at Orochimaru, who was close enough to have saliva dripping from his mouth, and he was sweating profusely, shaking his head violently. "What impure world reincarnation? I haven't heard of it. Let me go, you disgusting snake who defecates." "I wasn't talking to you, you idiot." Orochimaru stared blankly for a moment, then said, "Relay my message to that masked man. What's his name? Akatsuki, right?" He paused and threatened, "If you keep babbling, he'll swallow you whole." "What? You want to turn me into your feces? You're disgusting. Shut up. Relay my message properly." Orochimaru could no longer bear it, tightening his serpentine body. The Jugo's whole body cracked and creaked in pain, making him cry out, "Ah! Snake, stop it." "He'll shut up." On the other side, Obito said, "The second Hokage's forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. I didn't expect Orochimaru to still possess such a technique. No, perhaps he hasn't fully mastered it. If he had, he would have escaped Jiraiya's pursuit long ago and wouldn't be in such a predicament. You go ask him to what extent he has mastered it. Obito, that disgusting snake, told me that according to the data he has experimented with, he has basically mastered it, but using it still carries certain risks. However, in at most 2 to 3 years he can eliminate those risks. That's quite surprising. Obito said Orochimaru's value is much higher than we imagined. You go ask him what he wants me to do for him. The snake says he wants to use your strength and influence to join the Akatsuki and get rid of Jiraiya. Kagaya, seeing that Obito did not speak slowly, said this shouldn't be difficult to achieve. If Orochimaru joins the Akatsuki as a cooperating entity with us, we will have one more layer of control over the Akatsuki. Most importantly, the value of the impure world reincarnation technique far exceeds many people's imaginations. Indeed. Tell him I agree and welcome him to become one of us. Obito the snake says he wants to get rid of Jiraiya right now and is looking for the best reincarnation vessel he needs tonight. Oh, I understand. Why can't I see that treacherous snake? Yu, who was secretly observing the Kagaya clan and some hidden mist ninjas in battle, muttered to himself. After watching for more than 10 minutes, he found that although the Kagaya clan was reckless and warlike, it was indeed a large-scale coup that had been planned for many years, steadily advancing step by step according to the plan. At this pace, they were still some distance away from truly engaging the elite of the hidden mist Umbu. From this perspective, it seems that this bloody night will last longer than expected. Moreover, if Jiraiya also came to the hidden mist village, Orochimaru might not appear. By the way, not just Jiraiya, but my 3 teammates as well. Is it time for them to converge now? Let's go take a look. In a remote wilderness within the hidden mist village, in front of a dilapidated wooden house on a tree, Obito Uchiha with his 3-mo Sharingan activated crouched on the trunk of the tree. He looked towards the central area of the hidden mist and noticed that even from a considerable distance, he could still vaguely hear the sounds of explosions and shouting. He thought to himself, unlike what Jiraiya had judged, the coup occurring in the hidden mist village had happened much earlier than expected. The reason being, someone had captured Kisame alive. If this news is true, who could it be? It is simply too unbelievable. Is it Kaze? Obito knew that it was now the time they had agreed upon, so he observed the ins and outs of the house. Soon he saw one of the ninjas using the body flicker technique cautiously appear in front of the house, quietly observing the situation inside. It was his teammate Moonlight Gale. Obito smiled slightly. The body flicker technique is a very powerful secret technique in the ninja world. Mastering it requires great talent and considerable effort. However, even such a powerful technique is nowhere to hide under his Sharingan. After watching for a while, he jumped down from the tree, landing behind Moonlight Gale, patting him on the shoulder, and called out, "Yo, Gale." Moonlight Gale emerged from the body flicker state. A wave of discomfort made him cough a few times. He looked at the Sharingan genius who had the ability to counter his secret technique with a helpless expression. "Obito, how long have you been here? Did you find anything? Perhaps just a bit earlier, but you didn't notice the ambush. If you didn't notice it either, then it's no problem. Let's go in." Although Tsukikid Shifeng said this, his instincts as a ninja kept him highly alert when he entered with Shishui. Fortunately, they encountered no ambush inside, but where were their teammates Yamato Yu and Lord Jiraiya? Shishui and Shifeng observed the room, and his gaze fell upon a dilapidated bedboard standing against the wall that looked somewhat strange. Suddenly, the bedboard transformed with a loud bang into the form of Yamato. Tsukikid Shifeng was startled, but Yamato laughed and said, "Shishui, not bad. You spotted my transformation so easily." Shishui shook his head. "Captain Yamato's would-release techniques are hard to identify. I just sensed something unusual." He glanced elsewhere. "Now we're just waiting for you and Lord Jiraiya. You is probably going to be late." Yamato looked around and said with a smile, "Then he'll tell us, 'Sorry, I got lost on the road of life.'" "And what about Lord Jiraiya?" Tsukikid Shifeng asked again. Yamato thought for a moment and quietly said, "I heard that the women's bathhouse in the hidden mist village is open quite a lot at night." Shishui and Shifeng couldn't help but chuckle at his teasing. Suddenly, a palm-sized toad jumped out from nowhere, landing in front of the three. It croaked and then spoke human language. "Tenzo, you little brat, it's been years, and you've gotten much bolder, daring to speak ill of me behind my back." In the astonished gaze of the three, the toad opened its mouth and a human hand emerged from inside. A middle-aged man with long white hair wearing a red cloak and wooden sandals struggled to climb out of the toad's mouth. "Lord Jiraiya, sir, you arrived a long time ago. Now we're just waiting for you." The three were only briefly amazed at Jiraiya's hidden technique before regaining their composure. After all, for someone of his caliber, it was normal to easily conceal his presence. Upon hearing you, Jiraiya immediately showed a headache expression and said that troublemaker hasn't arrived yet. "Then let's not wait. The timing of the coup in the hidden mist village is much earlier than I anticipated, and time is tight." He formed hand seals and summoned the toad, jumping onto its back to start discussing matters with the three. Just as they were about to start, you jumped down from the room's beam, landing on the back of the toad. The toad, seeing the troublesome child, bounced around a few times without throwing him off before reluctantly allowing him to stay. If you has arrived, then it's perfect. Jiraiya, Yamato, and the others were equally surprised at you dropping down from the beam. They didn't quite understand how he managed to stay hidden up there, but at this moment such matters were not very important. They began discussing the mission. After a moment, they decided on their mission, searching for and capturing the rogue ninja Orochimaru in the hidden mist village, preventing him from benefiting from this coup. The group quickly set out after taking the communication toad summoned by Jiraiya. They were searching in the vicinity of the Kagaya clan's rebellion, as Jiraiya suspected that Orochimaru's target was someone from the Kagaya clan. This surprised you, as it showed Jiraiya's competence in swiftly deducing Orochimaru's intentions. Thus 5 figures quickly appeared near the Kagaya clan's rebellion. Is that Jiraiya and Yamato's team? In the darkness, Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his lips, his expression growing grim. He looked back at White Zetsu, who was relaying intelligence to him, and said, "Tell Toby, I need reinforcements." "Understood, Snake. I've already informed Toby. If you call me that again, I'll capture you and dissect you on my experiment table every day." "Don't do that." "I won't dare again, Lord Snake." Yu expanded his large range of sensory perception, starting to search in the area Jiraiya mentioned. After searching for a while, he detected a strange, yet somewhat familiar chakra. It was White Zetsu, and beside him was an especially cold presence. Who could it be? It couldn't be Zetsu and Uchiha Obito, could it? With a swift motion, you dashed forward, and then witnessed a shocking scene on a patch of grass. The half-human, half-snake Orochimaru was tightly coiling around White Zetsu, with one segment of his snake body constricting around Zetsu's neck, looking as though he intended to choke him to death. "It's Noira Yuu." Orochimaru released his grip on White Zetsu, transforming back into his human form with a loud bang. Noticing Noira Yuu approaching him, his expression subtly changed. You glanced at the red communication toad on his shoulder, which understood and formed hand seals, with its 2 claws beginning to relay the information to the other communication toads. "Lord Orochimaru, it's been a long time. Wait, don't come over." Ignoring Noira Yuu's obviously malicious greeting, Orochimaru saw him gradually approaching and said, but then noticed the latter calmly forming hand seals, producing 2 shadow clones, and friendly said, "Are you afraid my real body has ill intentions, Lord Orochimaru? Then let my weak shadow clone come over. That way you can be at ease." Orochimaru had excellent manners, so he didn't curse. Seeing one of Noira Yuu's shadow clones rushing towards him at an incredible speed, he immediately took off, while the clone upon contact enveloped White Zetsu in a brilliant light amidst Zetsu's shocked expression. Boom. Orochimaru rolled on the ground in a panic, looking at the 10-meter-wide crater that had erupted, startled, but then he saw another of the boy's shadow clones rushing towards him. Boom. Another loud explosion echoed, and Orochimaru landed at a distance, glancing at his body, which had been affected by the explosion. With his mouth wide open, another identical Orochimaru emerged from his mouth, while the original body fell off like shedding snake skin. Thus he returned to his original state. Is this what they call the Orochimaru's substitution technique? You wondered, but then saw Orochimaru shout from afar, "Noira, you don't think I can't deal with you, you little brat." His neck elongated several meters high as he opened his mouth, spitting out a Kusanagi sword. The sword rapidly extended, darting towards you like a spear. Bang! The Kusanagi sword struck, but you dodged it with a leap, causing the long sword to land on the ground and create a small crater. Seeing the Kusanagi sword coming at him again, you quickly retreated, drawing his own weapon, the Rui Bang, from his back, while silently urging, "Lengthen." The Rui Bang swiftly extended, reaching a length equal to that of Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, about 40 meters long. You gripped the Rui Bang and swung it. Bang! 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 Thus a rather strange scene unfolded here as Orochimaru and you clashed with their 40-meter-long weapons. At that moment, 2 groups of people arrived on the grass. One group comprised Yu's 3 teammates, while the other comprised the Umbu ninjas from the hidden mist village. What is this? Both groups stared at this bizarre scene, somewhat stunned, especially at the sight of Noira Yuu battling against the legendary rogue ninja Orochimaru. Bang! Bang! Upon the arrival of 2 groups, they continued to engage in a frenzied battle with their 40-meter-long weapons. That little rascal Noira Yuu. Orochimaru seethed in silent anger, struggling against the Kusanagi sword clenched in his mouth, for the child's strength was overwhelming. Each clash sent painful vibrations through his jaw, forcing him to abandon this strategy and release his neck from the sword. He glanced at Uchiha Shursui and the approaching Umbu from the Mist Village, inwardly noting Uchiha Shursui has arrived as well. Fortunately, he had a large number of reinforcements as well. That Akatsuki member was indeed not just an intern, but managed to dispatch a group of Mist Umbu ninjas during the war. They are Umbu from the Mist Village. The members of Team Yamato rushed over to you, facing each other. The Mist Umbu numbered over 30, accompanied by the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. They were numerous, but the few of them were not necessarily intimidated, because they also had one of the Sannin Jiraiya. Where's Lord Jiraiya? At that moment Yamato felt something was off. Jiraiya shouldn't have delayed this long, so he inquired of the red communication frog perched on his shoulder. After a moment of concentration, the frog said Jiraiya encountered some trouble over there and won't be able to come for a while. He said command of this mission has transferred to you. Orochimaru sneered, it's not too late for you to run now. Otherwise. Before he could finish, Noara Yu swung the Rui Bang towards him. Orochimaru quickly dodged, but the Mist Umbu behind him couldn't match his speed, getting knocked down in a heap. Remember, the primary mission is to protect Lord Orochimaru. After evading the sweep of the staff, the leader of the Mist Umbu instructed in a low voice, secondly, eliminate Yamato's team members, except for Uchiha Shisui, who must be captured alive. Understood. Received. Yamato's team frowned as they looked at the Mist Umbu, who showed no concealment of their murderous intent. The more than 30 of them quickly spread out in a fan shape surrounding the team. Additionally, one of the Sannin was lurking nearby, seemingly contemplating which jutsu to use against them. Moonlight Shikaz whispered, what should we do? Should we retreat? Yamato shook his head, saying this mission is of great importance to the village. We cannot give up easily. Uchiha Shisui nodded, we must hold out until Lord Jiraiya arrives. Once he does, we have a chance of victory. You suggested Yamato and Shisui, you two team up to take down Orochimaru while Shikaz and I will clear out the minions. This is not feasible. Before the other two could speak, Moonlight Shikaz quickly opposed his suggestion, saying those are not mere minions, they are a large group of Mist Umbu. Wait. However, Yu ignored the warning, shortening the Rui Bang and placing it back in its sheath. He glanced at Moonlight Shikaz, signaling for him to join, and charged towards the group of Mist Umbu on the left. No way you're serious. Moonlight Shikaz, seeing this, forced a smile and had no choice but to follow. Yamato and Shisui exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. They decided to trust their teammate, their eyes locked onto Orochimaru to prevent any sudden attacks on you. Don't underestimate this Noara Yu. His shadow clones can explode. Remember to keep your distance. One of the Mist Umbu ninjas who knew you shouted to his companions. Moreover, he possesses terrifying brute strength and exceptional shuriken throwing skills. Be wary of his summoning techniques as well. And of course, be cautious of that staff on his back that can extend and retract. The Mist Umbu ninja grew increasingly astonished. How could this child have so many skills? No wonder he dared to confront Orochimaru earlier and stood up to their group of Umbu. He seemed quite confident. What about my fire release? Why is no one mentioning my fire release? You directed a dissatisfied voice towards the shouting Mist Umbu ninja. I also excel at fire release, a talent inherited from my mother. The Mist Umbu ninja quickly added, he said he also excels at fire release. Who knows if it's true? Seriously, is that all you can say? You sighed, looking at the ninja. Fine. He'll show you the fire release talent I inherited from my mom. Shikaz thought silently, if you say that, how can I dare to go over? He felt that you had been acting carefree and relaxed since earlier. This attitude of not fearing the numerous Mist Umbu was likely a disguise. Yes, it must be. This child is quite clever. His demeanor is definitely a facade meant to confuse the Mist Umbu. Or perhaps to buy time. Yu was unaware of the complicated thoughts swirling in his teammates' minds. He brought his hands together to form seals. The Mist Umbu were already ready, with 3 ninjas skilled in water release jumping out. Yet Noara Yu appeared to form only one seal, and then he opened his mouth to unleash an enormous fireball crashing towards them. Is this the great fireball technique? Just a basic crank fire release technique, yet the fireball, glimmering with unusual light, was absurdly large. The 3 Mist Umbu ninjas, terrified, quickly formed seals and chanted in their hearts, water release, water wave. The 3 ninjas unleashed a powerful wave of water. Despite their combined efforts, the wave was still suppressed by the fireball. As the fireball approached, they desperately tried to evade, but it erupted with intense light just a few meters away. What is happening? That fireball seemed to have exploded directly. As the smoke cleared, the ninjas were left staring at the massive crater over 10 meters wide, where the fireball had detonated, feeling dazed. This explosive fire release was unheard of. Where were their comrades? The 3 were completely missing. Before the Mist Umbu could feel overwhelmed with fear and sorrow, they saw Noara Yu rapidly forming seals again. They felt a chill run down their spines. This child formed seals far too quickly. Most of them didn't even witness the complete sealing process, as it seemed like he clapped his hands, and the jutsu manifested fire release phoenix fire technique. Yu leaped up, his cheeks puffed out, and he released a dozen small fireballs that scattered like the seeds of a phoenix flower, attacking the Mist Umbu ninjas. Confronted by the falling fireballs, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist's Dark Division responded with various methods. Some used Earth-style Earth Flow Wall, To defend, some directly ran away, while others swiftly performed body flicker technique. Upon landing, the small fireballs exploded, sending the group of hidden mist ninjas into a frenzy of blood and flesh. As the rising smoke and dust settled, the hidden mist ninjas gazed at the several small craters and the heavily damaged earth flow wall with extreme fear. What is going on? Not only did that little brat's shadow clone explode, but how could he also possess such explosive fire techniques? Is it the fire technique infused with special chakra from Yu that causes the explosions? Meanwhile, Shursui and Yamato had already begun to engage in battle with Orochimaru. After hearing the astonishing explosion, the three instinctively retreated several meters. Yamato turned his gaze towards Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, it seems that it is not just the four of us who are in trouble, but you as well." Shursui smiled and added, Yu is already quite skilled in fire techniques, and after infusing it with explosive chakra, his fire ninjutsu has become even more formidable. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he sneered. That little brat appears to be much more troublesome than I anticipated, but you are far from capable of defeating me. He gripped the Kusanagi sword and charged at them, but he was extremely wary of the Genjutsu master Uchiha Shursui, not daring to meet his gaze directly, fighting with hesitation. After two fire techniques, Yu noticed that these ninjas were greatly intimidated by the power of his fire ninjutsu. He secretly nodded. This was a fire technique he developed during 2 years of leisure. By combining fire ninjutsu with the use of chi, its power had soared to new heights. Even if his mother saw it now, she would surely be impressed. He said to the group of hidden mist ninjas, I told you not to underestimate the fire techniques of the Noera clan. Beside him, Moonlight Gale thought to himself, Yu, your Noera clan is clearly a medical ninja family. The leader of the hidden mist ninjas tightened his grip on his ninja blade, focusing his gaze on Noera Yu, and said in a deep voice, We cannot be exhausted by his fire techniques. We must rush forward and ambush him. Prepare your shuriken and explosive tags and strike as soon as we reach the optimal distance. Those skilled in Earth-style earth flow walls stand at the front. Understood. 5 ninjas proficient in Earth-style stepped forward nervously, and a group of ninjas began to charge forward. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Fire-style Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire-style Dragon Fire Technique. Fire-style Great Fire Extinguishing Technique. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. As the battle intensified on this side, the conflict on the other side also escalated. Orochimaru forced Yamato and Shursui back with a powerful wind-style Great Breakthrough, then opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of snakes, their mouths carrying weapons rushing at the two like a dark wave. Wood-style Wood Gun Tree. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Technique. After forming hand seals, a mass of sharp branches erupted from Yamato's body, while Shursui spat out 3 gigantic fire dragons from his mouth. The two ninjutsu launched a powerful attack against the swarm of snakes, but the sheer number of snakes was overwhelming, quickly engulfing them. In that instant, Yamato used a wood clone to evade, while Shursui escaped using his adept body flicker technique. Earth-style Earth Flow Spear. Fire-style Phoenix Flower Claw Red. The two reappeared and quickly formed hand seals, launching yet another round of ninjutsu at the snake swarm. Those from the hidden mist. As Orochimaru utilized this ninjutsu, he glanced at the other battlefield and saw that the hidden mist ninjas, despite the explosive fire techniques, had successfully approached Noera Yu at the cost of losing most of their members. Moreover, they were not even gaining an advantage against those two ninjas. He secretly fumed. The hidden mist ninjas that Afe sent are too weak, not a single strong one among them. So many of them couldn't even take down a child. He coldly shifted his gaze towards Yamato and Uchiha Shursui, who had shattered his snake formation, thinking to himself, I haven't offered sacrifices to the 10,000 snakes recently for fear of it not wanting to help. However, after the battle with that light leader, I have improved the 8-headed serpent technique significantly over the past 3 years. Although I still haven't fully mastered it, I must use it now. He let out a few cold laughs and said, It seems you never stood a chance. I told you before, you have no opportunity against me. I've toyed with you long enough. Now it's time to squash you like 2 little bugs. Saying this, he quickly formed hand seals, and after completing them, his expression twisted in pain as his body rapidly expanded. At the same time, multiple snake heads began to sprout from his head, and in the blink of an eye, they were confronted by a monster with 8 snake heads. Is this the legendary 8-headed serpent? Shursui and Yamato stared in astonishment at the gigantic snake that exceeded 30 meters. Orochimaru emerged from one of the snake heads, chuckling softly as he began to control this body to charge towards the 2 tiny humans on the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath the monster's run. At this critical moment, Yamato quickly formed hand seals and unleashed wood-style wood pillar wall, causing curved wooden pillars to rise rapidly from the ground, protecting the 2 of them within. Boom! However, this technique was easily blown away by a single strike from one of the 8-headed serpent's heads. The 8 heads of the 8-headed serpent emitted silver light tinged with flashes of lightning, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the two on the ground. As they dodged and defended, they realized they could hardly withstand such a dense assault. Shursui gritted his teeth and thought, there's no choice but to do it this way. Harnessing the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan come forth. My Susanoo. As he activated his Sharingan, the 3-tomo pattern spun, rapidly transforming into a rotating star shape. With the appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a fierce wind surged, and a massive turquoise chakra manifested around Shursui, twisting and contorting into a towering humanoid figure of a warrior. As soon as it appeared, it raised its shield to block all the falling attacks. Everyone present was shocked by the sudden emergence of this form from Uchiha Shursui. Even Yu, who was watching from a distance, was astonished. He had just seen Orochimaru use the 8-headed technique, and then the Susanoo appeared almost instantaneously. The speed of the changes was astonishing. He stared wide-eyed, thinking, Shursui, come on, you've brought out the time for the mecha too early. This looks really flashy. But it's easy to bring out the mecha. How do you return it? How do you conclude this? Those who love collecting people's eyes must be laughing now. By the way, why hasn't Jiraiya arrived yet? What is he up to? On a hillside several kilometers away from the battlefield, Jiraiya's expression was more serious than ever. He fixed his gaze on a tree trunk 10 meters away where stood a person in a black cloak with red clouds and an orange-haired vortex mask. Is this the masked man who appeared during the Konoha Ninetales incident years ago? Let me confirm once more. Jiraiya dashed forward, leaping into the air with the Rasengan gripped tightly in his right hand. As the Rasengan struck the figure, it completely passed through him. After landing steadily, he turned to look at the person. Jiraiya recalled the information about the masked man that the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen had shared with him. It was crucial intel left behind by his disciple Namikaze Minato before his demise: a mask, a black cloak, and the ability to utilize space-time ninjutsu. It had to be him. He saw the man clutching his chest, using a comically exaggerated tone to say, "Oh dear Lord, Jiraiya is so powerful. I've been hit by the Rasengan, it hurts so much. I'm going to die." Jiraiya furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you a member of the Akatsuki?" The masked man snapped out of his comedic act, propping himself against a tree trunk, and replied to Jiraiya's inquiry, "Not yet. I'm not a formal member of the Akatsuki, just a very weak intern." An intern? Jiraiya was puzzled and turned to the communication toad on his shoulder, asking Toad, "No. For what's the situation over there?" The communication toad formed hand seals to gather information and said the battle is still ongoing and extremely fierce. Toad, no. 5 tells me that Orochimaru has transformed into a giant snake with 8 heads, and the Uchiha ninja has been forced to create something terrifying to counter it. Is that so? Jiraiya realized that unexpected circumstances had arisen. He turned to leave, but just a few meters away the masked man jumped down from the tree and lunged at him. Just as his hand was about to grab Jiraiya's shoulder, Jiraiya had already formed hand seals. His wild white hair surged towards the masked man, but still passed right through him. After the masked man passed through Jiraiya, he stood on the ground a few meters away, glaring at him menacingly. This person's goal is to keep me here. Jiraiya stared at the masked man, who could strike at any moment, contemplating how to swiftly escape from this troublesome space-time ninja. On another battlefield, Uchiha Shursui unleashed a Susanoo that no one had ever seen before to block the attacks of the Yamada no Orochi. His serious voice echoed from within the Susanoo, "Captain Yamato, step back. Let me handle him." Understood. Yamato snapped back to reality and quickly retreated, clearing the way for Shursui to confront Orochimaru on Ienon. Uchiha Shursui controlled the Susanoo to charge forward. After dodging a barrage of silver light blasts spewed from the Orokus heads, the Susanoo wielded a rotating raisin sword and struck one of the Orokus heads, shattering it completely. However, from the severed neck, grayish-white chakra surged and grew into an identical head once more. It's the regeneration ability of the Yamada no Orochi. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback. He had thought that unleashing the Susanoo would easily secure him victory, but Orochimaru's Yamada no Jutsu was proving far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Defeating one of the legendary Sannin was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. Ho ho ho. Orochimaru's body emitted a neurotic laugh from one of its snake mouths. With a bang, Shursui controlled the Susanoo's weapon to strike fiercely at the snake's head, obliterating both it and Orochimaru's body. Yet Orochimaru's form reappeared from another snake mouth, still emitting that strange mocking laughter. From the 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi, silver orbs of light glowed once more, directed towards Shizui's Susanoo. Has Orochimaru's Yamada no Jutsu been perfected to this extent? Yuha was effortlessly dealing with the Mistumbu while also splitting his attention to monitor the intense battle between Shizui's Susanoo and Orochimaru's Yamada no Orochi. he noticed that Orochimaru's Yamada no Jutsu was significantly stronger than the last time he encountered it. Perhaps driven by the humiliation of his previous defeat, it had become much more perfected. And Shursui seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the Susanu's power, struggling to control it. At this rate, even if Shursui took the risk to unleash this high-level ability, winning was not guaranteed. He thought for a moment, and found it unsurprising. The Yamada no Jutsu was Orochimaru's strongest strength, forbidden technique and embodiment he had always pursued. After its refinement, it was not so weak. In the original story, Uchiha Itachi's Susanu could obliterate Orochimaru's Yamada no Jutsu, but that was because Itachi had a significant advantage over Orochimaru. The Totsuka blade was likely prepared specifically for dealing with Orochimaru. What are those two monsters? Are you kidding me? WWE should run. More than 20 of the Mist Umbu perished under Yuhua's explosive fire attacks. After rushing here, he and Moonlight Gale had taken down 6 more, leaving only 4 remaining. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Yamada no Orochi and Susanoo, they completely broke down in fear and fled in all directions, only to be swiftly hunted down again by him and Moonlight Gale. Let's go. Moonlight Gale emerged from the concealment and rushed towards Yuha. The two arrived beside Yamato, who was still in shock. Yamato softly asked, "Can Shursui win?" Moonlight Gale stared at the towering emerald battle god and replied, "He can win. Absolutely." Shursui suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes from afar. He staggered a few steps on the ground, nearly falling. The Susanoo around him had degraded significantly, and he covered his eyes, gritting his teeth to restore his half-formed Susanoo. Yuha murmured, "No way, Shursui, are you also suffering from kidney deficiency?" Moonlight Gale shot him a glance. Even though he didn't hear his teammate's comment, he felt like it was directed at him. Yamato cast a peculiar look at Yuha, then turned his gaze back to the intense battle, saying, "We need to step in. We can't let Shursui face Orochimaru alone." Yuha looked at Yamato and asked, "Captain Yamato, can you use Wood Release True Thousand Hands? If not, how about Wood Release Wood Dragon Jutsu or Wood Release Flower Tree World? Wood Release Wooden Man Jutsu? What about this Wood Release?" Yamato, momentarily perplexed, felt somewhat dejected, sensing that he was being dismissed by his 7-year-old teammate. He looked over at his other teammate Moonlight Gale, seeking affirmation, but the latter delivered a crushing blow. "Captain Yamato's binding Wood Release isn't very effective against Orochimaru. Rushing in now might just cause more chaos." Yuha took a few steps forward, gazing at the Susanoo fiercely battling the Yamada no Orochi in the distance. He said, "I'll give it a try." He raised his right hand in a lifting gesture above his head, and in the next moment a spinning fire disc appeared on his palm. He chanted, "Fire Release Fire Wheel Slash." As the fire disc rapidly expanded to 2 meters, he hurled it forward. The dazzling fire disc shot forward rapidly, covering a distance of over 100 meters before striking the 8-headed serpent. With a puff, the fire disc pierced through its body and disappeared into the ground far away. Yamato and Moonlight Gale were both taken aback. What kind of fire technique was this with such immense destructive power? It effortlessly passed through the body of the 8-headed serpent, and it was even an untargeted ninjutsu. Yu nodded slightly. This was a new ninjutsu he had developed by combining fire release with chi circle / capable of unleashing part of the former's might. The 8-headed serpent let out a painful roar under his strike, but the wound on its belly was healing rapidly. This did not come as a surprise to Yu. He did not expect this move to kill Orochimaru, merely testing the waters. He found that the serpent's body defenses were not as strong as he had imagined. With a bang, Yu formed hand seals with both hands, creating 5 shadow clones with the shadow clone technique. These clones rushed towards the 8-headed serpent, shouting towards Uchiha, "Shursui, Shursui, make a hole in its belly." Shursui was momentarily stunned before quickly coming to his senses. He immediately opened the armor of Susanoo, releasing countless green arrows that flew towards the 8-headed serpent. Taking advantage of the serpent's fatigue, the spiral sword in Susanoo's hand struck the serpent's belly. Seeing that Yu's shadow clones had already closed in, he swiftly pulled it back. All 5 of Yu's shadow clones jumped into the belly of the 8-headed serpent. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. As blood mixed with flesh rained down with a thunderous sound, the massive body of the 8-headed serpent collapsed. The flesh and blood on its belly had been mostly obliterated by the explosion, with only a small portion still attached to its head. Such a severe blow rendered its regeneration abilities futile, causing it to fall to the ground. Bang! The 8-headed serpent vanished, and Orochimaru appeared crashing to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Uchiha Shursui withdrew the chakra of Susanoo and closed his Mangekyo Sharingan. He looked at the unconscious Orochimaru on the ground, clutching his still painful eyes, gasping for breath. We finally won. The 3 of them rushed forward, and Yamato performed a Wood Release Ninjutsu on Orochimaru, saying Wood Release Silent Killing Binding Technique. Thick wooden vines emerged from his body, securely binding Orochimaru. He approached Uchiha Shursui and asked, "Shursui, are you alright?" Shursui stood still and shook his head in fine. He gazed at the fallen Orochimaru with a bitter smile. I didn't expect Orochimaru's technique to be this strong. If it weren't for Yu, it would have been difficult for us to win. Yu meanwhile looked at the panel before him where a line of text was appearing. You have defeated the first shadow level ninja, completing the achievements side, quest 46, character fusion rate 0. 1 and obtained a patera earring. Yu nodded, inwardly feeling quite satisfied. Unlike the last time at Orochimaru's secret base, this time Orochimaru truly fell under the explosion of his shadow clones. If this didn't count as a defeat, then the requirements for defeat were too high. Patera earring. Fusion item. A divine artifact. Patera earring, an exclusive treasure passed down through the generations of the Kaioshin. Its function is for two individuals to fuse, resulting in a power far greater than the sum of both individuals. Note, except for Kaioshin, others using the Patera earrings can only maintain the fusion for up to 1 hour. Hearing Shizui's words, Yu also approached, looking at the fallen Orochimaru who had exploded with equipment, and said, although our mission is to capture Orochimaru, I think it would be best to eliminate him here. Orochimaru is cunning, and if we take him back, he might escape. The three listened and shook their heads. Yamato said, Yu, I agree with your view on Orochimaru, but a mission is a mission. Moonlight Gale also nodded. I believe the Hokage must be prepared for Orochimaru's imprisonment. Shizui's gaze turned towards the distance, searching for the communication frogs that had strayed due to the battle. He said, has Jiraiya not appeared yet? We need to. Before he finished speaking, he saw a group of masked ninjas rushing over from the high grass in the distance. It's the second batch of hidden mist Umbu ninjas. Yamato and the others' expressions changed slightly. This number was more than double that of the previous batch, and the leader was not wearing a mask. She had chestnut red long hair styled in vertical braids and bandages around her neck. It was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen Ring Yuri. This was bad. After their fierce battle, they were not in a state to cope with a team led by the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yamato quickly carried Orochimaru and retreated while the other 2 provided cover for his withdrawal. As the group of hidden mist Umbu approached, they were astonished by the devastated battlefield. Their first batch of Umbu ninjas had been completely annihilated, and the order from Mizukage to protect Orochimaru had also led to him being captured alive. How did this 4-person team manage to do that? Rescue Orochimaru. Ring Yuri charged ahead, leading a large number of Umbu rushing over. You all go first. They'll cover your retreat. After Yu finished speaking, he quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball towards the ninjas. Is that the great fireball technique? 4 hidden mist Umbu ninjas skilled in water release jumped out, quickly forming hand seals and unleashing a powerful torrent of water, the water release water wave technique. However, even with 4 people working together, they were still suppressed by the dazzling fireball. As the fireball pressed down on the water flow and approached them, it exploded with a loud bang. The 4 ninjas were directly obliterated into pieces. What is this? What? A fire technique that explodes. That kid might use explosive techniques. Don't get close, use long-range attacking ninjutsu. The group of hidden mist Umbu was taken aback, and Ring Yuri quickly issued orders. Thus, the Umbu ninjas drew upon their best skills, unleashing various large-scale long-range attacking ninjutsu water release water wave technique. Water release water chaos wave. Water release tidal wave. Fire release great dragon fire. Earth release earth dragon bullet. Facing such a multitude of ninjutsu attacks, Yu remained calm and collected, forming seals swiftly appearing as if it took just a clap of his hands to unleash his techniques. Fire release great fireball technique. Fire release phoenix fire technique. Fire release dragon fire technique. Fire release great fire extinguishing. This is bad. The mission has failed. Seeing that the 3 Konoha ninjas had already taken Orochimaru away, the hidden mist Umbu ninjas were both astonished and enraged. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Yu's fire techniques were still being unleashed continuously. In a short period, the number of ninjas on their side killed by the explosions or affected by the blasts had already exceeded 15. Many hidden mist Umbu ninjas were left trembling in fear. Was he covering for his teammates' retreat? It was clearly a massacre against them. Seeing that long-range attacks were ineffective, Ring Yuri observed for a few seconds, found an opening, and swiftly charged over. Lin Xingyu Yuli wielded her dual Canine, Thunderblade Fong, as white lightning surged around her. Despite having lost over a dozen subordinates, she calmly analyzed the gaps in Yangyu's ninjutsu, activating the body flicker technique. In 3 quick flashes, she closed the distance to within 10 meters of the Konoha ninja. The latter, seeing this, clapped his hands together and swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing fire release phoenix fire technique, sending forth a barrage of small fireballs toward her. Lin Xingyu Yuli agilely leaped back, evading the explosive fireballs, and charged toward him. Not only her, but 3 other ninjas from the Mists Umbu also changed their tactics and began to charge forward, their speed only slightly slower than Lin Xingyu Yuli's. Yo-Yu assessed that these mist Umbu ninjas were significantly stronger than the previous batch, with a few likely being Jonin from the mist. As Lin Qingyu Yuli rushed within 5 meters of him, he quickly retreated. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals. 2 shadow clones split off, one to the left and one to the right. Shadow clone. Lin Qingyu Yuli and the 3 others halted, their expressions darkening. This Yin Yu's ninjutsu was quite troublesome. He had explosive fire attacks at range and explosive shadow clones in close combat. After a moment's thought, she ordered, first use ninjutsu to eliminate his shadow clones. Go. Yo-Yu knew that if he remained here, even if he killed all the mist Umbu, he would soon face a larger encirclement and pursuit by mist ninjas. Thus, seeing the opportunity, he left the 2 shadow clones behind and quickly fled. The 2 shadow clones launched a few not-so-strong fire attacks before charging at the group. Boom. Boom. The loud explosions echoed as Lin Qingyu Yuli burst out of the smoke. She looked into the distance and did not pursue further. Firstly, she couldn't catch up, and secondly, even if she did, she doubted she could defeat this 7-year-old Konoha ninja. She turned to her subordinates and asked, "How many of us have we lost?" A subordinate quickly replied, "Report, Lady Yuli, we have lost a total of 21 men." Lin Qingyu Yuli's mouth twitched. She thought if Guojusher knew that so many in her team had perished due to a little brat's covering retreat, she would likely face severe punishment. The penalties in the blood mist were no trivial matter, even for someone at the level of the 7 ninja swordsmen. While observing the distance, she noticed a team stealthily advancing toward the water shadow residence from within the darkness. That's Kirigakure's Minato. Follow them. Lin Qingyu Yuli was slightly startled and signaled her subordinates to charge toward the mountains in the distance. Upon arriving at the location, they quickly surrounded Kirigakure's Minato. Lin Qingyu Yuli fixed a cold gaze on Minato and said, "Minato, I remember that Lord Mizukage issued orders regarding you, leaving the residence tonight will be treated as rebellion." Kirigakure's Minato bared his sharp teeth at her, menacingly growling as he lunged forward, swinging his kunai toward her, shouting, "Yuli, tonight is our best chance to kill Guojusher. It might be our only opportunity, so I can't let you pass. Damn it, Yuli. How can you endure the slaughter of your own comrades? I only know loyalty to the Mist Village. Lord Mizukage represents the Mist. Fine, then he'll just kill you first. You probably can't do it." Not just 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were fighting, the 2 groups of mist ninjas also began to clash, resulting in a fierce battle. As the fighting intensified and became increasingly brutal, a large toad leaped out of the grass where Yo-Yu had just fought. The toad formed hand seals with its claws and slammed them into the ground, calling out, "Reverse summoning technique." Bang! Jiraiya burst forth from the smoke, but the sight of the empty battlefield left him astonished. Had he come too late? Was it already over? I hope those kids are okay. He glanced at the communication frog on his shoulder. The number 4 communication frog hadn't yet formed seals to search for information when a communication frog leaped out from a nearby pile of rubble, calling out, "Lord Jiraiya, the 4 members of Team Yamato have successfully captured Orochimaru and are currently on their way out of the village." Jiraiya was somewhat bewildered. The mission he had chased after Orochimaru for so long had been completed by Team Yamato in one go. Upon hearing that Orochimaru had been defeated by the combined efforts of Uchiha Shisui and Yin-Yu, Jiraiya murmured, "The genius boy of the Uchiha clan and that brat." A complex expression crossed his face. Uchiha Shisui was understandable, as he had already gained fame during the 3rd Great Ninja War as Shunshin Shisui, but Yu. He thought a bit flushed, can I really not compete with such a young child? Just then he heard the sound of thunder roaring and turned to see 2 groups in fierce combat in the distance. After sending the summoned toad back to Myobokuzen, Jiraiya raced to a tree at the foot of a slope, using the moonlight to observe the 2 sides in battle. He thought the political situation in the Mist Village is complex. 2 groups of the 7 ninja swordsmen are actually fighting here. Jiraiya remembered that the old man had given Team Yamato another task, which was to maintain Konoha's interests in light of the changing situation in the Mist Village. Team Yamato should be fine. After Jiraiya left for a short while, the space here began to swirl like a vortex, and the masked man emerged from the vortex. As he silently surveyed the surroundings, Zetsu emerged from the ground a few meters away, informing him of Orochimaru's defeat at the hands of Uchiha Shisui and Yu and Yo-Yu. Is that so? Despite sending so many people, Orochimaru still fell. Uchiha Obito spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. He and Zetsu did not hide like Jiraiya. The 2 strange figures were seen by both sides battling below the slope. Uchiha Obito turned his gaze toward Lin Qingyu Yuli and Kirigakure's Minato, his eyes cold as he said, "The Mist Village has no need for waste and traitors." Lin Qingyu Yuli and Kirigakure's Minato exchanged confused glances, wondering why this person's tone resembled that of the 4th Mizukage Guojusher. As they saw the figure in the black cloak charging toward them, their expressions changed dramatically, and they shouted in unison, "Enemy attack." There shouldn't be any more enemies. On the road escaping from the Mist Village, Yu successfully blocked the pursuit of the Mist Umbu and rejoined his team. The stealth skills of the four were excellent, especially during wartime, so they encountered no obstacles from Mist ninjas along the way. Yamato found a large barrel to place Orochimaru in and carried it forward. Seeing his teammates still tense, he spoke to comfort them. "That's right. Yes, I think so too." The voices of Uchiha Shursui and Tsukikage Shikaze echoed one after another. In the silence, the three suddenly turned their gazes toward Yu. Yu touched his face and asked, "What's wrong?" Yamato said, "You are a shadow clone, aren't you?" Shursui added, "Don't deny it, your original self talks a lot, while the shadow clone speaks little." Shikaze nodded. "This is our experience from being tricked by your shadow clone so many times." Yu smiled, not responding. Yamato frowned and asked, "Yu, our most crucial task has been completed. What else are you doing in the Mist Village?" I've only been in the Mist Village for a day. I haven't had enough of the local delicacies yet." Seeing the three skeptical faces, he turned to the now conscious Orochimaru, threatening. "Orochimaru, I advise you not to let your allies come to rescue you, or else. The moment I see anyone appearing to save you, I will self-destruct and take you down with me." The pale-faced Orochimaru turned even paler, cursing inwardly, "That damned brat. Clearly you were the one who was going to blow me up, and now you say it's mutual destruction." Yamato, carrying Orochimaru, also turned pale. He thought Yu wouldn't want to blow me up too, would he? Meanwhile, Yu's original self was indeed still inside the Mist Village, disguised as Kakarot, using the body flicker technique to traverse many places within the village, beginning to witness what it meant by rivers of blood, mountains of corpses, and bodies lying everywhere. As he passed through a mountainous area, he unexpectedly encountered the team he had battled earlier. The Mist Umbu, led by Lin Qingyu Yuli, had basically been wiped out. He surveyed the scene of over 100 fallen Mist ninjas and approached Lin Qingyu Yuli, who was barely clinging to life. Leaning against a pile of corpses, Lin Qingyu Yuli stared at the person before her, taking a long time to finish her curse. "Damn it. Another one. A masked one. Don't underestimate us. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Bastard." She glared at the masked figure, gripping her thunderblade fang, tightly crossing it to summon lightning. Thunderblade technique, falling thunder. Lightning struck down from above and hit Yu, but he merely shook his body, dispersing the falling thunder toward the 2 remaining Mist Umbus still alive, who let out screams before their breath ceased. "Before I die, I managed to kill 2 more comrades." "Huh?" Lin Qingyu Yuli gasped for breath, laughing as she spoke. Suddenly, she realized there was something she had not done, reaching into her pocket to pull out a piece of apple-flavored candy. After struggling to unwrap it, she tossed it into her mouth and muttered, "I should have eaten the candy first. That damned masked man. I am not some useless." Yu bent down, picking up the 2 oddly shaped kunai that had fallen on the ground, whispering, "These are the 7 ninja swordsmen's kunai called Thunderblade Fang, right? A nice weapon, it could enhance the strength of Amwa, who is skilled in lightning techniques." He then walked over to the other 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirigakure's Manatsu. When he reached for the 2 fish-shaped large kunai, he discovered they were tightly gripped in his hand. Blood-soaked Kirigakure's Manatsu opened his eyes, barely recognizing the masked figure before him, his voice intermittent. "You are the leader of the Light Organization. Kakarot, save me." Yu shook his head. "You won't be saved, to let go." Kirigakure's Manatsu tightened his grip on the kunai. "I don't want to die. I still have people to care for." Yu looked at him. "You have an 80-year-old mother and 3 children. Kirigakure's Manatsu forced a smile. "Kakarot, you are really humorous. I have decided. I want to join you. I have a brother. He's only 6. Doesn't want to die. Save me. I believe if it's you, it can be done." Another brother complex. Yu withdrew his hand, standing firm, and looked at him. "Tell me what you can do." Kirigakure's Manatsu replied, "I can do anything, even if you ask me to kill. Would you? Sure, I would be willing to do it." Yu gazed at him with a peculiar expression. "Don't think I don't know your purpose tonight is to kill your 4th Mizukage, right? You are quite interesting. I have an idea for you. We will take your brother into the organization for training, and for you, I have other plans." Kirigakure's Manatsu's eyes began to waver. He stuttered, "If it's you, even if I don't join Mizukage." He would also be unable to resist this arrangement. Yu nodded, pulling out a small white bottle, glancing inside. After years of accumulation, there were 7.5 green beans. He poured out the half bean, broke it in half, and handed it to him. "Eat this." "So stingy." Kirigakure's Manatsu struggled to take the bean and awkwardly swallowed it. In just 2 seconds, the gaping wounds on Kirigakure's Manatsu began to heal, at a visible rate, a surge of vitality pouring out from within him. His murky gaze brightened, and as the white mist from the healing wounds dissipated, he realized he had the strength to stand up. He stood up, staring blankly at the masked figure. Yu asked, "Am I stingy?" Kirigakure's Minato shook his head. "Not at all. You are very generous." He thought for a moment, kneeling down. "I pledge allegiance to you, my leader. Leader, I am willing to serve you. Let's kill Guijusher tonight." Yu said, saying that, "Aren't you afraid of getting killed?" Kirigakure's Minato raised his head. "No, you wouldn't do that because you are not like Gui, just his people." Yu asked, "Why rebel against the mist?" Kirigakure's Minato replied without hesitation, "I don't want Mizuki to grow up and be forced to kill his comrades." Yu looked at his relatively honest, new subordinate Kirigakure's Minato, the second member of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the mist. His talent should only be slightly below that of Kisame. At such a young age, he had already become a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen and was proficient in using 7 kunai. His family technique, which could negate physical attacks, the water transformation technique, was not bad. He was a qualified member. He began to inquire Kirigakure's Minato about the situation regarding the Mist's rebellion tonight. Upon hearing that the rebels were in a disadvantageous position, he was not surprised. He thought, "Is Terumi May really that patient? Is she still holding back without taking action in this situation?" Yu allowed Kirigakure's Minato to leave, letting him do what he wanted to do tonight. Meanwhile, he continued to roam this blood-soaked land. Before long, he saw that small figure Orochimaru, who before turning 10 had already mastered the powers of the Shikatsumiyaku, employing techniques like Shaku Yanagi, no Mai Tsubaki no Mai, and even the bloodline technique, early fern dance. Orochimaru was cutting through the mist's elite ninjas, instilling fear in the enemies. No wonder he is regarded as the secret weapon of the Kagaya clan. Yu observed from a distance, thinking, if Orochimaru had not died from illness, he would surely grow up to be an elite ninja. Kamehameha answered without hesitation, "I do not want Shuei to be forced to kill her companions when she grows up." Yu looked at his relatively honest new subordinate Kamehameha from the second batch of the 7 shinobi of Wuin Village. His talent should be only slightly below that of Kisame, and at such a young age he could already become one of the 7 shinobi proficiently using 7 ninja blades. His family's unique technique, the water transformation technique, which grants immunity to physical attacks, is also quite impressive, making him a qualified subordinate. He began to inquire Kamehameha about the situation of the rebellion in Wuin tonight. Upon hearing that the rebels were in a state of decline, he was not surprised. He thought to himself, is Terumi May really that patient, still holding back and not acting in this situation? Yu let Kamehameha leave, allowing him to do what he wanted tonight, while he continued to walk across the blood-soaked land. Before long, he saw the small figure of Orochimaru. Even before turning 10, he was already able to skillfully master the powers of the Shikatsumiyaku using techniques like Finger Bullet Dance, of Willow's Dance, of Camellia's Dance, of Tang Song, and even the bloodline technique, Early Fern Dance. Orochimaru fought fiercely among the direct lineage ninjas of Wuin, instilling fear in his enemies. No wonder he is considered the secret weapon of the Kagaya clan. Yu observed from a distance, thinking, if Orochimaru had not died from illness, he would certainly have grown to the level of a shadow. Dance of Willows. On the grass, Maris joints extended sharp-boned spikes as he charged towards the Wuin Umbu ninjas. His body techniques were graceful with no unnecessary movements, and a series of sounds of piercing flesh rang out as he killed 6 Umbu ninjas before pouncing on another group. Water release, water barrier. Finger bullet. Facing the water wall that tried to block his advance, Maru calmly flung out his finger bones. The bones shot out like bullets, easily penetrating the water barrier and striking down the 2 ninjas behind it, killing them. He then leaped forward, performing the elegant yet horrifying Dance of Willows. Yu, observing from afar, nodded secretly. Even while imprisoned in the dungeon, Maris' growth had not stagnated. The Kagaya clan did an excellent job in training him, molding him into a terrifying killing machine. At that moment, hundreds of Wuin Umbu ninjas appeared in the distance, rushing towards this direction. The voice of the Wuin Umbu leader giving orders to the Wuin ninjas was loud enough for him to hear from a distance. Lord Mizuki has ordered to eliminate all members of the Kagaya clan, not leaving a single one. Once this batch of Wuin ninjas arrived on the battlefield, a more brutal and bloody battle commenced. The Kagaya clan, already having lost more than half their members, faced even more targeted slaughter as a large number of them perished. Their bodies were all discarded in one place by these Umbu ninjas, forming a small mound. The night fog of Wuin Village was stained with blood, and the blood mist surged in the darkness. Is this what they call the blood mist? Yu thought to himself. The Kagaya clan's remaining members were few, and Maru was extremely anxious, desperately trying to protect his last remaining clansman. Yu Yu walked along the misty forest floor, and several meters away, covered in blood, Maru leaned against a large tree. In his confusion, he got up and walked to a small pond in front of the tree, gazing at his reflection, murmuring, "Am I alone again? Alone, alone, alone." Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at a white flower blooming by the shore. "Why are you blooming here? Answer me why." He walked over and squatted down, staring at the beautiful little flower he had noticed. After murmuring to himself and hearing no response, he grew angry. "Are you ignoring me? Why? No one is watching." He was about to swing the bone blade in his hand to end the flower's life when he heard a voice say, "You are mistaken." Yu Yu stepped out from the white mist, looking at the turned-around Maru, and slowly said, "All life has meaning. This flower blooms here for a reason. Look, aren't they the audience of the flowers?" Maru shifted his gaze, spotting several grazing deer under the trees in the distance. He saw the masked man approach, his voice slow yet persuasive. "Not only them, but also you and me." Yu Yu gently patted Maris' little head, his warm voice saying, "No one is born alone, and no one is born lonely. We will always find our companions and family." He looked up at the starry sky and pointed to a star that was distant from the others, yet still in the same sky, saying, "Loneliness is merely the absence of a pair of eyes that can discover it. Come, become our companion and family. We all need you." Maru stared blankly at this warm person, and after a long time he slowly nodded. Kaguyakin Maris abduction was successful. You have acquired your 50th companion, completed the companion side mission, 13 character fusion rate 0.1 and received 1 celestial being. Kato Manuel was right. "Oh, I really was stingy." Looking at the text that appeared on the bluish panel, Yu smiled with unexpected joy. If he had known he would receive a celestial being so soon, he wouldn't have been so stingy to only give Kato Manuel half of a half. Bang! At that moment, 3 tree-shaped fireworks exploded in the night sky of Konoha Village. Yu Yu looked up, frowning. He knew that it was a signal flare fired by Terumi Mei. However, it was somewhat different from what they had agreed upon. According to the agreement, 1 tree would represent Terumi Mei's side's progress. It should have been 1, then 2, then 3 in that order. Why did they start with 3? Yu Yu thought for a moment and felt that it was highly likely that this woman did not trust him at all. Therefore, unexpected events occurred, and he decided to check it out. After instructing Maru to wait here, he teleported away. Do I really have family and companions now? Maru felt empty before his eyes. He clenched his small fists, anxious inside, fearing that this person might not return. He thought for a moment and ran back to the little flower, beginning to dig it up. He felt that this flower was similar to his own fate, growing in a forest where few people noticed, almost dying. What he needed to do was move the flower so that more people could appreciate its beauty. When Yu Yu appeared again, he arrived in the core area of Konoha Village. The situation here was completely different from when he left last time. Last time he came here, it was heavily guarded, filled with the direct ninjas of Mizukage. Not even a fly could get in. But now this place was littered with the corpses of ninjas, some from the Wuin Umbu, and others from different departments, with many upper ninjas dead. It was evident that a very brutal battle had taken place. Many buildings had collapsed, and thick smoke was still rising from various places. That woman Terumi Mei must have made her move, Yu judged in his mind. This woman still did not trust him, or perhaps thought she had a chance of success, so she started acting without notifying him. Looking at the many corroded and collapsed buildings, Terumi Mei indeed had some skill, at least managing to lead others in breaking through this seemingly unbreakable defense. However, there must have been some problems, right? Now she remembers to look for me. Even if we are in a mutually beneficial relationship, shouldn't we abide by the agreement, Terumi Mei? Yu Yu coldly thought to himself as he looked up at the night sky, where the fireworks had burst, then teleported away. He used his chi sense to search for some ninjas in that area. After the 4th teleportation, he arrived at the forest battlefield and saw the group of people. A fierce battle had destroyed half of the forest, and everywhere was littered with corpses. There were hundreds of ninjas on the scene, with the dead accounting for more than half. The survivors were mostly injured and had lost their combat capability. He glanced around and saw several familiar faces: Terumi Mei, Kato Manuel, Momochi Zabuza-chin, and the doll-faced Kurigane Shikamaru, holding a staff-like weapon. Yu Yu looked at these people and understood why Terumi Mei chose to act alone, abandoning him. 2 from the 7 shinobi, along with their large subordinates, plus Terumi Mei herself and her subordinates, while the enemy had already lost Kisame and Rain Yori, which indeed gave them the ability to fight back. Unfortunately, judging by the injuries on Terumi Mei and the others, she still underestimated the power of the shadow. When they saw him arrive, these people were all very surprised. The leader of the light, Kakarot, rumored to have strength comparable to that of a shadow, actually appeared in their internal conflict in Wuing. What was his purpose for coming here? Many of them looked at Terumi Mei, who had just fired a signal flare. Could it be that she summoned help? If so, the outcome of this battle would be unpredictable. Seeing that her helper, the leader of the light, finally appeared, Terumi Mei smiled slightly. After wiping the blood from her lips, she said Kakarot, but heard Yu's cold voice interrupt. Terumi, May, what did you call me? Are we that familiar? Terumi, May stood there, her pale face awkwardly frozen. Zabuza looked at Terumi May with confusion. In this obviously evident coup, he originally wanted to retreat, but who knew that Terumi May would approach him, assuring him that she had found a powerful ally. Now it seemed that a powerful figure had indeed arrived, but the leader of the light clearly had no intention of helping Terumi May. Had he been deceived? Upon seeing their leader appear, Kadomenyu's face lit up with joy, but after being shot a glare from Yu, he immediately suppressed his emotions and pretended not to recognize him. Leader of the light. Kurogane Shikamaru also looked over his cold voice, saying, What brings you to our Wuin village? If you are here as a guest, I will consider welcoming you if you eliminate these traitors, even if you have killed so many of our upper ninjas. But if you say you are here to interfere in our internal affairs. He did not finish, but the implication was clearly a threat. What do you say? Yu surveyed the injured Wuin ninjas around him and did not rush to express his stance. Kurogane Shikamaru frowned and said, You from the Light Organization are a hired group in the ninja world, right? What kind of reward did they offer you? Zabuza, upon hearing this, quickly shouted, Kakarot, if you kill Kurogane Shikamaru, his head is worth 200 million on the black market. Now is the best time to take him out, do not. Bang! Zabuza was knocked away by Kurogane Shikamaru's weapon flying over 10 meters. But then Kadomenyu's shouted, Kakarot, Kurogane Shikamaru has the three tails within him. If you extract it, you can sell it for a lot of money. Kadomenyus was also knocked away by Kurogane Shikamaru with a stick. Seeing the gaze of the leader of the light slowly fall on Kurogane Shikamaru, some people's eyes turned strange while others were terrified. Kadomenyus struggled to get up from the ground and shouted over. Terumi May quickly promised Kakarot that if he kills Kurogane Shikamaru, our Wuin will give him another billion as a financial thank you. He was knocked even farther away by Kurogane Shikamaru. After dodging Kurogane Shikamaru's attack with his stick, Terumi May felt troubled. I am confident that I can persuade the leader for 1 billion financial appreciation, but the three tails is a weapon of our village. I cannot just watch him take it. This Kadomenyus, if I didn't see him participating in the coup to change the village, I would almost think he is a spy for the Light Organization. However, I have offended him by acting alone without him. If I do not agree, he will definitely not help, or might even side with Mizukichi. Terumi May knew she had no choice left, so she quickly said, Manua, I agree with your idea. Kurogane Shikamaru, seeing this leader of the light looking at him like a treasure, his expression turned cold as he said, Leader of the light, do you think you can kill me? Ridiculous, naive. Oh, then there is nothing more to discuss. Yu retorted sharply. The incapacitated ninjas turned pale upon hearing this, realizing that a battle between the shadow and comparable shadow was about to begin, and they quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Seeing the leader of the light rushing towards him, Kurogane Shikamaru quickly formed hand seals. He slapped his left hand in front of him, and a mirror formed from water waves suddenly appeared. The mirror aimed at the speeding leader of the light. As he got closer, the hooked part of Kurogane Shikamaru's weapon hit the water mirror, causing it to fall to the ground. With a splash, a person identical to the leader of the light jumped out of the mirror. He silently chanted in his heart, Water release, water mirror technique. Some of the Wuin Umbu watched in astonishment. This technique was the proud ninjutsu of the fourth Mizukichi. Even if it couldn't compare to hundreds of leaders of the light, it would be enough to give him a run for his money. Water mirror technique. Yu stopped, curiously looking at the person identical to him before him, thinking that this technique was quite ordinary, merely superficial. He accelerated and kicked out. The clone did not possess this level of speed and could not react in time. With a bang, it was kicked apart and burst into water, falling to the ground. Yu looked at Kurogane Shikamaru, who was quickly retreating, and said, Is this all you can do? As a shadow, is this your only trick? These words completely enraged Guiju Shirtsong. He placed his hands on the ground as the crimson chakra surged wildly from his body, rapidly enveloping him in a dark red-tailed beast cloak. Two tails sprouted behind him, swirling in the air as he roared, You seek death. A fierce wind arose and Guiju Shikong's tailed beast cloak burned like a raging flame in the night. He let out a beast-like roar from his throat. The ninjas on Terumi Mai's side trembled in fear. In the earlier battle, Guiju Shirtsong had merely utilized the chakra of the three tails, growing a single tail behind him, yet he was already powerful enough to suppress the dual bloodline genius Terumi Mai. What now? It's over. Lord Mizukichi is thoroughly enraged. Should we run? If we don't, we might be killed. We're currently suppressing a rebellion. Run. Do you want to defect? Not only the ninjas on Terumi Mai's side, but also the direct ninjas of the Mizukichi were retreating in haste, falling back hundreds of meters, staring in shock at the half-tailed beast form of the fourth Mizukichi. For most of them, it was the first time witnessing Guiju Shirtsong in such a state. Is this the power of a tailed beast? No wonder it is called the ultimate weapon of the village. The fiery chakra illuminated the night, and fear was clearly visible on many ninjas' faces. What's wrong with this Kakarot? Terumi Mei along with the other ninjas quickly retreated. She was shocked by the power of Goju Shikong's half-tailed beast transformation, yet puzzled by the words of the light leader. She had a faint feeling that Kakarot was intentionally provoking Goju Shirtsong, perhaps aiming to push him into a complete half-tailed beast transformation, causing him to lose his sanity. However, Goju Shirtsong was a perfect Jinchuriki. It wouldn't be so easy for him to lose his reason. Faced with this terrifying outburst of tailed beast power, the mocking voice of the light leader echoed in everyone's ears. Is this all you have as the Mizukichi? With another furious roar echoing, a massive tail burst forth from Goju Shikong's back. After fully transforming into a half-tailed beast, immense power exploded from him, collapsing the ground within a radius of several meters into small craters. A dark red chakra pillar shot into the clouds, scattering the mist in the night sky. We're doomed with this power. Many ninjas were so frightened by this power that they fell weakly to the ground, muttering, "Who said that the light leader could kill the fourth Mizukichi? How ridiculous and naive." Both Zabuza and Hozuki Mangetsu were witnessing Goju Shirtsong in this form for the first time and were beginning to doubt their judgments. In the howling wind, Yu's robes billowed as he saw Goju Shirtsong completely transform into a half-tailed beast due to his provocation, but it was clear that he had not yet reached his goal. Goju Shirtsong maintained his reason, refraining from attacking until his subordinates had retreated to a safer distance. Thus Yu added fuel to the fire, his voice laced with mockery. As the Mizukichi, Goju Shirtsong, you're simply inadequate. Step down and let me take over. This time, it wasn't just Terumi Mei. Even the ninjas with a bit of intelligence realized that the light leader was deliberately provoking Goju Shirtsong. They were astonished at the audacity of this person. Did the light leader really think he could easily suppress a tailed beast? Otherwise, why provoke him to this extent? Yu squinted his eyes against the fierce winds. In the next moment, Goju Shirtsong, who was roaring skyward 100 meters away, thrust forward with his four hooves like a cannonball, rushing towards him. In an instant, his dark red claws aimed at him. With this strike, a deafening boom erupted, and the ground exploded into a massive crater under his power. As the dust settled, the light leader had vanished. Was he smashed to pieces? Many thought in their hearts. However, Goju Shirtsong looked around, finally spotting that figure beneath a tree, then charged towards it, striking down with ferocity. After another loud noise, Yu reappeared elsewhere, continuing, "Goju Shirtsong, don't you know? Among the 5 Kage, you're the weakest." The 4 cloud ninjas, who had been observing the internal conflict of the Mist Village from their high vantage point, were momentarily stunned when they saw the light leader flying towards them. Both the light leader and the enraged Goju Shirtsong were moving at incredible speeds, quickly closing the distance. The light leader landed directly on their rock cave, greeting them in a cold voice. "Greetings, 4 of the Cloud Village." The 4 looked at him, then at the half-tailed beast transformed fourth Mizukichi, swiftly climbing up the rock cave. Their expressions drastically changed as they quickly jumped down from the cave. Boom! The forest cave collapsed entirely under Goju Shikong's strike, the stones rumbling down. Are those people from the Cloud Village? As Goju Shirtsong and the light leader approached, the mist ninjas gazed at the fallen 4, momentarily stunned. Were these people hiding here for some ulterior motive? At this moment, Yu had already left the cave. He landed on a stone shaped like a toad amidst the rubble, and the stone toad's petrified eyes turned to gaze at the half-tailed beast charging towards them. A voice emerged from the toad. "Kakarot, I am Jiraiya of Konoha. You need to get away. Our village has a friendly relationship with your organization, right? Yes. Therefore, I need your friendly help. Jiraiya, take down this Mizukichi." "You act like a child," the toad exclaimed as it shook off the rocks on its back. Seeing the half-tailed beast ferociously pouncing towards it, it leaped violently, sending Kakarot flying, and fled swiftly. Boom! Goju Shikong's enraged strike generated a shockwave that sent the toad flying 20 meters away. The toad rolled several times on the ground before being forced out of its transformation technique, revealing Jiraiya's disheveled figure. He stood up, brushed off the dust, and looked up at the light leader hovering 10 meters high, feeling helpless. "If it weren't for your age, I would definitely call you a child. Is he one of the legendary Saiyan Jiraiya from Konoha?" "Yes, that's him. What is he doing here?" "Hiding here must have an ulterior motive." To the accusations from the Mist Ninjas, Jiraiya chuckled and replied, "Mist Ninjas, I've recently encountered a creative block and lack inspiration, so I came to the scenic Mist Village for some inspiration." No one believed him, and few eyes were on him. In the sky, as the light leader dodged the dark red tendrils surging from Goju Shirtsong, he led him to an area of the forest that had been sandified, landing directly on the sandy ground. Immediately, surprised voices emerged. "Light leader, you actually found us." With a rustle, 4 ninjas sprang forth, all wearing the attire of the Sand Village's elite ninjas, one of whom was widely recognized as the powerful Jonin Maki from the Sand Village. The Sand Village has also sent people, now only the Rock Village is missing. The light leader flew towards a pile of rubble, and the long tendrils extending from Guiju Shirtsong swept away the rubble. As expected, 4 ninjas clad in Rock Village attire burst forth from the billowing smoke. The leader of this group was clearly distinguishable, a large-bodied man with a round nose and a yellow scarf around his neck, who was a Jonin from the Rock Village Akatsuchi. Akatsuchi looked at the flying light leader and thought to himself, what kind of technique allows someone to fly? It's different from Lord Tsuchikage's. With all 4 villages sending people, the mist ninjas grew more solemn. They wondered, could there be others hidden here? Not far away, hidden among the trees, the masked man Uchiha Obito and Zetsu stood on a thick tree branch. They watched as the other village ninjas were forced to reveal themselves by the light leader. Obito remarked, so many people have come, it must be news released by the Cloud Village. The 4th Raikage, it can be wise at times. Zetsu chuckled softly and said, it can't be that fool. He must have smart people around him. Obito, can you not control Shirtsong at this time? Obito shook his head. I can only manipulate him when he's calm enough to create a thought in his mind. Right now he's being provoked to the point of losing his sanity. Perhaps Shirtsong values a so-called comparable Kage idea too much. No one has ever disrespected him like this. This is bad. As he spoke, he saw Guiju Shikong's 10-meter-long tentacles slamming down towards them under the light leader's guidance. The tree was smashed to pieces, and in that instant of attack, Obito's body phased through to avoid the blow, while Zetsu swiftly moved away into the trees. Obito landed lightly on the ground as the wooden fragments rained down around him. He looked up at the soaring light leader, who was also watching him. Seeing the astonished expressions of the ninjas, he introduced, please don't misunderstand. This person is not one of our light organization members. He is from the Akatsuki, which is even more powerful than the light. He is the Twondahalfier intern of the Akatsuki. Afe, an intern of the Akatsuki, who is more powerful than light. The crowd was astonished. They were well aware of the strength of the light organization to be stronger than the light's Akatsuki. Obito thought to himself, it's true that I'm an intern, but why does he say it's been 2.5 years? The light leader Kakarot continued, you all came here to hide and lie in wait for an opportunity to capture the 3 tails, didn't you? Obito's expression changed slightly, but he replied in a comical tone, Kakarot, what you heard must be false news. I'm just a very weak intern of the Akatsuki. I don't have such strength or plans. Don't deny it. I just heard you say something like I control the 3 tails. The onlookers were also puzzled. What was this organization about? A very weak intern sent to capture the 3 tails. How powerful must the official members be? Could they all be comparable to Kage? At this moment, Guiju Shirtsong was still relentlessly striking the sky with his tentacles, trying to bring down the light leader. Yu, seeing that those who needed to come out had indeed shown themselves, spoke to the furious half-tailed beast, saying, Guiju Shirtsong. After a pause, he continued, I've heard that you're already so old, yet your height is only 1.43 meters. What do you call that? A dwarf. The crowd gasped at this. This was too harsh, especially for the respected and high-ranking Mizukichi. After a few seconds of silence, a surge of dark red chakra rapidly spread, causing the ground within 100 meters to collapse under its power. Guiju Shikong's eyes completely turned white, overwhelmed by rage. He opened his mouth, gathering high-density red chakra, forming a black-tailed beast ball aimed at the light leader in the sky. We better run. If we don't run now, it will be too late. Someone shouted. Leader Guang, you are far too arrogant. You dare show no respect, even to the shadow. Kakarot, you have gone beyond all bounds. Among the assembled shinobi, many old grudges existed between their villages and the Guang organization. At the sting of Leader Guang's venomous words, they recovered their composure and began to berate him. The Water Shadow's direct retainers were the loudest in their reproach. Yu paid them no heed. His gaze dropped to Guiju Shirtsong, now bereft of reason and in the midst of forming a tailed beast orb, then slid away to regard the Jonin from Yin-In, and Sha-In. He was quietly pleased with how the situation had unfolded. By forcing them out of hiding and stirring the waters into turmoil, these people could no longer reap the benefits from the conflict. Under his verbal manipulation, even the Sanwei Rinzali had lost his sanity. Now he could move to the final stage, to truly attempt to seize the 3 tails. He already knew who would take the blame. He glanced at the distant tree where Yuji Bodai too lingered, apparently waiting for an opportunity, not departing. It was a pity that Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. That old fox had too much experience. The moment he sensed things were amiss, he would have slunk away. Otherwise, another spectacle might have been staged. At that instant, the black-tailed beast orb in Guiju Shirtsong's mouth solidified completely. A greater power erupted from him as the epicenter, a shockwave, swept the shinobi aside. Weaker fighters, seeing even the legendary mountain-destroying tailed beast orb, fled in panic. Boom. Goju Shirtsong, bereft of reason, yet with murderous clarity, aimed at Leader Guang in the sky and hurled the orb. Although the sphere looked unbearably heavy, it flew with astonishing speed and vanished into the high heavens in an instant. Which Leader Guang was that? He's probably been incinerated by the orb sent skyward. Look, he's over there. A considerable number of shinobi remained, their eyes swung to the other side of the night sky, where the tiger-masked man stood, clearly having evaded the orb's impact. Goju Shirtsong howled in even greater fury. 3 gigantic tailed beast orbs formed in his mouth. Even so, wielding such colossal power taxed him greatly. His body shuddered as he shifted his aim toward the clustered shinobi on the ground. Those remaining on the battlefield were at least jonin, veterans who had seen many things. Yet the sight of such massive tailed beast orbs pointed at them chilled their blood. They retreated swiftly. But hundreds of dark red chakra streams flowed from Goju Shirtsong, like running water, binding and hindering them, amplifying their dread. Luckily, Goju Shirtsong's body trembled a few times, then steadying himself, adjusted his aim toward the figure in the sky once more. This time, 3-tailed beast orbs were launched in rapid succession at Leader Guang overhead. Leader Guang moved with lightning speed, narrowly evading each of the massive spheres. When he reappeared, Goju Shirtsong's dark red tendrils had grown longer, reaching 30 meters into the night. One lash struck and forced him to the ground, and thus the chase on the surface began. Many shinobi were drawn into their duel and endured terrible suffering. Leader Guang himself looked to be in some distress, pursued and harried. No, it seemed he was being overwhelmed. Everyone watched in astonishment. They had assumed this Kakarot, so loud in his boasts and so skilled in taunting, had driven Goju Shirtsong into full rage, and therefore must possess a countermeasure. Yet now this was the scene before them. Still, none suspected Leader Guang to be weak. After all, this was a fully half-beast Goju Shirtsong, who any other shadow confronting him in taijutsu would suffer. That Kakarot had not been defeated already was itself surprising. Indeed, what a formidable taijutsu fighter he was. One wondered how he would fare against Lei Ying. Yujibo Dai too observed the Guang leader in silence, struck by the man's extraordinary physical prowess. He thought ruefully that had anyone known this man's true identity, they might have attempted to recruit him in a show to realize the Tsukuyami plan. Thunder rolled and dust spread across the battlefield. The great battle raged on. By this point, the vast majority of shinobi, even many jonin, had chosen to withdraw. Only 7 who trusted in their own ability to survive remained: Zhao, Mei Ming, Gue Dengmanyu, Zaibu Zhan Sa Mu, Ichi Tu Ma Ji, and the masked man. Some were from Wuyin Village, others were representatives of their villages, determined to witness how tonight's conflict would end. Just as they presumed Kakarot would break and flee, a cold voice emerged from the darkness. It is time to capture the 3 tails. They turned and saw a young man in a black cloak adorned with red clouds step from the shadows. He wore a rainrogue forehead protector, his hair a conspicuous orange, and peculiar black piercings at his nose and lips. From the distant tree, Yujibo Dai too stared in disbelief at the newcomer. Pain glanced his way, and the sound of his voice carried a fei. It is time to capture the 3 tails. The 6 present exchanged astonished looks. Could Leader Guang's claim be true, that the Shao organization truly coveted the 3 tails? They fixed their eyes on the newcomer's strange, rippling eyes. The most learned among them, Ma Ji of Sha'in, who alone recognized those eyes, cried in shock, "Those are the legendary eyes of the 6 paths. Lun Huyan. Lun Huyan. Nonsense. No one has the right to covet our village's tailed beast." Zaibu Zhan was the first to object. He hefted his beheading blade and charged at Pain. Pain glanced at him, and with a faint lift of his left hand intoned, "Shenluo Tianjin." Boom. Zaibu Zhan was sent flying by an unseen force, slamming into a rock a dozen meters away, and unable to rise for a long moment. "You would dare lay a hand against a god? Foolishness." Pain's voice was icy. They stared at the shallow crater gouged into the ground by his power, astonished. What kind of ninjutsu could hurl a man away without any hand seals? Their hope that the attacker might merely be an impersonation of Pain was dashed. Yujibo Dai too leapt from his tree and strode up, close, furious, glaring. "Pain, you crossed a line," he snapped. Pain replied coolly, "No, I only did what was right." Yujibo Dai too, genuinely angry, could not contain himself. "Why did you act without consulting me?" Pain ignored him. "I am the leader." Yujibo Dai too glanced at the stunned onlookers and felt equally bewildered. He wanted answers, but there were too many people present. Pain paid him no heed and lunged at Goju Shirtsong. At close range, he unleashed another powerful Shenluo Tanjung that slammed into Goju Shirtsong, sending him to tumble along the earth and disrupting his assault on Kakarot. Pain looked at Leader Guang and thought that even the finest shadow clones were a little weak. They nearly failed and revealed the truth. Indeed, this Pain was Yu in disguise. The so-called Shinluo Tianzhong was in essence Kakarot's chi blast. He harnessed his chi to generate a tremendous force and shove his enemy away. His chi blast had reached LV9. The force it generated radiated outward from his body in all directions with ease. He had also mastered the manipulation of chi to draw objects. With his palm splayed, he drew 3 pebbles into his hand, then accelerated them with chi and shot them forth. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The 3 stones struck into Goju Shirtsong, causing the half-beast great agony as he howled. Yujibo Dai, too not suspecting a thing, snorted and opened a whirl in his body, using it to depart the scene. Seeing the Shao leader Pain casually brutalize Goju Shirtsong, the 3 from Wu'in Village dared not act. No others wished to intervene either. In short order, Pain badly wounded Goju Shirtsong, seized him, and departed. Kakarot soon left as well. This civil war within Wu'in has ended in such a fashion. Wu'in Village's trip was not in vain. We witnessed a grand performance tonight. When we return, we will investigate this Shao thoroughly. They would openly steal a village's tailed beast. This organization is far more dangerous than Guan. The other villages, seeing the battle finally over, departed in turn with their wounded. Zhao Meiming, Zaibu Zhan, and Gue Deng Manues stood upon a high ground surveying the scarred earth of Wu'in Village, corpses with blood not yet dry strewn everywhere, and the thought that the 4th Xing taken away would most likely die. Their coup, though it had succeeded, felt like a defeat. With Goju Shirtsong gone, the bloody mist could finally end. That was a victory. But the price paid by the rebellion was staggering. So many had died, and losing the village's tailed beast weapon made the outcome look like a grievous loss. Zhao Meiming, will you become the 5th Xing? Zaibu Zhan asked her then. Zhao Meiming shook her head. I do not know. According to Master Yuan's thinking, if one is unfit to be Shuing, prefer to leave the post empty. As for me, she reflected on her performance in the rebellion and shook her head, clearly dissatisfied with herself. Let us go and report to Master Yuan. Somewhere outside Wu'in Village within a cave. A time-space whirl opened and the masked man Yujibo Dai, too, entered the cave, where a pale blue-papered woman emerged from the darkness. He addressed her coldly. When Pain returns, have him see me. Xiaonan frowned. What is it? The masked man said he did something noteworthy. Xiaonan continued to frown. What do you mean? Pain only went to Wu'in Village to gather information and to prepare for overthrowing Hanzo's regime. What are you implying? The masked man snorted coldly. Was it Wu'in or Wu'in Village? I must see Nagato now. Xiaonan looked at him. What do you mean? Nagato will not appear lightly. I can summon Pain back. She stepped into the open, formed the necessary seals, struck the ground, and used reverse summoning to call Tendo Pain back. Is there something you need, Xiaonan? Pain emerged from the white smoke and found the atmosphere taut. The masked man demanded coldly, Pain, you know, I am controlling Goju Shirtsong. Why did you go to Wu'in Village and in front of so many take him away without consulting me? What are you doing? Pain blinked and shook his head. I did not do such a thing. The masked man pressed him with a few more words. When Pain still denied it, the conversation faltered and the masked man left. Xiaonan stepped forward. Pain. Pain repeated quietly, I did not do such a thing. Xiaonan nodded. I believe you. Yet Ban seems to have no cause to falsely accuse you. He claims you used Shinluo Tianjing and Wanxiang Tianin in front of the Wu'in shinobi. Pain said since so many witnessed it, an inquiry will reveal whether someone impersonated me or whether Ban wrongly blames me. Xiaonan considered this and thought Pain's power is unique. Is there truly someone in the shinobi world who knows of Pain and can impersonate Tendo Pain? If such a person exists, he would be terrifying indeed. Yu transported the unconscious Goju Shirtsong to a remote mountain outside Wu'in Village and abandoned him on the slope. He tore away the man's upper clothing and stared at the black circular seal on his belly, then scanned the surroundings. Even if the 3 tails wreaked havoc here, no one would discover it. So then he would remove the beast right here. He nodded to himself and, fixing his gaze on Goju Shirtsong, brought his hands together and formed the seals of the tail extraction technique. His right hand's 5 fingers pressed upon the circular seal. Come forth 3 tails. As the chakra of the extraction technique flowed into the seal, his fingers lifted and he stood waiting a few heartbeats. The black circular mark spun rapidly under his chakra and transformed into an inky disc. With a series of creaks as if a great gate were opening, an angry, beastly roar issued from the disc. A warped gray beast leapt from the black disc. Landing on the slope, it swelled into a colossal creature covered in countless spikes resembling a giant tortoise. So this is the 3 tails Isabu. Yu was not surprised by the 3 tails fury. A perfect Jinchuriki who had been controlled by Yujibo Dai too. Perhaps this Isabu had reached some accord with him. The tailed beast had already been significantly drained in the earlier battle and was not among the strongest of its kind. There was little cause for concern. He launched himself and engaged the 3 tails in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Before long, the great bulk of Isabu lay gravely wounded. It stared at the human before it with incredulous dark red eyes. How could a mere human body defeat a beast like itself? Once Isabu was badly hurt, sealing it with the Mafu wave would require far less chakra. Yu produced a white flask emblazoned with talismans and set it gently on the ground. He spread his hands toward the three tails, and a rotating green current of air rose. Under the invisible force, Isabu's form twisted and shrank, its essence transforming into light that was drawn into the bottle. That will do. Yu sealed the cork, nodded, and then looked at the motionless Goju Shirtsong a few meters away. He thought so quickly dead. He had intended to test whether a Senjutsu bean could restore someone from the trauma of having a tailed beast removed, but that would have to wait. What Shueying? He was nothing more than a puppet without self. Yu approached, glanced at the body below, offered that curt judgment, and cast the corpse into a scroll capable of holding objects. Having finished, he regarded the dark mountains and felt in good spirits. It was time to return. Yet did he forget something? Yu vanished in an instant. Has that master forgotten me? In a fog-wreathed forest, Huey Junmalu had seen many Wu-in shinobi appear 10 minutes earlier. He had hidden himself swiftly among the treetops. Cradling a small white flower, his new companion, he murmured sadly, asking in a low voice, "Am I to be abandoned again?" "No," a detached voice answered. Junmalu turned his head in surprise, looking at the tiger-masked figure floating in the air. "My lord, can you still fly?" "I didn't answer that, but said it took a little time this time, but it's finally done. Let's go, we'll take you back to meet your family and friends." A moment later, Yu brought Junmalu back to the secret residence of the Light Organization. Yu appeared in the council chamber and summoned Amwa over. "Chief, you are back. Did everything go smoothly?" Amwa entered, bowing respectfully, but saw the chief throw him 2 ninja blades, and he trembled with excitement. This is one of the mist ninjas' 7 blades, the Fawn. "What is this, chief?" "Take it. Lin Xingyu has died, and from now on you are the master of these 2 ninja blades." "Yes. Thank you for your generous gift, chief. And this, catch it." Yu threw him a sealing scroll. Inside is the corpse of Yuzu Shikura. You know how to unseal it. Take it to the black market tomorrow to exchange for money. Remember the most crucial point. Don't reveal your identity. "Yes, I will definitely complete the task." Amwa replied quickly, but was extremely shocked inside. "Yuzu Shikura, did the chief take out the Mizukage from the Mist Village?" Junmalu, come out. Yu looked towards the side hall. Junmalu emerged from the dark corner, holding a pot of white flowers, curiously looking at the one-eyed man in front of him. "Amwa, go call them all over." "Yes, chief." A few minutes later, in the main hall of the residence, the 4 members of the Light Organization, Amwa, Bai Yushi, and Xianglin, gathered together, all gazing at the uniquely looking Junmalu. Is he from the Kagaya clan? Sure enough, their chief began to introduce this genius from the Kagaya clan and his identity as a new member of the Light Organization. The 4 had a good impression of the shy newcomer and were exceptionally warm towards his arrival. Junmalu, who had long been trapped alone in a dungeon, was somewhat at a loss, but his polite smile showed that he was enjoying this feeling. "Chief." After politely answering a few friendly questions, Junmalu shyly looked at the chief of the Light. "Are they all my family?" Yu was taken aback, then pointed to Bai and said, "Bai, he is a few months older than you, your brother." Pointing to the 6-year-old, "Xianglin, your sister." Pointing to Yushi, your aunt. Pointing to Amwa, your uncle. "And I, if you don't mind, you can call me uncle." He thought to himself, "Although you are older than me, I have no problem considering you my nephew." "Yes, Uncle Chief," Junmalu exclaimed. Yu felt quite pleased to hear this, but thought to himself, if Junmalu learns the truth later, he won't turn dark, will he? "Brother by sister Xianglin, Aunt Yushi, Uncle Amwa." Junmalu's small face turned slightly red as he shyly and politely greeted the other 4 in the room, and the 4 responded warmly. Yu looked at the suddenly transformed large-scale family reunion scene. He secretly nodded in his heart. If Junmalu's arrival added a family element to this team, he felt it was a good thing, as it would help enhance the internal cohesion of his organization. After arranging for Amwa to settle Junmalu and finishing up here, he began to ponder how to deal with the 3 tails. After a while, Yu decided to postpone this matter for now. He went to the depths of the residence's dungeon, having not forgotten that he had captured a tailed beast, the Akatsuki member Kisame Hoshigaki, and brought him back. He entered the dimly lit cell. Kisame was firmly secured to a metal platform with some special metal bindings. Kisame had sustained severe injuries in his battle with Yu today and had not been allowed to receive treatment, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness due to his serious injuries. Yu stroked his chin, pondering how to recruit Kisame. In just a few seconds, he concluded. If he trusts the other party, he can entice them with benefits and persuasion. If he does not trust them, complete control is necessary. Naturally, he could not trust Kisame. However, if Uchiha Obito uses infinite Tsukuyomi to control Kisame, he could awaken Kisame from the dream of infinite Tsukuyomi. Placing his palm gently on Kisame's forehead, his chakra invaded Kisame's body, creating an illusion in his mind. A not-so-difficult illusion showed him many scenes with the content depicting the partial truth of infinite Tsukuyomi, a world filled with soulless, lifeless humans controlled by a giant illusionary eye, a world filled with deathly silence. After completing this, Yu's right arm erupted with a swarm of gray-white parasitic insects beginning to burrow into Kisame's head. Kisame seemed to be experiencing some terrifying nightmare, drenched in sweat all over. Upon completing the parasitism of his insects, he looked and saw that, like last time with Amwa, the host had fallen into a near-death state. Will Yamanaka and Noichi leak this matter to me? Or is it because all the injured have been parasitized that their injuries worsened? Forget it, it's just a matter of a few senzu beans. Yu took out a small vial, glanced inside at the 25 senzu beans, took out a quarter bean, and pried open Kisame's mouth to let him swallow it. In just a few seconds, Kisame opened his eyes, his gaze bright and spirited. Yu walked over to the wall-mounted machine, pressed a few buttons, and released the bindings on him. Kisame sat up on the metal platform, gazing at the tiger-masked leader of the light, and after a few seconds of silence, he asked Kakarot, "Is the illusion you showed me real? Is that the outcome of the infinite Tsukuyomi world? You are tired of the false world and want to follow that person to change, but don't realize that it's just falling from one illusion into another." Yu paused and said, "The more perfect it is, the more false it is. That kind of world does not exist." Kisame sighed slightly. "Then starting today, you are a new member of the Light Organization." "It seems I have no choice." Kisame rubbed his forehead, sensing the foreign object in his mind, but didn't mind smiling broadly. He looked at Yu and said, "You killed Yuzu Shikura, right?" Yu nodded. "That's right, he is dead." Kisame looked around the room. Kakarot, "No, Chief, where is my Samahata? If I no longer have that weapon, my strength will definitely drop significantly." Yu took out a small vial, poured out its contents, which transformed into Samahata, returning to Kisame's hand. Kisame patted his beloved sword to soothe it, then dropped down from the metal platform, half kneeling before Yu, showing a very obedient demeanor. Yu chatted with him for a few moments, and as he was about to leave, he heard Kisame, unable to restrain himself, and asked, "How did you know that infinite Tsukuyomi is fake? And how did you know I learned this from that person? Do you believe that person is Uchiha Madara? If I said I am Senju Hashirama, would you believe it?" "Oh, I see. So easy to trust people, huh?" Of course, Kisame had high intelligence in battles, so he had no issues in that regard. Yu left the cell in the dungeon, summoned Amwa, and informed him about Kisame's situation before departing from there. He did not return to Konoha as he still had things to do. As he left the battlefield under the identity of Kakarot, Terumi Mei gave him a glance, implying that there was something to discuss. Anyway, he still needed to meet with Ao, so he went to see her. Before long, he appeared in Terumi Mei's residence, sensing the situation inside the house, and found that Terumi Mei was in the bathroom. After waiting for a while, she still had not come out. He was already dissatisfied with Terumi Mei for not keeping their agreement tonight. After waiting for so long, feeling annoyed, he had an impulse to hit someone. After thinking for a moment, he still chose to leave and went to the residence of Ao. Upon seeing Ao, he instructed him to continue staying in the Mist Village as an intelligence officer spy for the Light Organization. As Ao was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and stood in the right line, he would have greater power in the Mist Village in the future, able to gather confidential intelligence and influence the village's decisions, making it very suitable for him to stay in the Mist Village. This was also a decision he made when he saved him before. As for his brother Suigetsu Hozuki, Ao requested him to allow Suigetsu to stay in the Mist Village for an additional 3 months to pass on his final skills to him. Considering that the Mist Village had just gone through turmoil, he agreed that his brother was not suitable to disappear now. After arranging matters here, he returned to Terumi Mei's residence, found her in the living room, and instantly appeared in the corridor outside the living room, his cold voice transmitting, "Terumi Mei, do you have something to say?" Terumi Mei rushed out from the living room, but saw the cold chakra radiating from the leader of light, so she did not approach. After hesitating, she asked, "Are you still angry?" Terumi Mei, "Put away your tricks." The light leader said coldly, "I am not familiar with you. If you continue to play these tricks, how long do you think you can live?" Terumi Mei quickly retreated a few steps, vigilantly staring at him. After thinking for a moment, she took out a letter from her pocket and tossed it over, saying, "Then it'll be straightforward. My decisions tonight are based on the village's interests. During our conversation, I sensed your interest in the tailed beasts of our village, so I thought if we could solve it ourselves, we wouldn't have to rely on outsiders." "Very well. Continue. I like talking to honest and straightforward people." The leader of light nodded. "Our Mist Village has just experienced a severe rebellion. It is not wise to make enemies. Moreover, my actions indeed offended you, so I thought of a little compensation. This letter is one of the rewards we agreed upon, and inside is a sum of gratitude funds I managed to secure from Lord Yuan Shi. I still have the idea of cooperating with the Light organization and investing in Yamanaka Yu's future. The leader of Light listened to her straightforward words and nodded slightly. Is there more? Nothing more, just that much. Terumi, May said, pausing. By the way, who else can resist my corrosive mist under normal circumstances? What do you think? Who else could have my abilities? Is it possible for you to pass that ability to others, eh? Yu felt that she was talking nonsense again. After thinking for a moment and recalling something strange, he looked at her oddly, shook his head, and directly left. Terumi May was surprised inside, thinking, did he catch on to something? It shouldn't be possible, as I didn't say anything. It should be impossible. Yu did not think much about the matter of the collaborator Terumi May. After leaving the Mist Village, he opened the envelope and saw it was a handwritten letter from Elder Yuan Shi to Yamanaka Yu along with a money note for 10 million ryo. After putting these items away, Yu quickly returned to the Land of Fire. However, thinking about his teammates who were still on their way back, he did not return to Konoha, but stayed in a small town outside Konoha for a night. The next day, after rejoining his team, he successfully returned to Konoha with the 3 members of Team Yamato. The 4 members of Team Yamato successfully captured Orochimaru. This shocked many people. Jiraiya took such a long time to accomplish what they completed in one go. Moreover, this team had been established for less than 2 months. If given time, they might develop to even greater heights. While many people were paying attention to them, the 4 did not focus on those people, as they each had their own matters to attend to. Yu rushed to Kakashi's house to retrieve his rice cooker Tsukuyami, went to date his girlfriend, and Uchiha Shursui went back to feed his crows, while the team leader Yamato was at home struggling to write the report for this Shrank mission to submit to the Hokage office. That night, an old man with a cane walked down the corridor of the 3rd floor of the Hokage office. Shimura Danzō opened the door to the mission report room and stepped inside, searching through numerous mission reports until he found the Shrank mission report from Team Yamato. As he browsed through it, his eyes lit up more and more. The Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo of Uchiha Shursui. Taking a day off? The daily limit these days has either been spent on YY or on miscellaneous things like card decorations, etc. To be honest, 1 million is not enough to spend. Qin Wanyao woke up from a daze upon hearing the scream. The light burst through the rear, transforming into a long rainbow that rushed into the passage, leaving only a sentence behind. The young man in the golden robe couldn't help but laugh. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the other party seemed to know the history of Ute Town from years ago. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Most of those who knew this secret had either retreated from the world or had already died. Thus, there were not many who could casually mention events from 300 years ago. Before his fingertips could touch the man's shoulder, a large hand seized him and pressed him down onto the pillow. He moved slightly, raising his handsome face, a pair of long, gentle eyes glimmering with a smile. Among the 9 elders present, their contributions to the human race were unquestionable and cannot be erased, but they may not have drawn on the sense of mission that comes with guarding the human race, which is why their mindset has not faltered. Let's do it once a day, continuously making wealth accumulation a lasting endeavor, Shuejan Tian boldly declared. Ultimately, the card of mixed bronze and silver faded its color and transformed into a white card. The King of Hell in the Hall of Qin Guang was also baffled by Yun Yang's power, not knowing more than anyone else. Upon hearing King Chu Jiang's words, he suddenly looked bewildered. After the test of the curtain sealing technique, Yi Bufan understood that in such a situation, such a Qin Yao would only happen at this moment only when there are 2 people present. Once they leave here, once they return to the War Department, Qin Yao will likely revert to her usual cold and proud demeanor. Hao Changjin, you shameless. Yao Jinling saw that Hao Changjin had no intention of keeping his promise and immediately called him out. I am using second brother's blood to paint. If I am interrupted the first time, I will have to start over again. How much blood can second brother spare for me to paint? Such a bold interruption made Yun Fan feel a bit uneasy. If he didn't show some means, how could he establish control over the venue and command respect from everyone? With this doubt in mind, I looked at the head of the Sun family, and coincidentally his gaze also shifted to me. He frowned at the pinewood gate where the decorations of flowers and birds were quite exquisite, but a faint smell of blood still emanated from it, and the original elegance had completely vanished. This tall white girl wearing sunglasses walked down from the carriage under the sunlight. Though she only smiled slightly, her powerful aura made the entire scene fall silent instantly. However, I had just learned from the disciples that Yun Fan came to Tsunade Mountain to negotiate a big deal with the Gu family. The Five Poisons holy cult had thus made the Yin family bow down and submit, and the cult leader Mu Ting and his wife, Gu Miaotian, left satisfied, conquering other gangs and families. I noticed that after she sat down, she glanced at the packed meat skewers on the table, and I also noticed that she swallowed her saliva. Gu Chuyu knew that this came at a high cost, but with things being so disordered around, he planned to overturn and reorganize the classification, making it look neat later on. Thinking of this, I gripped the Qilin blood in my hand. Then I tied the ash of the black-haired zombie around my waist. Ouyang Nana had a bright red handprint on her face, and her originally braided hair was now completely disheveled. As soon as this disciple said this, Zhang Fan immediately frowned slightly. He had been polite and kind, yet the other party had such an attitude. I didn't do anything, nor did I look for Gu Jingping, and he didn't come to find me either. I didn't look for Zhang Yuda either. Just looking at the extra photos on my phone, a cold smile crept across my face. Shinshio walked toward me, but did not take the tissue from my hand. Instead, he reached out his big hand to cover my eyes. If Aunt Chun's hand was truly not a trap set by him, perhaps in the future, I would be willing to be his hidden mistress. Nangong Han licked his tongue, and under the activation of the fate pattern, he bore a resemblance to a halfling, with a powerful beastly aura swirling around nearby. I gritted my teeth, sensing a hint of blood in my mouth, but I still spoke up. Lulu, this is for your own good, and also for our Hang Tong group's good. This is also an act of helplessness, you should understand. Ouyang Yuanfeng advised. One of the two elderly men who had sent Xiao Yu flying smiled while stroking his beard. The three of them attacked simultaneously, and three powerful domain spaces enveloped from three positions toward the center, the terrifying pressure directly impacting Luo Ping and the others, causing them to endure tremendous pressure. Qi Xian Yi was ensnared by such terrifying cold energy. The fire power within his body was completely suppressed, and he could only operate the netherworld record bit by bit to devour the cold energy. Seeing Luo Ping still wanting to say something, Qin Qiu Zhenren pointed a finger, manifesting a water wave mirror in the void, which displayed an image. Thank you, miss, for your help a few days ago, otherwise Xian Yi would surely have perished in the bear's belly. Qi Xian Yi looked at this girl who appeared to be 12 or 13 years old, yet he could not see through her depth, and respectfully bowed to her. The youthful voice came again, startlingly. Tan, who was in a daze. He just realized that the Outlander monster had already left, and the invisible pressure immediately dissipated, but his mood was not relaxed. The simplest way left him shuddering. The single eye of Shimura Danzō emitted a ghostly glow, eerie in the darkness, as he turned to the next page. Yihiryu. Exploding shadow clone. Exploding fire release. Uchiha Shursui. Yihiryu. You stood in the corridor of his home, enjoying the gentle, cool breeze blowing from outside, gazing towards the direction of the Hokage building. With the Shrank mission report not being of extremely high confidentiality, at least 7 or 8 people in the village had the authority to read it. When he returned to the village today, he had reminded Uchiha Shursui regarding certain issues, but Shursui felt that since he had already been exposed as the team leader, Yamato had a responsibility to accurately and thoroughly report to the Hokage building. At that time, Shursui said, I just feel that once the others in the clan learn that I have awakened the legendary Manjikyu Sharingan, it will only encourage the arrogance and ambition of that part of the clan, which is detrimental to the Uchiha clan currently in difficulty. Thus I chose to keep it hidden. If I had to expose it as a leaf ninja who witnessed it, I have the obligation to report the mission truthfully to the Hokage building. I believe they will handle confidentiality well. Yamato and Kaze both nodded in agreement with his viewpoint. Yu thought to himself at that time Yamato and Kazekage had come from the Umbu devoted solely to the Hokage building, but Shursui, if you say that, then when he sees Uchiha Shursui being punished, he will send him 2 words, deserved it. Was that old man wrong? He wasn't wrong, he was just an old man who liked to collect red eyes. He teased inwardly before returning to his room. Inside the room, Yu's gaze fell upon the rice cooker adorned with yellow paper in the corner. What should he do with the 5 white zetsu? According to Kakashi's suggestion, he could hand over the 5 white special lives to Konoha for them to handle. In return, the village would offer significant rewards. However, after handing over the letter from the Mist Village elder Yuan Shi to Sarutobi Hiruzen today, he rejected this suggestion. The letter expressed regret that Yamato's team could not extend proper hospitality during their visit to the Mist Village, and praised Yihiryu for his youth and potential, stating that he was the future of Konoha. It further stated that with a talent like Yihiryu in Konoha, they wished to maintain friendly relations with the village, adhere to the peace agreement between villages, and were even willing to sign a treaty of alliance between the 2 villages. This letter sounded beautiful, but was merely a diplomatic correspondence stating that a Yuan Shi had faith in Yihiryu, and that Yamato's actions in the Mist Village did not provoke hostility. The value of this letter was high. It was one of the rewards. He specifically asked Meitarumi to prepare to alleviate Konoha's higher-ups' concerns about potential hostilities with the Mist Village due to the mission to capture Orochimaru. However, what he got in return was merely a reward lesser than typical A-rank missions. Not even a standard A-rank. He had secretly decided at that moment that he wouldn't give Konoha any of the 5 living white zetsu. Let the research department worry about it. These 5 white zetsu can be used to research Edo Tensei. After pondering for a while, Yu made this decision in his heart. 3 years ago, after obtaining a wealth of experimental data regarding Edo Tensei from Orochimaru, he began researching this technique. The deeper he delved, the more he discovered the vast and profound implications behind this technique, involving pure lands, the scientific roots of chakra, the undead, and perhaps even relating to death and the Sage of Six Paths. If he wished to explore the world's spiritual system, this technique was an excellent opportunity not to be missed. However, regrettably, the difficulty of this technique far exceeded his expectations. Now, with these 5 white Zetsu, he could advance his research and experiments further. After contemplating how to handle the white Zetsu, his gaze fell upon the letter that a root ninja had delivered to him upon his return, a letter from Shimura Danzō. The content of the letter did not force him into root matters. His status in Konoha was not what it had been a few years ago. Danzō merely expressed his willingness to befriend and collaborate with him. If I were Danzō, what would I do next? You pondered. If he were Danzō, after learning that Uchiha Shisui possessed the Manjikyu and noticing signs of rebellion within the Uchiha clan, he would secretly incite the rebellion, accelerating it. At that point, it would be natural to seize the Sharingan of those guilty individuals, including Uchiha Shisui, laying a foundation for his ascent to Hokage. Danzō likely saw this as an opportunity, and for him, perhaps it was also an opportunity. The Uchiha clan was the largest clan in the ninja world. If he could make this clan his absolute backing, it would be extremely beneficial for him in Konoha and even further in the long term. Let's see how things develop from here. Before that, I must first become a special Jonin. 10 days later, there would be a special Jonin assessment opportunity set for elite Chunin in the village. You, having performed exceptionally well in completing missions, was also granted the opportunity to participate. Naturally, he did not need to prepare anything. It was those who encountered him who needed to prepare. After clarifying these matters, his thoughts became much clearer. His recent outing had been handled well in many respects, but he was a bit dissatisfied that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not execute Orochimaru. Well, he would be the one regretting it in the future. Yu shook his head and went to sleep. After he fell asleep in a secret prison cell within Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, watching Orochimaru, who was waking up. Orochimaru glanced around the prison cell set up for him, then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cold smile. Do you really think you can confine me like this? You can't escape. There are only 2 people in the entire ninja world who know about this cell. One is the one ensuring your survival, and the other is me. Even Jiraiya doesn't know. Oh, this is a bit interesting. Do you plan to keep me in prison like this? Yes, until you can atone for your sins. The next day, under the bright midday sun, Yu was invited to visit Uchiha Shisui's house. Just as he entered the courtyard, a beautiful girl of about 7 or 8 with a black ponytail approached him. He called out, "Uchiha." The girl widened her eyes, quickly hand-signing before unleashing a large fireball towards him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yu glanced at the flaming fireball burning on the grass behind him, feeling somewhat speechless as he looked at the smug Uchiha Fuka across from him. Fuka, I haven't even finished calling your name. Are you trying to silence me preemptively? Who doesn't know you were about to call me Uchiha Io? Uchiha Fuka glared at him angrily. If you call me that again, the next one will be fire release Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Wow, you can even do that now? That's a brank ninjutsu. Of course you should see who my brother is. Uchiha Fuka said proudly as she walked out of the courtyard. Where are you going? To buy groceries. You're the second biggest eater in Konoha. I have to buy more groceries to avoid going hungry. Watching her sway away with her ponytail, Yu thought to himself, just the second biggest eater in Konoha? What a joke. Hinata Hyuga. The first time she lost to her was merely because he was worried about her age being too young and feared it would harm her body. In the following 2 times he had won against her in eating contests, didn't he announce that? No way. This title of the first in Konoha can't be snatched away by anyone. The next time he sees Hinata, he will eat until she throws up, making her never dare to challenge him again. At the dining table of the Shisui family, Shisui and Fuka stared in astonishment at Yu, who was devouring his food with a windsweeping cloud style. This glutton's appetite was as ferocious as his strength was growing. They deeply doubted the credibility of the news that Hinata Hyuga had beaten Yahira Yu in eating contests. Fortunately, this time, they had prepared plenty of ingredients, or they would end up starving like last time. After eating to a satisfied point, Yu slowed down his eating pace and started chatting with them. Shisui said, You're planning to participate in the village's special Jonin internal assessment, right? There's one person you should pay attention to, our clan's genius Uchiha Shizuru. His strength reached the special Jonin level 3 or 4 years ago, but he lacks a competitive mindset. This will be his first time participating in the special Jonin selection. Fuka interjected, Brother, are you actually selling out our clansmen? Hey. Shisui rolled his eyes at his sister. What's selling out? I haven't disclosed any information. I'm merely reminding you to be cautious. Besides, you were the one who mentioned Shizuru to me, so it was clearly your hint for me to remind you. Uchiha Fuka was left speechless by his retort and could only bury her head in her food. Shursui then asked, "Are you free this afternoon?" Yu replied, "Not much going on, why?" Shursui glanced at his sister Fuka. "How about teaching Fuka fire release?" Yu asked curiously, "Isn't your fire release already strong?" Shursui said, "I've already told Fuka many times repeating it has no meaning. Try looking at it from your perspective, it might yield unexpected results." "Alright, no problem." Yu glanced at the numerous empty plates on the dining table thinking of it as a lunch fee. Uchiha Fuka shot Yu a glance before quickly burying her head in her meal. In the afternoon at the training ground of the Shursui family, Yu stood on the field shouting towards the building, "Fuka, hurry up. I've been waiting for you for 10 minutes. If you don't come out soon, I'll start calling you Uchiha Io." "You've already called." Uchiha Fuka's annoyed voice came from inside. "Don't rush me. I'm coming." Another 10 minutes later, as Yu was getting impatient, he heard the sound of the door creaking open. Uchiha Fuka emerged, and as she walked closer, Yu felt something was off. He turned around to examine her, as she had changed into a different outfit. The black and white Uchiha clan attire she wore at noon was replaced with a loose white top and bright red pants, cinched at the waist with a black belt. After changing into such a colorful outfit, she looked even more attractive. At such a young age, she already had a somewhat innocent beauty. Wait. No way. Why am I taking interest in a little girl? Yu carefully scrutinized her and noticed that Uchiha Fuka had applied eyebrow pencil and lip gloss. Looking at this little girl with a shy blush on her lovely face, he widened his eyes and thought, "No way, Uchiha Io, you can't possibly have an interest in me, right? If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be a big deal, but she's not even 8 years old, just a month younger than me. This can't be true." He was very skeptical, thinking it could just be because of her training that she changed into more suitable clothes. Applying eyebrow makeup is nothing, maybe it was just a casual thing. However, while teaching Uchiha Fuka fire release, the little girl was unusually quiet, clearly different from her usual self. This made him uneasy. Children in this world really mature quickly. A 7-year-old would only be in 2nd grade in his previous world, yet 7 or 8-year-olds like Kakashi Hitaki and Shursui Uchiha can already be Chunin and Shursui of the body flicker. He thought if Uchiha Fuka was interested in him, couldn't he use that to infiltrate the Uchiha clan? Why am I even thinking this? Yu shook his head, dismissing such calculating thoughts from his mind. He could kill someone without hesitation because he believed he was a ninja. Doing such things was nothing serious, as ninjas often kill each other. However, manipulating someone's feelings was a different matter. It was too low, and he did not want to see Uchiha Fuka discovering she had been played and abandoned, only to open her manjikyu and seek revenge on him. The Uchiha family had 3 pairs of manjikyu. The probability of Uchiha Shizui's sister being able to activate the manjikyu must not be low. Yu glanced at Uchiha Fuka, whose face bore a faint blush, and thought to himself that this was merely a child having a preliminary affection for another child of the same age. As long as they had less contact, this feeling would fade away, and perhaps it would change as she grew up. After understanding this, Yu acted as though he hadn't noticed anything and dedicated himself to teaching Fuka for his lunch fee. After this teaching session ended, Uchiha Fuka said to him, "You will come to watch you in 10 days. But I want cheer for you." Accompanying the two were large groups of Umbu and Root ninjas, forming a protective barrier around the 2 high-ranking officials. Many people looked over, wondering if that was the leader of Root, Shimura Danzō, and the Hokage. The first thought was that they had come for the elite Chunin of their clan, while another thought was that it was for Yuha Noera. Perhaps both reasons were valid. Just like those clan leaders of the ninja clans who not only focused on their own clan's ninjas, but were also paying attention to Yuha Noera. It was said that before Yuha Noera graduated early, he already possessed the strength of a special jonin capable of defeating his own teacher, and today would be the day to verify the truth of this rumor. Apart from the renowned figure of Yuha Nohara, many in this batch of ninjas participating in the special jonin selection had already gained some fame, such as Mitarashi Anko, Ebisu Yamakaze Aoi Kurinai, and Uchiha Shursui. The referee was the leader of the Yamanaka clan, Jonin Yamanaka Inoichi. The selection battles soon began. Yamanaka Inoichi called out the names for the first match: Chunin Yamakaze Aoi and Chunin Matsukawa Masaru, please enter. With his black long hair and green sunglasses, Yamakaze Aoi jumped into the arena, glancing at his opponent Matsukawa Masaru, who wielded a large sword, and sighed, running into such a skilled opponent in the first match. What bad luck. After the match began, in just 1 minute, Matsukawa Masaru fell in front of Yamakaze Aoi. He scratched his head, grinning, thank you. I just got lucky." Many were amazed that such a famous Chunin won so effortlessly. Yamanaka Inoichi announced the winner of the match, casting a glance at Yamakaze Aoi, and thought to himself that Aoi was exceptionally skilled in information gathering and memory retrieval. He must recruit him into the intelligence department after this. Second match: Chunin Sakanushi Yuta and Chunin Yuhi Kurinai, please enter. The second match commenced and ended even faster. Yuhi Kurinai formed several hand seals and her opponent the Chunin simply collapsed. The spectators gasped amazed at how quickly Yuhi Kurina's Jinjutsu had improved. She might reach Yuhi Red's level in a few years. After leaving the stage, Yuhi Kurinai nodded slightly at Asuma Sarutobi, who was waiting on the sidelines. Watching the intense third match, Asuma noticed she was a bit nervous and smiled, saying, "Kurinai, don't worry, your skills have surpassed Special Jonin level for quite some time. It's just that you weren't keen on the title of Special Jonin and chose to participate later, which is why you haven't obtained it yet." He paused, and then continued, "Of course, you definitely need to be cautious when facing two particular individuals, Uchiha Shursui and Yuha Noara." Kurinai looked at him a bit puzzled, glancing at the small figure nearby. "I've heard of Shursui, he's similar to my situation, but what's up with that 7-year-old kid? I heard he's Kakashi's disciple." Asuma lit a cigarette and took a puff, saying, "You've been so focused on studying Jinjutsu lately that you haven't been paying attention to village matters. In short, you must be careful when you encounter him." While they were chatting, 2 more matches passed. 6th match, Chunin Yuha Noara vs. Chunin Mitarashi Anko. Upon hearing these names, many were slightly startled. Their interest peaked. This match seemed to hold suspense. Yuha entered the arena under everyone's gaze, looking at the girl opposite him dressed in a peculiar black mesh and cloak. He didn't wish to speak, but after Yamanaka Inoichi announced the start, his opponent, a disciple of Orochimaru, began to chatter incessantly. "I didn't expect that. Only 3 years have passed, and little Yuha, you've grown so much. While we are old acquaintances, I won't take it easy on you. Meeting me in the first match is just your misfortune. But then again, you're still so young, you have plenty of opportunities in the future, so you probably won't mind." As she saw Yuha forming hand seals to create a shadow clone charging at her, she shook her head and said, "What about your family's fire style? If it's just a weak shadow clone." But as the shadow clone neared her, the light around it expanded rapidly, and with a loud bang, the dust was blown away, revealing a massive crater nearly 10 meters wide that left many spectators dumbfounded. After rolling awkwardly on the ground, Mitarashi Anko got up, looking at Yuha Nohara, sweat dripping from her forehead. If she hadn't sensed the danger earlier and quickly retreated a few steps, she would have likely been severely injured. She was both shocked and terrified, saying, "Little Yuha, you struck so hard." Yuha replied, "Anko, if I were your enemy, you would have been blown to pieces." Anko was taken aback, her face paling. She nodded gravely. I understand. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have acted like that." Just as she was about to rush over, she saw Yuha forming seals again, creating another shadow clone in front of her, causing her to stop in her tracks. "Don't come any closer." Anko glanced at the 10-meter-wide crater beside her and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Yuha was taken aback, thinking to himself that it was no wonder they were master and disciple. Their reactions were quite similar. He said, "Then you come closer." Upon hearing this, Anko was even more unwilling. As she pondered over a strategy, she noticed the shadow clone rushing towards her. Without time to think, she whipped out a swarm of snakes from her sleeve, dozens of them flying towards the clone, but the shadow clone dodged them all. Anko quickly retreated, putting distance between herself and the shadow clone. She jumped back at least 15 meters away from the shadow clone. Just as she steadied herself, a hand clapped on her shoulder, and a voice rang out, "Hey, Anko." She struggled to turn around, only to see Yuha Nohara, who then exclaimed, "Boom." Anko's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "Just kidding, I'm the real one. Oh, I want self-destruct." Yuha supported her, and said, after thinking for a moment that he wasn't familiar with her, he simply dropped her on the ground and looked to the referee Yamanaka Inoichi, who was 20 meters away, saying, "She lost, right?" "Yes. You won." Yamanaka Inoichi took several seconds of silence before announcing the result. For this match, he was as startled as Anko, because he had the ability to quickly control the participants to prevent elite Chunin from dying. He was appointed as the referee. Now it seemed that if Yuha Noara wanted to kill, he wouldn't be able to stop it in time. Yuha glanced again at Anko on the ground, saying, "Anko's ninja quality is lacking. I suggest you take her to your interrogation room for special questioning for a few days to improve her mental resilience." "That's a good suggestion. I will consider it." Yamanaka Inoichi watched Yuha walk off the stage, thinking to himself, was it appropriate for this child to use the word capture? Wow, that was easy. Congratulations. You did well. Yuha walked to where his teammates were, and all 3 of them congratulated him. Kakashi was still looking down at something in his hand, seemingly oblivious to the match, while Uchiha Kazuhana smiled brightly, but said, "Humph, I won't congratulate you for winning." Amid the silence, Yuha heard Kakashi ask, "Can you handle a shadow clone explosion?" "I should be fine." Yuha understood what he was referring to and nodded. He had plenty of power at his disposal, but he chose to reveal this in front of the Konoha crowd, because he had previously showcased it in front of over 200 Umbu from the Mist Village, so this level of secrecy was quite low. 7th match, Uchiha Shursui vs. Sarutobi Kaze. Below, everyone listened to the 7th match of the selection battle, still excited. A genius from the Uchiha clan versus an elite from the Sarutobi clan was indeed worth watching. However, as the battle began, Sarutobi Kaze's body slumped to the ground, defeated by Jinjutsu. No one expected this outcome. Even Sarutobi Kaze couldn't resist the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu. Uchiha Shursui walked off the stage glancing in Yuha Nohara's direction before returning to the crowd amidst the excited shouts of his fellow Uchiha clansmen. As the rounds continued rapidly, Yuhua's opponents in the second, third, and fourth rounds were all average. With just one punch, he defeated all three. In the fifth round, he met Yamakaze Aoi, who summoned a large flock of crows. He originally planned to test Yuha, but upon seeing Yuha create two shadow clones rushing towards him at high speed, he immediately raised his hand to concede. He knew he had no chance, and didn't want his crows to be blown up, so he could only concede. Only 20 people are left, right? Yes, there are 12 spots for Special Jonin this time. 10 will be selected from the matches, while 2 will be personally chosen by the Hokage from the defeated participants. So this is the final match. The crowd watched Yamanaka and Noichi as he held the names waiting for him to announce the last round. Last round, first match, Chunin Yuhi Kurenai vs. Chunin Inoue Kazuhisa. Hearing her name, Yuhi Kurenai let out a sigh of relief as long as it wasn't those two. She smiled at Asuma Sarutobi before stepping out. After Yuhi Kurenai easily won this match, the names for the second, third, and fourth matches were announced, leaving the audience stunned. Final round, fifth match, Chunin Yuha Noera vs. Chunin Uchiha Shursui. It must have been arranged deliberately. Many quickly realized that this selection battle had been specifically arranged by the Hokage, and the outcome was unlikely to affect their promotion to Special Jonin, as both of them appeared to be far superior in strength compared to the others. Yuha stepped onto the stage, gazing at the 17-year-old boy across from him. Uchiha Shursui. It was said that he had once been comparable to Uchiha Shursui, but after the Third Great Ninja War, he had gradually become mediocre in a comfortable environment, still only possessing a double Tomo Sharingan. Not even a 3-Tomo Sharingan. Let's give it a try and see what he's made of. Let's see if he lives up to the hype. Begin. At Yamanaka and Noichi's command, the match started. Yuhua's vision shifted as a gigantic red Tomo Sharingan appeared in the sky before him, its gaze coldly looking down upon him. The level of this Jinjutsu was decent, but with his current vitality being so formidable, ordinary Jinjutsu could not affect him at all. With just a thought, the red Tomo world shattered like glass. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback, thinking to himself that Yuha Nohara's resistance to Jinjutsu was incredibly strong. He had escaped his Jinjutsu in an instant. With such high Jinjutsu resistance and explosive shadow clones, this is going to be troublesome. From Uchiha Shizuku's uncertain expression, everyone realized that he had likely activated the Sharingan illusion, while on the opposite side Noera Yuha showed no reaction at all. Then this match is basically over, right? Not at all. Shizuku will definitely win. As others felt that Uchiha Shizuku was in grave danger, the Uchiha clan members, who had high hopes for him, still believed that their clan's talent could secure victory in this selection battle. However, at that moment, an unexpected voice from a little Uchiha girl rang out, "Noera Yuha, cheer for me. If you win, my family will treat you to dinner tomorrow." The Uchiha members collectively turned to look at Uchiha Kazahana, who was cheering for Noera Yuha, many of their faces turning dark, thinking, "Kazahana, you are really going too far with this." Shizuku quickly covered his sister's mouth and awkwardly laughed at the Uchiha members, saying, "We are cheering for Shizuku too." He looked at his sister with a mix of helplessness, thinking, "Kazahana, do you think our family is rich or something? Just a few days ago we treated that glutton to dinner." Yuha glanced at the battlefield, his gaze returning to Uchiha Shizuku. He did not form hand seals to create shadow clones as many had anticipated. Instead, he reached into his ninja tool pouch at his waist and took out a kunai. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Shizuku understood his intent. He didn't want this match to end so quickly, did he? His feelings were quite complicated. After nodding to Noera Yuha, he drew his gleaming ninja sword from his back. Boom. He rushed forward swiftly. The ninja swords and kunai in their hands clashed, creating sparks as they quickly retreated. Meanwhile, a multitude of shuriken were hurled towards each other, thudding against the air. The shuriken collided, producing fierce sparks, and as a large number of shuriken fell to the ground, they quickly formed hand seals, shouting, "Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique." Two great fireballs collided in the air. Surprisingly, the spectators noticed that Noera Yuhua's fire technique was faster, seemingly overpowering Uchiha Shizuku's fire technique. Seeing that Yuhua's fire technique did not explode, Shizuku let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Thankfully Yuha is still holding back, not using his full strength, otherwise Shizuku would be in a difficult position." Fire release Phoenix fire technique. Fire release Phoenix fire technique. After yet another clash of fire techniques, the two rushed towards each other, resuming their fierce duel with kunai and ninja swords. Most ordinary ninjas present could barely see their movements, but even with the little they could see, they were in awe of the level of this special selection battle, which was undoubtedly on par with high-level jonin. Some strong jonin noticed even more. What seemed like an evenly matched contest was actually because Noara Yuha wasn't using his full strength at all. Uchiha Fugaku was observing the fight closely with his Sharingan, a faint smile of bitterness appearing on his lips as he thought, even Shizuku isn't a match for Noara Yuha. The surprises brought by this Konoha little tyrant keep piling up, another one popping up every now and then. He reflected, this child isn't bad. Even though he has the ability to embarrass Shizuku, he hasn't done so. It seems he does not carry the same prejudice against the Uchiha clan as others do. Moreover, this child has become friends with Shizuku and his sister. Perhaps it would be worth trying to win him over. Among the crowd below, the happiest person was definitely Minako. Her shuriken and fire techniques perfectly inherited by her son, fulfilling one of her many wishes. Noara Yuha also nodded with a smile, watching the battle and saying it seems like it's about to end. Uchiha Shizuku retreated. This battle had taken too much out of him. He was panting heavily, noticing that Noara Yuha still looked as fresh as at the beginning, realizing that he had not really exerted himself. After a bitter smile, he raised his hand to concede. At that moment, a panicked shout echoed through the arena. Not good. Fugaku Elder Shimatani is in trouble. The crowd understood that this exciting battle was about to conclude, murmuring among themselves. They looked curiously at Uchiha Daiko, who suddenly rushed out shouting towards the viewing platform in a panic. Clearly something had gone horribly wrong. What's going on? Daiko, calm down, don't shout. Uchiha Fugaku jumped down from the viewing platform in front of Uchiha Daiko, reprimanding, do you not see where this is? The Hokage is right here. What happened to Elder Shimatani? Uchiha Daiko's face was pale as he leaned in to whisper in Fugaku's ear. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed drastically. He looked towards Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen on the viewing platform, bid farewell, and immediately dashed with Daiko towards the Uchiha compound, while other Uchiha clan members sensed that something significant had occurred and hurriedly left. I'm sorry. I concede. Uchiha Shizuku, upon hearing the news brought by Daiko, was more panicked than any other Uchiha present. He quickly informed Yamashiro Kaichi and immediately left the arena, rushing towards the Uchiha compound. The winner of this match is Noara Yuha. Yamashiro Kaichi announced the winner, but saw the crowd was now rapidly dispersing. At that moment, an Umbu ninja jumped down next to Sarutobi Hiruzen and whispered in his ear. After listening, Hiruzen's brows furrowed heavily. Seeing the chaos, he ordered the special selection battle to cease, and then he set off towards the Uchiha compound with a large group of Umbu ninjas. As Yuha walked down from the arena, Uchiha Shizuku and his sister had already left. He glanced into the distance where the Umbu ninjas were covering Shimura Danzō's escape. Yamashiro looked at the crowd leaving and murmured, I remember Uchiha Shizuku is a descendant of Elder Shimatani, right? Kakashi nodded, yes, he is his grandson. After standing there for a while, Yamashiro said, Kakashi-senpai, shall we go take a look? Kakashi put away the book he was holding and also began to head towards the Uchiha compound. Seeing them leave, Yuha pretended to walk in the direction of his parents. Minako and Noara Yudo noticed him and walked over with smiles, but Yuha suddenly changed direction and dashed away, disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. The couple was left in disarray, sighing inwardly. No matter how much their son's strength grew, his troublesome tendencies hadn't diminished at all. After Yuha exited the selection arena, he arrived at a deserted area, placing his fingers on his forehead to sense the aura in the distance before teleporting away. He arrived at the Uchiha compound, following the direction of the crowd. After walking a few hundred meters, he saw the house that was surrounded by the Konoha Police Department, also known as Uchiha Ninjas. He jumped onto the highest neighboring building, using his keen eyesight to observe the situation inside. Is that Elder Shimatani of the Uchiha clan dead? Inside the room, an old man was slumped over in a wheelchair, lifeless. Yuha thought, how could an incapacitated old man be killed? Could it be Danzō's doing? The reason for his suspicion rather than certainty was that in the past few days he had also realized that the Uchiha clan extermination incident involved that insidious Uchiha Obito, who also favored collecting reedy jewels. If not Danzō, then Obito. Yuha pondered which possibility was higher, leaning more towards Danzō. Taking advantage of the day of the special selection battle, when the Uchiha clan's defenses were relatively weak to strike. At this moment, numerous powerful Uchiha members rushed back, and he also saw Uchiha Shizuku return. The youth rushed into the room holding the old man's corpse and weeping. As he cried, the spinning double tomo in his eyes rapidly transformed into the shape of 3 tomo. Yuha, watching from the rooftop in the distance, was taken aback, thinking to himself that this clan indeed acquires power far more easily than others. No wonder they are so feared. Afterward, a large number of other Konoha ninjas arrived. Upon learning that an elder of the Uchiha clan had been assassinated, these ninjas displayed no signs of sadness, appearing very indifferent. In fact, many of them were even laughing and chatting outside. The Uchiha clan members glared at them in anger, seemingly unable to contain their rage, wanting to take action against those who were laughing. Fortunately, at this moment Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived. The Hokage first examined the crime scene with a heavy expression, comforting the victim's family before assuring the Uchiha clan that he would mobilize the police department and Umbu forces to jointly investigate this incident, promising to find the true culprit. Under Hiruzen's orders, the Umbu ninjas dispersed the surrounding crowd. Seeing that this incident had concluded, Yuha also left. Late at night, Yuha reviewed the information scroll brought to him by the Bozo Ridge Inuzuka clan. After a night of reconnaissance by numerous dogs, he had a basic understanding of the situation. Elder Shimatani of the Uchiha clan was one of the elders severely injured during a major battle in the Third Shinobi World War and had since been unable to move without a wheelchair. He did not seem to have a clear inclination towards either the Dove or Hawk factions within the Uchiha clan, belonging instead to a neutral and ambivalent faction. However, recently this elder's comments had clearly leaned towards the Dove faction. He believed that a portion of the clan's hostility towards the Konoha higher-ups was unwarranted, and this mindset was very dangerous and needed to be suppressed. Did Danzō eliminate a Uchiha Dove faction elder? This was quite unfavorable for the stability of Konoha. However, it was quite beneficial for accelerating the Uchiha's rebellion. Now only one elder remained in the Uchiha clan, and that person was clearly from the Hawk faction. Yuha browsed through the scroll detailing Elder Shimatani's strength and speculations. Many Uchiha clan members believed that even though Elder Shimatani was in a wheelchair, he could still perform ninjutsu. The person who assassinated Elder Shimatani must be familiar with the Uchiha compound, likely someone from the Konoha police department, and definitely not an ordinary jonin. Combining all this information, many suspected that the perpetrator was a powerful jonin from the village with strong assassination skills. They recalled the indifference of those ninjas outside the house during the day, further solidifying their convictions. The conflicts between the Uchiha and the village are escalating. Yuha murmured, considering it. In the empty space of his room, he summoned the leader of the Bozo Ridge tracking dogs, instructing it to lead a team to continue monitoring the Uchiha compound day and night. Finally, he cautiously asked, the Uchiha are very skilled at counter-tracking. Is there a risk of being discovered? The tracking dog leader Jibu scratched its head with its paw, saying, Lord Yuha, don't worry. The tracking dogs I can mobilize are not limited to just those from Bozo Ridge. Even an ordinary house dog after our training can provide us with a wealth of information. If we inadvertently get discovered, just push it on to Kakashi. Yuha thought to himself, how could this ninja dog be more unscrupulous than me, always ready to make Kakashi take the blame? However, he thought about it and realized that if the Bozo Ridge ninja dogs were monitoring the Uchiha compound, the first suspect the Uchiha would have upon discovery would undoubtedly be Hitaki Kakashi. And since Kakashi worked in the Umbu serving under Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage who was worried about the Uchiha, it made perfect sense for him to monitor them. Thus, upon learning of this, the Uchiha could only silently resent Hiruzen and would not take it out on Kakashi. Let's put these matters aside for now. Tomorrow is a good day, Yuha murmured before going to sleep. The next day, Yuha arrived at the Hokage building, specifically in the Hokage office. He stood in a line with the other 10 elite Chunin who had passed the special selection, excluding Uchiha Shizuku, to receive formal appointments from the Hokage. From today, they would become the village's special jonin. Yuha looked at the appointment letter and jonin armor handed to him, nodding slightly. Very good, he had taken a significant step towards his goal. After exiting the Hokage building, Yuha walked down the street in his jonin armor. The crowd turned to look at him with strangers, thinking he must be flaunting the jonin armor of an adult, while those who recognized him knew that Noera Yuha had now officially become a special jonin, and they were amazed. After wandering down a street and feeling bored, he frowned at the jonin armor he was wearing, thinking to himself that this armor was unattractive and would affect Kakarot's image. He took off the armor and went to a street corner, sealing it directly into a scroll. I feel like I forgot something important. After completing this task, Yuha tapped his chin and thought, oh right, Uchiha Kazahana said she would treat me to dinner. Forget it. They must be in no mood after such a big event occurred in their clan. Maybe in a few days. That is, he spotted a short-haired girl with white eyes. Upon seeing him, the girl was so frightened that she turned and ran, and Yuha quickly chased after her. Yuha, stop bullying me. Hinata ran desperately, but couldn't shake him off, sweating profusely as she shouted, I was wrong. I can't eat as much as you. I can't eat at all. No way. You are being insincere. We must compete again, Yuha said to her with utmost seriousness. Ultimately, under his relentless pursuit, Hinata had no choice but to agree to compete with him once more, and the result was that Hinata's head fell onto the table at Ichiraka Ramen, semi-unconscious, unable to refrain from spitting out a few mouthfuls of ramen. I might have gone a bit overboard. Seeing Hinata Hyuga in such a predicament, Yuha couldn't help but wonder where was that Chunin who was supposed to protect Hinata in such a situation. He felt somewhat speechless, grabbed a napkin to wipe the soup from the corner of her mouth, and then held her small hand, sending energy into her body to help her digest quickly. When Hinata regained consciousness, she noticed her stomach discomfort was rapidly dissipating. Seeing that it was Yuha helping her digest, she softly said thank you. However, upon seeing Yuha holding her right hand, she froze, her face quickly flushing red, and her entire body turned crimson as she fainted again. Yuha supported Hinata's body, feeling utterly perplexed. He had just helped her digest, so why did this happen? Should I call an ambulance? Forget it, I'll carry her there myself. After paying the bill, he dashed down the street with Hinata in his arms. Halfway, Hinata woke up. Perhaps thinking she was hugging her plush toy in her own bed, she held on tighter. When she opened her eyes and stared blankly for several seconds, she fainted again. Is the situation that serious? How strange, why is Hinata's forehead so hot? Seeing her faint again, Yuha touched her forehead, and then increased his speed, rushing towards the Konoha hospital. Hyuga Daiki was panting heavily as he chased after them, drenched in sweat, gasping. Yuha, Lady Hinata is just shy. Don't kidnap her. Is that really the direction of the hospital? Yuha only saw Hinata as a very young child and didn't think about it in that way. He arrived at the hospital quickly and had a doctor check Hinata's entire body, finding no issues, which finally put him at ease. After dealing with Hinata's situation, Yuha received a notification from Yamashiro. In the afternoon, they would have a new rank mission, and when the four gathered at a telephone pole in the afternoon, Yuha distinctly noticed that Uchiha Shizuku seemed different, taciturn, and burdened with thoughts. He glanced at his teammates, contemplating that one good way to get involved in Uchiha's affairs was to betray this teammate. To make the armed revolutionary faction completely lose hope, to let them know that whether it is Uchiha Shizuku or Uchiha Itachi, the two most talented individuals of the Uchiha are inheritors of Konoha's will of fire and will never firmly stand on their side. I need to find a good opportunity to intervene. The coup within the Uchiha clan is proceeding according to Danzō's plans, accelerating. After whispering this, Yu placed the weapon store's ledger on the table and began to browse through the intelligence scroll sent by the tracker dog leader Hiba. It contained a wealth of information and corresponding analyses indicating that currently at least 1/3 of the Uchiha clan, including the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, were fence-sitters, still undecided on how to extricate the Uchiha from their current predicament. However, the Hawkish faction has already begun their preparations, not only making extensive plans for rebellion, but also trying to win over the swing voters. After going through this intelligence, Yu analyzed in his heart the time shouldn't be long, perhaps 3 to 4 months. By then, the entire Uchiha clan will reach a consensus on the rebellion. Before that, can I become a jonin? He was uncertain about this. Becoming a jonin is a pillar of the village, and the requirements are far stricter than for special jonin, with quite a long assessment period. Moreover, Yu pondered another issue. Even without his special jonin identity, how could such a small child earn the trust of the Uchiha clan, making this great clan fully support his actions as an absolute backing in the future? Such thoughts seemed a bit naive. Much like convincing the proud Saiyan prince to wholeheartedly accept a low-level warrior like Kakarot, it is not an easy task. How could the Uchiha clan, such a proud family in the ninja world, possibly submit to a 7-year-old child? Yu sat in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the table, contemplating the related issues. After a long time, even though he was reluctant to admit it, he felt in his heart that one of the best methods was to bring the diverging events back to the plot. Because of his presence, the related events have changed too greatly. Many deviations from the original work have occurred. The emergence of the Yamato elite class Danzō, knowing about Uchiha Shizui's Mangekyo Sharingan, in advance the death of Elder Shimagami, and the early rebellion of the Uchiha, etc. Only when the Uchiha face the blade of extermination at their most dangerous moment will the clan's people possibly trust him. That moment is very dangerous. If not handled well, it could lead to chaos and the Uchiha would be annihilated. Therefore, if he wants to have better control over the situation, one of the best methods is to let the plot return. It is not an easy task, as he does not have the ability to predict all futures. Of course, this is not the key to success or failure. The key lies within himself. Yu felt that he was strong now, but still not enough. His main body is invincible, but his shadow clones are clearly not strong enough, making it quite challenging to face someone like Kurama Yagura the Jinchuriki. If he wants better control, his shadow clones must also be able to handle someone at Kurama Yagura's level. Yu looked at the data on the panel that had significantly improved over the past few years. 16.8. During this time, he had not rushed to improve his fusion level, because he discovered that he could enhance his strength by improving his control over chi and tapping into the potential within his body. However, he realized that each 0.1 increase in his fusion point now provided a more significant power boost than before. Since he wanted to grow a bit faster, perhaps he should focus more on improving his fusion level. Yu nodded. In addition to enhancing his own power, he also needed to do some things and must visit Root. His gaze fell on the countertop of the room's cabinet where a letter was placed, an invitation from Shimura Danzō to collaborate. Danzō mentioned in the letter that there was no rush for a reply, so he had not responded. Could he use this letter to explore Root? After all, Danzō's invitation was an open collaboration just like joining Root, as Orochimaru did, and it would only be during the vacation of the Yamato class. Yu quickly dismissed this idea. If he entered Root under the identity of Harano Yuu, any significant event occurring inside would make him the first suspect, leading to a complete conflict with Root that would be difficult to control. Then under whose identity should he enter? In short, it should not be Harano Yuu. Let's sleep first. After Yu lay down the next day, he instructed the dogs of Boseling to investigate the specific location of the Root headquarters. After recalling the traps and personnel arrangements about the umbu that Tsukikage and Yamato had taught him and making extensive preparations, Yu used the transformation technique to change into an ordinary umbu member, arriving in an area that had been turned to ruins and overgrown with weeds during the Ninetales incident. After activating his ultra-long-range chi perception, he teleported into the underground here. He appeared in an empty supply room at the Root headquarters, beginning to sense this vast underground space. He sensed that the number of people exceeded his expectations, with numerous Root ninjas scattered throughout the underground, among which there were quite a few sensory-type ninjas. However, this posed no challenge to him. His chi concealment was at LV8, easily avoiding the detection of the vast majority of ninjas. Yu thought to himself that even if he were detected, he could easily escape from here. There was nothing to worry about. He started from the supply room and quickly explored, checking Danzō's office, the prison, the library, the training room, and so forth. Soon after, he found himself in an extremely secret, unfindable room, which was very dark and damp inside. On both sides of the walls were numerous nutrient tanks, each containing a red eyeball, the Sharingan. Yu gazed at Danzō's collection and nodded slightly. Even the 3-mo Sharingan seems to hold little value for me. He thought of his subordinates who either did not need Sharingan or could not afford the chakra expenditure of Sharingan. The transplanted 3-mo Sharingan could not evolve into Mangekyo, making it of little use. Moreover, if he were to take even 2 or 3 pairs of Sharingan, now Danzō might discover it and cause unnecessary alarm. After taking a photo of the area with his camera from the ceiling scroll, Yu left. After exploring the Root headquarters for a while, he heard some noisy conversations among the Root members. Had Danzō returned from his mission? His mission this time was to eliminate the remnants of the umbu from the land of forests, which was indeed a remarkable task. He wondered if he would write a report, just like a regular ninja who completed a mission would write a mission report. Yu pondered for a moment, landing in a distant dark corner, watching Danzō's office. After staying in the office for a while, Danzō grabbed a document and descended through a long spiral staircase to the lower levels. He led his subordinates through several hidden rooms and walked down a more secretive corridor. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Danzō opened a door behind which was a room enveloped by a dark red barrier. Yu, watching from the shadows, was startled. This room was even more secretive than the one storing Sharingan and was specifically protected by a barrier. He saw Danzō forming hand seals and pressing against the barrier. The barrier opened a small door just tall enough for one person to enter. Danzō looked at his trusted subordinates. "You wait here." "Yes, Lord Danzō." Danzō entered and stayed inside for a while before nodding at his subordinates, leading them away from the secret location. After Danzō left, Yu teleported from the shadows to the door. He touched the lock on the door with his finger and easily opened it with chi. As he gazed at the dark red barrier in front of him, he recalled the hand seals Danzō had just made and attempted to imitate him, then pressed his palm against the barrier. No response. Moreover, he sensed a powerful spatial repulsion from the barrier. Was this to prevent someone from entering using spatial ninjutsu? How was this barrier created? After retracting his palm, Yu contemplated this question. He probed around the barrier with his chi perception and shook his head. However, he found that the barrier had no connection to the outside world. So could it be broken? No, it wouldn't work. Danzō may have set up measures around it. If the barrier were to be artificially breached, there would likely be subsequent reactions. Then, ill-used teleportation. Yu does not consider himself a good person. He has never kept any records of his actions. Does this old fox think that no one in the entire ninja world can enter here? He glanced at the dark red barrier around him and judged that the restriction of space ninjutsu here is extremely strong. Ordinary flying thunder god and summoning techniques, even Obito's Kamui, would find it difficult to break through. Yet he accomplished it with ease. This person must never have dreamed someone could enter here. Let's begin. Yu took out his camera, ensuring to photograph the arrangement and stacking of documents and scrolls on the shelf for future restoration. As he began to browse these reports, he became increasingly shocked, thinking to himself, truly worthy of being the one who bears the darkness of the entire village. collaborating with Orochimaru to abduct over 60 infants from surrounding villages for human experiments. Such levels of misconduct are more than just one case. There are some he knows of and some he doesn't. 2 assassination plots against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did the rumors targeting the Uchiha clan after the Nine Tails incident fan the flames? Is this Danzō's scheme to target Hatake Tsukumo, with rumors leading to his severe injury? At that time Tsukumo was at the pinnacle of his power in Konoha, yet they sought to suppress his influence, not realizing it would drive him to suicide. This aligns perfectly with Danzō's unscrupulous nature to achieve his goals. There are also extensive records of actions outside the village, such as persecuting Akatsuki alongside Hanzo of the Salamander, with a basic policy of preferring to wrongly kill rather than let anyone escape. Of course, most of the reports he browsed were normal. Without those dark elements, it wouldn't be an overstatement to say that Danzō and his root have made significant contributions to Konoha, which is also why Sarutobi Hiruzen knows about many of Danzō's actions, yet chooses not to act against him. After finishing the mission reports, Yu returned them to their original positions, arranged just as they were before he touched them. He began to browse the scrolls, most of which contained forbidden techniques not meant for public knowledge, including Uchiha's Izanagi and Izanami, the second Hokage's forbidden techniques Edo Tensei, and mutual explosive tag, along with some wood release techniques and sealing techniques like tongue destruction seal. Noticing that he had spent over 3 hours inside, he put everything back in place and left with a teleportation. Since he could easily enter there was no need to rush to take those items away. He only needed to spend a little time to copy some back each time, as he had plenty of time. After returning from the root headquarters, Yu knew that the Uchiha matter wouldn't erupt for the time. Being so, he chose to set it aside and continue to grow, waiting for events to unfold slowly. The Yamato team had already gained some fame from the capture of the 3 Sannin, and as one of the 2 main forces of this 4-member team, his young age naturally drew significant attention, beginning to make a name for himself in the ninja world, which greatly boosted his reputation integration. This team's growth rate far exceeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations, becoming one of the ace teams in the Hokage's hands several years ahead of his predictions. Thus this team became one of the top choices for rank missions. Yu far surpassed ordinary people's imagination in task completion. After half a year, the clan leaders of the Konoha Ninja received an astounding number of missions completed by Noera. Yu 0 rank, 4 crank, 34 rank, 70 a rank, and 8 rank. The number of a rank and rank missions completed was not less than that of some ninjas in the village who had been jonin for many years. Such excellent task completion results naturally added much to his promotion to jonin. On this day, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's promotion, Noera Yu broke the record for the youngest jonin, raising the age from 12 to 8. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but on this day Terumi Mei from the Mist Village led a team to Konoha to sign a treaty of alliance. The process of signing the agreement went smoothly and was completed on the same day. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered Noera Yu to escort Terumi Mei and her party to the village entrance. At the entrance of Konoha, Terumi Mei said to the others, "You all go ahead. I want to chat with Konoha's newly promoted jonin Noera Yu." "Yes, Lady Terumi Mei." After the others left, Terumi Mei looked at Noera Yu, who had not grown much taller since a few months ago, but had already transformed from a chunin to a jonin. She moved her lips, wanting to ask him about the true identity of Kakarot. During today's signing ceremony, she seized the opportunity to communicate with Hatake Kakashi from Konoha Zumbu. The result left her greatly disappointed, as she felt that Hatake Kakashi's possibility of being Kakarot was very low. Over the past few months, due to their cooperation, she had seen Kakarot twice, and his attitude towards her remained as cold as ever, leaving her with a feeling of frustration. Who on earth is that person? In the end, she couldn't bring herself to ask. She smiled and said, "Yu, I can clearly feel that you have become much stronger than you were a few months ago. If this goes on for another 3 or 4 years, I might catch up to you, my dear sister." Seeing him frown and remain silent, Terumi Mei shifted her gaze toward the inner part of Konoha and continued, "Today, under the guise of experiencing Konoha's customs, I took a tour around the village and discovered a problem. The personnel in your Konoha police department, namely those from the Uchiha, seem to be quite unhappy. Did you notice that too?" You didn't want to discuss Konoha's internal affairs, replying, "Did you ask the 3rd Hokage to call me out just to say this?" "Not exactly, I have a gift for you." "A gift? Like a toy for a child?" "I wouldn't dare treat you like a child again. I'm afraid you'd have me done in." After teasing him, Terumi Mei took out a letter from her bosom and handed it to him. "After that major upheaval, all power has returned to Lord Yuan Shi. We conducted a thorough investigation of the ninjas from the Mist Village and discovered several spies arranged by other villages. Recently, we learned from a spy from the Cloud Village that they have also infiltrated your village, and it's even a jonin. This letter contains the clues. Not a bad gift, right?" "Oh, you accepted the letter. Spies are common across various villages. It's fortunate that they were discovered. Once identified, they must be thoroughly investigated. Seeing that her carefully prepared gift seemed to receive little attention, Terumi May felt a pang of annoyance. After flipping her brown bangs, she casually said, Yu, I heard that during the last battle in the Mist Village, the leader of the Light faction tricked Jiraiya, causing dissatisfaction from Konoha towards the Light organization. Is that true? Are you threatening me? Yu sneered. Physiological diseases. Guaranteed to miss the marriage deadline. With that, he turned and walked away. Terumi May stared wide-eyed at his departing figure, her mouth agape and trembling, her body shaking as well. She didn't know whether it was from shame or anger, perhaps both. In the end, she sighed, deeply regretting why she provoked this little brat. Shaking her head, she turned to leave. Yu returned to the Hokage building, handed the letter with clues to Umbu, and then received the Jonin appointment letter and a new set of Jonin armor from Sarutobi Hiruzen. As he exited the Hokage building, many people on the street, having heard the sensational news of the day, turned to look at him. At this moment, a voice echoed in Yu's mind. You have become a Jonin of Konoha, completing the achievement side, Quest 5 Integration 013. Oh, and you have also received a healing bean. The increase in integration made Yu feel a bit stronger, thinking to himself, 013 in one go. That's much more than before. Healing beans. I don't lack those now. With this one, I already have 11. Just as he stepped into the living room door of his home, the ecstatic Noera couple rushed over to give him a bear hug. He gently sidestepped, appearing 2 meters away, looking at his enthusiastic parents, and helplessly said, Don't be like this, Bim, just a Jonin, no need to be so excited. What do you mean just a Jonin? Noera Yodo exclaimed excitedly, I've only just become a Jonin for less than 2 years. Yu thought to himself, Dad, that's because you were too useless. As the head of the Noera clan, you only became a Jonin at this age, and still have the nerve to say it. Minako also said excitedly, and you're only 8 years old. What's wrong? Aren't you satisfied? Yu nodded and said, it's all right. My efforts over the past half-year working hard at the Hokage building were not in vain. However, it's clear that the representative from the Mist Village came to promote today due to a political mission. If those people from the Mist Village hadn't come, I might still be in a long observation period, perhaps not becoming a Jonin until I'm 9 or 10. Stop complaining. The third Hokage has been quite good to you. Noera Yodo stepped forward, ruffling his son's hair, and smiled. We've already prepared the kitchen. Today we're hosting a feast, inviting your 3 teammates and their families, along with your teacher Kakashi, his friend Guy, and your close friend clan leader Shirwei, and the Hyuga clan leader. By the way, Hinata will come too, so don't run off. Alright then, I'll head back to my room. Yu brushed off the hand that was messing up his hairstyle and returned to his room under the couple's helpless gaze. After returning to his room, he summoned his tracking dog leader Hiba from the Bozo Ridge. After Hiba spat out 3 information scrolls, he left. Yu wiped off the saliva on them with a cloth and began to browse. The first one surprised him. The Uchiha clan had recently reached a consensus regarding an armed coup and would announce it at tomorrow's assembly. Is it coming? After reading the first intelligence scroll about the Uchiha clan, Yu unrolled the second scroll, which detailed the various actions of the masked leaf ninjas in the village. As expected, the higher-ups of Konoha, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, had already noticed the unusual activities of the Uchiha clan, prompting the Umbu and Root ninjas to monitor them and heavily fortify the periphery of Uchiha territory. The third intelligence scroll contained movements of the major ninja clans in the village. In the past few days, they had clearly strengthened the security levels of their respective territories. Had they also sensed the abnormalities in the village? Grasping the 3 scrolls in hand, he crushed them with his chakra and tossed them into the trash. Yu pondered, benefiting from the intel brought by the dogs of Bozo Ridge. Although the events of the Uchiha clan had not completely returned to the original plot, he had grasped the movements of most individuals. The biggest difference from the original work now was that Uchiha Shursui was still alive. During the team's mission, through his subtle hints, Uchiha Shursui admitted to having another powerful ocular technique from his Mangekyo Sharingan Kodo Amatsukami. After being taken aback, he seriously suggested that Uchiha Shursui conceal this ability, as the power to alter others' will is a forbidden force. If others were to learn of it, it would invite suspicion, fear, and unwarranted attacks. He also advised Shursui to never use this technique on the Uchiha clan leader. He had said at the time, Uchiha Fugaku is merely someone being carried along by the will of the entire clan. If he were to abandon his hardline stance under Kodo Amatsukami, the other clan members would replace him with someone more hardline to represent them. And do you think Uchiha Fugaku as the clan leader would have no ability to resist under your Kodo Amatsukami? Ultimately, this matter can only be resolved fundamentally by improving the survival situation of the Uchiha. There is no other way. At that time, Uchiha Shursui merely fell silent, not expressing his stance. It seems that Uchiha Shursui took his advice to heart, as he had not yet revealed his Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Shursui was still alive, and unlike Uchiha Itachi, he was not a member of the Umbu. Therefore, the clan's greatest hope was not Uchiha Itachi, but Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui will not assist you in rebellion. Yu Yu thought to himself as he stepped out of the room, standing in the corridor gazing at the sinking sun in the west. In the corridor bathed in the slanting sunlight, Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms watching Uchiha Itachi approach him. As they brushed past each other, Uchiha Fugaku said, "Itachi, wait a moment." He turned around looking at Uchiha Itachi's back. "You know about the meeting tomorrow, right? As my son you must attend. I have a mission to carry out tomorrow. Itachi, don't evade. Don't evade your responsibilities as a member of the Uchiha. After the meeting tomorrow, come to the south, he shrine alone, do not bring anyone else." Listening to the departing footsteps, Uchiha Itachi turned to gaze at his father's receding figure, the three tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly. The next day, after Yu Yu woke up and finished washing, he heard sharp sounds of varying lengths outside, which were the signals of the umbu. He stepped out of his house and received a message from an umbu, glancing at it and thinking, is it a rare emergency mission? Why is it happening at this time? After slowly having breakfast, Yu Yu arrived at the Hokage building and entered the Hokage's office, where everyone was already gathered waiting for him. "Sorry, I was just helping an old lady with something." Yu Yu, as usual, gave an excuse that made the silver-haired umbu turn his head toward the window. Seeing the serious atmosphere today with several people stern-faced, he asked, "Did something troublesome happen?" "Yes." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded at him and said, "This matter is extremely urgent, and the mission level is tentatively set to a rank with a significant possibility of escalating to rank." He glanced at the umbu ninja beside him, who walked over to distribute the mission detail documents to the 4 members of Team Yamato. Yu Yu skimmed through the mission materials. This incident began with the gift that Tsunade had given him before leaving yesterday. After receiving his letter, the umbu began searching based on the clues in it. However, unexpectedly, just as their search operation commenced, they startled a spy from the Cloud Village who fled under the cover of night. The individual had set off from the village for several hours, and the umbu tracking team they dispatched had lost contact, indicating that something possibly went wrong. Thus, this matter was very important and urgent. Regarding this jonin named Orochimaru, he was a former umbu ninja who had just left the umbu 3 months ago, serving as a jonin team leader with 3 chunin under him. If this person had been in the umbu, he would undoubtedly possess considerable intelligence. If he were to reach the Cloud Village, the consequences would be extremely serious. Furthermore, Orochimaru was also very important to the Cloud. If other strong ninjas from the Cloud Village were to assist him midway, the difficulty level of the mission would indeed escalate to rank. Yu Yu analyzed this information, but suddenly felt, given the urgency, why Sarutobi Hiruzen did not immediately dispatch a lead umbu. Was it to divert Uchiha Shursui and take action against the Uchiha clan in advance? Or was it to preserve Uchiha Shursui? To retain this particularly excellent team? Regardless, this arrangement seemed beneficial for Uchiha Shursui. No, Yu Yu dismissed this thought, doubting it immensely. If Shursui returned from the mission to find all his clan members slaughtered, could he still serve Konoha well? He was not like Uchiha Itachi, a filial son. In the original work, Uchiha Shursui committed suicide for Konoha, for the Uchiha, and for that traitor. When he returned to find the Uchiha territory filled with corpses and learned that Konoha had killed all his clan members, including his entire family, if he could act as if nothing had happened, then he must have been under the influence of his own Kodoeme Tsukumi. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen have confidence in his will of fire? Or did he have other arrangements for Shursui? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the 4 had finished reading the mission information and said, "The situation is urgent. You must set off immediately." "Yes," Yamato replied, leading his 3 teammates out of the Hokage building. Ninjutsu summoning technique. At the entrance of Konoha Village, Yu Yu summoned a tracking dog from Bozo Ridge, allowing it to sniff Orochimaru's belongings. The 4 quickly followed the tracking dog, and 2 hours later they encountered the umbu team they had thought was destroyed in a dense forest. The 4 of them were all quite injured on their way back. The team leader informed them that Orochimaru had served in the umbu for many years and was very familiar with the umbu's tracking methods. During the pursuit, they were discovered by him, inadvertently fell into a trap, and lost their communication pigeon to his surprise attack, resulting in their inability to contact the village. Since the mission had failed, they began to return. Is he a jonin skilled in counter-tracking? The route he took is very complex. Prepare yourselves mentally. This mission will be troublesome and cannot be completed within a day. Yamato, being experienced, judged the duration of the mission after hearing this. We will speed up the mission this time and strive to finish it within a day. Uchiha Shursui glanced in the direction of the village, his eyes betraying an unmistakable worry. All right. Yamato and Moonlight Wind noticed something, and both nodded in agreement to accelerate the mission. The 4 continued on their way, but even as they quickened their tracking pace, when night fell that day, they still could not catch up to the rogue ninja Orochimaru. The 4 set up camp in a grassy area, preparing to spend the night there, intending to set off again in the morning. After simply consuming some dry rations, Uchiha Shisui stood on the grass, gazing at the starry sky in the direction of the village, lost in thought. At this moment, in the Umbu meeting room of the Hokage building, wearing an Umbu mask, Uchiha Itachi entered. He glanced at the 4 high-ranking Konoha officials seated at the table: Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō, Tsunade, and Mito Gaiden. He walked up to the 4 and half-kneeled to salute, whispering, "The Uchiha have decided to initiate an armed coup in Konoha." Among the 4 side the 2 advisors, Tsunade and Mito Gaiden. Shimura Danzō closed his eyes, appearing uncomfortable. When he opened them, he said to Sarutobi, "Hiruzen, the situation is urgent. While Uchiha Shisui is out on a mission, we must strike first to swiftly quell this crisis." Hiruzen, upon hearing this, shook his head and said, "The Uchiha are our comrades. I wish to replace force with communication. Let me think of a way." After the meeting, Shimura Danzō brought Uchiha Itachi to a secret base of Root. He said to Uchiha, though the 3rd Hokage said that the situation is urgent, and he will definitely prioritize protecting Konoha. This is why Uchiha Shisui was dispatched to execute a mission outside the village at this time. Uchiha Itachi listened to his words. Upon hearing, "Eliminate the Uchiha. If you take action, you can spare your brother, and you must resolve this before it happens," he felt a great shock within him. After Uchiha Itachi left. After Uchiha Shisui went out for a while, he returned as a shadow clone. Although it was expected, Yu felt a pang of annoyance in his heart. No matter how fast they hurried today, it was strange they couldn't catch up to the rogue ninja UNG. This was because UNG had already been secretly eliminated by him afterwards, letting the tracking hound lead them around the countries of Earth, Wind, and Iron. This was naturally to prevent Uchiha Shisui from returning to the village during this time. After all, he still wanted to go back, even at the cost of abandoning the mission. "I wonder if Danzō is waiting for you to return. If it weren't for the many times your family treated me to meals, do you think I would care about you?" Seeing Shisui and Yu staring blankly at the grass for a while, Yamato slapped his forehead, walked over, and quickly formed hand seals. A large number of wooden blocks broke ground before him, and in the blink of an eye a large room appeared in front of them. He scratched his head and chuckled. "I was wondering why the atmosphere felt so strange. It turns out I forgot this. My apologies." Seeing no one responded to him, Yamato felt a bit down. Jifeng walked over and whispered in his ear, "Shisui and Yu seem a bit off. Did they have a fight?" Yamato glanced at the 2 who were still silent and said softly, "No way, their relationship has always been good. Could they be shadow clones who don't like to talk?" "No, it's impossible. I'm overthinking, haha." Looking at the 2, Jifeng suddenly asked softly, "If they did fight, who do you think would win?" Yamato looked at him disdainfully and said, "Shisui became famous during the 3rd Great Ninja War and can use the clan's war god Susanoo. How could he lose?" Jifeng responded, "But Yu has endless tricks. Am I overthinking it?" In the darkness, Uchiha Shisui sped through the mountains, anxious and aware of the Uchiha situation, knowing his clan was already on the brink of a cliff. When he woke up in the morning, he had already decided that during today's meeting, he would use the Kodo Amatsukami on clan leader Fugaku, even if his Kodo Amatsukami only had a short effect or Fugaku was quickly overthrown. As long as the decision for the armed coup could be postponed, it would be worthwhile. If Kodo Amatsukami failed, he could accept it. "Sorry, Captain Yamato," Jifeng Yu. Uchiha Shisui thought to himself, abandoning the mission midway without reason. If the Hokage Tower found out, not only he but the entire team would be punished. He also thought of Yu, who could bring him many ideas at such a young age, but his partner was too bold, even joking about using Kodo Amatsukami on Danzō Shimura or some high-ranking official. This kid really dares to joke. This was already the land of fire. I feel like I've run about 600 kilometers. I hope to return to Konoha before dawn. No, I'm too tired. Even with more soldier pills, I can't hold on. I need to find a place to rest. Uchiha Shisui saw a shadow in a black robe appear at the edge of the dark forest. Is it someone from Akatsuki? He slowed down and upon getting closer saw that it was someone wearing a tiger mask. Only then did he feel a bit relieved. If it's Kakarot, the leader of Light, that's fine. There are no conflicts between the Light organization and Konoha, and there have been no clashes so far. When Uchiha Shisui got closer, he bowed to this strong ninja of the world. I have seen Kakarot-senpai. The leader of Light turned around, nodded, and said, You are the genius of the Uchiha clan. I believe your name is Shisui, right? The descendant of Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shisui Shunshin Shisui. Yes. Seeing that he had no hostility towards him, Shisui felt completely relieved and said, Uchiha Kagami is my great-grandfather. Did you come out for a walk? Do you live nearby? The leader of Light thought to himself, Shisui, you're quite clever, even inquiring about the information of the Light organization. He said, I suppose it's a stroll, though I live not far from here. How about it, are you interested in having a drink? Shisui frowned. He had no time or interest in drinking now, but then he thought that if the Umbu and Root were to take action, they would choose the night. There was still some time before the next night. Looking at the person in front of him, he had a sudden idea. and thought if I can become friends with him and utilize his power, the Uchiha crisis could possibly be resolved easily. He said, "Senpai, I've encountered some troubles. If you agree to assist me, I'd be very willing to accompany you. Of course we will pay you for your service." Yu looked at him with a strange expression. "You kid are quite calm, even thinking of scheming and utilizing me at this time. Too bad, I won't be used by you." The leader of Light nodded. "I have a good impression of the Uchiha, one of the two great ocular clans of Konoha. If you need help, let's discuss it at my place, it should be fine." "Great." Uchiha Shursui suppressed his excitement and looked around. "Shall we run to your place, senpai?" "No need." The leader of Light placed his hand on Shizui's shoulder and said, "We'll be there soon." Shursui felt a bit confused. After blinking, he found himself on a bare rocky wall. He was shocked inside. This is a ninjutsu similar to Kakaroto's Flying Thunder God. Where's this place? It doesn't look like the geography of the Land of Fire. Before he could recall where this place was, the scene before him changed again. After 2 or 3 changes, he found himself in a frigid snowy expanse. "Where is this?" "Kakaroto-senpai." Shursui was very puzzled, turning around, but found no trace of the leader of Light. "No way, Kakaroto-senpai, where are you?" Shursui shouted loudly, but no one responded. His expression changed drastically. He ran around here and soon discovered what this place was. Thousands of kilometers away from the Land of Fire, it was the Land of Snow. "Ah!" Shursui screamed as if he had suddenly encountered something terrifying. "Kakaroto-senpai, don't scare me. Come out quickly." "Kakaroto-senpai, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to use you. Leader of Light-senpai, please send me back. I won't go drinking anymore. I was wrong. Kakaroto-senpai, please take me back. I will pay you for the transfer, okay?" "Kakaroto, come out." Yu listened to some of this in the dark and left in an instant. After calling out for a while with no response, Shursui thought to himself, this person must have accepted a commission task to transfer me. Is it from the Hokage Tower? No way, I absolutely won't yield. Before the next night falls, I will definitely return to Konoha. He swallowed a soldier pill and began to run towards the direction outside the Land of Snow. In the temporary large house where Yamato and the others were located, bang! Uchiha Shizui's shadow clone disappeared. Yu was not surprised, while Yamato and Jifeng had expressions of surprise on their faces. After discussing, they decided to ignore it for now, believing that Shursui would return to the team soon. The next morning around 10 o'clock, the three found that Uchiha Shursui still hadn't returned, while they discovered the corpse of Yuinji hanging from a tree. A few of them sensed something was off and immediately began to turn back. Around noon, Yu went out again. On the road from the Land of Snow to the Land of Fire, he saw the exhausted figure. Uchiha Shursui was resting against a tree. At this moment, a hand patted his shoulder as if someone was trying to befriend him. He opened his eyes only to see that hateful tiger-masked person. In the next moment, the scene before him changed rapidly. After 2 or 3 changes, he looked at the white expanse before him and moved his dry lips. "The Land of Snow, I'm back. Why are you treating me this way?" He stared at this masked person, his expression indecipherable between crying and laughing. Going back serves no purpose, it will only complicate matters. Seeing him in such a miserable state, the leader of Light thought for a moment and explained, "Don't worry, the Uchiha will not be exterminated. Someone has assured me of this." "Is it the 3rd Hokage?" Uchiha Shursui asked. "Not him, but trustworthy nonetheless." I want to go back. You will be able to return once it is over." Yu then left again. In the afternoon, at the headquarters of Root, Danzō looked at his subordinate who brought in information and said, "Uchiha Shursui left the team without authorization, but it wasn't to return to the village. He has gone missing. This was not within our expectations. Forget it. He will return sooner or later." "What about Itachi?" He agreed. "Very good, just wait for him to take action. You all prepare for tonight's work. Collect the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." "Yes, Lord Danzō." "Itachi, why didn't you come out for lunch at noon?" "Not feeling hungry today." In the Uchiha Fugaku household, Uchiha Mikoto's voice reached Uchiha Itachi's room. "I made soup. Open the door." "Mom, I'm not hungry. Please leave the soup at the door, or I'll get it myself later." "All right, I'll leave it outside." "Itachi, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Hearing the footsteps fade away, Uchiha Itachi leaned against the wall by the door. He hated his own helplessness. Even if he made up his mind to massacre the entire clan, he couldn't do it. He wouldn't be a match for his father, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Bang, bang, bang. Filled with anger, he pounded his fists on the floor. After pounding for an unknown number of times, the door was pulled open by someone. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the door, frowning at his son. After a long silence, he said, "Come with me." Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment, stood up, and followed his father as they walked to their underground training ground. "Itachi, have you made your choice?" Uchiha Fugaku asked straightforwardly. "Have you chosen the village?" and stood on the opposing side of the Uchiha. Seeing him silent, Fugaku walked over to a weapon rack, took down a ninja sword, and threw it to Uchiha Itachi, saying, I told you one of the methods to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan is to personally kill your beloved ones. If you want to gain power, you can choose to kill me. As dusk approached, and the setting sun cast a reddish-orange glow over the Uchiha clan territory, Yuu, dressed in an orange-eared martial arts outfit, strolled around. The Uchiha clan members, accustomed to the presence of the newly promoted Jonin with whom they had a good relationship, did not hinder or interfere with his visit, and some even greeted him amicably. After a round of walking, Yuu noticed something strange. The Uchiha clan members remained unhappy, continuing to exude a tranquility that was usual for them. No one knew that the Konoha massacre was about to occur, which was quite normal. After all, who would have thought that the traitor had already accepted the order to slaughter his own clan? Strangely, he did not see the figure of Uchiha Fugaku. Neither at the headquarters of the Konoha police department, nor at the clan leader's house, could he find him. At a time like this, where could Uchiha Fugaku possibly be? After a moment of thought, Yuu speculated a possibility. He approached the outside of Uchiha Fugaku's house, using his chi to sense the interior of the large residence. Indeed, he detected a faint biological energy emanating from the basement, suggesting that it belonged to a person. After a moment of teleportation, he appeared in the training ground of the basement and saw Uchiha Fugaku lying in a pool of blood. Had that traitor already killed his own father in advance? Gazing at the seemingly deceased Uchiha Fugaku, Yuu thought to himself that while he could not predict every future, the unforeseen could still present opportunities such as the one before him. Uchiha Itachi, your preemptive strike has inadvertently benefited me. If a seasoned doctor were present like his own father, he would surely declare that Uchiha Fugaku was already dead. For him, there was still hope for Uchiha Fugaku. Before that, he decided to disguise himself. Knowing his purpose, he refrained from using the identity of Kakarot. Instead, he donned a pre-prepared leopard mask, changed his hairstyle, and made himself slightly taller, completing a simple disguise. Then he pulled out a bottle containing beans from his belongings. He took out one bean, contemplated for a moment, broke it in half, approached Uchiha Fugaku, opened his mouth, and tossed it down his throat. He lightly tapped Fugaku's throat with his finger, using chi to assist the half-bean into his stomach and facilitate the final digestion. Once the half-bean was fully digested, Fugaku coughed violently, opened his eyes, and looked around in confusion. Why was he still in his own house's training ground, and not in the Pure Land? He should have been dead by now. Why was he still alive? Moreover, his strength and chakra felt abundant, just like usual. He was greatly shocked and stared in astonishment at the masked figure standing before him. After sitting up from the ground, he asked, "Did you save me?" "Yes. You were on the brink of death." Yuu nodded and said, "To do this, I used quite a precious item." Uchiha Fugaku listened to his voice and looked at his height, thinking that this was a child about the same age as his son. This kid had such a miraculous medicine. He solemnly said, "Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely compensate you for the losses incurred during my treatment." "All right. Since you say so, I am more than willing to accept your proposal. I will give you a number that is not too long." Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, thinking, why is this response so different from what I expected? There's no rush on that matter. Yuu then asked Fugaku clan leader, "How did you almost die in your own basement?" Uchiha Fugaku fell silent, unable to respond to the question from an outsider. Was he supposed to tell this masked person that he had been killed by a stab in the back from his own son? He had sensed Itachi's odd behavior earlier today, and thought he could try to change his son's mind again, using the approach of killing his father to gain power from the Mangekyo Sharingan as a stimulus. He never expected that this filial son would actually go through with it. Taking advantage of a moment when Fugaku turned around and was unprepared, Itachi stabbed him in the back. Later, using the Sharingan, he made Fugaku see many images before his death, which clarified why he had acted in such a way. It turned out that Shimura Danzō had issued the order to annihilate the clan, and as long as Itachi took action, he could keep Sasuke alive. Although Itachi understood the entire clan, well, he would not be a match for his father. So he seized the opportunity to ambush him and opened the Mangekyo to gain the power to slaughter the clan. If you were killed here, it would have been at the hands of your son Uchiha Itachi, right? Even if he didn't say it, Yuu could roughly guess. He looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Fool." Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat shocked at how he knew, lowered his head, and then raised it again. That child was forced. If he hadn't done it, others would have acted. "You've misunderstood and calling you a fool." Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth, astonished. With his status, he had never been insulted like this by a child. He said in shock, "Though you saved me, not every word can be spoken to me." He was startled, gazing at the eyes behind the mask, thinking to himself that this person mustn't be considering that since he saved him, he could also kill him, right? Fortunately, the masked person did not attack him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to react. However, why did he feel a familiar aura from this child? Was it someone he recognized or had seen before? Yet the person continued, "Uchiha Fugaku, if your clan is exterminated, as the clan leader, you bear a significant part of the responsibility." Seeing him silent, Yuu continued, "You don't think the Uchiha will be wiped out, do you?" Uchiha Fugaku forced a smile and said no, it will happen tonight. According to the images, Itachi showed him the entire clan, regardless of whether they were ninjas, men or women, young or old, whether they knew or participated, would all be killed. Shimura Danzō was ruthless enough. They plotted to overthrow and control a few high-ranking officials while he chose to directly annihilate the entire clan, leaving not a single one alive. Was it because he inherited the second Hokage's suspicions towards the Uchiha clan? Tonight, more than 2,000 Uchiha will be left, with just your two sons. Yuu nodded and said if Uchiha Itachi had only leaked a bit of information, perhaps some of you could have escaped, but he chose the most extreme option. What a good brother, he is sacrificing everything for his younger brother. Uchiha Fugaku could hear the sarcasm in his words and was left speechless. He glanced at the clock on the wall, judging whether it was possible to save some people. If he guessed correctly, there must be many Umbu and root ninjas outside the clan territory. Even if they rushed out with people, only a few would escape. And afterward, those clansmen would be hunted down and wanted by Konoha, and only a few would survive after a few years. Just like the former Whirlpool country's Uzumaki clan. Thinking about this, Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep self-reproach. That child had scolded him quite rightly. It's over. We're finished. Actually, Yuu said, sensing the timing was right, your clan isn't without a chance. I can do something to turn the situation completely around. Uchiha Fugaku, who was in despair, felt a moment of joy, but that joy was fleeting. He glanced at the child, his expression dimming again, thinking, how could I believe that a child can improve a situation that even my clan cannot? It's impossible. So you really don't believe me? Yuu smiled and said, I knew it would be like this. Fugaku clan leader, with your strength, you should be able to leave the clan territory without being detected by others, right? Since that's the case, I will take you to a place where you can learn about the root of your clan's crisis. He mentioned a rendezvous location in the village. Wait. Uchiha Fugaku quickly said, if it were normal, I wouldn't mind, but time is pressing. Where are you taking me, and whose child are you? Why are you helping us? Do we know each other? Yuu replied, I've been investigating a person lately and accidentally discovered some situations regarding your clan. As for why I'm helping you, it's because a friend of mine is also from the Uchiha clan. As for my identity, kid, it's not for me to tell you whose child I am, believe it or not, that's up to you. After saying this, he ascended the spiral staircase from the basement and left. Uchiha Fugaku watched his departing figure, thinking, let's take a gamble. If I waste time, so be it. A while later, Fugaku returned to the surface where Uchiha Makoto was still busy cooking dinner in the kitchen. Upon seeing him, she was momentarily stunned and said, Fugaku, you're back. Itachi said you had to go out of the village for a bit and would be back late, telling us not to wait for dinner. Did that child make a mistake? Fugaku couldn't bear to let his wife know the truth, so he said that should be the case. I need to leave for a while, but I will be back soon. He walked out of the house, still uneasy, and created a shadow clone to protect the place before he finally left. He did not directly sneak out of the clan territory, but instead paid a visit to Elder Tiansheng's home. About 10 minutes later, Fugaku arrived at the rendezvous location where Yuu still wore his mask. He stealthily led Fugaku and soon reached the entrance of the root headquarters. As soon as Fugaku arrived here, he instinctively wanted to refuse entry, but realizing there was no need to hold back at this point. The two easily infiltrated, and when encountering several root guards along the way, they quickly subdued and hid them using taijutsu and jinjutsu. Fugaku was astonished. This child was quite strong, seemingly on par with Itachi. Was he from the village? Did the village have any recent graduates close to Itachi? Who on earth was this remarkable child? Using his familiarity with the terrain and layout from his previous visits, he was not concerned about a few root members disappearing. They quickly arrived outside a nondescript room, and under Yu's direction, a more concealed door within the room was opened. Uchiha Fugaku walked into this dark, damp room with him, and gazed at the cultivation tanks filled with red eyeballs, feeling horrified. He stared in shock, mouth agape, unable to utter a sound for a long time. Yuu, also observing the red eyeballs, quietly said, now you understand the root of your clan's crisis, don't you? It's your Sharingan. So that's it. Fayek mumbled to himself, as everything became clear to him, why Shimura Danzō repeatedly targeted the Uchiha clan, and why some clan members had disappeared mysteriously over the years without a trace. Why has Danzō never revealed that I in front of others? Now everything has an explanation. For the sake of our clan's Sharingan. Fayek's eyes almost blazed with fire as he stared at the pairs of eyes belonging to his clansmen floating in the nutrient tanks, his teeth gritting audibly. At that moment, he felt an urge to destroy both Root and Danzō along with their roots. Right. Isn't this precisely the key to reversing the current situation? The thing this child mentioned earlier that could turn the tide he had thought was an exaggeration, but it turns out it was not mere bragging. And indeed, if what lay before him was sufficient, then it was more than enough. He had already mentally prepared himself for the time wasted by this child before coming here. Unexpectedly, this was the crux of the matter. Great. We have hope. We have hope. Fayek gazed at the red eyes floating in the nutrient solution, contemplating the crisis facing his clan that relied on the eyes of departed clan members, which made his emotions even more complicated. Thank you. Fayek knew that what lay before him could save his clan. He set aside his identity as the clan leader and bowed to the child in the mask, only to see Yuha wave his hand and say, "No need for that. You just need to know I'm not boasting. I possess things that can truly turn your dire situation around and free you from crisis far beyond just this." More explosive. Does that mean stronger evidence? Fayek was even more astonished and said, "If it's stronger evidence, then what if?" He thought about promising something to the Uchiha benefactor before him, but realizing the Uchiha were still in the midst of a clan extermination crisis, he hesitated, quickly asking, "What is that thing? How could it be more powerful than our clan's Sharingan? Could it be that Danzō is conducting human experiments with our clansmen?" "No, it's even more powerful than that." Yuha shook his head, his gaze shifting outside. "However, clan leader Fayek, this is not the time for that. Some members of Root have gone missing, and in a few minutes they will be discovered, and the entire Root headquarters will be searched. Don't worry, we will return to this place, trust me." "All right, I trust you. Let's go." Fayek had already developed considerable trust in this child, and immediately agreed. The two of them quickly left the place. Yuha was quite familiar with the area, and it took them only about 10 minutes to enter and exit. However, when they emerged from the Root headquarters and returned to the surface, they found that it was already dark. Fayek said, "I asked Elder Tan to convene the highest level meeting of the Uchiha. They should have arrived by now. Shall we go together?" "Sure." After the two of them quietly returned to the Uchiha clan grounds, they headed straight for Elder Tan's home. Led by Elder Tan's son Uchiha Hakadai, they arrived at the conference room of their home, where they saw Elder Tan and the other 4 squad leaders of the police force already assembled. Clan leader Fayek. "Captain, who is this person? Why is he here?" Upon seeing the masked individual, each of them had a displeased expression. Yuha understood why they were acting this way. Shursui had told him that it was all because of that masked man who appeared during the Ninetales incident. Their clan was wrongfully blamed for controlling the Ninetales and destroying Konoha after the Night of the Ninetales, so they particularly despised masked individuals, showing disdain whenever they saw one. At that moment, a tall Uchiha with the 3-Demo Sharingan pointed it at him. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Before Yuha could react, Uchiha Fayek erupted in anger, rushing toward him and grabbing Uchiha Naruto by the throat, lifting him off the ground and choking him while angrily shouting, "What do you want to do to him?" "Fayek, are you crazy? Stop it now. Calm down. Everyone calm down. Naruto, why did you attack him directly?" The scene became chaotic as Fayek released Uchiha Naruto. Once he calmed down, he said to the others, "I'm sorry, due to the urgency of the situation, I was too impulsive. Naruto, your usual temper often causes trouble, but today you shouldn't have acted against him." It was Naruto's first time seeing the captain so furious. He stepped back a few paces, pale, glanced at the masked man, and said to Fayek, "Captain, I heard about you being saved by him at home. I find this situation suspicious. How did he find you in the basement hanging by a thread? And now you bring him to our Uchiha's high-level meeting. This is too strange. And I thought among us I am the best at Jinjutsu, so I planned to use it to catch him off guard. Just now it was a simple hypnotic technique meant to reveal his identity. Is that so?" Fayek nodded slightly, speaking earnestly. "I guarantee with my life that he is one of us. Apologize to him." Uchiha Naruto was silent for a few seconds before bowing to Yuha, saying, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used Jinjutsu on you." "My fault." Yuha replied, "Your Jinjutsu won't work on me, so don't waste your chakra." Does this kid like to brag? The others thought silently, and aside from Uchiha Fayek, no one believed what he said. Uchiha Naruto's Jinjutsu skills ranked among the top 5 in the clan, only being surpassed by Shursui Itachi and the clan leader. To say it wouldn't work was quite absurd. Fayek explained to them, his strength should be no less than Itachi's. The others looked somewhat skeptical. Yuha then turned to them and said, "Expose my identity. Actually, that's not impossible. I consider myself half a Uchiha, and I don't mind letting you know my identity. But you should be able to guess who I am, right?" Upon hearing this, the others became interested and truly began to speculate. However, the genius they mentioned from the village was only 11 or 12 years old, and their fame was far inferior to his, which left him speechless, thinking, is it because of my hairstyle that they can't guess? At this time, Fayek glanced at the darkening sky outside, growing more anxious, and asked, "Elder Tan, have you arranged for people to patrol?" Elder Tan nodded, saying, "As soon as you left, I immediately arranged for it. They are all capable members of our clan, and should be able to delay Itachi for a while. However, if you say Itachi now possesses a stronger Sharingan, that would be quite difficult. Don't worry, I've arranged shadow clones as well. Shadow clones to deal with Uchiha Itachi." How could this child be boasting so much? Even Uchiha Fayek felt that he had gone too far. Uchiha Naruto couldn't help but say, aren't you only about 11 years old? You should be younger than Itachi. Are you really sending shadow clones to distract him? Yuha glanced at him and replied, You are mistaken, I am only 8 years old. The room fell silent. All 6 Uchihas stared wide-eyed at him. 8 years old yet so formidable, there is only one in the entire Konoha Village. Noira Yuha. You are Noira Yuha. Yuha, if I can't guess this, I'm just going to leave. Yuha removed his mask, revealing a smile. He formed hand seals, and with a puff his hairstyle returned. He shrunk a little in height, and said to the others, You really found it hard to guess, huh? The others were left with a mix of laughter and tears. They looked at Yuha, their expressions filled with excitement. Noira Yuha was not an ordinary child, nor an ordinary jonin. He was the youngest jonin in Konoha, and his connections within the village were complex. With his support, the situation would certainly be different. What was even more precious was that this child held no bias against their Uchiha clan and had a good relationship with them. After the initial surprise, Fayek was also very pleased and joked, So it's you. You really managed to disguise yourself well in my basement, leaving me completely clueless, and even calling me an idiot. Since you possess something that can save our clan, I won't hold a grudge. Really? What is it? Yuha, what do you have? Does that kind of thing really exist? Wait a moment, don't be so hasty, there's still time. Yuha waved his hand at them. He took out a prepared scroll from his pocket, spread it on the floor, and formed hand seals on it. With a puff, a pile of photos, data, and documents surged out. He looked at the others and said, Take a look. If these aren't enough to turn your situation around, then let me go bald like my dad. You really know how to mess with your father. They complained silently in their hearts, but quickly picked up those documents to browse through. Upon reading, their smiles faded rapidly. These were all reports and crime evidence, first-hand records of the things Shimura Danzō had done, complete with vivid red stamps. Each incident involving the Uchiha, including the rumors that fueled the Nine Tails incident, the kidnapping of Uchiha clan members to extract their eyes, the assassination of Elder Nagatani, and so on. There were too many. The photo section included images of the red eyes and the cultivation tanks, and the room where the Sharingan was stored. Yuha watched as the Uchiha's expressions grew more astonished, slowly saying, You all know that our Noira family has a bad relationship with Root, so I have been looking into him for quite some time. Recently I've gained more and more evidence. I just hadn't acted yet, because I wasn't fully prepared. However, upon observing the Uchiha in trouble, I had to take action early. As he spoke, the Uchiha members nodded continuously, both in acknowledgement and agreement. Fayek looked at the photo Naruto was holding and said, The photos are genuine. I just went out with Yuha to visit the Root headquarters earlier and saw all of these. That's why I am so protective of him and trust him without reservation. The 6 Uchiha gathered together, gazing at the photo of the Sharingan floating in the nutrient solution, each of them shivering with dread. Even Fujitaka, who had seen the scene in person, felt anxious and uneasy. Yuha understood their fear. Only those of the Uchiha could truly feel it. Suddenly realizing that one of the powerful figures in the village had been scheming to seize their clan's eyes through various vile means for many years, the terror of having one's eyes gouged out was naturally uncontrollable. Of course, the next feeling was the raging fire of anger that had been completely ignited. The 6 Uchiha forced themselves to calm down. After briefly scanning the documents, they sat in a circle on the clean floor of the room with Yuha and began their discussion. Yuha heard several voices of gratitude and solemnly said, I share a brotherly bond with Shirsei, and his family is my family. His mother is my mother, and his sister is my sister. I will not stand by and watch them get killed. Moreover, I often visit you here, and you have been so warm to me. I remember all of this. Even without these ties, my sense of justice will not allow me to stand idly by. He thought to himself, Keep the act going. Seeing how moved they were with expressions of awe and deep emotion on their faces, he secretly laughed in his heart, realizing that his acting skills surpassed even those of his mother Minako. Perhaps he could consider trying to break into the film industry in the future. Fujitaka sighed. A few months ago, I had grievances about the third Hokage transferring Shirsei away from us, and even created obstacles for it. I never expected that order would actually help us. By the way, Yuha, where did Shirsei go? Yuha replied, I suspect Shirsei was intercepted on his way back by someone sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The others had no reaction to Yuha directly addressing the Hokage. Even without this matter, it would be impossible for them to have no grievances against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, they wouldn't be plotting against the higher-ups of Konoha. Elder Tanaka suggested now is not the time to discuss the third Hokage, though our time is very limited, and we must come up with a detailed plan quickly. The other 5 Uchiha nodded in agreement. Yuha said, I learned of Shimura Danzō's conspiracy earlier than you, so I have thought about relevant plans. Do you want to hear what I have to say? The 6 hesitated. In their hearts, Yuha was indeed the youngest jonin in Konoha, but he had only graduated from the Ninja Academy less than a year ago. How could his ninja experience compare to those of them who had been in the ninja world for so many years? However, this child had helped their clan, and in silence Fujitaka waved his hand to signal others not to reject him, just yet saying we still have some time. Yuha, please share your plan. Yuha nodded and spoke rapidly. First, we cannot allow the higher-ups in Konoha to find a weakness in us. So immediately send someone to find the dozens of Uchiha Jonin who participated in yesterday's gathering. Everyone must have a unified statement that attending the secret gathering was indeed a resistance against the higher-ups of Konoha, but we are only resisting the vile Shimura Danzō and his root, who aim to seize the Uchiha Sharingan. We do not target anyone else. This is crucial. If any Jonin deviates from this narrative, we must immediately label them as a traitor who sided with Danzō, just like Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing this, the 6 Uchiha's eyes brightened. This child was clear in his reasoning, and what was rare was that the plan was also feasible. What else? Fujitaka asked quickly. Yuha took a sip of tea brought to him by the 8th Uchiha and said, "Second, what is the strongest force in Konoha? It is not the Umbu nor Danzo's root, but the vast number of ninjas in the entire village. It is the public opinion of the village. Therefore, we must use what we have at hand to completely reverse the village's view of the Uchiha, turning the people's suspicion of us into sympathy for our clan. Danzo's actions are not only related to the Uchiha, there are others as well. I already have a large number of copies of those reports. Later, amidst the chaos of battle, we will plaster those copies all over the village." The 6 nodded in agreement, recognizing that this plan was also feasible. Fujitaka added, "Even without chaos, some of us have the ability to break out, and not just in the village, but also in other areas. We should also post some in the Uchiha district. This is very beneficial for our entire clan to unite against the outside, and it will show those wavering within the clan that our decision direction is correct. It's just a pity that my son is like this." The others glanced at him, thinking, "Aren't you the biggest waverer in the clan?" Fujitaka coughed and looked at Yuha. "Yuha, do you have any more plans?" Yuha nodded. "Third, this is an idea I just came up with. Since many Uchiha have the ability to break through the encirclement, we should fully utilize each individual's power. The Uchiha clansmen have many friends in the village. We can directly invite those people to the Uchiha district to thoroughly stir the waters. This can prevent the Umbu and Root from jointly exterminating the Uchiha. If these plans are executed smoothly, we should be almost there." The 6 nodded again, acknowledging that this plan was also feasible. They looked at Yuha with different eyes now. Such a plan was indeed excellent and sufficient, and under such urgent circumstances they couldn't think of anything better. This child had helped them a great deal. After supplementing the 2 plans, Fujitaka assigned tasks to the group. However, when discussing how to deal with Uchiha Itachi, Fujitaka found himself in a dilemma. Elder Tanaka said, "Fujitaka, with Shursui not here, you are the only one in the clan who can stop Itachi." Fujitaka gritted his teeth, but still couldn't make that decision. Yuha knew that he would rather be killed by his son than lay hands on him, so he said, "Leave Uchiha Itachi to me." He looked at them and said, "I have always been said to be on par with Uchiha Itachi, so I have long wanted to have a competition with him." "All right." Fujitaka responded, "You can take care of Itachi. I will be responsible for keeping an eye on the people from Root. Once Itachi's actions fail, Root will definitely intervene." He looked at the others. "Shall we depart now?" "Yuha, what about the copies?" "Hold on." Yuha retrieved a large number of copies from another sealing scroll and said, "I have 2 more things. First, please don't mention my involvement in your actions. It doesn't matter for me alone, but I also have family, and I don't want to implicate them. So after we leave here, just consider me as Yuha, who is protecting Shizui's family out of loyalty and impulsiveness without knowing the truth." Loyal and impulsive. That descriptor was quite fitting. They all nodded in agreement with his idea. After all, this was only their clan's matter, and for Yuha to reach this point was already a great kindness to them. They didn't have any selfish thoughts of Yuha sharing their fate. What else? "Also, the enemy we face may not only be Shimura Danzō." Yuha said, "I have investigated the Ninetales incident from a few years ago. That person should have a Sharingan. What he did was out of great malice towards both Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Once he learns of this, he may also come to strike against you, so we must be on guard against him." The others were taken aback. If that person who controlled the Ninetales to attack Konoha was involved, who could stop him? Fujitaka replied, "Let's wait until that person shows up." At that moment, Uchiha Ryuji said, "Perhaps we can directly inform the 3rd Hokage about Danzo's actions. He might have a way to deal with that masked man." "Don't be foolish. Don't be so naive." After 2 people opposed this idea, Fujitaka shook his head. At this time, harboring any fantasies about Sarutobi Hiruzen is dangerous and extremely foolish. Letting the Hokage control the situation will greatly increase the chances of our Uchiha clan's extermination. He looked at the others and said, "The meeting is over. We act immediately." As they were still at Elder Tanaka's home, Uchiha Itachi emerged from the darkness. He walked to the base of a large tree at the edge of the Uchiha district where a group of people had already gathered waiting for him. He approached and knelt halfway before Shimura Danzō, whispering, "Lord Danzō, my father is dead, and no one from the Uchiha clan can stop me anymore." "Very well." Danzō looked at him, nodding in satisfaction. "No one is more suitable for this task than you. Among the Umbu, you understand the Uchiha clan better than anyone else, and can end tonight's extermination operation in the shortest time possible. Is your father's body still there?" "Where is it?" "My father died in my family's basement." Uchiha Itachi replied, without raising his head. "The body should still be there. You go now. Remember, end the battle quickly and don't let even a single person escape from the clan grounds." "Yes." Uchiha Itachi complied and left, heading toward the clan district. After he left, a root ninja approached Danzō from behind and whispered, "Lord Danzō, our headquarters has just been infiltrated. After discovering this, we immediately searched, but found no one." "Was there any theft?" "No." "Then for now, ignore it. Send 2 people immediately to the basement of Fujitaka's house to find the body of Uchiha Fujitaka, retrieve the Sharingan from him, and do it quickly, otherwise his Sharingan will be useless." "Yes, I will obey." The person quickly left. Shimura Danzō turned around, looking at the nutrient tank covered with black cloth before him, thinking to himself that the nutrient solution brought along should be enough. There will be a significant harvest tonight. It doesn't matter that I didn't obtain Shizui's eyes, I can quickly replace them with a better pair. However, why do my eyelids keep twitching? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya sat on the sofa. Jiraiya glanced at his troubled teacher smoking a cigarette and said, "Old man, even if you call me back, it won't help, or if you can't do anything, I certainly won't be able to. If you insist on asking for my opinion, I naturally do not wish to see any bloodshed in the village." He paused, his expression serious, and continued, "Regarding the information on Akatsuki, I've gathered quite a bit over the past 6 months. This organization is continuously absorbing shrank rogue ninjas from various villages in the ninja world, aiming for something grand. Perhaps in the future, they will become a threat to the entire ninja world. As for the leader of Akatsuki Pain, I suspect he is my former disciple Nagato, who stole his friend Konin Sage, and has completely fallen into darkness. We desperately need the power of the Uchiha clan to face an enemy possessing the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, even if we are not in a time of war." Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a faint sigh, puffing on his pipe as he walked to the window, gazing at the night sky over Konoha, lost in thought. In the night sky above the Uchiha clan's territory hung a full moon, its bright light casting a silver sheen over the land. Uchiha Fuka stood in the courtyard, illuminated by the moonlight, watering the plants. After watering, she looked at the wooden pole nearby covered with crows and muttered, "Brother, where have you gone?" The news of Uchiha Shizui's disappearance during a mission had already reached their family. She couldn't believe her brother would betray the village and leave. However, why had he vanished completely? Fuka thought about Shisui, who had left no information behind, feeling a surge of annoyance. She glared at the group of crows squawking at her, vowing in her heart, "Brother, if you don't come back soon, I'll pluck all your crow's feathers and cook them for Yuya's soup, just to infuriate you." "Humph, Yuya." Sigh. Fuka gazed at the moon, feeling melancholic as the 80-year-old girl lamented, "I'm clearly very cute, and I'm from the Uchiha clan. Why do you have to flirt around Yuya? Nowhere am I with a name like that, is clearly not a good girl." At that moment, she saw Uchiha Itachi rushing in from outside the courtyard with a murderous intent, holding a ninja blade. Fuka gasped in shock, and when she saw Brother Itachi stop, his cold gaze fixed on her, it felt as if he were saying, "I will kill you," as he stepped closer. She turned pale with fright, backing away repeatedly until she ran back into the house and tightly shut the door. "It's Shizui's sister Fuka. Let's kill her first." Starting with her, Uchiha Itachi thought to himself, feeling guilty towards Shisui, but with no other choice. He gripped the gleaming ninja blade and rushed towards the house. At that moment, people from the adjacent house heard the commotion, and 2 small heads poked out from the window. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, who was radiating murderous intent with his ninja blade, they quickly shut the window. "Kill the one with more people first," Itachi thought to himself as he charged into the house. Inside the house, the male owner was a special jonin of the clan. He recognized Itachi very well, quickly slicing through his attack and rushing forward to strike him down with a single blow, causing blood to spray and splatter across the walls. The Uchiha clan ninja fell to the ground wide-eyed as he spluttered, Uchiha Itachi. What?" After finishing off this ninja, Itachi glanced towards a corner of the room where children's clothes were left hanging out of the wardrobe. Even without using his Sharingan, he knew that 2 4- or 5-year-olds were hiding inside. He gripped the ninja blade, hesitated for a moment, biting his lip, intending to rush over. However, at that moment, a glint of cold light flashed, forcing him to retreat. "Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Shisui glanced at the Uchiha clansman lying in a pool of blood, then looked at the 2 small boys who had been frightened and rolled out from the wardrobe. Gritting his teeth, his eyes burning with fury, he coldly said, I was highly suspicious upon hearing the news. I didn't expect it to be true. Are you trying to kill us all? Why do you have to do this? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, thinking, has the news of my massacre leaked? Who leaked it? He stared at Shisui, wiping the blood off his ninja blade, and emotionlessly said, there is no particular reason. If I had to say, it's to test my own capacity. You keep talking about Uchiha. Oh, I've had enough of this clan's capacity, enough of your narrow-minded perspective. I will be the one to end this clan. Kill everyone here. Except for your brother, right? Bang. Taking advantage of Itachi's moment of distraction, Shisui rushed over, swinging his ninja blade, forcing Itachi's body to leap out through the window and into the courtyard. In the courtyard, Uchiha Itachi brushed his hair behind his ear and looked at Uchiha Shisui across from him, saying, Shisui, you only activated your third tomo 6 months ago. You won't be my opponent. Not necessarily. Shisui tightened his grip on his ninja blade, snorting coldly. I was once renowned alongside your admired Shisui. My talent is not lacking. I only chose comfort and neglect because the war ended. My grandfather's death opened my eyes to the world and made me pick up this ninja blade again. With that, he charged towards Uchiha Itachi. Bang, bang, bang. The two quickly clashed in the courtyard, sparks flying in the darkness. Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of alarm, thinking to himself that Shisui had indeed grown rapidly in the past 6 months. No wonder he was once renowned alongside Shisui. He shouted, Shisui, where did you hear about my news? Itachi, don't think you can get any information from me. Shisui said, I will kill you, then go and kill your brother Sasuke. Itachi, although he knew Shisui was deliberately provoking him, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger as the two landed on a deserted street. Seeing Shisui forming hand seals, he quickly formed his own. The two unleashed enormous fireballs towards each other. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Seeing a hint of black burning within Itachi's red fireball, Shisui quickly suppressed his own fireball. He silently cursed, jumping aside, only to see a figure rush toward him swinging a blade. He barely managed to tilt his body, but was still struck on the shoulder. As the ninja blade swiftly aimed to cleave him in half, he desperately retreated, barely dodging the blow. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan? Shisui held his injured shoulder, staring at Uchiha Itachi, whose 3 tomo had transformed into the shape of a 3-bladed shuriken from a few meters away, feeling astonished. Did you really kill clan leader Fugaku to gain this power? How does he know? Uchiha Itachi thought to himself, what on earth is happening? He feigned calmness, brushed his hair behind his ear, and said, this is a power you can never hope to attain. We will end this battle in 10 seconds. No one can stop me from executing. How pathetic, Uchiha Shisui. At that moment, a childish voice rang out from Shisui's courtyard. The two looked over to see Noara Yuya standing in front of a row of crows, seemingly teasing them, but also looking towards them. Yuck. Uchiha Shisui's face lit up with joy. Is that Noara Yuya? Uchiha Itachi, however, looked grave. The root had clearly informed him that there were no outsiders in the clan's territory, so how did Noara Yuya appear here? This is bad. The plan has likely been leaked. If his mission failed, the root members would probably rush in. At that moment, the main gate of Shisui's courtyard swung open, and Fuka, with glistening tears on her face, stared at him from the entrance, saying, Yuya, did you hear my prayers? Yuya, feeling speechless, replied nonchalantly, maybe. My eyelids have been twitching all night. Oh, I felt something would happen, so I came here. He recited the lines that made him feel nauseous. I share a brotherly bond with Shisui, and his family is my family. His mother is my mother, and his sister is my sister. I will not stand by and watch you be killed. Otherwise, I won't know how to explain it to Shisui. Fuka was taken aback, wiped her tears, and shouted, but I don't want to be your sister. Go back inside and hide, otherwise I'll have Uchiha Itachi kill you. After threatening Fuka, she quickly shut the courtyard door and went back inside. Yuya slightly nodded, leaping from the courtyard to stand before Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Shisui, who was still retreating, and coldly said to Yuya, Noara Yuya, I give you a chance, leave our clan's territory immediately. I am on a mission, and if you dare to interfere, I will have to kill you. Haha, kill me. Are you joking? Yuya pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, saying, I suggest you stop otherwise. He looked at Shisui and shouted, Shisui, I'll hold him off, you go and kill his brother. By the way, don't touch his mother, that heartless thing doesn't care about his parents. Uchiha Shisui's lips twitched, thinking to himself, you kid arrived quite early, huh? The enraged Itachi charged at him, and Yuya engaged him with the kunai in hand. Uchiha Shisui observed and nodded. Compared to their last encounter 6 months ago, Yuya's skill with ninja tools had improved. However, at that moment, 2 teammates who had been patrolling the Uchiha clan's territory arrived, one after the other, looking at the scene in front of them with astonishment. One of them exclaimed in shock, Yuya is able to hold his own against Itachi with just a shadow clone. He whispered to Shisui beside him, We just encountered 3 identical Yuya on the way. He told us that what we are currently seeing are all his shadow clones. Hey. Shursui stared in disbelief at the child who was evenly matched with Uchiha Itachi, thinking no way. Is it possible that a single shadow clone is holding off Itachi? In the surrounding darkness, several pairs of eyes were also watching in shock as someone whispered quickly report to Dansama, saying Noara Yuya has infiltrated the Uchiha clan territory to protect the Shursui family and is engaged in a fierce battle with Itachi. Understood. This news was transmitted swiftly. Upon receiving the news, Shimura Danzō, waiting in the distance, had a gloomy expression almost dripping with water. He coldly remarked, "Did this Noara Yuya hear something and deliberately appear at this time? This mission is extremely important. I wouldn't hesitate to kill someone known as the future of Konoha. Pass my orders to Itachi to eliminate this naive brat who jumped out for bonds. Quickly execute the clan massacre." "Yes, Lord Danzō." The root ninja conveying the message immediately left. At that moment, a root ninja stepped forward and quietly asked Danzō from behind, "Lord Danzō, I believe the possibility of Itachi failing the mission is quite high. We have already noticed something is off. Uchiha Shursui and Nara Yuha appearing to stop Itachi is definitely not a coincidence. Have we prepared for the possibility of Itachi's failure? If Itachi fails, will our people take action?" Danzō hesitated. He dared to eliminate the Uchiha clan, a prominent family, for 2 reasons. First, the Uchiha were indeed plotting a rebellion, and second, it was Itachi, a member of the Uchiha clan, who carried out the action, not him or his root. From his analysis, after the clan extermination, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he had instigated Itachi to do so, he would only suspend him at most. He would not take action, and therefore Sarutobi would not go too far. But once his root took action, it would be entirely different. What would other clans think if this matter got out? Some members of the Uchiha clan were discussing the rebellion, and the next day, would the root members storm into the Uchiha residence and kill everyone regardless of age or involvement? Even if such a policy was beneficial for the village, this iron-fisted approach would damage the reputation of the root and the Umbu, and even that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, he did not know how Sarutobi would react. A glint flickered in Danzō's eyes as he turned around, looking at the group of root ninjas behind him. His gaze fell on the 2 leaders as he quickly said, "Yamanaka Ryoma, take a team of elite members to Uchiha Itachi. Ensure that Itachi must win the battle against Nara Yuha. Also, if the situation changes, immediately send the information back. If the situation is extremely urgent, you are permitted to take action against the Uchiha clan." "Yes, Lord Danzō." After Yamanaka Ryoma assembled his team, he set off with nearly 200 elite Umbu members. Danzō then looked at another person and quickly said, "Akito, you take a team and gather and produce evidence of the Uchiha clan's rebellion tonight. Whether true or false, I need plenty of it." He paused, then whispered, "If Itachi's action fails, I will try to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, both the root and the Umbu will take action together." "Yes, Lord Danzō." Seeing both teams quickly set off to act, Danzō felt somewhat relieved. He thought to himself, why are there so many unexpected events tonight? Could it be related to that masked man that Itachi mentioned? Before leaving, he told me he found a helper. And how did Nara Yuha find out about this? "This little brat. Do you think I dare not take action against you?" Danzō looked towards the Uchiha territory, calming down, and began to think about which part of tonight's operation had gone wrong. At this moment in the Uchiha territory, Uchiha Itachi and Yuha were still in combat. After testing with ninja tools, they landed on an open ground, starting a fierce exchange of fire-style techniques. Uchiha Shursui and his companions had no thoughts of intervening. The fire-style battle between these two was too exaggerated. Itachi's hand seals were executed with incredible speed almost instantaneously, while Yuha seemed to just clap his hands, making the hand seals invisible and unleashing his fire style. The power of the fire styles they unleashed was tremendous, with raging flames attacking like small hills. This power far surpassed theirs. Within the clan, perhaps only Shursui and the clan leader could reach their level. "Is Yuha really a shadow clone?" Shursui asked his companion beside him with great doubt. That Uchiha, observing the exaggerated level of combat, shook his head and said, "Yuha told me that at the time, but seeing the level of this battle, I also have my doubts. Perhaps this Yuha is the main body and the 3 before were shadow clones." At this moment, the 2 landed on a patch of ground not covered by flames and temporarily stopped. Yuha looked at Uchiha Itachi across from him, thinking Itachi's luck can be considered both bad and relatively good. His current body is one of the 5 shadow clones he split tonight, which is true. Facing a shadow clone, one could say he is lucky, but this one is the best quality among the 5. In his assessment, taking down Uchiha Itachi should be more than sufficient. Uchiha Itachi was also looking at Nara Yuha, adjusting his hair to disguise his current anxious emotions. This action caught Yuha's eye, leading him to comment, You're quite reserved. A cold light flashed in Itachi's eyes as he glanced at the distant mountains. Not seeing the root's orders arrive, he spoke. Naruto, I have a question. During our several encounters, I could always see something in your eyes. You seem to dislike me. When did I offend you, eh? Is there a reason to dislike someone? Yuha smiled. If you need one, it's because you have too many qualities of a dog for others. Should I not insult the Inuzuka clan? Itachi suppressed his anger, gazing at the 80-year-old child, softly sighing. To be honest, you are important to the village, and I am very reluctant to kill you. As if you could kill me. Naruto, you should not have interfered. Itachi's voice grew colder. It is still not too late to back down. I am only eliminating those who deserve to die. The Uchiha clan is rebelling. I am merely forced to act, and those I kill are all guilty individuals. Then can you take out that Uchiha Sasuke first? Sasuke knows nothing. Before Itachi could finish this sentence, he realized he had misspoken. He looked at Naruto, whose face was full of mockery, closed his mouth, and patiently awaited the root's orders. Itachi remained silent, but Yuha did not want to let him off easily. He said, what capability limitations and cleansing are just words you use to excuse yourself. What's wrong with being proud of your own clan? You, on the other hand, are just avoiding the fact that makes you feel humiliated. What fact? Listen carefully, Uchiha Itachi. In my eyes, you are just a dog that is willing to become Danzo's humble, foolish subordinate to ensure your brother can survive in Konoha. A dog. This word exploded in the area. Not only Yuha was saying it, but the three nearby Uchiha shouted in unison. Moreover, this guy had split into 4 shadow clones, all shouting loudly together. 8 voices shouted simultaneously, and the sound struck Uchiha Itachi's face like a resounding slap. His complexion changed from green to white, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing Naruto's shadow clones charging at him one after another, he suppressed his anger and began to focus on the enemy. Itachi's body moved across the battlefield, leaping away from these explosive shadow clones. I said this Yuha is the main body. Uchiha Shisui looked at the 2 Uchiha beside him and said the shadow clone technique has been used. Yes, it should be his main body. Indeed, it probably is. The 2 companions of Shisui nodded in agreement. Yuha glanced at the 3 of them, thinking, who said shadow clones cannot use the shadow clone technique? It's just that almost no one does it that way. I am the almost that doesn't make a fuss about it. In the future Naruto, that cheat of a character can make thousands of shadow clones from one. So fast for a shadow clone. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Itachi saw that these shadow clones were also so fast. He quickly formed hand seals and split off 4 shadow clones to charge at them, intending to eliminate these shadow clones. At that moment, a long, sharp sound came from the mountains, a signal from the root indicating kill, without mercy, regarding Naruto. He thought, this person, I have no grievances with you, yet you are being overly aggressive, so I will eliminate you together. Boom. At this moment, one of Yuha's shadow clones self-destructed, blowing away 2 of Uchiha Itachi's shadow clones. Uchiha Itachi frowned, splitting off another shadow clone to quickly fill the gap. The 3 Uchiha still did not intervene, knowing that with their level, it would be difficult to intervene in this battle. However, they could wait for an opportunity here. If Yuha inadvertently lost, or the 2 became exhausted, that would be their chance to act. At this moment, a figure shot over from the distance, a tall Uchiha named Uchiha Naruto, landing in front of them. Captain Naruto. Wow. Naruto, you are here. Stop shouting, I am just a shadow clone. You all participated in the meeting yesterday, come here. Uchiha Naruto leaned in quickly and said to the 3, first forget everything we discussed in yesterday's meeting. Then unify the wording I will say next. Remember this point, I will say it twice, and you must listen carefully. When telling others later, there can be no discrepancies with what I said. If there are significant differences, it will be regarded as treason against the Uchiha. Yes. The 3 nodded, quickly concentrating to listen to every word he said. After Uchiha Naruto repeated it twice, he asked, did you all remember? Seeing all 3 nodding in unison, he felt relieved. He looked at the 2 people fighting in this area, his brows slightly furrowed. Shisui, worried, asked, Captain Naruto, is our clan facing a crisis now? Yes. We are only one step away from the complete extermination of the Uchiha. Naruto did not hide the truth, looking at the 3 shocked clansmen, and said, fortunately, we encountered a person with affection, righteousness, and a sense of justice. Otherwise, our entire clan would have been slaughtered by Itachi. Don't ask who that person is, you just know there is such a person. He then looked at the 2 fighting, saying, with that person's help, our Uchiha's counterattack has just begun. I am giving you 3 a temporary mission. There will soon be an outpouring of anger within our clan, so you need to pay attention to maintaining order. Counterattack and outpouring of anger. The 3 vaguely realized something and suddenly became excited. Unfortunately, they did not know who that person helping the Uchiha was, and their curiosity was piqued. The three followed Naoto's gaze and looked towards the battle between the two. Shursui asked, "Captain, do you see who will win?" Uchiha Naoto shook his head. At that moment, they saw a group of masked individuals appear in the distant mountains, a large number, all dressed in black. Those people were rushing towards here. Oh no, it's the root members. The four's expressions changed dramatically. However, at this time, behind them, a group of Uchiha clan members were also rushing over, and upon seeing, it was Uchiha Fugaku leading the clan's elites. The two groups faced each other from hundreds of meters away, neither daring to advance rashly. It's Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha clan leader is not dead. The root members quickly recognized the leader as Uchiha Fugaku. Yamanaka Ryoma, standing at the front, observed and relayed information to the root ninja behind him, saying, "Report to Lord Danzō that the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku has appeared, and the credibility is about 80%. Yes. The ninja took the order and left. Lord Ryoma, what should we do now? A root ninja whispered. Although the Uchiha are fewer than us, we are in their territory. Moreover, it's Uchiha Fugaku personally leading the team. Do we need to request a reinforcement? For now, we don't need it. Yamanaka Ryoma replied, the perimeter defense of the Uchiha is mostly composed of root members, and the Umbu are just a small number. This requires a large number of personnel, and we cannot draw too many people. Let's report this information to Lord Danzō as well. Yes. The ninja took the order and left. Yamanaka Ryoma looked at the Uchiha clan's elites who were watching them warily, feeling very tense. This troop was indeed the essence of the root, but the Uchiha were not weak either. If both sides clashed, both would likely suffer heavy losses. He glanced over at Uchiha Itachi, who had said he would kill his father, right? If Fugaku is not dead, the situation becomes even more complicated. Father is not dead, so that's how it is. After Uchiha Itachi blew up 2 of Yuhu's shadow clones, the threat, he felt, decreased significantly. He redirected some of his attention to this side, and upon seeing the leading Uchiha, his heart trembled. The expression and actions of that person were indeed those of his father. But why is father not dead? He clearly killed him. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi felt very complicated. His father was not dead, and he didn't know whether to feel happy or anxious. At this time, a large number of Uchiha clansmen surged out, having heard the explosions. Everyone. Uchiha Itachi saw those familiar faces, and his emotions became even more complex. Seeing so many clansmen standing together, all coldly gazing at him, he also saw Uchiha Izumi's figure, who was also looking at him in disbelief. He felt a surge of regret, which was quickly suppressed. He looked towards Nara Yuha, feeling anger, thinking, what a dog of Danzō, I am just a ninja. After blowing up the last shadow clone of Nara Yuha, he angrily charged at him. It's so lively here. From a distant rooftop, a head poked out, and Zetsu exclaimed, why are so many Uchiha gathered here? Shouldn't they all be killed? It's obvious something went wrong and didn't go as we expected. Uchiha Obito stepped out from the space-time vortex, landing on the rooftop. He looked at the large crowd confronting and observing the battle here, saying, sure enough, after noticing the anomaly, I didn't act. The message must have leaked. Shadow clones. Zetsu followed his gaze and saw 4 shadow clones of Nara Yuha appear on the surrounding rooftops. White Zetsu said, are these the child's shadow clones? They pose no threat to us. You fool. Black Zetsu replied, his shadow clones can explode. Be careful, don't let him blow us up. Uchiha Obito, however, was not afraid of the explosive shadow clones. His gaze turned to the battlefield. It's starting. Those 2 are about to determine the real winner. Interesting. White Zetsu said, how could that child be a match for Itachi with his Manjikyu Sharingan? Black Zetsu interrupted, saying, pay attention to that kid's shadow clones. On that open battlefield, the 2 were staring at each other. Nara Yuha said, to be honest, being compared to someone like you is something I truly dislike. I am a fine young man. Uchiha Itachi retorted, you little brat who knows nothing about ninjas. He added quietly, dare to look into the eyes of the Uchiha, thinking our eyes are mere decorations. Even if ordinary Jinjutsu does not affect you, what about this? The power of the Manjikyu, Tsukuyami. The black flames are not divine punishment from the heavens, they are a Jinjutsu of the Sharingan called Amaterasu. Fuya listened to the horrified discussions of the clansmen around him, hearing terms like divine punishment. After explaining to them, he looked over and said, Itachi, has he really awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan just recently? To use this Jinjutsu to such an extent, his talent truly surpasses mine. Uchiha Ryunosuke looked anxiously over there. Although Yuhu had not suffered defeat under the attacks of those black flames, only they knew what Yuhu meant to their clan and did not wish to see him encounter any accidents. Itachi is impressive, but don't underestimate Yuhu. Don't forget this kid is the youngest Jonin in the history of Konoha. After glancing at the battlefield, Fuya shifted most of his attention back to the opposing side, fixating on the elite team led by Yamanaka Ryoma. He was quite anxious, Once the Root ordered an attack, if the Uchiha team couldn't resist, the Root ninjas would charge in and slaughter them on their own turf. At this moment, Yamanaka Ryoma also withdrew his gaze from the battlefield and asked the person behind him, "Has the information been transmitted?" "What did Danzō say?" "Wait a moment." The Root ninja quickly replied, after using special methods to retrieve information from afar. "The news that Uchiha Fuya is still alive has been sent, and the Lord has already gathered a lot of information about Uchiha's rebellion tonight. He is on his way to the Hokage building and said he would convince the third Hokage to take action. Let's wait for his next orders here." Yamanaka Ryoma nodded, his gaze shifting to the distance. On the battlefield, while others were terrified of the black flames, Yuu showed no fear, calmly forming hand seals to create shadow clones. Uchiha Itachi's mocking voice came over. "Are you trying to use the shadow clones as cover to escape?" Yuu looked back. "What do you think?" "Amaterasu." Seeing Yuu's real body and shadow clones running toward him, Itachi unleashed a massive wave of black flames, but one of Yuu's shadow clones charged directly into the black flames, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Itachi was shocked to see his black flames extinguished. He tried twice more, but each time his Amaterasu was destroyed by Yuu's shadow clones. Though explosions could indeed obliterate flames, this was his Mangekyo's ultimate Genjutsu. How could it be so easily countered? How could this happen? Uchiha Itachi felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. At this moment, a sharp pain shot through his right eye, and he couldn't help but grunt in pain, covering his bleeding eye. The image in his right eye blurred, and after steadying his mind, his vision gradually returned. He realized, this is bad. Amaterasu places too much strain on my body. If this continues, then Yuu's piercing, mocking voice came. "Wow, Uchiha Itachi, are you kidding me? You just opened the Mangekyo not long ago and are about to go blind. Can I call you the fastest blind Uchiha? That brat." Uchiha Itachi glanced at the increasingly numerous Uchiha clansmen around him. Seeing their eyes, he realized no one was supporting him. He understood that tonight's mission had become more complicated. The mission might be aborted, but this battle would not end. Whether to defeat this constantly insulting brat, or to avoid being outdone by an outsider, or to defeat this person who was so much younger yet famous like him. "Come forth, my Susanoo." Uchiha Itachi roared inwardly as crimson chakra surged from his body, quickly forming a towering fiery warrior wielding a great sword and shield. As it appeared, the hundreds watching were stunned. What was this? After the terrifying black flames, now this. Is the Mangekyo truly the eye of the gods? However, before they could react, Yuu clapped his hands together and unleashed a dazzling fireball that rushed toward Uchiha Itachi's red warrior. Using the great fireball technique against Susanoo, wasting chakra. Uchiha Itachi scoffed inwardly. His Susanoo held the shield-like Yata mirror in front of him. In his mind, the Yata mirror's defense would easily block this fireball, but when the fireball made contact with the Yata mirror, a blinding light erupted and boom. A colossal explosion resounded, sending Uchiha Itachi and his Susanoo flying, rolling dozens of meters on the ground before coming to a stop. The watching ninjas were shocked. Just a moment ago, they were amazed by Uchiha Itachi's red warrior, and the next second they saw him in such a sorry state. An experienced Uchiha remarked, "This is Susanoo, the ultimate power residing within the Mangekyo Sharingan, the power of the gods." The power of the gods. Is that for real? Information about Susanoo spread rapidly. Many Uchiha felt doubtful. Is it really the ultimate power residing in the Mangekyo Sharingan? If so, why was Itachi in such a dire state after gaining this power? Yamanaka Ryoma was also astonished, whispering to the Root ninja beside him, "Did Yuu's explosive fire technique not inform Itachi?" The Root ninja glanced over there and replied, "Yes, this is classified information from the Shrank mission report and cannot be casually spread. We did not anticipate that Yuu would intervene to obstruct Itachi's actions, so naturally his information was not communicated to Itachi." An explosive fire technique. Uchiha Itachi steadied himself and found that Susanoo was heavily damaged from the recent explosion. He was shocked. How could the explosion's power be so strong? The Yata mirror was nearly overwhelmed. After activating his ocular power to restore Susanoo, he found his vision blurred again. "Are you going blind already?" "Blind dog." The shout of blind dog led by Yuu echoed across the area. "You're just a brat who graduated a year ago and knows nothing. Regardless, I will not lose this battle." "You." Uchiha Itachi's furious voice emerged from within Susanoo, controlling the massive red warrior to charge at Yuu. While Yuu swiftly evaded the strikes of his Susanoo, the explosive fire technique spewed forth again. This time Itachi did not confront it, he'd maneuvering Susanoo to evade. Yuu mocked Uchiha Itachi, "How can you be so afraid of my little fire technique while wielding something so massive?" Itachi paid no attention, his mind solely focused on defeating this brat who constantly made him feel frustrated. As both used stronger powers against each other, the battle grew even more magnificent. Many spectators marveled at this evenly matched fight, while among them Uchiha Fuya observed more keenly. He quietly asked Yu, seems intent on prolonging this battle. Perhaps he is trying to divert attention from our upcoming actions. Have our people exited smoothly? Yes, Uchiha Ryunosuke quickly replied. Thanks to Yuhu attracting the root's attention, far more of our infiltrators have exited than expected, and it went very smoothly. Next is our time to counterattack. By the way, the Umbu ninjas should have seen this battle as well, so the Hokage building will intervene soon. Fuya nodded slightly. All of this was within their expectations. He thought, then Sarutobi Hiruzen, how will you choose? He looked again at the battle, and a new thought emerged. Is Yuhu trying to blind Itachi? Inside the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk listening to several Umbu report. The more he listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. Yuhu and Itachi are fighting at the Uchiha clan. There was a large crowd of spectators, and the root members were also lurking within the Uchiha clan, seemingly preparing to strike against them. What on earth is going on? Why did Yuhu start fighting Itachi? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly asked. Is that brat causing trouble at the Uchiha clan? An Umbu replied, Hokage-sama, due to the urgency of the situation, we do not have accurate information at the moment. We have detained one Uchiha. The account provided to us contradicts what you said. He claims Itachi received orders from the higher-ups of Konoha to massacre the Uchiha clan, while Yuhu appeared to protect them due to Shursui. Massacre the clan. Hiruzen's expression grew grave upon hearing this term. After a few seconds of silence, he understood a lot and murmured, this matter undoubtedly has Danzō's involvement. After listening to the Umbu's description of the two's battle, he was startled. Black flames. Has Itachi also awakened the Mangekyo? Regardless of whether it is Yuhu or Itachi, both are the future of Konoha. They cannot be allowed to harm each other. He looked at Jiraiya, who was sitting on the nearby sofa. Jiraiya, go to the Uchiha clan and decide what to do. Understood, old man. After Jiraiya responded, he dashed out of the office, rushing up the stairs to the rooftop, forming seals on the ground. Ninjutsu summoning technique. The giant toad Gamabunta appeared, occupying most of the rooftop. He looked around, visibly displeased. Jiraiya, why did you summon me? Jiraiya stood atop its head. We need to hurry. Listen to me before getting angry. The situation is dire. We might have an internal war in Konoha. Quickly head to the Uchiha clan at full speed. After Jiraiya left, the door to the Hokage office was violently pushed open. Danzō rushed in with 3 subordinates, his expression extremely tense, speaking quickly. Hiruzen, it's bad. The Uchiha are planning an armed rebellion tonight. The situation is urgent. We cannot delay. We must eliminate them before they burst out of their clan. He approached, placing a thick stack of documents in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, glancing at the Umbu before thinking, has the news already come back? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at him, flipping through the dubious documents. He saw one showing Uchiha Fuya leading a large number of clansmen gathering, and said, Fuya is confronting your men, but what about the other half? Don't you have any evidence? Danzō quickly replied, that's because our people saw Fuya leading a charge, and we went in to stop them. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him. Did you order Itachi to carry out a massacre against his own clan? Danzō shook his head. No, I only instructed Itachi to capture those who intended to rebel tonight. I didn't expect Yuhu to misunderstand, and they started fighting inside. He then shifted the conversation. Hiruzen, regardless of how this process unfolded, the Uchiha are rebelling tonight, and the evidence is irrefutable. We must suppress them immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, staring at Shimura Danzō with an expression colder than when he learned of his collusion with Orochimaru to kidnap over 60 infants. Danzō's forehead broke into a sweat, thinking, does this person distrust me completely? He feigned anger. Hiruzen, stop hesitating. If you don't order the suppression of those rebellious Uchiha immediately, you will regret it. If they charge out, it will lead to a large-scale war in Konoha, and our village will surely be drenched in blood. You will become the sinner of Konoha. A sinner of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed in anger at his words. Just as he was about to respond, he heard explosions from the night sky outside. He looked over to see several fireworks bursting in the night sky. Who is setting off fireworks in Konoha? He recalled that there had been no approval for such a celebration recently. Go check what's going on. As more fireworks exploded in the night sky, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed something was amiss and ordered 2 Umbu to investigate. However, in less than a minute, 2 more Umbu rushed into the office, one of whom spoke in a panicked voice, Hokage-sama, it's bad. A large group of Uchiha have appeared on the village streets, distributing or posting these documents everywhere. The earlier fireworks were set off to attract people outside. These are the documents. The Umbu glanced at Danzō before handing the batch of documents to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned.